In the realm of Tianwu, within the city of Tianyuan, a youth ensconced in bandages abruptly awakened in the stillness of the night. Am I not dead? Where's this place? Confusion clouded his expression as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. His name was Run Xiaoyao, the Sword Emperor, ranked second among the 10 legendary martial emperors of the divine martial realm. A dual practitioner of sword and alchemy, he had achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship by the tender age of 60. Moments before, he had succumbed to an overwhelming horde of malevolent entities, self-destructing in the Tianma Mountains. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this strange locale, inexplicably transformed into a severely injured youth. As Run Xiaoyao pondered whether he had usurped the body of this boy, a sudden, piercing pain seized his head. In that instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, memories belonging to the original owner of this body. Once the agony subsided, Run Xiaoyao assimilated the memories and gained insight into his surroundings. He realized he had not usurped a body, but had been reborn as a boy named Lu Chun, a century into the future. Lu Chun was a member of one of the 4 prominent families in Tianyuan City, the Lu clan, and at merely 16 years of age, he was a pitiable child. 6 years prior, Lu Chun's father, Lu Yi, had been ambushed by a mysterious assailant in the Luofeng Mountains, resulting in the destruction of his dantian and meridians, rendering him a cripple. Nevertheless, through sheer tenacity, he had led the Lu family from obscurity to become the most formidable clan in Tianyuan City, second only to the city lord's estate. However, Lu was stripped of his position as family head, which was passed on to his elder brother, Lu Qian. In contrast to his father, Lu Qian's fate was even more tragic. At the age of 12, he had been identified as possessing superior dual attributes of gold and earth, marking him as the most gifted individual in Tianyuan City in 3 centuries, surpassing even those of the city lord's lineage. In a mere 4 years, Lu Qian's martial prowess surged to the 7th level of the martial master realm, catching the attention of Li Wu, the 9th elder of the Sword Pavilion, who promised him entry into the esteemed institution. For a fleeting moment, Lu Qian became the most illustrious youth in Tianyuan City. However, just as everyone believed his future was boundless, calamity struck anew. Lu Qian's meridians and dantian were shattered, relegating him to the same fate as Lu Yi. Unlike his father, the now crippled Lu Qian received an invitation to Tianxiang Pavilion, where he was soon embroiled in scandal involving Lin Xian, the talented daughter of the Lin family. Subsequently, a group of so-called righteous individuals took it upon themselves to exact justice, brutally breaking Lu Qian's limbs before returning him to the Lu residence. On this fateful night, Lu Qian, filled with resentment, breathed his last, allowing Ren Xiaoyao to inhabit his body and inherit his misfortune. As a former pinnacle martial artist, Ren Xiaoyao discerned the machinations surrounding Lu Qian's life with ease and felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Yet, upon realizing he had become a mere waste with destroyed dantian and meridians, Ren Xiaoyao found himself at a loss, shedding tears for his own plight. Now, the two have merged into one for Lu Qian. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune. With a body like this, even if he possesses strength, it remains futile. Suddenly, at a loss, Ren Xiaoyao discovered that he was grasping an object in his hand. Turning his head, he was astonished to find it was a bead. This bead, entirely jet black and seemingly polished from stone, was no larger than a pigeon's egg, something Lu Qian had casually picked up in the past. Intrigued by the stone bead in his hand, Ren Xiaoyao attempted to lift it, only to realize he was bound like a zongzi, unable to move at all. I truly do not believe this. Ren Xiaoyao stubbornly resolved to sit up, but this movement exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. A portion of his blood splattered onto the stone bead, which peculiarly absorbed it, subsequently emanating a yellow glow. But in the next moment, the bead floated above Lu Qian's head. What is this? Ren Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the stone bead, for he had encountered numerous treasures and recognized that this one was extraordinarily unique. But following that, the stone bead emitted a terrifying pull, and amidst excruciating pain, Ren Xiaoyao vanished from the desolate room. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself lying in a vast desert, surrounded by nothing but yellow sand and howling winds. Although the scenery was barren, Ren Xiaoyao felt his breath quicken with excitement, for he realized that the stone bead was a divine artifact. A divine artifact, the very essence of weaponry, rumored to possess its own independent world and capable of establishing the laws of a realm supreme entity among weapons. In his previous life as a martial emperor, he had encountered countless weapons, yet he had never seen a divine artifact, even believing it to be merely a legend. Now, gazing upon this independent world, Ren Xiaoyao understood that the rumors were indeed true divine artifacts not only existed, but had also been acquired by his predecessor. I am now but a Feigning even with a divine artifact. It serves no purpose. Ren Xiaoyao was elated for a moment, only to be quickly defeated by reality. However, before he could finish his lament, a chaotic light surged from the void towards him, entering his body. As the chaotic light entered him, Ren Xiaoyao stared incredulously at the sky. At that moment, he discovered a scroll titled Yin Yang Classic had appeared in his mind, while simultaneously an immense energy surged within him. Ren Xiaoyao's thoughts raced, though he was unsure of the reason behind this phenomenon. He endeavored to cultivate the Yin Yang Classic within his mind. As the classic operated, he observed that the energy within the energy mass seemed to be guided, gradually mending his injuries and meridians. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within Ren Xiaoyao, who promptly cast aside distractions and devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the yin-yang canon. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. With the aid of the energy coursing through his body, Ren Xiaoyao not only restored his meridians and healed his injuries, but also, through the yin-yang canon, cultivated a pair of dual elixir sewn black and one white within himself. Consequently, this once-defunct body regained the conditions necessary for cultivation, transforming him into a martial artist and, moreover, a super genius endowed with a 9-attribute divine pulse. Gazing at the remaining 2/3 of energy within him, Ren Xiaoyao resumed his training. 3 days later, he achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level of martial disciple. In the divine martial realm, the martial path is delineated into 10 tiers, ascending from the lowly martial disciple to martial warrior, martial master, martial king, martial sovereign, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial saint, martial monarch, and finally, martial deity. Each of these 10 major realms is further segmented into 9 minor realms. However, despite the existence of the martial deity realm, Ren Xiaoyao had never encountered one in his years of cultivation. The martial emperor stood as the pinnacle of the divine martial realm. Though his current strength was modest, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction having ascended to the 3rd level of martial disciple in merely 3 days. As he gazed upon the desert before him, Ren Xiaoyao brimmed with optimism for the future, firmly believing that with the insights from his past life, reclaiming the peak of martial prowess was merely a matter of time. Something feels amiss. This world seems different from before, he mused. Redirecting his focus to the present, Ren Xiaoyao noticed an unusual expanse. The desert appeared significantly broader than when he first arrived. Could it be that the territory of this world expands in tandem with my martial advancement? A bold conjecture sprang forth in his mind. Let's test this theory. With that, Ren Xiaoyao immersed himself in his training once more. However, just then, a voice called from outside the room, "Brother Chun, breakfast is ready." Recalling the memories of his predecessor, Ren Xiaoyao promptly ceased his cultivation. With a single thought, he returned to the external world, concealing his martial presence before lying down on the bed. At that moment, the luminous stone withdrew its radiance and entered Ren Xiaoyao's mind, as the door swung open, revealing a young boy who entered with a tray of food. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Lu Chun, possessing an ordinary visage, slightly tanned skin, and a square face, clad in plain attire. Through the memories of his predecessor, Ren Xiaoyao recognized this boy as Lu Zhan, age 15, the son of his 4th uncle, Lu Quan. The previous head of the Lu family, Lu Xiaotian, had 4 sons. The eldest, Lu Qin II, Lu Ming III, Lu Yi, and the youngest, Lu Quan. Among the 4, Lu Qian and Lu Ming were close, while Lu Quan idolized Lu Yi from a young age, fostering a strong bond with him in terms of martial arts talent. Lu Yi stands at the pinnacle, followed closely by Lu Quan, while Lu Ming and Lu Qian possess rather mediocre abilities, with one currently at the 6th rank of martial master and the other at the 7th. Prior to his downfall, Lu Yi was the most formidable warrior of the Lu family, however. Following his incapacitation, Lu Kuang, endowed with a superior quality earth, a tribute spiritual vein, ascended to the family's foremost position. Similarly, Lu Zhan, who had long admired Lu Chun as a role model, became the only one, apart from Lu Yi and Lu Kuang, to show concern for Lu Chun after his fall. Yet, it appears that Lu Zhan did not inherit Lu Kuang's martial prowess, as his own talent is rather dismal, possessing merely an inferior quality earth attribute yellow vein. This level of martial aptitude places him at the bottom, not only among the four great families, but even among ordinary warriors. At the age of 15, he has only just broken through to the third rank of martial disciple. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhan placed the meal on the bedside table before approaching Lu Chen's bedside, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Brother Chun, do you feel any better today?" Ren Xiaoyao looked at Lu Zhan and asked, "Zhan, what will you do if I continue to lie here indefinitely?" Lu Zhan replied earnestly, "Brother Chun, if you remain in this state, I shall care for you unceasingly, ensuring that no one bullies you and that you do not go hungry." Ren Xiaoyao nodded. "Very well, help me sit up." Observing Lu Chun, who was swathed in bandages, Lu Zhan expressed his worry. "Brother Chun, your injuries are severe. It's best to stay lying down and avoid straining your wounds. Allow me to feed you." Without waiting for Run Zaiweo's consent, Lu Zhan scooped up the food and began to feed Lu Chun bite by bite. Lu Chun did not refuse, accepting Lu Zhan's care. As he watched Lu Zhan's careful ministrations, a warmth blossomed within Ren Xiaoyao. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, many seek to curry favor, yet few remain steadfast during one's trials. Though Lu Chen's plight is lamentable, having such a brother is a considerable blessing. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Zaiweo's thoughts drifted to his own brothers. A century ago, they were titans in their own right now. 100 years later, he has become a mere shadow of his former self, while they must have ascended to become the strongest in the realm of martial arts. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was kicked open, shattering the serene atmosphere as 5 men stormed in with an imposing presence. Leading them was a young man, slender in build and in his early 20s, dressed impeccably, and currently at the 3rd rank of martial warrior. His name was Lu Ming, the youngest son of the current head of the Lu family, Lu Qian. Accompanying him were 4 older individuals, yet their strength paled in comparison to his, as they were merely martial disciples, clad in simple attire and serving as Lu Ming's followers. Prior to Lu Chen's downfall, although Lu Ming harbored jealousy towards him, he refrained from any disrespect due to fear of Lu Chen's strength. The situation had changed with Lu Chen now incapacitated. Uncle Lu Qian and second uncle Lu Ming frequently bullied and mocked Lu Chen, unleashing their pent-up frustrations at Liu Zhan, fearing that Lu Ming would bully Lu Chen, stood in front of Ren Xiaoyao and shouted, "Lu Ming, this is Brother Chen's room. What are you doing here?" Lu Ming scoffed. "Waste. What do you think I'm here for?" "How would I know what you're here for?" Lu Zhan retorted coldly. With a mocking tone, Lu Ming said, "Lu Zhan, if I told you I'm here to check if Lu Chen is dead, would you believe me?" "Lu Ming, you dare curse Brother Chen? I will fight you." Lu Zhan, enraged, put down his utensils and swung his fist at Lu Ming. With a disdainful smile, Lu Ming effortlessly struck Lu Zhan, sending him crashing against the wall. With a cry, Lu Zhan coughed up blood. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, pale and gasping for breath. After easily dispatching Lu Zhan, Lu Ming looked down at him and remarked, "Lu Zhan, a worthless fool like you dares to confront me? Truly unaware of your own mortality. Had it not been for your father, I would not have gone easy on you." Easy? Lu Ming's punch had damaged Lu Zhan's internals that was hardly a light blow. Ren Xiaoyao was furious, glaring at Lu Ming with icy disdain. "Lu Ming, I will remember this punch you delivered to Zhan. I will repay you tenfold." Under Run Zaiweo's intense gaze, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable fear creeping in. He scrutinized Ren Xiaoyao and secretly chided himself for his folly. In the past, he would have indeed been wary of Lu Chen, but now, with Lu Chen's dantian and meridians destroyed, he was nothing but a cripple. There was no reason for fear. Lu Ming sneered, "Lu Chen, though you mean well, I fear you have no hope left." Ren Xiaoyao asked, "Do you intend to kill me?" "Kill you?" Lu Ming shook his head, his tone sinister. You are merely a cripple. I have no desire to kill you. If I were to kill, it would be by another's hand." With that, Lu Ming commanded his 4 followers, "Bring in a stretcher and carry our young master Lu Chun to the Great Hall." "Yes, young Master Ming." Upon hearing this, 2 of them entered Lu Chen's room, roughly dragging Ren Xiaoyao off the bed and tossing him onto the stretcher. Lu Zhan, enduring excruciating pain, stood up and shouted, "Lu Ming, what do you intend to do? Brother Chun is injured and cannot be moved. Get out of my way." Lu Ming disdainfully pushed Lu Zhan aside and, with a flourish, led his 4 companions as they carried Ren Xiaoyao out of the room, heading toward the Lu family Great Hall. Chapter 4. The Lin family comes knocking following the unexpected passing of the elder patriarch. The Lu family was divided into 4 factions, establishing a governance structure led by the head of the family and the 3 branches. The Grand Hall of the Lu family served as the council chamber. Early one morning, the usually quiet hall was filled with people, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe. Lu Qian, the current patriarch of the Lu family, who had attained the 7th level of martial mastery. To his right sat a man resembling him, Lu Ming, the 2nd son of the Lu family, who had reached the 6th level of martial mastery. Opposite Lu Ming sat 2 figures who could not have been more different. One was a robust man at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial mastery, while the other was a frail, pale individual devoid of any martial prowess. In Tianyuan City, these 2 were well known. The sickly figure was once a prodigious talent. Having ascended to the rank of martial king before the age of 30, he was Lu Yi, the sole martial king among the 4 great families. 6 years prior, he had been ambushed by 3 martial kings during a herb-gathering expedition, resulting in the destruction of his dantian and meridians, rendering him a cripple. The other individual was Lu Kuang, the 4th son of the Lu family, currently the foremost martial artist of their clan and the father of Lu Zhan. At that moment, the entire Lu family wore solemn expressions as they gazed at the lower hall, where a group of unwelcome guests harbored ulterior motives. There were 27 newcomers, led by a middle-aged man wielding a large knife, who had also attained the 7th level of martial mastery. The rest of the party were formidable warriors as well. They hailed from the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyuan City, and the leader among them was none other than Lin Kong, the 4th strongest member of the Lin family. Beside Lin Kong stood a young girl in a pink dress, her beauty striking, wielding a 3-foot green blade and boasting the 7th level of martial prowess. Her name was Lin Xian, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Lin family. Previously, Lu Chun had met his demise after assaulting her, only to be heroically saved by another. At this moment, Lin Xian, like Lin Kong, regarded the Lu family members with a cold demeanor. Soon after, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and Lu Ming entered, carrying the bandaged Ren Xiaoyao, who was supported by 2 followers. The sight of the once promising talent reduced to such a state elicited cold laughter from the Lin family, while the Lu family cast indifferent glances. "Father, that waste, Lu Chun, has arrived," Lu Ming announced as he approached the 4. Upon hearing the term waste, Lu Yi trembled, his already pallid complexion growing even more as beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. After enduring 6 years of being labeled a waste, he never anticipated that such a designation would now befall his son. Fate seemed cruelly unjust to them both. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang swiftly approached Ren Xiaoyao, expressing their concern. "Chen'er, after a night of rest, how do you feel now?" Gazing into their sincere eyes, Ren Xiaoyao felt profoundly moved, for in his previous life, he had been an orphan, never having experienced the warmth of familial affection. Observing the 2 individuals, Ren Xiaoyao resolved to assume the identity of Lu Chun, living in his stead to eradicate all malevolent forces and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to Lu Chun. With a light chuckle, Lu Chun remarked, "Father, 4th uncle, I am quite well." Lu Kuang inwardly exhaled with relief and replied, "Chen'er, as long as you are unharmed. Focus on your recovery. Leave the other matters to 4th uncle." At these words, the stern Lu Qian interjected, "Old 4th, do not speak too soon. This little wretch has offended Lin Xian, and now they come seeking reparation. Are you capable of handling this?" Lu Kuang retorted fiercely, "Elder brother, one must uphold their conscience. Have you forgotten how many spiritual herbs Chun'er gathered for the Lu family before his cultivation was impaired? A year ago, elderly Wu of the Sword Pavilion bestowed upon Chun'er 4 cleansing pills and 7 meridian pills, of which he utilized none for himself, but rather dedicated them to the family. Have you forgotten that as well? Stung by Lu Kuang's fervent rebuke, Lu Qian fell silent. Before his downfall, Lu Chun indeed contributed significantly to the Lu family, and of the 11 pills he turned over to the family, Lu Zhan had consumed 2, while the remainder had been used by him and the second son, Lu Meng's offspring. Lu Kuang continued, Chun'er devoted himself wholly to the Lu family, and now that he is injured, you refer to him as a little wretch. Are you not concerned about sowing discord among the Lu clan? Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent expressions of the Lu family members began to reveal a hint of empathy. At this moment, they felt a modicum of sympathy for Lu Chun, who had selflessly prioritized the family's interests. Surely, he had not anticipated such treatment from them. They pondered that had Lu Chun known how Lu Qian and Lu Meng would treat him after his downfall, he would likely have ceased his monthly ventures to the falling Maple Mountains to procure spiritual herbs for the family. Had he abstained from those excursions, he would still be the foremost prodigy of Tianyuan City and would not have been besieged, reduced to a mere waste with shattered meridians and Dantian. As all the clan members cast peculiar glances at Lu Qian, Lu Meng admonished, Old Fourth, elder brother is merely stating the current predicament of the Lu family. Your divisive remarks are rather excessive. Lu Kuang countered, Second brother, justice resides in the hearts of men. You know well whether I am sowing discord or not. Lu Meng coldly replied, Old Fourth, since you wish to play the virtuous one, then tell us, what shall we do about the situation at hand? He has brazenly offended Lin Xian, and they demand compensation. Lu Kuang lowered his gaze towards Lu Chun, his expression softening as he asked, Chun'er, they claim you have wronged Lin Xian. You were unconscious yesterday, and fourth uncle is unaware of the circumstances. Now, please speak truthfully. Is there any merit to this accusation? Lu Chun did not respond directly, but instead countered, Fourth uncle, do you truly believe I would be interested in her? At this pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall as all gazes converged upon Lu Chun. Before his fall from grace, Lu Chun was the unrivaled prodigy of Tianyuan City, and even the city lord's daughter regarded him with disdain. Thus, when he asserted his disinterest in Lin Xian, none would have doubted him. However, the times had indeed changed. Now, Lu Chun was merely a discarded figure, while Lin Xian stood as the foremost talent of the Lin family, possessing both beauty and status, an unattainable dream for Lu Chun. In this moment, as Lu Chun made such a declaration before the assembly, disbelief rippled through the members of the Lu family, leaving Lin Xian in an utterly mortifying predicament. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Had he anticipated the derision Lu Chun would cast upon her, he would have eliminated him the previous day. Lu Kuang, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and exclaimed, Excellent, truly worthy of being a scion of the Lu family. Chapter 5. Compensation. Upon hearing the words, Lin Kang's countenance darkened as he inquired, Lu Kuang, what do you mean by that? Lu Kuang retorted coldly, Lin Kang, had your ears gone deaf? Did you not hear Chun'er state that he finds your wretched niece unworthy and has not sullied her? Lin Kang shouted in anger, Lu Kuang, you would do well to watch your tongue. It is a well-known fact that Lu Chun, that good-for-nothing, has indeed violated Chun'er. Lu Kuang replied icily, what is widely known is merely a slander. I have faith in Chun'er. Lin Kang sneered, your belief is of no consequence. If the Lu family does not offer compensation today, my Lin family will ensure that you pay dearly. Lu Kuang, in disdain, remarked, Lin Kang, you have been my subordinate since childhood. If it is a fight you seek, you would do better to send your elder brother, for you are no match for me. Lin Kang seethed with rage, yet found himself unable to retort, as he had indeed always been inferior to Lu Kuang. His only ally capable of contending with Lu Kuang was his elder brother, Lin Feng. As Lin Kang trembled with fury, Lin Xian interjected, Fourth uncle, there is no need for further debate. Since he refuses to compensate, we shall summon the city lord's residents to demand reparation. Lu Kuang furrowed his brow and asked, What does this have to do with the city lord's residence? Lin Kong replied with a cold smirk. Lu Kuang, perhaps you are unaware that Xian Heir is already the fiancé of the esteemed young master of the city lord's residence. Do you truly believe that the city lord's residence will overlook the transgressions of this good-for-nothing Lu Chun? At this revelation, the expressions of the entire Lu family grew grave. In Tianyuan City, while the four prominent families held considerable power, it was the city lord's residence that ultimately wielded authority, bolstered by the backing of a princely lineage. The skirmishes among the four families were trivial, primarily concerning territorial disputes, yielding little benefit. However, should the city lord's residence intervene, the Lu family could face annihilation at any moment. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lu Chen's father, Lu Yi, stepped forward and coldly inquired, Lin Kong, what compensation does your Lin family seek? Lin Kong replied with a smile, we demand 10 shops from the Lu family. Lin Kong, your demands are utterly outrageous. Why not resort to theft? In Tianyuan City, aside from the properties owned by the city lord's residence, all land had been divided among the four prominent families. During Lu Yi's era, the Lu family stood as the most powerful among them, possessing 35 shops, but now they had dwindled to a mere 21. In their current state, the income from these 21 shops barely sufficed to support the cultivation of the Lu family's members, necessitating careful resource management. Now, Lin Kong audaciously demanded 10 shops, effectively having their already meager holdings, a proposition that Lu Kuang could scarcely accept, as it was a blatant attempt to drive the Lu family to ruin. Lin Kong coldly remarked, Lu Kuang, this is the condition set forth by the Lin family. You shall acquiesce, whether by will or force, or else prepare for the Lu family's disappearance from Tianyuan City. Were it not for the backing of the city lord's residence, Lu Kuang would have already taken action against Lin Kang's insolence. However, he understood all too well the formidable strength of the city lord's residence and the dire consequences of offending them, consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. The expressions of the other members of the Lu family turned grim. They cast resentful glances at Lu Chun, for it was he who had brought this calamity upon them. Upon hearing Lin Kong use the city lord's mansion as leverage, Lu Qian forced a smile and said, Lin Kong, 10 shops are truly excessive. Could we possibly reduce the number? Lin Kong replied coldly, not a single one can be spared. Should you reduce even one, we shall have the people from the city lord's mansion personally come and pay a visit to the Lu family. At this, Lu Qian completely relinquished hope and shouted at Lu Yi, Third brother, this calamity has been brought upon us by your wretched son. What do you propose we do? In that moment, Lu Yi appeared to age several years, choosing to ignore Lu Qian and instead addressed his brother Lu Kuang beside him. Fourth brother, how about we compensate using the shops from our third and fourth houses? Lu Kuang replied, Third brother, as long as we can save Chener, I have no objections. Lu Qian interjected coldly, the third house has only 2 shops, and the fourth has merely 6. Even combined, we still fall short by 2. Lu Kuang retorted, the remaining 2 shops can be contributed by both your houses. Lu Meng, the second brother, angrily exclaimed, Fourth, why should we pay for the trouble caused by third's wretched son? Neither my elder brother nor I will contribute. Neither will I, Lu Qian echoed. Faced with the indifference of the two, Lu Kuang felt utterly disappointed, shaking his head and saying, if that is the case, then let us all refrain from contributing. May the city lord's mansion extinguish this decaying Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian and Lu Meng's expression shifted. Although they had squeezed the third and fourth houses, they did not wish to see the Lu family obliterated. Exchanging glances, Lu Qian relented. Fourth, we can each offer 1 shop, but in compensation, the Lu family shall no longer provide any cultivation resources to the third and fourth houses. Agreed. Lu Kuang readily accepted without hesitation. In that case, second brother, you shall accompany Lin Kong to finalize the transfer of the shops and resolve this matter promptly. Lu Qian instructed Lu Meng below. Understood, elder brother. Lu Meng rose, passing by Lu Chun, unable to contain his frustration, and kicked Lu Chun in the waist. Both Lu Kuang and Lu Yi felt their anger surge, but chose to endure. Lin Kong, seeing the matter resolved perfectly, mockingly taunted the ailing Lu Yi, the once-in-a-century genius of Tianyuan City, You surely never anticipated this day during your glory days. Did you? Lu Yi clenched his fists tightly, unknowingly digging his nails into his flesh, droplets of blood falling from his hands. Witnessing this, Lu Chan turned to the snickering Lin Xian beside him and asked, "Are you certain I have violated you?" Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Lu Chan, your violation of me is a fact. It simply didn't come to fruition. Otherwise, the Lu family would have already ceased to exist." Calmly, Lu Chan responded, "If that is so, you may leave, but remember, fortunes ebb and flow, and one day I shall reclaim all that belongs to me." Hearing this, the departing crowd halted, turning to gaze at Lu Chan. As they beheld his profound and haughty gaze, an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity and instinctive fear arose within them. In that moment, they could not fathom why they feared a seemingly powerless individual. After a while, they all shook their heads, dismissing their apprehensions as mere overthinking. Lin Xian scoffed, "Lu Chan, your family has exhausted all their fortune with just you and your father across 2 generations. From now on, you may as well embrace your fate as an ineffectual being, while I ascend to become a formidable figure whom you will need to look up to." With that, Lin Xian, satisfied, turned and strode out of the grand hall alongside the others. Chapter 6. Chinner, do you regret it? After the Lin family departed, reveling in their triumph, Lu Chen was carried back to his humble abode by Lu Kuang and Lu Yi amidst a barrage of insults. The two settled Lu Chen upon his bed, with Lu Kuang offering words of comfort. "Chinner, do not take their words to heart. You owe them nothing." Lu Chen shared this sentiment, but still voiced his concern. "Fourth uncle, it is true that the Lu family lost 10 shops because of me." Lu Kuang responded, "Chen'er, you are mistaken. The loss of those 10 shops is merely a pretext. The true reason lies in the inadequacy of your uncles, who failed to safeguard our family's legacy." Lu Yi, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained, tears brimming in his eyes. He understood that he owed nothing to the Lu family but felt indebted to his 4th brother, Lu Kuang, who had safeguarded them over the years while the elder brothers exploited his downfall to seize what rightfully belonged to him. Yet today, Lu Kuang had sacrificed all the shops to the Lin family for the sake of his son, making him the greatest victim while he sought to console Lu Chen. Lu Chen was acutely aware of all that Lu Kuang had done for him and spoke earnestly. "Fourth uncle, the Lu family is not worth it. But you and Zhang Di are. I vow to protect you both in the future." Although Lu Kuang was skeptical of Lu Chen's ability to defend himself and Lu Zhan, he chose to hide his doubts in order to spare Lu Chen further heartache. "Very well, Chen'er, focus on your recovery, and when you are well, it shall be your turn to protect your 4th uncle," he replied. With that, the burly Lu Kuang rose and exited Lu Chen's quarters. As soon as he stepped outside, he covered his face with his hands and wept uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi followed him out, gently resting a hand on Lu Kuang's shoulder. "Fourth brother, you have endured much over the years," he said. Lu Kuang wiped away his tears and replied, "Third brother, I have not suffered. It is you I have wronged. I am powerless to seek justice for you and Chen'er." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yi's weary eyes. "Fourth brother, you are aware?" Lu Kuang replied coldly, "In this Tianyuan city, aside from the city lord's mansion, no one possesses the power to dethrone either you in the past or Chen'er in the present." Lu Yi fell silent, pondering the truth of his brother's words. Indeed, who else could achieve such a feat besides the city lord's residents? Recognizing who their true adversary was, he had fervently opposed the union between the city lord's mansion and Lu Chen 2 years prior, unwilling for Lu Chen to fall under their sway. However, at this moment, his resolve wavered, leading him to question his earlier decision. He wondered if, had he consented to the marriage, the city lord's mansion might have spared Lu Chen's life. Ultimately, he concluded that the answer was negative, for he knew the city lord would never allow anyone to challenge his dominion. Now, with Lu Chen also rendered powerless, both father and son were left as shadows of their former selves. No matter how furious he felt inside, Lu Yi could only endure in silence. To prevent Lu Kuang from acting recklessly out of anger, Lu Yi cautioned him, "Fourth brother, the die is cast. Consider it as if it never happened." Lu Kuang's eyes burned with resentment as he replied, Third brother, rest assured, I will not act rashly until I have broken through to the martial king level. Lu Yi coldly remarked. Fourth brother, even if you break through to the martial king level, you must not seek out the city lord's mansion. Its power far exceeds your imagination. Third brother, I understand, Lu Kuang replied, seemingly disregarding Lu Yi's words. He embraced the slender Lu Yi and then left without a backward glance. Watching Lu Kuang's resolute silhouette as he departed, Lu Yi felt a mix of emotion and helplessness. After a considerable time, he returned to Lu Chen's room. Observing Lu Zhan carefully feeding Lu Chen, Lu Yi's eyes moistened once again. As Lu Chen had articulated, the only members of the Lu family worth cherishing were indeed Lu Kuang and Lu Zhan. Wiping away his tears, Lu Yi approached and said, Zhaner, third uncle notices you don't look well. You should return to rest. I will take care of Chener. Lu Zhan, enduring excruciating internal pain, complied with Lu Yi's suggestion, handing over the bowl and chopsticks, and said to Lu Chen, Brother Chen, eat well and take care of your health. I will visit when I have the time. Zhan, you should go. Chen is fine, Lu Chen reassured with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan departed. Once Lu Zhan left, Lu Yi closed the door and sat by Lu Chen's bedside, seriously inquiring, Chener, do you have any regrets? Lu Chen smiled and asked in return, regret what? Regret everything I once did for the Lu family, Lu Yi replied. Lu Chen gazed at Lu Yi, who shared his same experiences, and countered, Father, if you ask me whether I have regrets, then do you regret your contributions to the Lu family? After a moment of silence, Lu Yi responded earnestly, Chener, I do regret it. If given the chance to start anew, I would take you away from the Lu family. Lu Chen replied, Father, I am different from you. I have no regrets. Lu Yi questioned, perplexed, Chener, why is that? Lu Chen explained, Father, only in the twilight can we discern who the true believers are. Without enduring these trials, how could we ever recognize those who are sincere towards us? Lu Yi expressed his confusion, but now that you and I have been rendered powerless, what is the use of discerning who genuinely cares for us? Lu Chen said softly, Father, it is still useful. Lu Yi did not grasp the meaning behind Lu Chen's words and wished to inquire further, but Lu Chen interrupted, saying, Father, please rest. I am fine. Concerned for the bandages wrapped around Lu Chen's body, Lu Yi asked, Can you eat like this? Lu Chen chuckled, Let's go. I'm not weak enough to starve. Very well. Take care of yourself, Lu Yi said before rising to leave. Chapter 7. The Plunder with Lu Yi's Departure. Lu Chen sat up and swiftly consumed his meal in a mere 2 minutes before returning to the realm of the Stone Pearl. The moment he stepped back into his room that morning, Lu Chen realized that the flow of time in the Stone Pearl realm differed significantly from that of the outside world. He distinctly recalled spending a full 4 days within the Stone Pearl realm, while only a single night had elapsed in the external world. This indicated that time in the Stone Pearl realm passed approximately tenfold compared to the outside world. 1 day outside equated to 10 days within. Upon this revelation, Lu Chen felt a surge of optimism for the future. Regardless of the 4 great families or the city lord's mansion, he was determined to reclaim tenfold, if not 100-fold, of what had once been taken from him. Once immersed in the Stone Pearl realm, Lu Chen dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation, and before long, he achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of martial disciple. Concurrently, as his martial prowess ascended, the boundaries of the Stone Pearl realm expanded, growing by a substantial quarter compared to its previous extent. The hypothesis that the realm's territory would expand in tandem with his strength had been confirmed, filling Lu Chen with joy. However, another dilemma soon presented itself. After breaking through to the 4th level of martial disciple, the chaotic energy within him was completely refined, leaving him without any cultivation resources. For a martial artist, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to enhance martial abilities was a slow process. Lacking resources meant stagnation in martial growth. Shortly after, Lu Chen returned to the outside world, lying in bed deep in thought. Due to his past life as an alchemist, he possessed a soul force several times stronger than the average person, nearly reaching the level of a first-grade alchemist. As night fell and everyone retired for the evening, Lu Chen unleashed his soul force. Once he confirmed that no one was spying on him, He exited his room. With a single step, a flicker of starlight appeared beneath his feet, propelling him 10 meters away in an instant, and soon he departed from the Liu family estate. Martial techniques are categorized by levels, from low to high. They are Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shun levels, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The technique Liu Chen employed was called Ling Xiao Step, a mid-tier technique of the Tian level that he had created in his previous life. When perfected, its speed rivaled that of falling stars. Having exited the Liu family estate, Liu Chen navigated the streets with ease, traversing through alleyways until he arrived at a storefront. The sign above read Spirit Herb Hall, a shop established by the Lin family, one of the 4 great families specializing in various spirit herbs. This night, the Spirit Herb Hall became Liu Chen's target. He intended to rob it, obtaining spirit crystals as a form of preliminary interest from the Lin family. As he approached the Spirit Herb Hall, Liu Chen released his soul force, and soon everything within a 50-meter radius became vividly clear in his mind. Perhaps due to the high value of the spirit herbs, the Lin family had stationed 6 individuals to guard the shop, for attendance at the martial disciple level. The manager at the 3rd level of warrior, and an additional strong presence residing upstairs at the 1st level of warrior. Upon discerning the situation, Liu Chen furrowed his brow. Currently, he was merely at the 4th tier of the martial apprentice realm, and despite exhausting all his means, his combat prowess barely surpassed that of a martial artist. Faced with 6 adversaries, 2 of whom possessed strength beyond the martial artist level, his chances of success today appeared bleak. To ensure his safety, Liu Chen abandoned the spiritual herb hall and, after some contemplation, made his way to a fabric shop owned by the Lin family. The shop was guarded by a middle-aged man of the 9th tier of the martial apprentice realm, who was currently indulging in a deep slumber on the 2nd floor. Having assessed the situation, Liu Chen felt confident in his ability to eliminate him. He cautiously approached the man's window and gently drew aside the curtain. Subsequently, Liu Chen nimbly ascended to the window and entered the man's chamber. Just as he neared the man's bedside, a sudden meow echoed from outside. "Who goes there?" the man bellowed, jolting awake. At that moment, Liu Chen was less than 3 meters away from him. Realizing the man had awakened, Liu Chen swiftly executed the celestial step and unleashed a soul technique against him. In the next instant, the ensnared man emitted a cold grunt, and Liu Chen found himself at the foot of the bed, seizing the large blade resting nearby. You are Liu Chen." The man's recognition came swiftly, but due to Liu Chen's limited soul power, the technique only held him for a fleeting 3 seconds. Regaining his senses, the man spotted Liu Chen. With a chilling smile, Liu Chen remarked, "Indeed, it is I, Liu Chen, come to claim your life today." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Liu Chen unleashed his soul technique once more and brought the blade crashing down upon the man. With a swift, decisive motion, blood splattered, and the man's head tumbled to the corner of the bed, his headless body collapsing lifelessly onto the mattress. After dispatching the man, Liu Chen, his face smeared with blood, quickly searched the body and discovered 5 spirit crystals. For Liu Chen, this meager sum was utterly insufficient, and he promptly cast the crystals into the stone pearl realm before retrieving the man's pillow. Through prior soul perception, Liu Chen sensed something amiss with the pillow. Upon inspection, he found it concealed a total of 32 spirit crystals. What a poverty-stricken establishment, he muttered under his breath, astonished that the Lin family shop possessed so little wealth. Having looted the Lin family shop, Liu Chen descended to the ground floor, where he selected over 20 sets of clothing that he deemed useful for the future. Having completed his tasks, Liu Chen vacated the shop, utilized the celestial step to return to his room, and commenced his training within the confines of the Stone Pearl realm. Chapter 8. The Fallen Tree and Scattered Monkeys within the 10 Realms of Martial Arts. Practitioners at the martial disciple stage absorb the elemental energies from the environment or from spirit crystals into their dantians, thereby enhancing their strength. The Yin-Yang Classic is a powerful technique that transcends imperial levels, and since Liu Chen is a practitioner of divine blood, he absorbs spirit crystals at an astonishing rate. Typically, it takes an ordinary martial disciple several days to deplete a single spirit crystal, yet Liu Chen accomplishes this feat in less than an hour. Consequently, by the time dawn arrived, he had exhausted 37 spirit crystals, leaving him surrounded by 37 dull, lifeless stones upon concluding his meditation. To make matters worse, due to the dual nature of the yin-yang elixirs, and the capacity of each dantian to store energy being over tenfold that of his peers, Liu Chun, despite depleting 37 spirit crystals, found himself unable to achieve a breakthrough in his martial arts. Gazing at the desolate expanse of the desert, he felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. He yearned to elevate his cultivation, but it seemed impossible. The long night weighed heavily upon him, and he realized another excursion was necessary. Reflecting on his surroundings, Liu Chun quietly departed from the Liu family estate. During this second venture into mischief, he initially intended to demand interest from the Lin family, but recalling the events of the previous day, he reconsidered. The enmity between the Liu and Lin families had grown considerable. If he were to act against the Lin family again, they would likely trace the blame back to the Liu family and retaliate accordingly. After much contemplation, Liu Chun arrived at the Wu family's domain, one of the 4 prominent families, and proceeded to plunder 2 of their shops. An hour later, he returned to his quarters, now in possession of 85 spirit crystals, and entered the realm of the stone pearl with a sense of delight. In the following days, Liu Chun devoted himself to his cultivation. After consuming 67 spirit crystals, he finally achieved a breakthrough in both elixirs to the 5th stage of martial disciple, just as dawn broke in the outside world, leading to an expansion of the stone pearl's territory. Following this advancement, Liu Chun ceased his martial training and began to cultivate his soul power using the soul refinement technique he had practiced in his previous life. The next day, as usual, Liu Zhan brought breakfast for Liu Chun and kept him company. Liu Chun, intentionally or not, hinted at his improving health, for he could not remain bedridden, bound in bandages, feigning death indefinitely. During this time, Lu Ming barged in with 4 followers, furious, and immediately commanded them to attack Liu Chun. However, just as they were about to strike, Lu Kuang appeared, effortlessly breaking the legs of the 4 assailants and throwing them out of the room. After dispatching Lu Ming's followers, Lu Kuang issued a stern warning. This is the first and last time. Should I catch you bullying Chun-Er again, I will treat you as I did those 4, breaking your legs and ejecting you from this room. Fuming, Lu Ming retorted, 4th uncle, I will inform my father. Lu Kuang replied coldly, your 3rd uncle. Chun-Er and John-Er are my bottom line. Not only you, but if your father dares to bully them, I finding no favor in the presence of Lu Kuang. Lu Ming angrily cast a harsh remark and strode out of Lu Chen's room, departing alone. After Lu Ming's exit, Lu Kuang inquired with concern about Lu Chen's injuries, and then, with reluctance, left the room alongside Lu Zhan. Once they had departed, Liu Chun entered the realm of the Stone Pearl, simultaneously perceiving the external circumstances with his soul power while diligently practicing the soul refinement technique to enhance his soul strength. Within Tianyuan City, in the span of a single night, 3 shops were plundered, inciting the fury of the heads of the Lin and Wu families, who promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the perpetrators of the robbery. However, Liu Chun left no trace for them to follow. The Lin and Wu families searched extensively throughout Tianyuan City, but found not a single clue. Ultimately, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances, ordering the remaining shops to exercise greater caution and increase their vigilance. As night fell, Liu Chun set out once more. Unlike the previous night, he targeted the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families, and audaciously raided 3 of their shops. After successfully plundering these establishments, Liu Chun acquired 157 spirit crystals, and upon returning to his room, he eagerly commenced his training. Several hours later, having exhausted all the spirit crystals obtained from his exploits, Liu Chen's martial arts culminated in a breakthrough to the 6th rank of martial apprentice. Following this advancement, he turned his focus to the soul refinement technique. By the following day, the news of the Li family's shops being looted spread throughout the city. Reflecting on the previous day's robberies, the 4 prominent families grew increasingly anxious, particularly the Liu family. In the preceding days, the Lin, Wu, and Li families had all been victimized in succession. It seemed inevitable that the Liu family would be next. Since the Liu family had already suffered a loss of 10 shops to the Lin family, Their total holdings now numbered merely 11. The mere thought of these remaining shops being targeted sent Lu Qian and Lu Meng into a state of agitation. In times of trouble, they sought out Lu Kuang, and the brothers promptly approached him to discuss strategies. However, Lu Kuang, having been deeply disappointed by Lu Qian and Lu Meng, coldly remarked that the Lu family was no longer his concern before retreating to his room. Rejected by Lu Kuang, Lu Qian and Lu Meng left in frustration and summoned all members of the Lu family to prepare for increased vigilance over their shops. Though these individuals referred to themselves as members of the Lu family and resided within its confines, many were mere dependents with no blood relation. Their previous allegiance to the Lu family was largely due to the protection it offered, as well as the monthly provision of training resources. With only 11 shops remaining, the resources available to them had dwindled significantly, and upon hearing they might be tasked with guarding the shops, potentially risking their lives, the mood soured dramatically. Amidst a chorus of dissent, over 30 individuals among the more than 100 present petitioned Lu Qian to resign, yearning to become free warriors. As the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Witnessing the discontent below, Lu Qian and Lu Meng were incensed, denouncing the crowd for their ingratitude, lamenting the years of care the Lu family had extended to them. Nevertheless, even their anger could not impede the departing tide, and shortly thereafter, over 30 individuals exited. After these individuals departed, Lu Qian promised the remaining members an additional 20% increase in their existing cultivation resources each month, barely managing to retain their loyalty. Subsequently, Lu Qian appointed 22 individuals to oversee the shops. Chapter 9. A surge in power under the cover of night, Lu Qian set his plans in motion once more. Remembering past affections, he refrained from targeting the remaining 11 shops of the Lu family, instead opting for those recently seized by the Lin family. After 2 hours had elapsed, Lu Qian had plundered 4 shops, acquiring 232 spirit crystals from both the establishments and their martial guards. Upon completing his endeavors, Lu Qian returned to his quarters to continue his cultivation. As one ascends the martial path, the energy required for breakthroughs increases significantly. Thus, that night, Lu Qian managed to advance only his Yin Dan, while his Yang Dan remained unchanged. After exhausting all the spirit crystals, he resumed his practice of the soul refinement technique to enhance his spiritual strength, striving to elevate his prowess in the briefest time possible. At dawn, when Lu Qian returned to his room, invigorated, Lu Zhan entered with a meal in hand, immediately recounting the significant events that had transpired in Tianyuan City the previous night. Brother Chun, I heard that the assassin struck again last night, robbing 4 shops in a single night, causing quite a stir throughout the entire city. Lu Zhan said, while feeding Lu Chun. With a playful smirk, Lu Chun feigned ignorance. Zhan, can you imagine the first and second household's fury upon learning of the 4 shops being robbed in one night? Lu Zhan expressed his disdain. I would relish witnessing their outrage. But alas, the shops that were raided were not theirs. Curiously, Lu Qian inquired, but Zhan, didn't you mention that it was the Lu family's turn last night? Surely the first and second households dispatched additional guards to protect their interests. Lu Zhan replied, the assassin did not target the 11 shops of the first and second households. He plundered our former establishments. Lu Qian remarked, what a predicament for the Lin family. They've only just taken over our shops, and before they can even savor their triumph, they are already facing a loss. Quite the sting. Lu Zhan exclaimed in anger, they have bullied you so. They are even more despicable than the first and second households. I hope that assassin robs all of the Lin family shops. Lu Qian mused, that seems likely. Not anymore, Lu Zhan said, shaking his head in despair. Lu Qian pressed him, why not? Lu Zhan explained, I've heard that this incident has become the talk of the town. The city lord's office has already dispatched personnel to investigate, and it is likely that the assassin will refrain from further actions. Is that so? Lu Qian pondered, his expression contemplative. Having broken through to the 7th level of the martial disciple realm, he felt confident in his ability to confront mid-level warriors and even high-level ones, if necessary. However, the city lord's office was the ruling power of Tianyuan City. Their dispatched martial artists would undoubtedly be skilled, and likely more than one. The news Lu Zhan brought made Lu Qian realize the necessity of laying low for a while. Otherwise, should he be caught, he would undoubtedly become a public enemy in Tianyuan City. Brother Chun. Just as Lu Chun contemplated his next course of action, Lu Zhan's voice broke through his thoughts. When Lu Chun returned to reality, he found Lu Zhan waving his hand in front of him. "What is it?" Lu Chun queried. Lu Zhan replied, "Brother Chun, what were you thinking so deeply about? I called your name several times, yet you didn't respond." Lu Chun chuckled awkwardly, pondering the identity of the audacious assassin who dared to offend all four prominent families of Tianyuan City simultaneously. Lu Zhan shrugged, expressing his ignorance regarding the assassin's identity. As he fed, Lu Chun prepared rice. After their meal, Lu Zhan departed, while Lu Chun entered the world of Shizhu to cultivate the soul refinement technique. Meanwhile, the Lin family was seething with rage, having painstakingly seized 10 shops from the Lu family, only to have 4 of them plundered overnight. Not only had the profits from their shops been completely looted, but the guards they stationed were also slain, resulting in a significant loss for the Lin family in their takeover of the Lu family's enterprises. What infuriated them the most was that the plundering began with the Lin family. Last night, the shops originally belonging to the Lu family were robbed, and tonight it was the Lin family's turn. In their fury, the senior members of the Lin family convened to devise a strategy, contemplating the same course of action as the Lu brothers to bolster their ranks. As for the Lu family, although Lu Chun refrained from targeting the shops owned by Lu Qian and Lu Meng the previous night, the brothers could not find joy in this reprieve. Within just one night, another 24 members had fled. During Lu Yi's tenure, the Lu family boasted over 300 martial artists, but now, counting the legitimate heirs, only 63 remained. In a mere 6 years, the number of martial artists in the Lu family dwindled to 1/5, compelling the brothers to acknowledge the family's decline. Years ago, in a bid to claim the position of family head, Lu Qian had conspired with his younger brother Lu Meng to marginalize Lu Yi, ultimately wresting the family leadership from the hands of the disgraced Lu Yi. He had believed that by securing this position, he would become the sovereign of the Lu family, replete with greater cultivation resources, status, and authority. However, he now realized the folly of his assumptions. When Lu Yi was in charge, everyone complied with him internally and externally. The other 3 prominent families dared not show the slightest disrespect to the Lu family. Under Lu Qian's leadership, however, he faced dissent from subordinates within, while the 3 families outside frequently bullied the Lu family, resulting in a continued loss of their shops. In terms of cultivation resources, members once received at least 10 spirit crystals per month, but now even the most privileged external martial artists received only 10 crystals at most. Lu Qian had to admit that he fell short of Lu Yi's former stature. He lacked both the authority Lu Yi had wielded and the additional resources that came with the position. Gazing at the empty hall, Lu Qian felt for the first time that the position of family head was a hot seat, instilling in him an unsettling sense of restlessness. With a hint of dismay, he asked, "Younger brother, with people leaving one after another, what should we do next?" Lu Meng replied coldly, "Elder brother, let them leave if they wish. Their departure is of no concern to us. But if everyone flees, who will guard the shops?" Lu Qian countered. At this, Lu Meng fell silent. After a moment, a cunning expression crossed his face as he suggested, "Elder brother, with people gone, we can assign the 4th to guard the shops. With his strength, they would undoubtedly think twice before attempting anything." Lu Qian frowned. "Younger brother, although the 4th possesses considerable strength, he is no longer obedient to us due to that little wretch, Lu Chun. Elder brother, I have a plan." As he spoke, Lu Meng approached Lu Qian and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Lu Qian smiled, and together they made their way to the courtyard where Lu Kuang resided. Chapter 10. Discovering the vein. Upon locating Lu Kuang, Lu Qian greeted him with a cordial demeanor before stating, "4th brother, my 2nd brother, and I wish to discuss a matter with you today." Lu Kuang, however, replied with indifference, "If you have something to say, say it. I'm quite busy." Normally, Lu Qian would have lashed out, but given his current need for Lu Kuang's assistance, he restrained himself, responding with a smile, "4th brother, the assassin has yet to be found in the city, and my elder brother hopes you can assist in inspecting shops. Lu Kuang flatly declined. I have no time. With that, he turned to leave, while Lu Zhan, standing at the entrance, regarded the two with a similarly cold expression. Observing Lu Kuang's intent to depart, Lu Qian raised his voice forth. The Lu family was left to us by our father. As a member of the Lu family, can you really bear to witness its decline and its removal from the four great families? At this, Lu Kuang paused, his gaze becoming complex as he wrestled with his emotions, for he still held affection for the Lu family. Seeing this change, Lu Qian and Lu Meng exchanged glances of hope and approached him. Lu Meng remarked, "Fourth brother, we are brothers. Although we have had our disagreements in the past, we should stand united in the face of challenges. Don't you agree?" However, Lu Kuang's wavering heart hardened once more at Lu Meng's words. He erupted in anguish. "Now you speak of unity? When third brother was cast aside, why did you not stand together? Just days ago, when Chun Er was deposed and the Lin family blocked the hall, where was your unity then?" Lu Meng retorted angrily. "Fourth, you have lost your senses, allowing your loyalty to two incapacitated individuals to drive a wedge between you and our elder brother and second brother." The term incapacitated struck Lu Kuang like a dagger, piercing his heart anew, for it encapsulated not only the suffering of Lu Yi and Lu Chun, but his own as well. In that moment, observing Lu Qian and Lu Meng, who remained oblivious to their own faults, Lu Kuang felt that there was no remedy for their rift, rendering any further conflict unnecessary. After a brief struggle to control his emotions, he coldly addressed them. "You may leave. I do not wish to see you." With that, he took Lu Zhan back into the courtyard, leaving behind the resounding slam of the door. Outside, Lu Qian and Lu Meng were taken aback. In their memories, Lu Kuang, like Lu Yi, had always prioritized family. They believed that invoking the family would compel Lu Kuang to comply. Yet, to their astonishment, not only did he refuse, but he also unleashed a furious outburst, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. "Brother, let us go. There is no point in engaging with this obstinate fool," Lu Meng exclaimed in frustration, pulling Lu Qian away. Within the realm of the Shizhu, Lu Chun remained unaware of Lu Qian and Lu Meng's visit to Lu Kuang, as he had been diligently enhancing his soul power due to the lack of spiritual crystals. That night, unlike before when he would venture out to raid for spiritual crystals, he chose to lay low and refrain from drawing attention for a few days. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. On this particular night, as Lu Chun prepared to cultivate, he released his soul power to survey the outside world, only to detect an anomaly. Abandoning his training, he approached the discarded debris from earlier, retrieving a piece of waste stone from the desert for a meticulous examination. After a thorough examination, Lu Chun discovered that, as he had sensed, the side of this discarded stone facing the desert inexplicably contained a trace of earth attribute spiritual energy. Upon inspecting the stone, Lu Chun proceeded to examine others and found that all the discarded stones emitted spiritual energy, with the earlier discarded ones possessing a greater abundance. Gazing at the hundreds of discarded stones before him, Lu Chun formulated a hypothesis. The desert in this world could replenish the spiritual energy of the discarded stones. Although the spiritual energy contained within these stones was minimal, given sufficient time, they could transform into spirit crystals suitable for cultivation. With this conjecture in mind, Lu Chun immediately began excavating a large pit in the desert, collecting all the used discarded stones and casting them into the pit. After completing this task, he returned to the outside world and employed the Lingxiao step to arrive at the back mountain of the Lu family. The back mountain was a desolate hill, modest in height, measuring only a few hundred meters, devoid of any large trees, and covered solely with low shrubs. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Chun was aware that there was a deep pit, about 100 meters deep, where all the household waste and used stones had been disposed of over the years. This night, Lu Chun intended to scavenge for discarded stones in the pit and bury them in the desert of the Stone Pearl world, transforming waste into treasure. However, upon truly reaching the back mountain, a flicker of unusual awareness crossed Lu Chen's eyes, prompting him to observe the area with heightened seriousness. As a former martial emperor, Lu Chen's perception was unparalleled. With just a glance, he discerned that this mountain was rather extraordinary. Typically, aside from rocky hills, Other mountains, regardless of their barrenness, would not solely host small shrubs without a single tree. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Lu Chun surmised that a previously undeveloped vein of or likely lay beneath this mountain, extracting all the spiritual energy from the surrounding area and thus preventing trees from flourishing. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Chun released his soul force to carefully sense the area, discovering that the earth attribute's spiritual energy here was less than 1/10 of that found in the Lu family's territory. With this revelation, a smile graced Lu Chen's face, for he was now certain that an earth attribute mine existed beneath the back mountain. Subsequently, Lu Chen followed the sensations of his soul force to locate the area rich in earth attribute spiritual energy, as it must be closest to the mine. Before long, he came to a halt, finding himself directly above the pit where household waste and discarded stones were thrown, with the pit lying beneath his feet. It seemed that the entrance to the mine was indeed located beneath the pit. Noticing the foul stench wafting up from below, Lu Chun muttered to himself softly. Chapter 11. Mining, glancing at the deep pit and then at his own body, which was wrapped in bandages. Lu Chun retrieved the garments he had looted from the stone beads and swiftly donned 2 layers. Once thoroughly swathed, Lu Chun employed the Lingshao step to descend into the abyss. After a few leaps, he reached the bottom of the chasm. The air reeked with foul odors. Yet through the power of his soul energy, he discovered that the earth attribute spiritual energy below was far denser than anywhere else in Tianyuan City. Filled with exhilaration, Lu Chun picked up a discarded weapon from the refuse and began to excavate fervently at the side of the cavern. An hour later, bolstered by his spiritual strength, Lu Chun had burrowed 2 meters sideways and 5 meters downward, causing the earth attribute spiritual energy to double. His spirits soared as he continued to dig deeper, transferring the excavated soil into the stone bead world, thereby streamlining the process. Time passed slowly. After 3 hours of diligent effort, Lu Chun had descended nearly 30 meters when a surge of earth attribute spiritual energy erupted forth. He had finally struck a vein. At that moment, the vaporous earth attribute spiritual energy rushed towards his face, revealing before him a dazzling expanse of golden earth attribute spirit crystals. I've struck gold. With this earth attribute vein, the martial sovereign need not worry about lacking spirit crystals for cultivation, Lu Chun exclaimed with delight. In his jubilation, he relentlessly hammered at the vein while frantically tossing the extracted spirit crystals into the stone bead world. Unbeknownst to him, the first light of dawn began to break. After a night of toil, Lu Chun had unearthed over 10,000 earth attribute spirit crystals, forming small mountains in the stone bead world. Concurrently, as he mined the crystals, he had carved a substantial cavity into the vein, revealing crystals of increasingly superior quality the deeper he delved. Emerging from the pit to assess the sky, Lu Chun resolved to cease mining for the time being. Observing the almost vaporous spiritual energy emanating from the chasm, he furrowed his brow. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy, if left unaddressed, would soon attract unwanted attention to the vein. To conceal the mine from discovery, Lu Chun filled the soil he had previously transferred into the stone bead world back into the deep pit and excavated additional soil from another location on the mountain to reinforce it. After compacting the soil thoroughly until the leakage of spiritual energy diminished significantly, he noted that the surrounding earth attribute spiritual energy still remained substantially higher, at least 1.5 times that of other areas in Tianyuan City. Though still anxious about the potential discovery of the vein, Lu Chun had no choice but to set aside his worries as dawn approached. He quickly shed his soiled garments and returned to his quarters. Once inside, he meticulously adjusted his bandages, ensuring that no abnormalities would betray him before surrendering to sleep. During the day, after bidding farewell to Lu Zhan, Lu Kuang, and Lu Yi, who had visited him as usual to deliver meals, Lu Chun entered the stone bead world. After a night of exertion, he rested for several hours, and upon awakening, he began to cultivate using the spirit crystals, practicing the yin-yang classic. Shortly thereafter, a surge of energy erupted from Lu Chen's body, causing a ripple in the surrounding spiritual essence, which allowed him to ascend to the 7th level of martial apprentice. Following this breakthrough, Lu Chun continued his cultivation with the spirit crystals. As night fell, he ventured to the deep pit on the back mountain after everyone else had retired for the evening. Gazing at the untouched abyss, he exhaled in relief. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. In the prime of the Lu family, they would dispose of refuse into this pit daily. Now, with the family's dwindling numbers, reduced to merely 57, it seemed they had neglected to do so today. Moreover, the majority responsible for waste disposal were the lowly servants, incapable of cultivation. Thus, a minor fluctuation in spiritual energy would hardly attract their attention. While Lu Chan felt fortunate for the decline of the Lu family, he changed into tattered clothes and wasted no time. He leaped into the pit and began excavating the earth he had previously filled. The soil, having been disturbed before, was loose, allowing him to clear the entrance in merely an hour rather than the anticipated 4. Subsequently, Lu Chan resumed mining. Throughout the night, he extracted over 50,000 spirit crystals from a vein. At dawn, he refilled the pit and returned to his room to feign sleep. For the following week, Lu Chan maintained a rhythm of nightly mining and daytime rest and cultivation, living quite comfortably. In this span, both his inner and outer cores broke through to the first level of warrior, transforming the spiritual energy in his dantian into liquid essence. Additionally, he procured over 500,000 earth attribute spirit crystals from a vein, which now revealed a vast internal space. Meanwhile, as Lu Chun busied himself, the remaining dependents of the Lu family dwindled to just 29, with those who fled seeking refuge with the other 3 prominent families. Due to Lu Chen's cessation of plundering the shops, Tianyuan City gradually returned to its former tranquility, while the city lord's officials, unable to capture the perpetrator, ultimately relinquished their pursuit. Chapter 12. The reveal. No more pretense on this day. The trio of warriors arrived simultaneously at Lu Chen's chamber, not for any trivial matter, but because it was the appointed time to unveil the bindings that had constrained him. However, upon entering the room, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang gasped in astonishment as they beheld Lu Chun. He had already removed his bindings and donned a fresh, azure-long robe. Thanks to the purification bestowed by the yin-yang canon, Lu Chen's body bore no scars. His skin was as tender and flawless as that of a newborn. So fair it could evoke envy among women. Prior to his incapacitation, Lu Chan was already recognized as a handsome man in Tianyuan City. But now, with his fair complexion and profound gaze, he appeared even more exquisite. Yet, the astonishment on Lu Yi and Lu Kuang's faces was not solely due to Lu Chen's looks. Rather, they sensed a palpable surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. It is well known that only martial artists can possess such fluctuations of spiritual energy. If Lu Chun exhibited such energy now, could it imply he had become a martial artist? However, everyone in Tianyuan City was aware that Lu Chen's meridians and dantian had been destroyed. How could he possibly have regained his martial prowess? Chun are you? You possess spiritual energy. Lu Yi stammered in disbelief, his voice trembling. As Lu Chun prepared to reveal his true strength, he had already devised a response. Smiling as he said, "Father, my dantian and meridians have fully recovered." "Is it truly so?" Lu Kuang and Lu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "It is indeed true. If you do not believe me, father and 4th uncle may verify for yourselves." With that, Lu Chun willingly extended his hands towards them. Momentarily taken aback, they swiftly began their examination. After a brief period, they withdrew their hands, gazing at Lu Chun with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Through their inspection, they discovered that Lu Chen's meridians had indeed been completely restored, and within him resided a white dantian. The only lamentation was that Lu Chen's martial realm had plummeted from the 7th rank of martial master to the 1st rank of martial artist, a fall of an astonishing 15 minor realms. Nevertheless, the fact that he could achieve this after being incapacitated was already remarkable. "Chinner, how is this possible? Were you not rendered incapable? How have your dantian and meridians recovered?" Lu Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lu Chan scratched his head, feigning confusion as he replied, "Father, I am not entirely sure. Last night, just as I was in deep slumber, an elderly man with white hair appeared in my dream. He claimed he could assist me in restoring my meridians and dantian. granting me a fortuitous opportunity. When I awoke, I discovered my dantian and meridians had indeed returned to normal, and my martial realm had transformed into that of a first-rank martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang exchanged glances, and in that moment, they both recalled two specific elixirs, the Meridian Restoration Pill and the Great Restoration Pill. The Meridian Restoration Pill, a fifth-tier medicinal concoction, was rumored to mend the severed meridians of martial artists, while the sixth-tier Great Restoration Pill could defy fate and reshape the dantian. They had never entertained the notion that Lu Chan might be deceiving them. Instead, they believed he had encountered a master and, in a semi-conscious state, ingested both the Meridian Restoration Pill and the Great Restoration Pill, thereby mending his meridians and reshaping his dantian. As Lu Chan gazed upon his restored form, both Lu Kuang and Lu Yi erupted into hearty laughter before releasing the pent-up emotions of the past weeks, embracing Lu Chan and weeping openly. Upon hearing that Lu Chan could cultivate again, Lu Zhan stood nearby, wiping away tears. He had refrained from crying earlier to spare Lu Chan further distress. But now the tears flowed freely. After a while, Lu Chan gently patted Lu Yi and Lu Kuang on their backs, offering comfort. "Father, fourth uncle, do not weep. The past is behind us." At these words, both men wiped their tears away, and Lu Yi's expression turned serious as he stated, "Chinner, from this day forth, you are still a waste, your meridians and dantian utterly destroyed." Lu Kuang echoed, "Chinner, until you break through to the martial king realm, you must not let anyone know of your recovery." Lu Chun shook his head. "Father, I understand your and fourth uncle's concerns, but I do not wish to conceal the truth. I wish to present my true self." Lu Yi furrowed his brow. "Chinner, do you know who your opponent is?" "The City Lord's mansion," Lu Chun replied. "Knowing this, do you still dare present yourself as a martial artist? Are you not afraid the City Lord's mansion will strike at you again?" Lu Yi questioned. Lu Chun responded, "Father, the City Lord's mansion is formidable, but as long as I remain within Tianyuan City, they will not act against me. After all, appearances must be maintained." Lu Kuang advised, "Chinner, as your fourth uncle, I suggest you continue to feign being a waste. With your martial talent, it will not take long to exact your revenge." Lu Chan replied earnestly, "Fourth uncle, there is no need for that. Everything will be fine." "Chinner." Lu Kuang wanted to press further, but Lu Yi interrupted. "Fourth brother, you have watched Chinner grow. You know his temperament well. Do not persuade him further. Let us proceed as he wishes." "Third brother, but enough." Lu Yi gently patted Lu Kuang's shoulder, then retrieved his storage ring, offering it to Lu Chun. "Chinner, I still have 1,000 spirit crystals here. Make do with them." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Father, there is no need. I have spirit crystals." Lu Kuang was utterly bewildered. The third branch's shops had been lost, and the Lu family no longer provided resources, leaving them with no source of income. Where could Lu Chan possibly have spirit crystals? However, a glimmer of understanding lit up Lu Yi's eyes, and a knowing smile graced his face as he regarded his son. Rather than insistently forcing the spirit crystals upon Lu Chun, he naturally withdrew them. "Chinner, since you do not wish to accept them, I shall not press you." "Third brother, you cannot simply place such trust in Chinner," Lu Kuang urged anxiously. Lu Yi smiled at Lu Chun. "Chinner, since you are well, focus on your cultivation. Your fourth uncle and I will no longer disturb your practice." With that, Lu Yi cheerfully embraced the visibly exasperated Lu Kuang, and the three departed together. "Third brother, they're gone." Before long, voices from Lu Yi and Lu Kuang could be heard outside. Could it be that their father had discovered something? Observing Lu Yi's actions, Lu Chan suddenly felt as if his status as a martial emperor had been uncovered. However, it was not long before he dismissed such thoughts of Lu Yi, for he was his father, and even if he had perceived something, he would not harm him. Contemplating the circumstances in Tianyuan City, Lu Chan donned a loose-fitting black ensemble and, shrouded in a dark cloak, stealthily departed from the Lu residence. Chapter 13. The market. Each of the four branches of the Lu family possesses its own villa, each sprawling over several thousand square meters. Just as Lu Kuang emerged from Lu Chen's quarters, he was promptly ushered into the living room by Lu Yi. Upon entering, Lu Kuang wore a displeased expression and exclaimed, "Third brother, what on earth is going on? You simply indulged Chun Er without offering him any counsel." He handed Lu Kuang a cup of tea, smiling as he replied, "Fourth brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain, and then you may express your anger." Believing that his astute brother had likely anticipated the same concerns, Lu Kuang accepted the tea from Lu Yi and plopped down on a chair. He glared at Lu Yi, declaring, "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." "And how do you intend to pursue this?" Lu Yi inquired with a chuckle. Lu Kuang pondered for a moment, unable to devise a strategy against Lu Yi, and finally retorted with a fierce tone, "I simply want tea leave today." "Perfect, then you can stay and relieve my boredom," Lu Yi replied with a grin, settling comfortably into his seat. He stated earnestly, "Fourth brother, the reason I indulge Chun Er is that I suspect a formidable figure stands behind him." At this revelation, Lu Kuang's eyes brightened, and he leaned closer to Lu Yi, asking, "Third brother, are you suggesting that the one who can reconstruct Chun Er's dantian and meridians has not departed?" "I believe so. Otherwise, Chun Er would not have declined my spiritual crystals, nor would he have acted with such audacity after previously suffering a setback," Lu Yi responded. "Indeed, third brother, there is a possibility of that," Lu Kuang admitted after a moment of contemplation. "Also, for some reason, I suspect that the recent plundering of the 3 major family shops was orchestrated by the individual behind Chun Er." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Third brother, it must be so. Otherwise, that person would not have spared our Lu family." "Precisely. While it appears that he has looted the 4 major families, he has notably left the Lu family untouched, likely due to Chun Er's influence," Lu Yi concurred, considering the fact that this individual could produce revival pills and restoration elixirs. Lu Kuang proposed, "Third brother, if this person can save Chun Er, he surely could assist you as well. Should we not speak with Chun Er and request his help in reconstructing your meridians and dantian?" At this suggestion, Lu Yi's expression turned serious. "Fourth brother, we must not pursue such a notion." Confused, Lu Kuang asked, "Third brother, why not? If you were to also reconstruct your meridians and dantian, our chances for vengeance would significantly increase." "Fourth brother, the benefactor behind Chun Er can save him, and that alone is a tremendous favor. We must not be greedy, lest we provoke their ire," Lu Yi cautioned. "Very well," Lu Kuang replied dejectedly, nodding in acquiescence. Lu Yi continued, "Fourth brother, at present, I desire nothing more than for the enigmatic figure behind Chun Er to ensure his safety. That would suffice for me." Lu Kuang remarked, "The individual capable of producing 5th or 6th tier elixirs must be a formidable warrior of the martial emperor level. Thus safeguarding Chun Er would surely be well within their capabilities." Lu Yi shared this sentiment, and the two conversed for a while longer. With Lu Kuang's worries alleviated, he departed joyfully with Lu Zhan. Meanwhile, having exited the Lu family estate, Lu Chun employed the Lingshao steps as he made his way toward the western gate of Tianyuan City. In recent days, Lu Chun has been diligently mining spirit crystals, resulting in a significant enhancement of safety in Tianyuan City. By day, the entire city bustles with an extraordinary liveliness. Navigating through the commercial districts dominated by the 4 prominent families, Lu Chun arrived at the heart of the western district, stepping into the most prosperous area of Tianyuan City. It is well known that within this thriving locale, only the Wanbao Tower is not part of the city lord's estate. All other enterprises belong to the city lord's domain. Upon reaching the center of the western district, Lu Chun, guided by the memories of his predecessor, meandered through 2 streets before entering the largest marketplace in Tianyuan City. This marketplace sprawls over several dozen acres. Unlike the shops outside, it is filled solely with an array of street stalls. The goods offered are eclectic yet tailored to the needs of martial artists, creating a rather chaotic atmosphere. Moreover, due to the high value of the merchandise, the stall owners possess considerable prowess, many of whom, like Lu Chun, are shrouded in layers of clothing for protection. Lu Chun ventured here, having learned of this place through the memories of his predecessor, and now, with newfound wealth, he sought to try his luck. Upon entering the marketplace, Lu Chun noticed not only the multitude of stall owners, but also the throngs of visitors, all of whom were formidable martial artists. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the wares were counterfeit, unworthy of purchase. A transaction would only incur an intellectual tax. Do not miss out as you pass by. Here lies an ancestral flame knife. Now only 100 spirit crystals. Acquiring it would be a true gain. Esteemed guest, I present to you a 4th-tier beast core of the fire windbird. Purchase it, and your martial prowess shall elevate by at least 2 realms. All for just 50 spirit crystals. Oh dear guest, please do not leave. If 50 feels excessive, I can certainly negotiate to 40. Amidst the cacophony of boisterous vendors, Liu Chan quietly unleashed his soul power, diligently perceiving each stall. To his astonishment, he discovered such intriguing items in this seemingly humble locale of Tianyuan City. A delightful surprise indeed. After a quarter of an hour, one particular stall caught his attention, causing Liu Chen's eyes to sparkle as he approached it at a leisurely pace. Chapter 14. Stone Gambling in contrast to the other stalls. This particular one appeared somewhat out of place. Firstly, it was devoid of any customers, and secondly, the merchandise on offer was rather peculiar, a heap of stones. These stones, dark and unremarkable, resembled ordinary rocks, yet each was as large as a water bucket. Upon first glance at this stall, Liu Chun immediately discerned its purpose: stone gambling. Indeed, this was a stone gambling stand. As a former acclaimed martial emperor, Liu Chun was well acquainted with this trade, for the funds to establish his sect had been acquired through the art of stone gambling. Within the realm of divine martial arts, many spiritual artifacts are encapsulated within minerals, as the stones ensure that spiritual energy remains contained and that the integrity of the artifacts is preserved. Stone gambling, as the name suggests, involves purchasing stones with the hope of discovering valuable contents within. Given that the stones at gambling stalls are relatively inexpensive, many prominent locations feature stone gambling arenas to cater to those who harbor dreams of sudden wealth. However, reality has proven that stone gambling is not as straightforward as it may seem. It demands keen eyesight, and the vast majority of participants leave with empty pockets. That said, Liu Chan was not among the majority, but rather part of the select few who had never made a misjudgment in all these years. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, a first-level martial artist, who had been calling out for customers for an entire hour without a single response. Now, upon seeing Liu Chen approach, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, and his previously despondent demeanor instantly transformed. Esteemed guest, are you interested in stone gambling? The man inquired with a smile. Liu Chen adopted a middle-aged man's tone, responding coolly, just browsing. The man replied cheerfully, "Ah, you have come at an opportune time. These are all newly released stones from yesterday, top-quality goods. Please, take your time to choose." Liu Chan disdainfully pointed at several stones, remarking, "Do not flatter yourself. Those stones are of such poor quality that it is evident they contain nothing." The man chuckled. "Ah, esteemed guest, you are mistaken." "How so?" Liu Chan pressed. The man continued, "In the realm of stone gambling, the most visually appealing stones often prove to be mere facades. It is those that appear unremarkable that are the true treasures." Not wishing to engage further in debate, Liu Chan inquired about the price of the stones. The man held up 2 fingers. 2 spirit crystals for one? Liu Chan questioned. The man laughed. "Esteemed guest, you do have a sense of humor. It is not 2 spirit crystals per stone, but rather 20 spirit crystals." How exorbitant! Liu Chen's expression darkened, and his voice rose considerably. In the divine martial world, stones were abundant, and outside of this context, such a stone would scarcely fetch a single gold coin. Yet, upon entering a stone gambling stall, its price soared to 20 spirit crystals, an astounding markup of over 200 times, an outrageous profit. As an experienced vendor, the man had long been accustomed to such scenes and remained unfazed. With a jovial smile, he said, "Dear customer, I assure you that my stones are genuinely of fine quality. Any one of them could yield a profit, and they are truly not expensive." Liu Chan retorted with a cold laugh. "That is contingent upon their potential to yield good results. Otherwise, they are merely ordinary stones, hardly worthy of even being used for such mundane purposes." In response, the man suggested, "Why not take your time to choose? If you buy in bulk, I may reluctantly part with them. Sell them at a loss?" "Huh, I truly believe your fanciful words," Liu Chen replied, nonchalantly inspecting a pile of stones. After a half-hour of scrutiny, Lu Chun selected 6 of the most unremarkable stones and stated, 80 for these 6 stones. If you wish to sell, I shall take them. Otherwise, you may keep them for your own use this evening. Upon hearing Lu Chen's intention to acquire 6 stones, the man's heart raced with excitement. Thinking he had encountered a gullible fool, a transaction that would yield substantial profit. Nevertheless, despite his internal thoughts, he knew the act must be convincing. With a pained expression, he exclaimed, "Dear customer, your price is far too harsh. Selling them at this rate would leave me with nothing. Enough of the theatrics. Will you sell them for 80 or not?" Having lived 2 lives, the man's tricks appeared to Lu Chun as mere child's play. He could deceive others, but not him. Lu Chun offered no room for haggling, stating firmly his terms, as he wished to avoid drawing attention to the 6 stones. "I will not sell." The man gritted his teeth. "If you refuse to sell, then keep them for yourself," Lu Chun remarked, turning away and walking towards the market without a hint of hesitation. Witnessing the imminent loss of his opportunity, the man hurriedly dashed from his stall and grasped Lu Chun's arm. "Is there something amiss?" Lu Chun coldly inquired as he turned back. The man, forcing a smile, pleaded, "Dear customer, please don't leave. Let us discuss this. 6 fine stones for 80 spirit crystals. I am selling a loss today." Hearing this, Lu Chun retraced his steps, tossing 80 spirit crystals to the man, then handing another 80 to an old man before collecting the stones and resuming his leisurely stroll through the market. In the subsequent hour, Lu Chun purchased 2 additional items, both of which were spiritual herbs, one being a first-grade spirit-connecting grass and the other a third-grade blood spirit mushroom. The former was freshly harvested and of little value, costing him merely 2 spirit crystals for 10 stalks, while the latter was quite valuable, with one specimen costing Lu Chun 300 spirit crystals. After acquiring the blood spirit mushroom, Lu Chun departed from the market. Chapter 15. What? How can it be just a hairless mouse? As Lu Chun stepped out of the market, a slight smirk crept upon his lips, revealing a trace of disdain. He quickened his pace, directing himself towards a less populated alley. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun arrived at a tranquil dead end, where he calmly halted his steps and turned to gaze back. With a cold tone, Lu Chun exclaimed, "You followed me for so long. Now that I find myself cornered, are you certain you want to show yourself?" Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause erupted, and from around the corner emerged a middle-aged man wielding a large blade, a practitioner of the 7th rank of martial arts, steadily advancing towards Lu Chun. With a hint of mockery, Lu Chun remarked, "You truly excel at business. You sell first and follow right after." Indeed, the man fixated on Lu Chun was none other than the vendor who had previously sold him the blood spirit mushroom at the market. Liu coldly retorted, "Old fool, I have no desire for idle chatter. Hand over the goods immediately." Lu Chun countered, "You want the blood spirit mushroom but are willing to forfeit your life?" Liu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through them. "Surrender the blood spirit mushroom, and I may leave you with your corpse intact. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate." Forfeit his life? How could that be? He still intended to use the blood spirit mushroom to lure more local gentry. He could not allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. Lu Chun saw through Liu's intentions and coldly laughed. "Then I must express my gratitude. How considerate of you to offer me a complete corpse." Liu questioned icily, refusing, "Are we?" "I indeed do not wish to comply. If you possess the capability, come and take it," Lu Chun retorted coldly. "Then prepare to die." Without further ado, Liu leapt into action, swinging his large blade down towards Lu Chun. As the blade descended, flames ignited along its edge, creating an explosive sound as it sliced through the air, demonstrating formidable power. Liu was confident in this strike, having dispatched dozens of martial artists with a single blow over the years without fail. However, this time he was destined to pay for his actions, as his opponent was no ordinary martial artist, but rather the renowned former martial emperor, Lu Chun. As Liu charged at him, Lu Chun exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, he executed the skyward step, vanishing from his original position. The next moment, Liu's blade struck nothing but air, followed by a chilling voice resonating behind him. "Thunderous fist." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Liu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his blade in defense. Yet, Lu Chun offered him no respite. His speed was unparalleled, and before Liu could react, Lu Chun's fist had already reached his head. With a dull thud, Liu's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he was sent flying, crashing against the wall, before collapsing in the alley's corner. You! Bang! With sheer force, Lu Chun delivered a devastating blow to Liu's vital areas. Liu struggled momentarily, then succumbed, breathless and lifeless. Having slain Liu, Lu Chun, expressionless, approached the corpse and swiftly relieved him of his storage ring before disappearing into the alley. Once outside, Lu Chun strolled along the bustling streets of the Western District as if nothing had transpired. Upon exiting the area, he executed tea upon returning to his chamber. Lu Chun swiftly changed into his customary attire. After ensuring that no one was observing him, he entered the Stone Pearl realm with a heart brimming with excitement. As he stepped into this enigmatic world, he found himself beside 6 stones, casting aside 4 of them and directing his gaze toward the remaining 2. Although gambling stones may deceive others, they could never fool Lu Chun. He was determined to acquire all 6, for he sensed that the 2 before him held something extraordinary within. One of these stones emanated an ancient aura, while the other was particularly peculiar, as it stirred the stone pearl within him. The stone pearl was a divine artifact, and the fact that this stone elicited a reaction from it suggested that it might contain something akin to the pearl itself. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lu Chun gestured thoughtfully before ultimately deciding to unravel the stone that bore the essence of life, leaving the more intriguing one for later. With great care, Lu Chun unleashed his soul power and commenced the delicate process of unearthing the stone. A quarter of an hour passed before the first stone yielded its secrets, revealing a rather surprising sight: a hairless mouse. This creature was quite substantial, roughly the size of a kitten, with a plump, hairless body and skin resembling that of a newly hatched bird. Although it appeared lifeless, devoid of breath, its body radiated warmth, akin to human temperature. What on earth? Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that his stone had yielded such an oddity. Just then, the hairless mouse stirred its pudgy paws and gradually began to breathe, blinking its eyes open in a dazed manner. Upon spotting Lu Chun, it opened its mouth and spoke. "Human, where am I?" "You can talk." Lu Chun, initially disappointed, found himself intrigued, for it was generally understood that magical beasts could only articulate human speech upon reaching the 6th tier of power and transforming into humanoid form. The hairless mouse nodded. Lu Chun replied, "You are my world." "Your world?" The mouse stood upright, locking its gaze with Lu Chun's. "Indeed, this is my world," Lu Chun affirmed. Upon hearing this, the hairless mouse surveyed its surroundings and then inquired, "Human, please elaborate on how you came to possess me. Had it been anyone else?" Lu Chun might have disregarded such a request from a creature like the hairless mouse, as he had once held the lofty title of the Supreme Martial Emperor, with his own sense of pride. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no aversion towards this peculiar mouse and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. After absorbing Lu Chun's narrative, the hairless mouse pondered for a moment and pointed to the other stone. "You cheeky lad, you ought to open the remaining stone as well." Lu Chun, equally curious about the other stone that had caused the stone pearl to vibrate, proceeded to carefully unveil it under the watchful gaze of the hairless mouse. Moments later, a minuscule cauldron emerged from the stone. At the sight of the small cauldron, the hairless mouse could no longer maintain its composure, its eyes darting between Lu Chun and the cauldron with unrestrained fascination. At this moment, it is particularly curious about who Lu Chun is, for he has not only been bestowed with the choice of 2 ancient artifacts, but also carries the aura of a departed acquaintance. Chapter 16. The Chaos Alchemy Canon. Lu Chun's thoughts were entirely consumed by the miniature cauldron, leaving him oblivious to the peculiar behavior of the hairless rat. He lifted the diminutive cauldron and, with a swift motion, pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Humming softly, as the blood made contact with the cauldron, it broke free from Lu Chun's grasp, levitating gracefully into the air and emanating a resplendent azure radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile of delight blossomed on Lu Chun's face. Simultaneously, the cauldron began to spin, a formidable force drawing Lu Chun into its depths. Upon entering the cauldron, Lu Chun discovered that, akin to the stone orb, this miniature vessel was also a divine artifact, housing within it a vast desert world. However, compared to the stone orb, he sensed that the realm within the miniature cauldron was somewhat more limited in scope. Just then, a tempest swept through this realm, and a swirling mass of chaotic light descended from above, piercing directly into Lu Chun's mind. Following this event, a new scroll, titled the Chaos Alchemy Canon, materialized within his consciousness. In his previous life, Lu Chun had attained the status of a 9th-grade imperial alchemist, a paragon within the realm of alchemy in the divine martial world, even commanding respect among the multitude of alchemists in the alchemical domain as a master. Yet, upon glimpsing the contents of the Chaos Alchemy Canon, Lu Chun was struck by the revelation of an entirely new realm of alchemy, rendering his former knowledge trivial by comparison. After a brief perusal, Lu Chun discerned that the Chaos Alchemy Canon was divided into 4 distinct volumes, each detailing disparate teachings. The first volume chronicled a technique known as the 9 Nether Soul Classic, primarily aimed at enhancing soul power, which is of paramount importance for an alchemist. However, the method of cultivation prescribed by the 9 Nether Soul Classic was exceedingly brutal. To practice the 9 Nether Soul Classic, the practitioner must first conjure forth a soul servant, which would then incessantly tear at and consume the soul, thereby honing and fortifying the soul body. Observing the arduous process of this cultivation, Lu Chun was immediately reminded of a certain individual, the formidable Ba Tian, the number 1 among the 10 emperors of the divine martial world, known for his prowess and strength. This individual, who had remained inconspicuous for decades, often flaunted his physique before a multitude of women, only to emerge as a legendary figure in the battle for supremacy among the 10 emperors, ultimately securing the title of Ba Tian. Ba Tian's path to mastery lay in the cultivation of the physical body, paralleling the 9 Nether Soul Classic, with the former focusing on physical refinement while the latter concentrated on soul refinement. Moreover, as Lu Chun understood, to cultivate the Ba Tian Classic, one must continually refine their bones and flesh using the energy derived from the classic itself, in addition to employing external substances to enhance their physical form. This method of training was excruciating, verging on self-mutilation, yet the results were undeniably formidable. Ba Tian, confident in his superiority, regarded the various prodigies of the divine martial world with disdain. However, the memory of their confrontation still sent shivers down Lu Chun's spine. Ba Tian had reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, and despite Lu Chun's mastery of the sword arts, he found himself unable to breach Ba Tian's formidable defenses. In their fierce battle that spanned 3 days and nights, Lu Chun ultimately conceded due to exhaustion, marking his first defeat after ascending to the throne, thus solidifying Ba Tian's status as the foremost among the 10 emperors of the divine martial world. Having witnessed the terrifying power of celestial nurturing, Lu Chun realized the extraordinary value of the 9 Nether Soul Scripture, silently vowing to diligently cultivate its teachings. The second volume catalogs the materials essential for alchemy, encompassing an array of countless spiritual herbs, various spirit stones, and demon cores. The third volume outlines alchemical techniques, the methods described therein being unlike anything Lu Chun had ever encountered, far surpassing the proficiency of his own skills. As for the fourth volume, it is filled with recipes for elixirs. Prior to this, Lu Chun was only aware that human warriors could consume elixirs to enhance their cultivation, and that aside from transformation elixirs, there seemed to be no other targeted elixirs for demon beasts. However, the Chaos Elixir Canon revealed to him a different reality. Within the fourth volume, he discovered elixirs tailored for hundreds of races, including human elixirs, beast elixirs, soul elixirs, and bone elixirs, among others. Furthermore, from the segment on human elixir recipes, Lu Chun encountered thousands of formulas. Some names were familiar to him, yet the required materials varied significantly, with over 90% of the formulas being entirely unknown to him. Upon careful contemplation of the materials listed for one particular recipe, Lu Chun discerned that the details in the Chaos Elixir Canon were far more comprehensive than his previous knowledge, yielding elixirs of superior efficacy. Gleaning a fragment of insight, Lu Chun understood that the Chaos Elixir Canon was an ancient tome of alchemical wisdom that far exceeded the current level of alchemy, proving to be exceedingly precious. Subsequently, Lu Chun eagerly seated himself to commence his cultivation, only returning to the external world when the hairless rat from the Stone Pearl realm alerted him of an approaching presence. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Moments later, Lu Zhan entered, carrying a meal. Taking the food from Lu Zhan's hands, Lu Chun, contemplating the impact of dining on his cultivation, smiled and said, "Zhan, you need not bring me meals anymore. I will venture out to eat when I am hungry." Lu Zhan expressed concern. "Brother Chun, currently, Lu Ming and the others harbor intense animosity towards you. I fear they may bully you upon seeing you." Lu Chun replied with a smile, "Zhan, Uncle C has already warned them. They dare not bully me. Besides, I will coordinate my meal times to avoid them." "Very well. Then I shall refrain from bringing you meals every day," Lu Zhan conceded. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded and began to eat. Half an hour later, Lu Chun finished his meal and bid farewell to Lu Zhan. Chapter 17. The Ancient Relic Species After the Departure of Lu Zhan. Lu Chun immediately returned to the Stone Pearl world. Due to the time difference between worlds, when Lu Chun re-entered the Stone Pearl world, the previously lethargic hairless rat appeared to be much more spirited. At that moment, it was perched atop a pile of earth spirit crystals, voraciously gnawing at them. With a series of crunching sounds, a crystal the size of a fist was devoured in just a few bites, leaving not a trace behind. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chun noticed that the once substantial pile of over 500,000 crystals had diminished by nearly 1/10 in just a few days. The thought of a mere rat consuming tens of thousands of crystals in such a short span made Lu Chun gasp in disbelief as he approached the hairless rat. With a pained expression, Lu Chun pointed at the crystal pile and inquired, "Great rat, how many of my crystals have you consumed during my time in the little ding world?" "Great rat? Call me Master Rat." The hairless rat, clutching a crystal it was about to munch on, halted and glared at Lu Chun with indignation. "Master Rat?" Lu Chun scoffed. "You expect me to address you, an ugly rat, as master? Dream on, you little brat. I see you're itching for a fight, daring to call me ugly." The hairless rat roared, and then, astonishingly, it vanished. At that instant, Lu Chun's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an ominous presence drawing near. In a split second, he braced himself for an impending threat, channeling all his spiritual energy into a punch aimed behind him, having detected a gust of wind. "Not bad, brat, but your speed leaves much to be desired." The voice of the hairless rat echoed. Before Lu Chun could react, the rat reappeared to his left, its pudgy paw striking him squarely on the backside. "Oh no!" Lu Chun exclaimed, feeling the terrifying force contained within the rat's paw. "Too late for regrets, little brat," the hairless rat taunted. In the next moment, Lu Chun was launched several meters away, crashing into a heap of sand with a resounding thud. "Ouch!" Lu Chun grunted as he rose, enduring the sharp pain. "That's right. Pain is the lesson for your disrespectful words and lack of reverence for your elders," the rat retorted. As Lu Chun regained his footing, the hairless rat reappeared, and before he could react again, he found himself face first in the sand once more. Damn it! After being struck twice in succession, Lu Chun felt as if his bones were about to shatter under the relentless assault of this wretched hairless rat, his entire body racked with pain and fury. Yet the hairless rat was resolute in its mission to discipline Lu Chun, showing no signs of mercy. For the next quarter of an hour, Lu Chun was subjected to hundreds of relentless strikes from the hairless rat, each one landing squarely on his flesh. By the time the rat ceased its assault, Lu Chun lay sprawled on the desert floor, utterly defeated and disheveled. At that moment, Lu Chun cursed the hairless rat's entire lineage and regretted ever having unearthed this wretched creature while gambling on stones. He felt an immense humiliation after all these years. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly beaten, and by a mere mouse at that. Having dealt with Lu Chun, the hairless rodent swaggered over, exclaiming with delight, "You little rascal, do you still dare to call me ugly? You were ugly to begin with." Bang! As Lu Chun painfully uttered those words through his swollen lips, he was met with two ferocious kicks, sending him crashing down once more. As Lu Chan found himself once again in a humiliating position, face down in the sand, the hairless mouse seethed. "Keep talking, you little brat. If I can't subdue you, then my 3 decades of dominance in the ancient era would be for naught." Lu Chan, already filled with rage, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing the mouse's words, forcing a small slit between his swollen eyelids. The ancient era. He had thought this wretched hairless rodent was merely an ordinary beast, only to discover it was a relic from a bygone age. In his previous life, due to his formidable strength, he had access to many secrets. Through an ancient scroll, he learned that the divine martial realm had undergone 4 epochs: the ancient era, the chaotic era, the celestial martial era, and the spiritual martial era. The spiritual martial era has persisted for over 43,000 years, the celestial martial era for more than 400,000, and the chaotic era for over 500,000. The ancient era, the oldest and longest lasting, is said to have existed for over 1,000,000 years. It was also a time of unparalleled martial development, where countless formidable beings and talents thrived. Now, upon hearing the mouse's claim of having roamed the ancient era for 30,000 years, Lu Chan finally understood why he, once a martial emperor, had been so thoroughly thrashed. It turned out he was not only deeply rooted in history, but his opponent was an ancient monster of considerable magnitude. "Are you scared?" the hairless mouse teased, noticing Lu Chen's ghostly expression. Lu Chen, his speech slurred, managed to ask, "Are you truly a mouse from the ancient era?" Slap! Upon hearing the word mouse, the hairless rodent kicked Lu Chen again and reprimanded him. "You must not call me a mouse. Address me as Lord Mouse." Lu Chen felt tears welling up, silently cursing this mouse's ancestors 1,000 times over. This creature was far too violent, readily resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. At the same time, he realized a crucial truth. This was not a foe to be trifled with. Until he could defeat the mouse, it would be wise to avoid provoking it further. Thus, Lu Chan ceased his words, enduring the pain as he painstakingly crawled to the pile of spirit crystals, picked up 2, and began to cultivate through his tears. Chapter 18. The growth of the world. The hairless mouse observed the aggrieved Lu Chan with a hint of amusement. A flash of light appeared, and it materialized beside him. Upon noticing this, Lu Chan instinctively recoiled, his voice laced with anger. "What do you want? I no longer wish to engage with you. Why do you persist in attacking me?" "Ah, not bad. You've learned to fear," the hairless mouse quipped, a teasing tone evident in its words. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Lu Chan chose to endure, disregarding the mouse as he continued to channel the yin-yang classic to heal his wounds. Observing this, the hairless mouse plopped down onto a pile of spiritual crystals, contemplating aloud. "Listen here. As long as you refrain from calling me ugly and address me as Lord Mouse, I shall cease my assaults." Deluding oneself, Lu Chan thought inwardly, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, aware that uttering such words would surely invite further punishment. Noticing Lu Chen's silence, the hairless mouse inquired meaningfully, "You little rascal. Although you have acquired 2 ancient treasures, you likely do not comprehend their true potential, do you?" Ancient treasures. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, halting his cultivation. And despite the pain, he asked, "What?" As the word "what" escaped his lips, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to quickly amend, "No, I mean, Lord Mouse." Upon hearing Lu Chan refer to him as Lord Mouse, the creature's brow relaxed, and it responded with satisfaction, "Ah, that's more like it. It's merely a matter of calling me Lord Mouse. It's not so difficult. With a few more repetitions, you shall grow accustomed." Lu Chan refrained from arguing and coldly asked, "Lord Mouse, do you know how to utilize them?" "Naturally," the mouse replied with a grin. "I don't believe it," Lu Chan retorted. The hairless mouse glanced at Lu Chan, who looked quite pitiful, and chuckled. "Tell me, little rascal, in what world do we currently reside?" "A stone orb," Lu Chan answered. The mouse responded with a smile. "The stone orb you have acquired, along with the small cauldron, are both ancient treasures, known respectively as the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Cauldron. Time flows within these worlds at a rate 10 times that of the outside realm." Lu Chan had already surmised this information, so he pressed further. "Aside from the differing flow of time, does this world possess any other functions?" The mouse explained. "The world within the stone orb can nurture earthly minerals, while the world of the cauldron can cultivate celestial herbs. Elaborate a bit. I didn't quite grasp that. Lu Chen requested. The mouse clarified. In simpler terms, no matter the type of, or if buried within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, it will transform into top-tier minerals in a remarkably short time. The situation in the Chaos Cauldron's realm is similar. However, its growth potential is manifested in living herbs. If planted there, all herbs will flourish into supreme elixirs. Hiss! Lu Chun inhaled sharply. If these two treasures truly function as Lord Mouse described, it would signify that he possesses two vaults of resources. With the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Cauldron, he would never again lack for cultivation resources. The mouse was not surprised by Lu Chen's astonishment, for who would not be thrilled by the sudden acquisition of such formidable treasures? After a while, Master Mouse, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Young rascal, I must sincerely advise you that the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Cauldron must remain undisclosed to anyone, should their existence be revealed. Regardless of the cost, you must eliminate anyone who learns of these two treasures." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun glanced at Master Mouse and retorted, "You already know about them. Should I not eliminate you?" Master Mouse scoffed, "You are welcome to attempt my demise any time, as long as you are not afraid of the consequences." With that, Master Mouse plunged into a pile of spirit crystals, and shortly thereafter, Lu Chun heard the sound of crunching as Master Mouse gnawed on the crystals, the noise quite pronounced. Recognizing that he could not best Master Mouse in combat, and that he had no shortage of spirit crystals, Lu Chun chose to join Master Mouse, continuing to channel the yin-yang cannon for his healing. The yin-yang cannon harnesses the forces of yin and yang. The yin energy is cold and piercing, while the yang energy is searing like fire, both possessing immense power. As the energies circulated through his limbs, Lu Chun discovered that the injuries inflicted by Master Mouse were rapidly mending. Remarkable, the yin-yang cannon can also heal. I wonder what other capabilities it possesses that I am yet to uncover, Lu Chun mused. Subsequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the healing process. After half a day, Lu Chun, who had been thoroughly beaten by Master Mouse, found himself fully revitalized, his injuries completely healed without a trace. Without hesitation, the restored Lu Chun seized the living spiritual grass and blood spirit mushroom he had previously purchased from the market and entered the world of the Chaos Cauldron. Chapter 19. Lu Chun's revenge. Upon entering the chaotic realm of the cauldron, Lu Chun first sowed the spirit linking grass, followed by shattering the blood spirit mushroom and burying the fragments deep within the soil of this enigmatic world. After planting both the spirit linking grass and blood spirit mushroom, Lu Chun returned to his chamber and utilized the celestial step to make his way to the back mountain, thus commencing his mining endeavors for the night. Although Lord Mouse was preoccupied with gnawing on spirit crystals, his attention remained steadfastly on Lu Chun, observing Lu Chun executing the celestial step while possessing a mine. A myriad of thoughts began to swirl in Lord Mouse's mind. "You little rascal," Lord Mouse chuckled. "I must say, your luck is truly remarkable. How is it that you encounter such fine treasures?" "I once believed so too, until I bought you from the stone gambling market," Lu Chun retorted, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. "Come now, don't hold a grudge," Lord Mouse replied with a grin. "As long as you refrain from crossing my boundaries, I shall not lay a finger on you. Besides, meeting me is a tremendous opportunity for you. With my assistance, you shall reap countless benefits in the future." Lu Chun scrutinized Lord Mouse from head to toe, his expression one of disdain. "Benefits? I see none of those. All I witness is you doing nothing but consuming thousands of spirit crystals daily. Let me out, you little brat," Lord Mouse exclaimed, visibly displeased by Lu Chun's disdain. Reluctantly, Lu Chun acquiesced to Lord Mouse's desire to be freed, albeit with a warning. "What mischief do you intend to stir outside the inner world?" In a flash, Lord Mouse leaped on Lu Chun's shoulder, simultaneously massaging his neck while ingratiatingly stating, "Come on now, don't be so stingy. I can assist you with your tasks." Lu Chun shot a sidelong glance at Lord Mouse. "Are you jesting? You, of all beings, able to lend a hand? You underestimate me, don't you?" Lord Mouse retorted indignantly. "Indeed, you are correct. I do look down upon you. A creature like you seems only fit for consumption," Lu Chun unceremoniously criticized. Though healed, Lord Mouse's anger had yet to dissipate, feeling humiliated by being schooled by a mere mouse. While disparaging Lord Mouse, Lu Chun secretly vowed to deliver a sound thrashing to reclaim his lost dignity. Otherwise, he would find it intolerable. Just you wait. I shall make you aware of my prowess today. Before his words could settle, Lord Mouse extended his claws, striking a mock fighting pose. Lu Chun, having been intimidated by the prospect of a beating, swiftly executed a celestial step, donning a wary expression. Lord Mouse, what are you planning? Spare me the punishment. Seeing Lu Chun's startled reaction, Lord Mouse scoffed, You are such a coward. Merely a light scuffle, and you are reduced to this. In a flash, Lord Mouse vanished. Moments later, Lu Chun beheld Lord Mouse, resembling a jackhammer, drilling into the stone wall, swiftly unearthing several cubic meters of, or in the blink of an eye. Goodness! With such a voracious appetite, the efficiency of this work is astonishing. Gazing at the mound of earth attribute spirit crystals before him, Lu Chun felt enlightened. While speaking, Lu Chun was not idle. Having acquired a mining tool, he set about placing the spiritual crystals unearthed by the Mouse Elder into the Chaos Pearl realm. Throughout the latter half of the night, a division of labor emerged between the man and the mouse. The Mouse Elder was tasked with excavation, while Lu Chun focused on storage, resulting in a rapid depletion of spiritual crystals from the vein. By dawn, the Mouse Elder halted its work. Having completely exhausted the earthen spiritual crystals of the entire vein, and the Chaos Pearl realm now boasted an impressive addition of over 50 million spiritual crystals overnight. This was merely a small-scale mine, yet its yield was quite satisfactory to Lu Chun. After securing the last crystal, he took a seat. Beside him, the Mouse Elder, worn out from the night's labor, lay on the ground, panting heavily. The Mouse Elder remarked, Damn it, just awakened. My body feels as fragile as if I were dead, and my strength is virtually non-existent. Merely mining almost exhausted me to death. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he grinned wickedly. Mouse Elder, do you think if I were to strike you now, you could still prevail against me? At this, the Mouse Elder, disregarding its fatigue, sprang up defensively. You little rascal, you cannot stoop so low as to bully me while I am weak. Compared to giving you a beating, what is integrity? Lu Chun laughed heartily before launching his attack. SE Chapter 20, The Abandoned Dantian at Noon. Lu Chun diligently practiced within the realm of the Chaos Pearl. However, in the external world, merely an hour had passed when Master Mouse approached him. In the Chaos Pearl's world, an hour equated to nearly a day. Under the rejuvenating effects of thousands of spirit crystals, Master Mouse appeared to be fully restored. Lu Chun's first instinct was that Master Mouse had come to seek vengeance, and with a swift motion of the Lingxiao step, he created a distance of several meters between them. What do you intend to do, Master Mouse? Do not think you can ambush me, Lu Chun warned, on high alert. Master Mouse scoffed, If I truly wished to strike you, in this brief moment, you would have already collapsed dozens of times. How is it that you still stand so well? Lu Chun, puzzled, queried, If you do not wish to harm me, then why have you come here instead of feasting on spirit crystals? Fool! There are people approaching, Master Mouse exclaimed, shaking his head in disdain. Oh! Although Lu Chun had not sensed it initially, Master Mouse's reminder prompted him to cease his training and return to his room. Not long after, a loud crash echoed as Lu Ming, accompanied by 4 sycophants, angrily kicked open the door and stormed into Lu Chun's chamber. However, unlike his previous visit, Lu Ming was devoid of his earlier bravado. His left cheek was swollen, his right eye was blackened, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had been thoroughly beaten. Having been humiliated on the streets, Lu Ming was already seething with rage. Upon seeing Lu Chun calmly seated and immersed in his cultivation, his fury escalated. You wretched fool! You disgrace the Lu family and have caused us to suffer losses in business. Yet here you lie at ease. You deserve to die. With a furious roar, Lu Ming unleashed a punch aimed at Lu Chun. Consumed by anger, he neglected to temper his strength. As he struck, a crackling sound reverberated through the air, showcasing the formidable force behind his blow. The expressions of the 4 lackeys shifted dramatically. They had anticipated that Lu Ming merely wished to vent his frustrations on Lu Chun. but it seemed he had lost his senses and intended to seriously harm him. Lu Chun was in a weakened state, practically incapacitated. If Lu Ming's punch connected, it would surely shatter Lu Chen's internal organs. Previously, Lu Kuang had declared that Lu Chun was a taboo subject. The four could scarcely fathom the repercussions should Lu Ming inadvertently kill him. They understood that if Lu Kuang discovered Lu Chen's demise at Lu Ming's hands, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Fearful of being implicated in Lu Chen's potential death, they aimed to intervene, only to realize it was too late. Faced with Lu Ming's murderous intent, Lu Chen recalled the punch Lu Ming had landed on Lu Zhan, and in that instant, fury ignited within him. Should I perish? I think it is you who ought to meet your end. Thunderous fist. Lu Chen retaliated with a punch directed at Lu Ming. You. Startled by the seemingly impotent Lu Chen's sudden counterattack, Lu Ming was taken aback, and in the next moment, their fists collided. Boom! As their fists met, Lu Ming was sent flying from Lu Chen's room, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. While the arm he had used to strike was shattered by the violent force of Lu Chen's thunderous fist. Looking at Lu Chen, he had already retracted his fist and stood up from the bed. The situation took a sudden turn, leaving the four subordinates in a state of bewilderment. What transpired? Hadn't Lu Chen's dantian and meridians been rendered useless in the falling Maple Mountains? How was it that he was now capable, even delivering a swift blow that incapacitated Lu Ming? Lu Chen cast a cold glance at Lu Ming's subordinates before stepping forward to confront the wailing Lu Ming. Witnessing Lu Chen's extraordinary martial prowess, Lu Ming's expression morphed into one of terror as he exclaimed, "You useless fool! Weren't you supposed to be crippled? How can you still wield spiritual power?" With a derisive smile, Lu Chen retorted, "Just because you declare me useless, does that make it so?" Lu Ming bellowed in anger. "You haven't been crippled. You've merely been feigning death all this time. If I had not pretended to be dead, how could I have discerned the true colors of you worthless scoundrels?" Lu Chen replied. "Damn it." Lu Ming panicked. Lu Chen's martial talent was extraordinary. Since 3 years ago, he had emerged as the foremost young warrior in Tianyuan City, leaving others gasping for breath. Beyond his martial prowess, Lu Chen was known for his clear sense of justice. Before his downfall, he had treated the members of the Lu family well, always considering their interests, yet he would not hesitate to strike outsiders over the slightest disagreement. In the past few years, the scions of the three great families who fancied themselves as unparalleled talents had often found themselves at the receiving end of Lu Chen's fists. This was why, after Lu Chen's fall from grace, the members of these families sought every means to humiliate him. Previously, they had mocked him in his weakened state, but today, they harbored murderous intent against him. Knowing Lu Chen's character, could they expect him to show mercy? The four subordinates understood this all too well. Quickly kneeling and pleading for mercy, "Young Master Chun, we did not intend to offend you. We beseech your forgiveness." As they spoke, they bowed deeply before Lu Chen. With an icy demeanor, Lu Chen replied, "I shall not kill you. Thank you, young Master Chun, for sparing our lives." "Thank you." The four men felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, frantically bowing in gratitude. "However, I cannot let you off so easily, lest outsiders think that Lu Chen is easy to bully." Before the four could feel relief, Lu Chen continued. Upon hearing this, the four men were filled with bitterness. Resigned to their fate, after all, they had foolishly followed Lu Ming in tormenting Lu Chen, and this was their just reward. As they speculated on how Lu Chen would deal with them, a shadow flickered before their eyes, and in an instant, they were sent flying. With a sharp pain in their lower abdomens, their faces turned ashen. Lu Chen had obliterated their dantians, rendering them utterly crippled. Raising their heads, they glared at Lu Chen with resentment. In this world where martial strength reigned supreme, having their dantians destroyed was a fate more brutal than death itself. Ignoring their hatred, Lu Chen coldly stated, "Leave. Depart from the Lu family. Should I see you again, you shall meet your end." Filled with fury, the four even contemplated retaliating against Lu Chen, but reason prevailed, reminding them of the futility of such an act. Turning away, they chose to remain mere mortals. To strike out now would mean their immediate demise. After a moment, The mere thought of Lu Chun intending to discard him spurred Lu Ming to disregard his pain. He sprang to his feet with a sudden agility, determined to flee with his martial prowess. However, Lu Chun would not allow such an escape. In an instant, a fleeting shadow appeared, and Lu Chun vanished, only to re-emerge before Lu Ming like a wraith, obstructing his path. Chapter 21. Repaying one's own misdeeds, Lu Ming continuously retreated, shouting at Lu Chun in anger. "You bastard, you have already crippled one of my arms. What more do you want?" Lu Chun responded with a cold laugh. "What do I want? Haven't you already seen it? No, no. You cannot ruin me. I cannot lose my martial path." Lu Ming shrieked. Lu Chun retorted. "Now you know fear? What were you doing when you bullied John D?" Bang! Recalling Lu Chen's words from that day, Lu Ming completely lost his former arrogance and knelt before Lu Chun with a thud. Lu Ming pleaded, "Lu Chun, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our kinship, spare me this time. I will never dare again." Lu Chun mocked. "Now you acknowledge that I am your cousin? Back then, why didn't you recognize that John D and I were also your cousins? Why didn't you treat us better? Why didn't you hold back?" Lu Ming was rendered speechless, realizing that Lu Chun had been feigning weakness. Otherwise, even with a few extra ounces of courage, he would not dare to act recklessly before Lu Chun. Seeing Lu Ming fall silent, Lu Chun coldly stated, "Do not beg for mercy. Even if you plead, I will not spare you. You should spend your next life in repentance." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Chun kicked towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming seemed unwilling to surrender so easily, for he had already discerned that while Lu Chun had not been crippled, his martial prowess had diminished to the first rank of a warrior. With his own martial realm at the third rank, even though Lu Chun possessed exceptional talent and the capability to fight across realms, he felt he could still contend. "Bastard, I will fight you." With a furious roar, a fierce-looking Lu Ming leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into his right hand, unleashing his ultimate move, the Heavenly Gang Fist. Seeing this, Lu Chun sneered. Just a death struggle. As he spoke, Lu Chun activated the Yin-Yang Classic, gathering spiritual energy beneath his feet and executed a swift counterkick aimed at Lu Ming's abdomen. However, at the moment Lu Ming was about to be defeated, a towering figure appeared before him, extending a hand to deflect Lu Chen's kickback. It was Lu Kuang, who had intervened at the last moment to save Lu Ming. Though Lu Ming was rescued, having brushed against the brink of defeat, he cowered in fear behind Lu Kuang, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chun, somewhat displeased, said, "Fourth uncle, why did you stop me from crippling this fool?" Lu Kuang replied, "Chun'er, he harmed Zhaner last time and bullied you. It is only right for you to retaliate. Even if you were to cripple him further, I would not intervene. However, if you intend to ruin him, do so with a lighter hand. After all, he is your cousin. For today, let this go in consideration of your fourth uncle." Lu Kuang was the only person, besides Lu Yi, whom Lu Chun respected. With Lu Kuang stepping in, Lu Chun found it difficult to be ruthless towards Lu Ming. Lu Chun turned to Lu Ming and warned, "Remember this. This is your first and last chance. If you provoke me or Zhang Di again, I will undoubtedly ruin you." At this moment, Lu Ming dared not rebut and could only suppress his resentment as he clutched his shattered right hand, fleeing from Lu Chen's courtyard. After Lu Ming departed, Lu Kuang approached Lu Chun with a smile and remarked, "Chun'er, I must say, after your transformation, your combat prowess has surpassed that of the past." Lu Chun curled his lips in response, saying, "Fourth uncle, do not think that a few compliments will placate my anger." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang chuckled and draped an arm over Lu Chen's shoulder, saying, "Chun'er, you are magnanimous. I trust you won't hold a grudge against your fourth uncle. Let this be a one-time occurrence." Naturally, Lu Chun held no resentment, for Lu Kuang was his most esteemed fourth uncle, and it was hardly worth it to be angered over a worthless individual. "All right, fourth uncle, let this be the last time." Lu Kuang laughed. After a leisurely conversation in Lu Chen's room, satisfied with Lu Chen's well-being, Lu Kuang took his leave, while Lu Chun entered the realm of the Chaos Pearl. "You little rascal, you truly intended to cripple him," chuckled Lord Mouse as Lu Chun stepped into the world of the Chaos Pearl. In this merciless realm where the strong prey upon the weak, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Were it not for the bond of blood, I would have not only crippled him, but also eliminated him without hesitation, allowing him no more than a second of life. Lu Chun retorted coldly. Lord Mouse replied, that may be so, but although you did not destroy his dantian today, you did incapacitate one of his arms. I suspect his father will not let this go lightly and will soon seek vengeance. Let him come, if he dares to provoke me. I shall eliminate him along with his father, Lu Chun declared, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent. Surprised by the murderous aura emanating from Lu Chun, Lord Mouse pondered how such a young lad could harbor such a profound bloodlust, for in his view, the desire to kill is something that must be cultivated. However, he refrained from criticizing Lu Chun and instead quipped, you little rascal, do you intend to forsake the bond of kinship? Lu Chun countered, Lord Mouse, do I share any kinship with the first and second houses? Lord Mouse did not respond. Truth be told, those who only bully within their own clan are of little worth. Lu Chun continued, in my perception, I only recognize fourth uncle and Jean D as my kin. As for the first and second houses, they have long since perished in my mind, having tormented my father and me. Lord Mouse nodded in approval. You are clear about your grievances. Not bad, young man. As a reward, I shall overlook the incident where you took advantage of my misfortune. Lu Chun smirked, Lord Mouse. Did I not already declare our debts settled? Lord Mouse admonished, young man, in this ruthless world, only the strong possess the power to dictate terms. Whether debts are settled or not is for me to decide. Indeed, Lu Chun found himself in agreement with Lord Mouse's assertion. In this brutal world, being weak is a sin in itself. Lord Mouse added, you little rascal, although you currently bear great fortune, your strength remains insufficient. Focus on enhancing your abilities. With that, Lord Mouse smiled and retreated, burrowing back into a pile of spiritual crystals to nibble on them. Lu Chun did not dispute this, for his strength was undeniably lacking. Hearing the sound of Lord Mouse consuming the spiritual crystals, Lu Chun steadied his mind, sat down in the desert, and took up a crystal, entering a state of cultivation. Chapter 22. When one seeks death, nothing can stand in their way on the other side. Lu Ming escaped from Lu Chen's courtyard, intent on seeking revenge from Lu Qian. However, before he could enter, he unexpectedly collided with his elder brother, Lu Xiao. At 20 years of age, Lu Xiao was the most formidable among the younger generation of the Lu family, having achieved the pinnacle of the 5th rank martial artist, second only to Lu Qian and his companions. Upon seeing his younger brother in a state of utter fright and bearing the marks of a recent beating, Lu Xiao furrowed his brows and inquired, third brother, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Realizing the person he had bumped into was Lu Xiao, Lu Ming's terror subsided slightly, and he sorrowfully pleaded, elder brother, you must stand up for me. Lu Xiao comforted him, do not panic, third brother. Speak slowly. I will certainly advocate for you. Subsequently, Lu Ming exaggeratedly recounted the events, attributing all his injuries from Wu Yong to Lu Chun. Upon hearing Lu Ming's account, Lu Xiao's expression darkened significantly. He had long harbored disdain for Lu Chun, feeling overshadowed by him, which had led to his inability to hold his head high within the Lu family and facing incessant criticism. Although he had previously suppressed his jealousy due to Lu Chen's strength, he had endured it, knowing he could not best him. Yet, when he believed he would never have an opportunity to rise again, Lu Chun was unexpectedly crippled in the falling Maple Mountains. This news brought him great joy, for with Lu Chen's downfall, he would become the foremost among the younger generation of the Lu family, earning stature within the family in Tianyuan City. However, just as he began to enjoy a few days of relief, he learned that Lu Chun had regained his prowess and had, with a single blow, incapacitated Lu Ming's arm. Lu Xiao was furious. In that moment, whether for the sake of his brother or his own pride, he harbored murderous intent towards Lu Chun, wishing to eliminate this scourge. Lu Xiao asked, third brother, you say that Lu Chun, though not entirely crippled, must have sustained severe injuries and dropped to the 1st rank martial artist? Lu Ming confirmed. Indeed, that is the case. Are you certain? There can be no mistake. Lu Xiao pressed. Absolutely certain, Lu Ming asserted confidently. Lu Xiao declared, let us go confront this waste. I shall ensure justice for you. For every arm he has crippled, I shall break all of his limbs in retribution. Elder brother, Not only should his limbs be broken, but his dantian must also be crushed, forcing him to grovel like a dog. Begging for mercy, Lu Ming sneered. Upon hearing the plan to incapacitate Lu Chun, he instantly forgot his previous fear of Lu Chun, envisioning various tormenting scenarios in his mind. Lu Xiao replied, "As you wish." With that, the brothers swiftly made their way towards Lu Chen's humble abode. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, Lu Chun, having learned of the situation from Shai, returned from the world of the Chaos Pearl to his room. As the two entered, Lu Chun stood up. His martial talent and combat prowess were well known throughout Tianyuan City. Had he not been injured, Lu Xiao would never have dared to confront him. Upon entering, Lu Xiao first sensed Lu Chen's martial realm, and upon confirming that Lu Chun was indeed only at the first-rank martial artist, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, he gained confidence with his current strength. Subduing Lu Chun was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Today, he would ensure Lu Chun faced dire consequences. Lu Xiao bellowed, "Lu Chun, we are all cousins. Yet you have ruthlessly severed the arm of our third brother and now intend to cripple his dantian. You are truly despicable." Lu Chun disregarded Lu Xiao and instead turned his gaze to Lu Ming, casually inquiring, "Lu Ming, do you recall the words I spoke to you previously?" Naturally, Lu Ming remembered, yet emboldened by Lu Xiao's backing, he felt no fear of Lu Chun, as he doubted Lu Chun could best Lu Xiao. With disdain, Lu Ming retorted, "Fool, cease your arrogance. Now that my elder brother has arrived, prepare to kneel and beg for mercy." Lu Chun did not deny it, responding nonchalantly, "As long as you remember." He then addressed Lu Xiao, "What is this? You just beaten my younger brother, and now this defeated pawn is hastily seeking his demise?" Lu Xiao shouted in rage, "Lu Chun, you are no longer the person you once were. Do not presume to be intimidating. Others may fear you, but I do not. Is that so?" Lu Chun feigned disinterest, mockingly saying, "Since you are not afraid of me, how do you plan to deal with me, useless young master Lu Xiao?" Narrowing his eyes, Lu Xiao declared, "If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, today I shall render you powerless." "Ah, to render me powerless. How delightful." Lu Chun chuckled, then calmly took a seat and began sipping tea. Observing Lu Chun's blatant disregard for him, Lu Xiao restrained his fury, saying, "Lu Chun, do you intend to refuse to bow and admit your fault?" "Apologies, but I do not have a habit of bowing to others. However, if you wish to bow, I can comfortably remain here to accept it," Lu Chun replied. Looking for death, Lu Xiao fumed. Heavenly Gong feast. With a furious roar, Lu Xiao summoned all his spiritual power, launching the Heavenly Gang fist towards Lu Chun. Although Lu Chun currently possessed only the first level of martial artist realm, if he unleashed all his abilities, even a low-tier martial master would meet their demise. While Lu Xiao was regarded as the 4th strongest of the Lu family, in Lu Chun's eyes, he was nothing but a pitiful clown. Sometimes, when one seeks their own demise, no one can intervene, and Lu Xiao was precisely that. As Lu Xiao charged towards him, Lu Chun did not hold back, countering with a thunderous fist. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Lu Xiao, a 5th-level martial artist, was effortlessly sent flying out of the room by Lu Chun's singular punch. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Xiao fell to the ground, clutching his shattered right arm and howling in agony. Chapter 23. The ruin of the Lu family brothers Dantian within the confines of the room. Witnessing the formidable Lu Xiao rendered incapacitated by a single blow from Lu Chun, Lu Ming was struck with terror, frantically fleeing towards the exit, unwilling to linger for even a heartbeat longer. However, Lu Chun had recently bestowed upon Lu Ming a singular chance at survival, one that would not be granted a second time. In an instant, a glimmer of starlight flickered beneath his feet, and the next moment, Lu Chun materialized before Lu Ming, delivering a swift kick aimed at the terrified youth. On the precipice of devastation once more, Lu Ming roared in defiance. Forsaking his other bodily defenses solely to protect his dantian, the vital energy center located in his lower abdomen. With a sickening thud, Lu Chen's foot struck its target, causing Lu Ming to spew forth blood before plummeting heavily beside Lu Xiao. Though he valiantly preserved his dantian, he was nonetheless racked with internal agony. and with a guttural cry, he expelled another mouthful of blood. Having grievously injured Lu Ming, Lu Chun advanced ominously towards the two. Lu Xiao, his expression twisted with dread, implored, "Lu Chun, what do you intend to do?" Lu Chun replied coldly, "You sought to ruin me. What do you think I desire?" Lu Xiao's countenance paled, and he bellowed, "We share the same lineage. You cannot destroy me, or the world will denounce your cruelty." "To hell with our shared lineage," Lu Chun retorted, his anger ignited. He stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to Lu Xiao's abdomen, resulting in a sickening rupture of his dantian. With the shattering of his energy center, a torrent of spiritual energy escaped from Lu Xiao, rendering him akin to a deflated balloon, utterly depleted of vitality. You truly have destroyed my dantian. Lu Chun, you are merciless." Lu Xiao gasped, his face ashen, pointing accusingly at Lu Chun, his eyes ablaze with resentment. Lu Chun sneered, "I merely employed your own tactics against you. How laughable that you now call me cruel." At these words, Lu Xiao's face turned ashen. He had been rendered powerless, condemned to a fate akin to that of Lu Yi, and despair washed over him as he recalled his brother's tribulations. After dealing with Lu Xiao, Lu Chun turned his gaze to Lu Ming. Observing the merciless fate of his elder brother had left Lu Ming paralyzed with fear. He longed to flee, yet found his legs trembling beneath him. As Lu Chen's gaze fell upon him, Lu Ming's composure shattered, and he crawled towards Lu Chun, bowing in abject supplication. "Lu Chun, I was wrong. I implore you for another chance." Lu Chun, his demeanor cold, replied, "I have already granted you an opportunity. Alas, you squandered it." Before his words could fully dissipate, Lu Chun struck again, obliterating Lu Ming's dantian, transforming the one who had taunted others as worthless into a being of no power. With his dantian destroyed, Lu Ming collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the two brothers appeared as though their souls had been severed from their bodies, their eyes vacant and fixed ahead. Yet the ordeal was not over. Lu Chun addressed both of them. "You have relished witnessing others grovel in supplication. Now it is your turn. Bow before me. Allow me to revel in this satisfaction, and should I find joy in your submission, I may grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao erupted in fury. "Lu Chun, a gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. I refuse to bow before you." Lu Chun chuckled. "Your refusal is merely a matter of insufficient leverage. Once the stakes are high enough, I'm certain you will kneel." Lu Xiao grimaced and said, "Lu Chun, my dantian has been ruined by you. You no longer possess any leverage to threaten me. Whether to kill or to torture, the decision rests entirely with you. Is that so?" Lu Chun replied. Lu Xiao intended to respond, but upon meeting Lu Chen's profound gaze, he felt a surge of fear and chose silence instead. Observing this, Lu Chun spoke slowly. "In this life, the most precious thing is one's life. As long as life remains, all possibilities exist. Once life is extinguished, a person is as good as a candle snuffed out, and everything is lost." Pausing for a moment, Lu Chun revealed a harmless smile to the two, then inquired, "Tell me, would you truly resign yourselves to such a fate?" Lu Ming shouted angrily, "You worthless fool! I don't believe you dare to kill me. If you do, my father will never let you off." Lu Chen's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you overestimate your father's significance. I show him respect because he is the family head, but should I choose not to, he could meet his demise at any moment." "Lu Chen, you are insane." Hearing Lu Chen's audacious words, Lu Xiao and Lu Ming were momentarily stunned before erupting into curses. However, despite Lu Chen's current martial realm being merely the first level of a warrior, they dared not challenge his words, for they had learned their lesson well. What puzzled the two was that the Lu family had always held a strong sense of honor, placing the family above all else. This very weakness had allowed the main and secondary branches to manipulate Lu Chun. Yet, since his downfall, Lu Chun seemed transformed. The family was but a trivial matter in his eyes, no longer able to bind him. At this moment, they could not fathom why he had changed so drastically. Lu Chun sneered, "I am indeed mad, but it is you who have driven me to madness. Today, you shall either bow to me until I am satisfied or face death. Bow or die." Lucio and Lu Ming hesitated briefly. However, they soon made their choice and began to fervently bow to Lu Chun. Better to live in disgrace than to die. They were not prepared to embrace death, nor did they possess the courage to do so. Watching the two before him, Lu Chun shook his head, feeling a profound sense of disinterest. To him, the essence of becoming a formidable individual lay not only in martial talent, but, more importantly, in one's character and perseverance. If a person lacks the resolve to become strong, even with unparalleled talent, they're destined to remain inconsequential, unable to achieve greatness. Lucio and Lu Ming had so easily relinquished their dignity. Their spirits had crumbled. Even if their dantian were intact, their lives were rendered futile. Contemplating character and perseverance, an image of a simple, honest youth suddenly emerged in Lu Chen's mind, followed by the appearance of 6 young men and women beside him. Observing the playful banter among the 7, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's face, revealing a gentle expression on the youthful visage. 100 years had passed, and he wondered how those 7 little ones were faring now. A gentle breeze swept by, pulling Lu Chen back from his reverie. At that moment, gazing toward the direction of the carefree sect, he felt a sudden pang of loss and a deep longing for those 7 young souls. After a while, Lu Chun shook his head and disdainfully said to Lu Ming and Lucio, "Enough, you two be gone. Do not linger here to offend my sight." With that, Lu Chun turned and returned to his room. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Lucio and Lu Ming paused. Then the 2 brothers supported each other as they rose, leaving Lu Chen's courtyard with eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 24. The schemes of Lu Qian and his son upon returning to his room. Lu Chun entered the realm of the Chaos Pearl. At that moment, Master Mouse approached, chiding, "You little rascal, you cannot even grasp the situation within 100 meters. Your soul power is far too feeble. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I've been assisting you in enhancing your martial arts cultivation during this time." Lu Chen pouted in response. Master Mouse continued, "The influence of soul power surpasses that of spirit power. Not only can it aid you in perceiving your surroundings more acutely, but it is also essential for alchemy. In combat, soul cultivators hold the advantage over spirit cultivators of the same realm. You must focus on strengthening your soul power. I tire of constantly monitoring your progress." As a former 9th grade alchemist, Lu Chun naturally concurred with Master Mouse's assertions, recognizing that he had indeed neglected his soul cultivation recently. Recalling the 9 Nether Soul Canon from the Chaos Dance Sutra, he felt invigorated and promptly seated himself to begin his training. As the 9 Nether Soul Canon commenced its operations, strands of dark energy emanated from Lu Chen's ethereal soul, gradually coalescing at a slow pace. He understood that this dark energy was the essential material needed for refining soul servants, derived from his innate soul power. To cultivate the 9 Nether Soul Canon, one must first refine soul servants, which would then assist in tearing apart and devouring the ethereal body, shaping a more pure and potent soul. Time slipped by, and the black substance surrounding Lu Chen's soul gradually increased, condensing together with the aid of the 9 Nether Soul Canon. Meanwhile, as Lu Chun diligently practiced the 9 Nether Soul Canon, Lucio and Lu Ming, having narrowly escaped from Lu Chen's courtyard, stumbled back to the attic where the Long family resided. Upon entering the attic, they rushed to the study, where they found Lu Qian, who was presently immersed in cultivation. "My heavens, Lu Chun, you are truly ruthless, having incapacitated both of my sons in one fell swoop." Lu Qian's furious roar echoed through the study moments later. After his outburst, Lu Qian appeared to age a decade, collapsing into a chair, his mouth and hands trembling uncontrollably. Lu Ming lamented, "Father, Lu Chun has crippled the dantians of both me and my elder brother. As the head of the family, you must seek vengeance for us." Tears streamed down Lu Qian's face, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he vowed, "Fear not, Ming'er, I shall avenge you. You will not have suffered in vain." In contrast, Lucio maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from tears, and calmly inquired, "Father, how do you intend to exact revenge for us?" Lu Qian replied, "That little rascal has rendered you powerless. I shall do the same to him." Lucio cautioned, "Father, Lu Chun is formidable, and he has the protection of our 4th uncle. If you wish to incapacitate him, Our fourth uncle may not allow it. Lu Qian bellowed. If that old fourth dares to obstruct me from punishing that little rascal today, I shall sever all ties with him. Lu Xiao, with an expression devoid of emotion, queried. Father, do you believe you hold greater significance in our fourth uncle's heart than that little rascal Lu Chun? Lu Kuang had followed Lu Yi in his training since childhood, his character and disposition heavily influenced by Lu Yi. Within the Lu family, he listened solely to Lu Yi's counsel. From a young age, he harbored a disdain for Lu Kuang, who relied solely on brute force, while Lu Kuang reciprocated this sentiment, regarding him with contempt. In matters concerning outsiders, Lu Kuang would lend his support. However, when it came to the task of incapacitating Lu Chun, he knew that he was far less significant than Lu Chen. The mere thought of Lu Kuang intervening left Lu Qian in a state of despair, his heart heavy with an overwhelming fury. Observing Lu Qian's silence, Lu Xiao continued, Father, with fourth uncle obstructing us, your strength alone is insufficient for our vengeance. Lu Qian frowned and inquired, Xiaoer, do you suggest that I involve your second uncle as well? Lu Xiao shook his head. Father, even with second uncle's assistance, it would be futile. Together, you would not match fourth uncle's prowess. Despite the anguish it brought him, Lu Qian had to concede the truth of Lu Kuang's formidable strength. Even a joint effort with Lu Ming would not be enough to rival Lu Kuang. As hope for revenge dwindled, Lu Ming implored, eldest brother, among the Lu family, only second uncle possesses notable strength. Without his aid, we are left with no allies. Lu Xiao spoke ominously. Third brother, since no one from the Lu family can assist us in our quest for vengeance, we shall seek external help. It is known that many in Tianyuan City desire that little wretch's demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and Lu Qian exchanged uncertain glances. Lu Qian felt a flicker of hesitation within, as engaging in such treachery was indeed a grave matter. However, Lu Ming, whose spirit had been twisted by the devastation of his Dantian, cared not for the consequences. He was solely fixated on crippling Lu Chun, willing to resort to any means necessary. Lu Xiao shared a similar mindset as Lu Ming. Sensing Lu Qian's indecision, he squeezed out a few tears and grasped Lu Qian's hand, beseeching, Father, that little wretch has ruined both your sons. Do you not yearn for retribution? Lu Qian gazed at the pale faces of Lu Xiao and Lu Ming, and soon, the haze of hatred clouded his vision as he coldly inquired, Xiaoer, do you possess a means for revenge? Lu Xiao proposed, Father, let us disseminate the news that the little wretch has not been incapacitated. Surely, the other three families will not spare him. That is a sound strategy. When those who have suffered at the hands of that little wretch come knocking, your second uncle and I will remain aloof. I refuse to believe that fourth can shield that brat from the consequences. Lu Qian responded coldly. At that moment, Lu Ming whispered, Father, eldest brother, we may not even need to spread the news ourselves. Soon, Tianyuan City will undoubtedly learn that the little wretch remains untouched. Lu Qian furrowed his brow and asked, Ming'er, what leads you to believe so? Lu Ming explained, aside from eldest brother and myself, that little wretch has also crippled 4 members of the Lu family and expelled them from our ranks. Even better, let us collectively disseminate the news, and within a day, everyone will be aware that the little wretch's supposed incapacitation is but a ruse, Lu Xiao declared. Indeed, let it be so. The three, having reached a consensus, promptly summoned 2 loyal confidants, instructing them to discreetly spread the tale of Lu Chun's survival, albeit gravely injured, with his cultivation diminished to the first rank of a martial artist. Before long, the entirety of Tianyuan City was abuzz with this revelation, prompting the 3 prominent families and the city lord's estate to convene a gathering of high-ranking officials to deliberate on the matter. Chapter 25. Cultivating the 9 Nether Soul Canon. Lu Chun was oblivious to the schemes of Lu Qian and his son, nor did he harbor any desire to uncover them. As half an hour elapsed in the outside world, joy illuminated Lu Qian's countenance within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, for he had finally succeeded in refining his first soul servant through the 9 Nether Soul Canon. This soul servant, entirely enshrouded in darkness and resembling a skull, immediately lunged at Lu Qian's soul with a ravenous wail akin to a famished specter. With a sharp bite, the soul servant sank its teeth into Lu Chen's ethereal form, extinguishing his mirth in an instant. The sensitivity of the soul far surpassed that of the corporeal body, and as the soul servant gnawed away at a fragment of his essence, an involuntary gasp escaped Lu Chen. His forehead throbbed with visible veins, cold sweat poured from him, and he collapsed under the unbearable agony, convulsing violently. Alas, the torment was excruciating. Lu Chen cursed under his breath, and, in that moment, he comprehended the formidable prowess of that enigmatic figure, Tian Yangsheng. This self-mutilation was beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Without enduring hardship, how could one ascend to greatness? If one did not perish in the pursuit of mastery, one must strive with relentless fervor. Resolute in his determination to regain the dignity lost in the Nine Heavens War against Tian Yangsheng, Lu Chen roared in self-encouragement. Simultaneously, he accelerated the operation of the Nine Nether Soul Cannon, causing the soul servant to devour his essence with increasing fervor. Though fragments of his soul had been consumed, they remained a part of Lu Chen. With each bite, he acutely experienced the anguish of his essence being devoured. In addition to the pain, Lu Chen faintly sensed that after consuming his ethereal form, the soul servant would release a portion of its own soul. These liberated souls shimmered with clarity and brilliance. And upon the reconstruction of the primary soul, Lu Chen noted a marked enhancement in his perception. This revelation invigorated Lu Chen, as he realized that the cultivation of the Nine Nether Soul Cannon was, in essence, a metamorphosis amidst the ravenous appetites of myriad spirits. Thus, in the ensuing hours, Lu Chen endured the relentless torment while fervently circulating the Nine Nether Soul Cannon, experiencing a paradoxical blend of agony and exhilaration. Observing Lu Chen's tenacity amidst the mountain of spiritual crystals, Master Mouse was filled with gratification, hastening its own consumption of the crystals, ruthlessly depleting Lu Chen's reserves. As the sun rose and set in the Chaos Pearl Realm, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Over the span, Lu Chen's soul had been devoured repeatedly by the soul servants, their numbers multiplying from 1 to 3. Through these 2 days of rigorous practice, Lu Chen discovered that not only could his original soul form refine soul servants, but the soul servants themselves, after consuming a significant amount of his discarded essence, could also split to create new ones. Of the 3 soul servants, only one was conjured by Lu Chen's primary soul during this period. The other 2 were born from the initial soul servants division. Throughout these 2 days, while the number of soul servants increased, Lu Chen's own ethereal form diminished by half due to the relentless ravaging. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was elated, for although his soul had shrunk, it had become far more condensed and authentic, and his soul power had significantly strengthened. Based on Lu Chen's years of cultivation experience, he surmised that 2 days of practicing the Nine Nether Soul Cannon equated to the progress he had made in a month during his previous life. That rascal, your father and your 4th uncle are approaching this way. On that day, Lu Chen was savoring an exquisite state of bliss when the voice of Master Mouse echoed from afar. At the sound, Lu Chen, his senses dulled, promptly concluded his cultivation, groggily donned a fresh set of garments, and returned to the external world. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang rushed in, their expressions fraught with urgency, while Lu Chen was tenderly massaging his aching head, tormented by the 9 Nether Soul Scriptures. Observing Lu Chen's weary demeanor, Lu Yi, with a concerned expression, inquired, "Chener, what troubles you? You appear quite fatigued." Lu Chen opened his eyes, shook his head slightly, and grinned, "Father, I am fine. I merely overexerted myself during training and feel a bit drained." Hearing this, Lu Yi sighed in relief. Lu Kuang, in a state of agitation, pressed, "Chener, have you incapacitated Lu Xiao and Lu Ming again?" Lu Chen replied, "4th uncle, this is not my fault. I heeded your advice and spared Lu Ming, yet unexpectedly, he returned with his brother, intent on incapacitating me. I had no choice. For the sake of self-preservation, I had to neutralize both brothers." Lu Kuang said, "Chener, my concern is not about their incapacitation, but rather that a significant issue has arisen. What is it? Lu Chun queried, perplexed. He perceived them as mere weaklings who could not stir any considerable trouble. Lu Yi's expression turned grave as he stated, Chener, the entire Tianyuan city is now aware that you have not been rendered powerless. Rather, your martial realm has merely dropped to the level of a junior warrior. Lu Chen asked, Father, was this information leaked by Lu Ming and the others? You only incapacitated Lu Xiao and Lu Ming this morning, and in just half a day, the news has spread throughout Tianyuan City. I can think of no one else responsible. Lu Yi affirmed, Indeed, it is quite intriguing. These individuals have shown an unexpected cleverness in seeking to eliminate me through others. Lu Chen scoffed. Lu Kuang urged, Chun'er, you still find this amusing? You must quickly devise a countermeasure. Lu Chun, smiling reassuringly, replied, Fourth uncle, there is no need for such alarm. These insignificant beings in Tianyuan City cannot create any substantial waves. Lu Yi queried, Chun'er, what if they come after you? Lu Chen retorted, what else could they do? If they are of the younger generation, I shall deal with them as I did with Lu Xiao and Lu Ming. If they are the older generation, others will handle them. At this moment, others referred to Master Mouse, and Lu Chun was confident that even a martial king would meet their demise against him. Lu Yi and Lu Kuang discerned the implication in Lu Chen's words and exchanged glances. They had previously speculated that Lu Chun had backing, but they had not anticipated it was indeed true. Lu Kuang tentatively asked, Chun'er, are you so confident in your ability to confront them? Lu Chun continued to reassure. Fourth uncle, you and my father may rest assured. I shall be fine. Since you have said so, we can relax, Lu Kuang replied, his previously anxious heart now at ease. Lu Chun then inquired, Fourth uncle, aside from this matter, do you have any other concerns? Lu Yi, puzzled, responded, Chun'er, why do you ask? Lu Chun scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. If there are no other matters, you may return to rest. I still have cultivation to attend to. Lu Yi affectionately ruffled Lu Chen's hair and expressed his concern. My dear Chun'er, while cultivation is indeed important, so too is your physical well-being. You must remember to balance work and rest. Lu Chen smiled and replied, Father, I understand. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi, with a hint of jest, turned to Lu Kuang and said, Fourth uncle, since Chun'er finds our presence here to be a hindrance, shall we take our leave? Then let us depart. Lu Kuang chuckled, and without a trace of worry, he embraced Lu Yi as they exited Lu Chen's room, while Lu Chun returned to the realm of the Chaos Pearl. Chapter 26. The breakthrough of soul power to second rank Master Mouse. Do you believe you could triumph over the Martial King? Lu Chun inquired casually, gazing at the pile of spirit crystals upon entering the Chaos Pearl world. Defeat the Martial King? Don't be ridiculous. I lack such prowess. Came the voice of Master Mouse from within the spirit crystal pile. Soon after, he emerged, perched atop the crystals, looking down at the diminutive figure of Lu Chun. Is that truly the case? I perceive you as quite formidable. Handling the Martial King should pose no challenge for you, Lu Chen remarked. That is merely your assumption. In reality, I am incapable. Rather than relying on me, it would be wiser for you to enhance your own strength, Master Mouse replied. Very well. I shall not depend on you. As a former martial emperor, Lu Chun was aware that Master Mouse must possess strength surpassing that of a martial king. His inquiry was merely to gauge Master Mouse's stance. He understood Master Mouse's reluctance to reveal his capabilities, as he himself had preferred his disciples to cultivate independence in his past life. Retreating to a corner, Lu Chun resumed his arduous practice of the 9 nether soul cannon. Just past the hour of the dog, Lu Chen's soul body experienced a sudden and intense tremor, followed by a seamless breakthrough to the second rank of soul power. With this advancement, Lu Chen's range of soul power perception expanded to a radius of 200 meters, and the potency of his soul techniques surged dramatically. Within the Chaos Pearl world, noticing Lu Chen's breakthrough, Master Mouse, who had been voraciously consuming spirit crystals, emerged from the pile and approached Lu Chen. You rascal! Now that your soul power has reached the second rank, it is time for you to contemplate alchemy, Master Mouse advised. I wish to practice alchemy. Yet I lack an alchemical furnace, Lu Chen replied, exasperated. If he had a furnace, he would have commenced his alchemical endeavors long ago. Fundamentally, cultivation is a matter of accumulating resources techniques, spirit crystals, spiritual objects, and medicinal pills, all of which dictate the pace of a martial artist's advancement. Among these resources, medicinal pills are universally recognized as essential tools for cultivation, representing a shortcut to progress. Hence, it is said in the divine martial realm that to cultivate without the aid of pills is futile. Master Mouse, appearing exasperated, retorted, "You little rascal. Do you not already possess the Chaos Cauldron? With it, what more do you require?" "Oh, I see." With a mere thought, Liu Chan summoned the fist-sized Chaos Cauldron from within him, causing it to float in the air, emanating a cerulean divine light as it spun gracefully. With a face full of skepticism, Liu Chan questioned, "Master Mouse, can such a small Chaos Cauldron really perform alchemy?" "Fool! The Chaos Cauldron can alter its size at your will. It is not confined to such a diminutive form," Master Mouse chastised. "Hee, I was simply unfamiliar with it," Liu Chan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head before using his mind to enlarge the Chaos Cauldron. Moments later, the cauldron had expanded to the size of the one he had used in his previous life and was set upon the ground. "Now that you have the cauldron, go procure some spiritual herbs." Cultivation encompasses not only the refinement of spirit and soul, but also the forging of the body, alchemy, weapon crafting, and array inscription. Mastery in every aspect is requisite for one to become a true powerhouse, Master Mouse instructed. Liu Chan regarded Master Mouse with a peculiar expression. The ease with which he spoke belied the fact that human energy is finite, making it implausible to excel in all areas simultaneously. In his previous life, he had already reached the limits of his capabilities by mastering both the sword and alchemy, while the other 9 titled martial emperors focused solely on a single path. They all understood that diversifying their training could lead to distractions, and without sufficient energy, one might end up mastering nothing at all. Now, however, the Elder Mouse casually listed every possible path of cultivation. Had he not known that the Elder Mouse was an ancient relic, he might have suspected him of spouting nonsense. Meeting Liu Chen's gaze, the Elder Mouse retorted, "What are you looking at me for, you brat? I have not spoken incorrectly." Liu Chen replied, "Elder Mouse, human energy is finite. If one's cultivation is too scattered, it could ultimately be counterproductive, resulting in a shallow understanding of everything." The Elder Mouse countered, "This indeed poses a problem for others, but you are different. You possess advantages that exempt you from such concerns." "Why is that?" Liu Chen inquired. The Elder Mouse pointed to the Chaos Cauldron, saying, "You have the Chaos Cauldron and the Chaos Pearl, which accelerate time tenfold. With such an advantage, as long as your comprehension is sufficient, you need not worry about a lack of energy." Reluctantly convinced, Liu Chan donned a set of dark attire and departed from the Liu family, making his way to the commercial district of Tianyuan City, where he sought out the Lin family shop, the Spirit Herb Hall. During Liu Chen's recent quietude, the 4 great families had relaxed their vigilance, allowing the previously doubled guards to return to their original state. Releasing his soul energy, Liu Chan located the strongest guardian of the Spirit Herb Hall, who was currently asleep, snoring thunderously. With a graceful leap, Liu Chan positioned himself outside the guardian's window, then employed the Ling Xiao step to stealthily enter the guardian's room, eliminating him without a trace of awareness. The subtle noise of the guardian's demise attracted the attention of the martial arts steward in the adjacent room. The steward donned his clothing and approached the man's door. After knocking and calling out several times with no response, he pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Liu Chan was concealed behind the door. As soon as the steward stepped inside, Liu Chan utilized his soul technique to control him, swiftly severing his head from his body. After dispatching the two, Liu Chan collected the spear. Liu Chan remarked that within Tianyuan City, the most renowned location for a comprehensive variety of spiritual herbs, superior quality, and substantial reserves is undoubtedly the Wanbao Building. Aside from Wanbao Building, the Jiefentang, directly managed by the city lord's residence, along with the city lord's own stock of spiritual herbs, far surpasses other establishments in both quality and quantity. "Very well," the Rat Elder said, licking his lips with an eager expression. Liu Chan, with a grave demeanor, responded, "Rat Elder, both the city lord's residence and Wanbao Building are perilous. They are guarded by martial kings, and I dare not venture there." With a chuckle, the Rat Elder replied, "You foolish boy, I never suggested you go. Are you implying that you intend to go alone? Lu Chen frowned. What else could it be? Rat Elder, although your strength surpasses mine, you are still no match for a martial king. It would be wise to refrain from such folly, lest you find yourself in grave danger. The Rat Elder scoffed. Are you daft? I plan to steal, not to engage in combat. Stealing and fighting are entirely different matters, you know. Since you are so resolute in your decision, shall I permit your departure? Do release me promptly. I am exceedingly eager to visit the 3 places you mentioned. Very well, go ahead, but should you meet your demise, do not blame me for failing to warn you, Lu Chen cautioned, and with that, he swiftly set the Rat Elder free. In an instant, the Rat Elder transformed into a flash of flesh-colored light and departed from the Lu residence. After the Rat Elder's departure, a mischievous smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. Though he was uncertain of the Rat Elder's limitations, he was confident that dealing with a martial king would pose no challenge for him. His earlier words had merely served to provoke the Rat Elder into infiltrating the city lord's residence, seeking vengeance while also acquiring some valuable treasures. With his little scheme successfully set in motion, Lu Chen turned and entered the world of the Chaos Pearl, where he picked up 2 spirit crystals and began to cultivate using the Yin-Yang Classic. Chapter 27. Alchemy. Half an hour had elapsed, and considering that Lord Mouse should be returning soon, Lu Chen concluded his cultivation and, with a mere thought, re-entered his chamber. He paced back and forth within the room, feigning an expression of urgency. Before long, a considerable bulge suddenly appeared on the floor against the wall, and soon after, Lord Mouse revealed his head, leaping from the earth. Ah, you little rascal, I never realized you were so concerned about me, he chuckled, shaking off the dirt from his body as he approached Lu Chen with a mischievous grin. Though you are rather irritating, you are still my Lord Mouse. I shall be the one to tease you, Lu Chen retorted with a smirk. Lord Mouse shot Lu Chen a disdainful glance and scoffed. So what if you care? Why must you concoct so many excuses? Lu Chen chose not to respond. His curiosity piqued. Lord Mouse, did you manage to procure anything? You haven't been unable to locate the entrance, have you? Preposterous. When Lord Mouse takes action, nothing is beyond reach. He boasted. You sent me in, and now I shall reveal to you what you have acquired, as well as what I have secured. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's spirits lifted, realizing that Lord Mouse must have indeed obtained something valuable. As they conversed, he transported Lord Mouse into the realm of the stone orbs, whereupon Lord Mouse eagerly displayed all the pilfered treasures. In an instant, a veritable mountain of spiritual herbs accumulated before Lu Chen, the gentle breeze carrying with it an intoxicating aroma of medicinal essence. 3rd grade spiritual herb, blood ginseng. 4th grade spiritual herb, 7-star lotus. 4th grade spiritual herb, earth spirit vine. I can hardly believe you even acquired a peak 4th grade spiritual fruit. Observing the higher grade herbs, Lu Chen was taken aback, and as he spoke, he picked up a fruit the size of his fist, its surface gleaming with a faint spiritual aura. Well, what do you think, you little brat? Lord Mouse is quite impressive, isn't he? Lu Chen, with a peculiar expression, inquired Lord Mouse. Did you truly steal so much that you emptied the city lordess mansion and the Wanbao Tower? Not all. I merely pilfered from Jifeng Hall and the city lord's mansion. I left Wanbao Tower untouched, Lord Mouse replied. Is that so? Lu Chen questioned. Indeed, I observed the sign before I proceeded. I'm not so illiterate as to misread a few characters, Lord Mouse asserted. Lu Chen's curiosity persisted. Why do you not target Wanbao Tower? The secrets of heaven must not be divulged, Lord Mouse responded cryptically. Very well, if you choose not to speak. I shall not press further, Lu Chen conceded. He had no desire for Lord Mouse to steal from Wanbao Tower, for it held profound significance in his past life, as it belonged to his brother's family. Wanbao Tower stood as one of the 3 major commercial establishments in the divine martial realm, boasting countless branches and a business empire that nearly enveloped the entire realm. In his previous life, he had accepted an invitation from his brother to serve as a visiting elder at Wanbao Tower, where he had assisted in concocting many precious elixirs. It was largely due to his contributions that Wanbao Tower subtly ascended to the pinnacle among the 3 establishments. It was fortunate that Lord Mouse had not attempted theft today. Had he done so, It would have been akin to robbing one's own house, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. However, gazing at the spiritual herbs pilfered from the Lord's manor, Lu Chun felt an exhilarating thrill. With a cold smile, he remarked, "The Lord's manor must have never suffered such a significant loss. Today, you have drained them. I can only imagine their fury. I am merely responsible for taking the items. Their vexation is of no concern to me," retorted Master Mouse dismissively. "Huh, let them be enraged. Having dealt with the Lord's manor today, it feels as if I have reclaimed a portion of my due." Lu Chun laughed. Curiously, Master Mouse inquired, "You rascal, do you have a vendetta against the Lord's manor?" Lu Chun replied icily, "It is not merely a grudge. It is a blood feud that will not rest until one of us is annihilated. Given the chance, I would obliterate the entire Lord's manor." As he spoke, a powerful aura of killing intent emanated from Lu Chun, surprising Master Mouse and piquing his interest in the Lord's manor. Afterward, Master Mouse said, "Rascal, we shall discuss revenge later. For now, I have retrieved the spiritual herbs for you. You should focus on learning alchemy." "No need to learn. I already know," Lu Chun asserted. "Really?" Master Mouse's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Whether I know or not is of no consequence. I have no reason to deceive you." As he spoke, Lu Chun began selecting the desired spiritual herbs from a pile. A quarter of an hour passed, and 3 neatly arranged piles of spiritual herbs appeared before Master Mouse, each consisting of over 30 varieties: blood spirit pill, meridian opening pill, and bone cleansing pill. Master Mouse remarked casually, observing the 3 piles Lu Chun had chosen. Lu Chun was taken aback and asked, "Master Mouse, do you also comprehend alchemy?" The selected materials were precisely what was required to concoct the pinnacle second-tier pills: blood spirit pill, meridian opening pill, and bone cleansing pill. With a disdainful smirk, Master Mouse replied, "What is alchemy to me? I possess knowledge of many things, unlike you, who knows nothing." "Oh, spare me. I am not as inept as you suggest." Lu Chun jested, then retrieved the chaos cauldron and settled cross-legged before it. It is well known that the process of alchemy consists of 3 steps: the refining of the active components of the spiritual herbs, the blending of the medicinal liquids within the cauldron's flame, and the nurturing of the pill. Each minor error in any step can be magnified infinitely, ultimately affecting the quantity and quality of the pills produced. In the worst-case scenario, it could even lead to an explosion. As a former 9th-tier alchemist, concocting a few pills was a trivial task for Lu Chun. Once seated, he immediately summoned his spiritual energy and ignited the alchemical flame. Unlike his past life, this time Lu Chun employed the alchemical techniques recorded in the Chaos Pill scripture. As time passed, he began introducing various spiritual herbs into the Chaos Cauldron, extracting a multitude of vibrant medicinal liquids. Beside him, Master Mouse watched in awe as Lu Chun's alchemical techniques flowed with a grace akin to dance, and within moments, over 20 distinct pure medicinal liquids emerged from the cauldron. Master Mouse's gaze shifted to one of scrutiny as he contemplated the implications of what he had witnessed, while Lu Chun, wholly engrossed in his craft, remained oblivious to Master Mouse's keen interest. An hour later, all 34 medicinal liquids required to produce the meridian opening pill had been thoroughly refined, swirling in a spectrum of colors amidst the blazing flames. If it were an ordinary alchemist, they would have immediately proceeded to the second step of mixing the medicinal liquids upon completion of the refining process. However, Lu Chun did not follow suit. He continued to manipulate the medicinal liquid with his sole force, ensuring it was evenly heated within the cauldron for a full quarter of an hour. Only when the volume of the liquid had reduced to 1/3 did he begin the process of merging the components one by one. Shortly after, the 34 varieties of spiritual herbs were flawlessly combined, and under Lu Chun's precise control of the flame, they transformed into pills. Observing this scene, Master Mouse departed, burrowing back into the pile of spiritual crystals to gnaw on them. As another hour passed, Lu Chun's soft exclamation shattered the tranquility. Immediately, the cauldron erupted, propelling 6 thumb-sized azure pills into the air, which landed steadily in Lu Chun's palm. Chapter 28. The identity is discovered. The 6 elixirs, perfectly uniform in size and hue, bore intricate patterns upon their surfaces, despite it being my inaugural attempt at concocting pills using the techniques from the Chaos Alchemy scripture. I found the results to be rather commendable. As I lifted one of the elixirs for a thorough examination, I felt a sense of satisfaction wash over me regarding this alchemical endeavor. At that moment, Master Rat approached with a knowing glint in his eye and inquired, "You cheeky lad, have you usurped this body?" I was taken aback, my mind racing, and feigned ignorance replying, "Master Rat, what do you mean by usurp? Your words perplex me." Usurpation entails utilizing certain esoteric methods to exchange one's body, thereby becoming another person, Master Rat elucidated. I countered, though usurpation sounds formidable. Everyone possesses their own body. There seems to be no necessity for such an exchange. You are mistaken. For many, body exchange is indeed imperative, he retorted. What do you mean? I asked, intrigued. Master Rat continued, while cultivation may extend lifespan, it cannot grant immortality. With the passage of time, demise is inevitable. In such circumstances, those who cling to their desires, unwilling to succumb to death, may resort to usurpation as their final resort to continue living. Furthermore, individuals burdened by numerous grudges may also seek to usurp in order to evade their pursuers and assume a new identity. Master Rat, usurpation is an act that defies the heavens. It is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Why do you suspect that I have done so? He replied, alchemy comprises 3 distinct stages: the refinement of the medicinal ingredients, the amalgamation of the elixirs and the alchemical fire, and the nurturing of the pill. I am aware. I interjected. Moreover, alchemy is a meticulous art. Any minor misstep in any of the stages will ultimately affect the quality and quantity of the elixirs produced. I understand that as well. Since you are cognizant of this, you must also grasp why I questioned you, Master Rat stated. What do you mean? I asked, bewildered. This year, you are merely 16 years of age, yet you have managed to produce a remarkable number of elixirs, each adorned with intricate patterns. This is beyond what someone of your age could typically achieve, he pointed out, incisively identifying the peculiarities in my performance. So that is the crux of it. I pondered silently. It is widely acknowledged that the proficiency of an alchemist dictates the quantity of elixirs that can be derived from the same set of materials. A skilled alchemist, endowed with formidable spiritual power and adept techniques, can meticulously execute every detail of the alchemical process, ensuring not a drop of valuable medicinal liquid is wasted. Consequently, when compared to those who squander medicinal liquid during the process, they produce a greater yield of elixirs. However, since each elixir requires a fixed amount of medicinal potency, and each herb contains a finite supply of medicinal liquid, there exists an upper limit to the number of elixirs that can be fashioned from a single set of materials. This upper limit is what Master Rat referred to as the remarkable number. In the divine martial realm, even if all the medicinal power contained within a single herb is utilized, it can ultimately yield no more than 6 elixirs. As for the intricate patterns, they signify the quality of the elixirs produced. The quality of elixirs is categorized into 4 grades: inferior, average, superior, and supreme. Each grade possesses distinct identification markers and varying effects. The inferior elixir is merely an ordinary concoction, rife with impurities, leading to diminishing efficacy with each use by the warrior, potentially destabilizing their foundation and impeding future cultivation. The average elixir, while devoid of impurities and free from diminishing effects, may still result in an unstable foundation. The superior elixir boasts patterns akin to human meridians, aligning harmoniously with the body, providing only benefits to the warrior's cultivation without any detriment. As for the supreme elixir, it exists only in legend, said to possess sentience, a creation that even Lu Chun from his previous life could not achieve. What surprised Lu Chun was that Master Mouse discerned through his elixir refining process and the quality of the elixirs that he was not the rightful owner of this body. Lu Chun remarked, "Is my talent not sufficient?" Master Mouse replied, "Refining elixirs differs from martial cultivation. It necessitates the accumulation of time. Without extensive practice, no matter how gifted you are, you cannot produce quality elixirs." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun realized that Master Mouse not only possessed elixir crafting skills, but was likely a master surpassing his own level. However, despite Master Mouse's insight into the situation. Lu Chen remained unperturbed, for he had not sensed the slightest threat from him. He believed that Master Mouse's inquiry stemmed primarily from curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen confessed, "Master Mouse, I am indeed not the original, but I have not usurped this body." He then recounted the details of everything that had transpired within him. Listening intently, Master Mouse stated, "It seems you are a person of destiny. Your previous life's demise was merely a rebirth for you." Lu Chen chuckled, "Master Mouse, do you have any further questions?" "None." Master Mouse sighed. "Now that I understand what has transpired with you, it becomes clear why you exhibit behaviors that do not align with your age." Lu Chen retorted with a smirk, "In truth, I'm not that old. Merely 60 years. Master Mouse shot him a disapproving glance. "You rascal. I had intended to guide you in elixir refinement. But since you were dual cultivating elixirs and martial arts in your previous life, I shall leave you to your own devices. Now, go indulge in your spirit crystals." With that, Lu Chen resumed his elixir crafting. Chapter 29. The Lord's Fury. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen busied himself with alchemy, the guards assigned to patrol the city at night discovered the door to the apothecary's vault ajar, as if it had been tampered with. Alarmed, they rushed inside to investigate, only to be met with a sight that left all 12 of them paralyzed with fear. The various spiritual herbs, which were meticulously stored in specially designed boxes, had all been opened, and thousands of them lay exposed. What were we to do?" stammered one guard, a second-tier warrior, trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen. Having served in the Lord's household for many years, they fully understood the Lord's temperament. With the apothecary's treasure stolen, they knew they would face his wrath. The leader of the guards, a middle-aged man named Lin Yao, who was at the first-tier martial artist level, staggered to his feet in shock. Under the watchful eyes of his comrades, he hastily inspected the open boxes. There was no glimmer of hope. The apothecary's vault had been thoroughly looted. Not a single herb remained. "It's over, utterly over." Lin Yao's complexion turned ghastly. One guard rose, asserting, "Leader, the Lord is merciless and bloodthirsty. Even if just one herb is missing, he will not spare us. Leader, why don't we escape before anyone notices the theft? If the Lord finds out, we are doomed." Lin Yao replied bitterly, "Brother, Tianyuan City is but a small place. The Lord's influence is all-encompassing. Where can we possibly flee? Even if we can't escape, it's better than waiting here for death." Another guard chimed in, contemplating flight. As thoughts of escape took hold, Lin Yao turned to the other guards and asked, "What do you all think? Let us flee and take our chances. Indeed, we must take the risk. Anything is better than waiting to die." Meeting Lin Yao's gaze, the previously terrified guards rose with newfound resolve, all prepared to abandon the scene. Seeing this, Lin Yao gritted his teeth and declared, "In that case, we shall leave the city tonight and head for the Luofeng mountain range." What a splendid idea. From now on, we will follow you, leader. The group rejoiced, immediately pledging their allegiance to Lin Yao. The 12 men exited the apothecary's vault, acting as if nothing had transpired, and resumed their patrol. When they reached a secluded corner, they swiftly made their way towards the city gates of Tianyuan, scaling the walls to escape. The guards at the Lord's estate worked in shifts, and when Lin Yao and his comrades fled Tianyuan City, the next shift soon discovered the apothecary's vault had been plundered. However, unlike the previous guards, they did not flee. Upon realizing the vault had been robbed, they promptly reported the incident. As dawn broke, casting a faint light across the horizon, everyone was roused from their slumber upon learning of the theft, and they rushed to the apothecary's vault. Upon witnessing the empty vault, a stern-looking middle-aged man let out a furious roar, nearly collapsing from rage. His name was Zhang Yin, the lord of Tianyuan City, a first-tier martial king. For several decades, the Zhang family has reigned over Tianyuan City like local emperors, monopolizing more than 70% of the city's resources. While they have historically exploited others, they faced an unprecedented calamity last night. The entirety of the spiritual herbs amassed by the Zhang family over 2 generations was stolen overnight. This loss transcends mere financial implications. It is a blatant affront to the city lord's authority, one that Zhang Yin cannot tolerate. Casting a cold glance at a trembling middle-aged man, he commanded, "Commander, Summon all the guards responsible for last night's patrol immediately. Yes, replied Zhou Kai, a martial artist of the 9th tier, hastily departing. Upon exiting, he first sealed off information and then assembled the guards who had patrolled the previous night, only to discover that Lin Yao's entire unit was absent. Realizing the implications of this absence, Zhou Kai hesitated briefly before bringing the remaining 4 units to the spiritual herb treasury. Where's the 5th unit? Zhang Yin asked coldly, fixing his gaze on the 5 guards. Zhou Kai's face darkened as he replied, My lord, the unit responsible for the patrol during the ugly hour has not been located. Have they fled in fear of punishment? Zhang Yin inquired. It appears so, Zhou Kai stammered. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Yin pressed. Which unit was responsible for the patrol during the Z hour? At this, a guard of the 2nd tier stepped forward, kneeling respectfully, reporting to the Lord. I was in charge of the patrol during the Z hour. Zhang Yin queried. Was the treasury secure during your patrol? The guard answered, My lord. Everything was intact during my watch. There was no incident of theft. Zhang Yin scrutinized the guard, noting his nervousness yet unwavering gaze. He deduced that the theft occurred after the guard's patrol had concluded. Having ascertained the situation, he withdrew his gaze and, with a sweeping motion, coldly declared, Due to the negligence of the guards, resulting in the theft of the spiritual herbs, all on duty last night shall be executed. Please spare us, my lord. The 5 guards fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Zhang Yan's voice thundered. Your incompetence has led to the theft of spiritual herbs worth millions, and you dare to plead for your lives? One guard cried out, My lord, we were responsible for the patrol during the Mao hour. We have not yet been on duty today. This has nothing to do with us. Fear gripped Zhou Kai, yet witnessing Zhang Yan's fierce intent to execute 60 guards, he could not bear it any longer and knelt, imploring, My lord, I beseech you to spare them. Commander, I have yet to account for your failure to manage your subordinates, and you dare to intercede? Zhang Yan's eyes glinted with menace. Zhou Kai argued, My lord, I am prepared to face death, but I cannot allow any tarnish upon your reputation. If you execute them, it would imply that the unit that fled during the ugly hour was justified, and the world would view you as cruel. At these words, Zhang Yan, with his back turned to Zhou Kai, felt the surge of his spiritual power. In Tianyuan City, no one had ever dared to threaten him. Indeed, in Zhang Yan's eyes, Zhou Kai's words were a veiled threat, attempting to sway him into sparing the 5 negligent guards. Chapter 30. Zhang Xian's speculation, however. Just as Zhang Yan was about to take action, a young woman stepped forward and addressed him. Father, I believe the commander's words hold merit. Though the elixirs were stolen, their negligence does not warrant death. Moreover, should you execute them, it would play directly into the hands of the thief. The woman, in her early 20s, possessed fair skin and striking beauty, clad in a flowing white gown, and was a 5th-tier martial master. Everyone recognized her. She was none other than Zhang Yan's eldest daughter, Zhang Xian, renowned for her intelligence and deeply cherished by her father. Upon witnessing Zhang Xian's plea for mercy, Zhang Yan retracted his murderous intent and remarked to the assembly, In light of my daughter's intercession, I shall spare your lives today. However, while death may be averted, you shall face punishment. Henceforth, your salaries will be docked for 3 months. Thank you, City Lord, for your mercy. Thank you, miss. Upon hearing that their lives were spared, the crowd hastily bowed, their thoughts of wealth swiftly dissipating. Enough. You may leave now, Zhang Yin proclaimed coldly. We take our leave, grateful for their lives. The crowd quickly exited. Once the guards departed, Zhang Yin and the others returned to the main hall of the city lord's residence. The atmosphere grew tense as Zhang Yin sat in silence upon the throne. After a moment, a young man resembling Zhang Yin spoke with indignation. Father, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. This individual was Zhang Yang, Zhang Yin's youngest son, 17 years of age, with mediocre martial talent, currently at the 8th tier of martial arts. As a young master of the city lord's manor, Zhang Yang was arrogant and dismissive, often delighting in bullying the citizens of Tianyuan City. Now, witnessing the theft of the elixir vault and his father's lack of reaction, he felt an uncontrollable fury and became the first to break the silence. Zhang Yin, already incensed, shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yang and reprimanded. Do you need to voice such thoughts? Having rarely seen his father in such a state, Zhang Yang, recognizing his father's displeasure, shrank back and fell silent. In the hall, observing even Zhang Yang's chastisement, the others dared not speak, maintaining a tense silence to avoid incurring Zhang Yan's wrath. Thus, a quarter of an hour passed. Just as Zhang Yan was about to seek Zhang Xian's counsel, 3 individuals rushed in from outside. Their prowess was formidable, 1 at the 9th tier of martial arts and 2 at the 7th tier, tasked with overseeing the Jifeng Hall within the City Lord's Manor. Given the recent theft from the Elixir Vault, their anxious expressions only heightened the unease among the gathered assembly. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the 3 immediately knelt upon entering and offered their apologies to Zhang Yan. We are guilty. Please punish us, City Lord. Zhang Yan's heart sank, his countenance darkening as he demanded, What is your crime? The 9th tier martial master, Qi Jian, replied, reporting to the City Lord, We failed in our oversight, and last night all the elixirs from Jifeng Hall were stolen. Silence. Upon Qi Jian's declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone else breathing slowing to a crawl, not daring to exhale. The theft of the Elixir Vault, compounded by the subsequent loss from the Jifeng Hall, left the City Lord's estate devoid of its precious elixirs overnight. At this moment, amidst a sea of terror, everyone pondered whom the Lord of the city had offended, to provoke such a brazen theft of all spiritual herbs from the Lord's residence overnight. Qi Jian and his 2 companions, bewildered, stood trembling as they awaited their fate after reporting the situation. Above them in the Grand Hall, Zhang Yan sat, his body quaking with rage, and suddenly, with a sharp crack, he crushed the armrests of his chair. The shattering of the armrests sent a jolt of fear through Qi Jian and his companions. They feared for their lives, apprehensive that Zhang Yan might execute them. Yet, instead of enacting vengeance, Zhang Yan restrained his fury and inquired, The Jifeng Hall has been robbed, and you 3 were utterly oblivious last night? Given that the Lord's residence held absolute sway over Tianyuan City, and its possessions had remained untouched for years, the trio had let their guard down. They had retired early the previous night, and now, faced with Zhang Yan's inquiry, they bowed their heads at a loss for words. Observing their reaction, Zhang Yan deduced much of the truth and took a deep breath, striving to temper his emotions. He then turned to Zhou Xian at his side and asked, Xian, overnight, all the spiritual herb from the Lord's residence were stolen. What is your perspective on this matter? Zhou Xian's expression was grave as she replied, Father, it seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. Zhang Yan pressed, What leads you to that conclusion? Zhou Xian explained, Even if the 3 of them were negligent, their capabilities are such that an ordinary person could not have stolen all the spiritual herbs from Jifeng Hall without causing some commotion. Realization dawned on Zhang Yan as he reflected, Indeed, among the 4 great families, aside from a select few, none could match Qi Jian, let alone empty Jifeng Hall. Just then, a young man interjected, Second sister, who do you believe is responsible for this audacious theft against our Lord's residence? This young man, named Zhang Jia, was Zhang Yan's second son, a 3rd-tier martial artist, ranking 3rd among Zhang Yan's 5 children. Zhou Xian replied, For now, I cannot ascertain who is behind this. But one thing is certain. The culprits who raided the Lord's residence and Jifeng Hall last night must be the same individuals who previously plundered the shops of the 4 great families, and it is likely they are martial kings. Zhang Yan frowned and remarked, Xian, there are only 5 martial kings in Tianyuan City, apart from the 3 from Wanbao Tower. That leaves only you and your grandfather. Wanbao Tower is solely a business entity and has maintained a non-interference policy with our Lord's residence over the years, making it improbable that they would steal our spiritual herbs. Zhou Xian responded, Father, I suspect that the martial king responsible hails from outside Tianyuan City. At her words, Zhang Yan's expression darkened considerably. In his quest for complete control, he had meticulously orchestrated the downfall of Lu Yi 6 years prior. He had not anticipated that with the 4 great families stripped of their martial kings, an outsider would emerge. The most infuriating aspect was that this individual not only settled in Tianyuan City, but also lurked in the shadows, rendering him, as the city lord, utterly powerless against this unseen adversary. Chapter 31. The whispering wind and the crane's alarm with a forceful strike. Zhang Yin shattered the table, his voice laced with fury. Hixen, our precious spiritual herbs have been stolen. What do you propose we do next? Zhang Xian replied. Father, I believe we should simply assign someone to monitor the Wanbao Tower. Zhang Yan's expression shifted, puzzled. Xian, did you not assert that a foreign martial king committed this crime? Why then direct our attention to Wanbao Tower? As the intellectual backbone of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian discerned her father's thoughts and calmly inquired, Father, why do you think the thief sought to steal the spiritual herbs? To concoct elixirs? Zhang Yin ventured, uncertainty evident in his tone. Indeed, it is for the purpose of alchemy. The perpetrator is not only a martial king, but is likely an alchemist as well, for ordinary individuals would have no need for such an abundance of spiritual herbs. Zhang Xian elucidated. Even if he is an alchemist, what relevance does that have with observing Wanbao Tower? Zhang Yin pressed further. Father, have you been so blinded by anger that you cannot see the obvious? If he is an alchemist, he will require a venue for his craft. And the only place in Tianyuan City capable of accommodating his needs for selling elixirs is Wanbao Tower, Zhang Xian explained. With clarity dawning upon him, Zhang Yin sighed in relief. Xian, you startled me. I feared you had set your sights on Wanbao Tower. Zhang Xian reassured him. Father, I am not so foolish. Given Wanbao Tower's profound foundation and strength, if they were indeed behind this, we would have no recourse. Zhang Yin nodded in agreement. The Zhang family held a position of dominance in Tianyuan City, yet they were insignificant in the broader world. In contrast, Wanbao Tower was formidable, boasting a powerful background with branches in every city. Even the local nobility would refrain from inciting their wrath. Zhang Jie interjected. Elder sister, father, shall I send someone to take action now? Zhang Yin responded sternly. Monitoring Wanbao Tower is a serious matter. You are not equipped to handle it. He then turned to Qi Jian and the other two, addressing them directly. You three have failed in your duty at Jifeng Hall, resulting in the theft of all the spiritual herbs. Do you acknowledge your culpability? We accept our guilt. The trio responded in unison, acutely aware of the gravity of their negligence. Zhang Yin continued. Since you admit your fault, I now present you with an opportunity to redeem yourselves. You shall keep watch outside Wanbao Tower. Do you agree? We agree. Though reluctant, the three understood they had no choice but to comply due to their prior missteps. Zhang Yin cautioned, let me be clear, should you succeed in this task, the incident at Jifeng Hall will be forgiven. Otherwise, you shall face the full extent of your transgressions. We will not disappoint the city lord. They declared, their hearts racing with trepidation. Very well, you may leave. One moment. Just as the three prepared to rise, Zhang Xian suddenly called them back. Zhang Yin, bewildered, asked, Xian, do you have any additional instructions? Zhang Xian addressed the trio. You must observe any suspicious behavior and identify those engaging in transactions with Wanbao Tower. Under no circumstances should you provoke them. Furthermore, be aware that they may possess formidable strength beyond your capabilities. Should you discover anything, report it immediately. Do not act independently. We understand. They affirmed. Having understood, you may leave. Zhang Xin Gongman. Very well. The three retreated. After Qi Jian and his companions departed, Zhang Yin turned to Zhou Kai, saying, for the next 3 days, I entrust the Black Armored Army to your command. You must capture those 12 traitors. Failure to do so will warrant my scrutiny. Your subordinate acknowledges the order. Zhou Kai replied respectfully. Enough. Go and make the necessary arrangements. Zhang Yin instructed. Your subordinate takes his leave. With that, Zhou Kai exited the Grand Hall. A moment later, the Black Armored Army, representing the authority of the City Lord's mansion, mobilized entirely, commencing a thorough search throughout Tianyuan City. Due to the commotion, the entire populace quickly learned that the City Lord's mansion and Jifeng Hall had been robbed, with all spiritual herbs vanishing overnight. While the citizens pondered the audacity of such an act against the City Lord's mansion, news of the Lin family's 5 shops being plundered also spread. In an instant, Tianyuan City was buzzing with excitement. This explosive news surpassed even the previous day's revelation that Lu Chen's Dantian and meridians remained intact. As one of the four prominent families of Tianyuan City, the Lin family ranked second in overall strength. After extorting the Liu family for 10 shops, they had acquired a total of 43. However, the happiest day for the Lin family was the day they extorted the Liu family, for from that day forward, they had not known a moment of peace. Liu Chun had first looted one of the Lin family's shops, then 4 on his second attempt, and last night, he struck for the third time, directly plundering 5 shops. In less than a month, the Lin family had been robbed of 10 shops. Not only were their finances depleted, but even personnel had vanished, leaving no one willing to guard the shops. Reluctantly, the Lin family had to remove valuable items from their shops, conducting business by day and closing up to leave by night. The other 3 prominent families, equally anxious, observed the audacity of their rivals who dared to rob the city lord's mansion. Upon learning of the theft, the 3 families imitated the Lin family's caution, resulting in a tense atmosphere enveloping Tianyuan City. Upon hearing of the theft at the city lord's mansion and the Lin family, Liu Yi and Liu Kuang, in high spirits, celebrated together early in the morning. Liu Kuang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "To hell with the city lord's mansion and the Lin family. They deserve this treatment to realize our might. We have lived in fear for too long. It is their turn now." Liu Yi concurred, feeling quite pleased. Standing nearby, Liu Zhan inquired incredulously, "Father, uncle, are the events outside truly orchestrated by the formidable ally behind Chunge?" Liu Kuang responded, "Zhan, aside from the one backing Chun, no one could so effortlessly enter and exit the city lord's mansion, let alone empty it. Indeed, this is profoundly satisfying," Liu Zhan laughed. Liu Kuang cautioned, "Zhan, you must not mention Chen's affairs in front of anyone, nor inquire about this matter, lest it displeases our senior." Liu Zhan replied, "Father, I understand. As long as Chengu remains silent, I shall act as if I know nothing." Liu Kuang nodded slightly, then lifted his cup, saying, "Come, third brother, let us toast once more." "Agreed. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." As they spoke, the 2 brothers lifted their bowls and drank in one swift motion. Chapter 32. Physical cultivation in the world of the Chaos Pearl. Liu Chun had been preoccupied with alchemy, entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond. Over the course of a week, he diligently refined a spiritual herb for the blood spirit pill, the bone-washing pill, and the meridian-opening pill, successfully producing over 5,000 pills. However, during this process, Liu Chun transformed the vast majority of the pills into ordinary ones, retaining only a few hundred high-quality pills adorned with pill patterns. As a former 9th-grade pill emperor, he understood better than anyone the significance of these high-quality pills and the troubles they could invite. Given his current low martial realm, he was unable to protect himself and thus opted for this approach to avert unnecessary complications. After concocting the 3 types of pills, Liu Chun continued to elevate his martial realm within the Chaos Pearl world. Meanwhile, nearly 2 months passed in the external world. During this time, Liu Chen's Yin-Yang dual pill reached the 5th level of the warrior realm, rendering him invincible beneath the martial king level. On this particular day, while Liu Chun was engrossed in his training, Liu Zhan exuberantly arrived with lunch. Noticing him, Liu Chun promptly returned to the external world, assuming a composed posture on his bed. "Brother Chun, I've broken through to the 4th level of the martial apprentice realm." Upon entering, Liu Zhan could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the joy of his martial advancement. Liu Chun smiled and responded, "Zhan, congratulations. Your strength has significantly increased." However, upon hearing this, Liu Zhan's expression dimmed as he gazed at Liu Chun. "Brother Chun, although I've made a breakthrough, I still feel a considerable gap compared to others." Observing the earnest Liu Zhan before him, Liu Chun felt at a loss for words. Liu Zhan's talent was regrettably lacking, given his martial aptitude. It remained uncertain whether he could attain even the intermediate warrior realm in his lifetime solely through his own efforts. To speak candidly, Liu Zhan was ill-suited for martial cultivation. If circumstances permitted, a life as an ordinary person might well be his most fitting destiny. Yet, born into one of the 4 great families, even if he wished to lead a simple life, the external environment would not allow it. Seeing Liu Chun silent, Liu Zhan's disappointment deepened. "Brother Chun, do you also think, like the others, that I am a waste, unfit for martial practice?" The term waste pierced Lu Chun's heart deeply. In that moment, he felt immense sympathy for his cousin Lu Zhan, knowing the hardships he had endured over the years. However, instead of comforting Lu Zhan, he gently patted his head and inquired, "Zhan, tell me, do you enjoy practicing martial arts?" "Enjoy it?" Lu Zhan's eyes widened, his previously confused gaze transforming into clarity as he murmured, "Brother Chun, although training every day is arduous and monotonous, and the results are meager, I truly love it. I relish the sensation of breaking through realms, the exhilarating power in my punches, and all that martial practice brings me." Lu Chun spoke softly, "Zhan, martial practice is also a training of the heart. As long as you possess the desire to become strong, I believe that one day you will indeed become a formidable warrior." "Is that really true, Brother Chen?" Lu Zhan exclaimed with excitement. Lu Chen nodded slightly indeed. As he spoke, Lu Chun produced 20 elixirs and handed them to Lu Zhan. Among these 20, 10 were cleansing marrow pills, and the other 10 were meridian opening pills, all adorned with intricate alchemical patterns, for he wished to provide the finest for Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Chun, where did you obtain these elixirs?" Lu Chen replied, "Zhan, do not concern yourself with where they came from. Simply take them. When the time is right, I will reveal the source to you, all right?" "All right. I will heed Brother Chen's words." Lu Zhan nodded earnestly. Lu Chen continued, "Zhan, if there is nothing pressing, you should return and refine the medicinal essence." "Understood." Lu Zhan responded, carefully stowing away the elixirs before departing from Lu Chen's modest abode. After Lu Zhan left, Lu Chen consumed the meal brought by him and then entered the world of the Chaos Pearl. Upon entering this realm, he sought out Master Mouse and inquired, "Master Mouse, do you know of any methods to enhance a person's martial talent?" Master Mouse chuckled, "You rascal, are you looking to assist Lu Zhan?" Lu Chen nodded. "Zhan has a profound passion for martial arts. I cannot bear to discourage him. If I could lend him a hand, I would be most eager to do so. Isn't it sufficient to merely elevate his martial realm without enhancing his innate talent?" Master Mouse suggested. "Are you implying the use of pills?" Lu Chen queried. "Indeed, consuming pills is the swiftest means to elevate one's martial realm," Master Mouse affirmed. Lu Chen shook his head. "While the judicious use of pills can be beneficial for cultivation, excessive consumption can lead to instability in one's realm, making it difficult to achieve greatness." Master Mouse retorted, "With that meager talent of his, do you truly expect him to become great? Stop dreaming. It would be a miracle if he could even reach the martial king realm through pill consumption." Infuriated, Lu Chen felt the urge to retaliate against Master Mouse, who, rather than providing solutions, was adept at delivering harsh criticisms. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen, with a resigned tone, asked, "Master Mouse, enough with the discouragement. I have but one question. Is there a way to fundamentally enhance Lu Zhan's martial talent?" "None," Master Mouse replied, shaking his head. "Very well. It seems I have wasted my breath in asking you. It appears I can only have him consume pills and provide him with powerful techniques and cultivation methods to compensate for his lack of talent," Lu Chen concluded. Master Mouse then shifted his tone, chuckling, "You little rascal, do not dismiss me so quickly. While I cannot enhance his innate talent, I do possess a method to augment his combat prowess." "Is that truly so?" Lu Chen questioned skeptically. "Indeed, it is true. Pray, enlighten me." Lu Chen expressed his growing interest. Master Mouse cautioned, "Bear in mind, my method entails a rigorous and painful training process. Are you certain you wish for him to endure it? Is there any suffering worse than being trampled underfoot?" Lu Chen queried. "Well, it seems there truly isn't." Master Mouse conceded. "Since you have stated it thus, I shall offer it to you. The decision of whether to bestow it upon him lies in your hands." With that, Master Mouse extended his claw, pointing at Lu Chen, and in an instant, a beam of white light surged into Lu Chen's mind. Chapter 33. The Art of Transformation. As Lu Chen gazed at the newfound knowledge within his mind, a smile spread across his face. The old rat had bestowed upon him a scroll entitled The Art of Transformation, a pure physical cultivation technique. Practicing this method requires warriors to forego spiritual cultivation, grounding their development in the physical realm, thereby unlocking the latent potential of their bodies to its utmost limit. Although this relinquishment of spiritual cultivation results in a gradual enhancement of martial prowess, it grants the practitioner a physical strength surpassing even that of ferocious beasts, along with formidable self-healing capabilities. Furthermore, upon mastering the art of transformation, the adept can transcend into the path of the divine through their body, wielding the power of a single drop of blood capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. The old rat had mentioned that the process would be excruciating, for the cultivation of the art of transformation necessitates relentless physical trials akin to self-mutilation. Truth be told, Lu Chun had never encountered such an extraordinary physical technique. To him, the art of transformation eclipsed even the renowned heavenly dominance in its magnificence. Regaining his composure, Lu Chun remarked, "Old rat, your mind is as sharp as ever. If spiritual cultivation is unfeasible, then we shall embark upon the path of physical refinement." The old rat retorted, "You cheeky rascal. Are you suggesting that Lu Zhan should practice this?" Lu Chan smirked. Such a remarkable technique must certainly be cultivated. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Old rat, may I impart the art of transformation to others? Perhaps to your father? Your father too?" The old rat teased. "And my fourth uncle," Lu Chen added, given the choice. Physical cultivation is the true path, yet such techniques are scarce, and few can attain the divine through their bodies. The old rat replied, "Though the path of physical cultivation is commendable, it is not suitable for everyone. In my view, your father and fourth uncle are better suited for spiritual cultivation. I can understand why my fourth uncle would pursue spiritual cultivation, but my father's dantian and meridians have been devastated. If he does not cultivate his body, he will have to rely on the Great Restoration Pill and the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill to become a warrior," Lu Chen observed. The old rat suggested, "Then let him refine pills. For an alchemist, this is no daunting task. I currently lack sufficient soul power and the necessary materials to concoct these two pills." Lu Chen replied. The old rat said, "You foolish boy, you can simultaneously enhance your soul power while seeking materials. I believe with your alchemical skills, achieving a soul power of 4th rank is quite attainable." Lu Chun grimaced, "Old rat, you speak as though it is effortless. The spiritual herbs required for the Great Restoration Pill and the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill are not easily found." The old rat leapt onto Lu Chen's shoulder, tapping him lightly, and reminded, "Are you daft? The Wanbao Tower is an excellent option." Wanbao Tower. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Indeed, with its vast resources, they not only possessed the spiritual herbs for pill refinement, but also the pills themselves. However, a moment's reflection brought forth a hint of suspicion, and he scrutinized the old rat, asking, "Old rat, did you foresee this step all along, which is why you did not raid Wanbao Tower? You overthink it." The old rat turned his head away, avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. Then he added, "Trust me, due to your connections, your father and fourth uncle are destined for the path of spiritual cultivation. Very well, if spiritual cultivation shall be, let us make our way to Wanbao Tower." Lu Chun, confident in the old rat's judgment, returned to the outside world in an instant. Gazing at the sword left behind by his predecessor on the wall, Lu Chun took it down. As a sword emperor, wielding a sword is essential to fully harness one's power. Subsequently, Lu Chun departed from the Lu family. By this time, it had been a week since the theft at the city lord's mansion, and the tense atmosphere in Tianyuan City had considerably eased. Zhou Kai had failed to capture Lin Yao and his companions. After 3 days, he retreated in disgrace, voluntarily seeking forgiveness from Zhang Yan, who penalized him with a 3-month salary deduction. Thus, the incident involving the theft of the spiritual medicine treasury in Jifeng Hall at the city lord's mansion seemed to have been brushed aside, with no further actions taken by the mansion. Exiting the Lu family estate, Lu Chun, clad in a blue robe, navigated effortlessly to the western district of Tianyuan City, heading straight for the location of Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower, situated in the heart of the western district, sprawls across dozens of acres. Despite its name, it comprises a complex of buildings. At the forefront stands a 9-story edifice adorned with the golden characters of Wanbao Tower, serving as the sales building. This structure is immense. Even the first floor can accommodate thousands, while the 9 stories reach several dozen meters in height. Adjacent to Wanbao Tower is a collection of independent lofts, housing numerous strong individuals associated with the tower. Further inside lies another set of tall buildings, which are dedicated to the storage and processing of spiritual medicine. At the innermost part, there are several lofts. Those to the east and west serve as residences for Wanbao Tower staff, while the northern and southern ones are designated for guests. Before long, Lu Chun arrived at the entrance of Wanbao Tower. Ultimately, it was a small locale with inadequate spending power. Observing the deserted entrance of Wanbao Tower, Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh. The items within Wanbao Tower are of exceptional quality. Had it been located in a flourishing martial arts hub, the tower would undoubtedly thrive with a constant influx of martial artists. However, Tianyuan City is merely a border town, lacking in martial artists' talent, and the purchasing power for spiritual medicines and elixirs, rendering it unsuitable for Wanbao Tower. I wondered who it could be. I never expected it to be the wasteful scion of the Liu family. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from behind Lu Chun. Turning around, he beheld three individuals. They were all relatively young, barely in their 20s, with the strongest among them being a 5th-tier martial artist, while the others were at the 9th and 8th tiers, respectively. Lu Chun recognized the 5th-tier martial artist, Lin Kun, a member of the Lin family, one of the 4 prominent families, and the second brother of Lin Xian. Before the previous scion was disgraced, Lin Kun had been beaten by him several times and would always take a detour whenever he encountered Lu Chun afterward, fearing any confrontation. A smile crept across Lu Chun's face. This fellow had been hiding for so long, and now he dared to ridicule him, perhaps believing he was easier to bully than his predecessor. Soon, the trio approached. Lu Chun scoffed. Lin Kun, should you not be lurking at home? How dare you appear here? It seems I did not punish you severely enough before. Lin Kun, harboring resentment towards Lu Chun, retorted furiously, Lu Chun, your cultivation has plummeted, yet you still dare to be arrogant. Truly brazen of you. Lu Chun mocked in response, even with my diminished realm, dealing with you, a mere waste, is still a trivial matter. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Lin Kun, filled with fury, let out a roar as he drew his sword, striking towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun, with an air of indifference, replied, to draw your sword before me. I truly wonder who has bestowed upon you such audacity. With that, Lu Chun unsheathed his own sword. Chapter 34. Lu Chen's sword as a once revered sword emperor. Lu Chen's comprehension of swordsmanship has reached unparalleled heights. With a mere thought, a radiant golden light burst forth. This is sword energy. Lin Kun, who had been charging towards Lu Chun, was struck with terror. Having initially intended to unleash an offensive sword style, he hastily sought to evade, abandoning any semblance of combat spirit. Sword energy, which employs the sword as a conduit to transform profound spiritual power into an attack, is a feat attainable only by those of martial mastery. Lin Kun had sought to reclaim his honor from Lu Chun, primarily because he perceived a decline in Lu Chen's martial prowess. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Lu Chen's capabilities as a former martial master remained intact. Yet the speed of Lu Chen's sword was astonishingly swift. Despite Lin Kun's attempts to evade, he ultimately could not escape, and Lu Chen's blade struck his right arm, accompanied by the descent of the golden sword energy. Lin Kun let out a harrowing scream as his entire right arm severed, warm blood gushing from the stump. This, despite previous friction among the 4 great families. Such encounters typically resulted only in verbal disputes. Even when martial confrontations occurred, they were generally limited to youthful skirmishes, with serious injuries like today's being exceedingly rare. They all understood that while disparities existed in overall strength among the 4 families, a full-scale conflict would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, for decades, the 4 families had not erupted into war, primarily competing for control over the commercial establishments within Tianyuan City. Lin Kun was the eldest son of Lin Yao, the head of the Lin family, a pivotal figure within the clan. Witnessing Lu Chun sever Lin Kun's arm, his 2 companions were left in shock, realizing that significant turmoil was about to unfold in Tianyuan City. As Lu Chun approached the fallen Lin Kun with his sword in hand, one of the men shouted, Lu Chun, you have committed a grievous error. The Lin family will not spare you. Lu Chun glanced at him, his demeanor icy. Do you believe I, Lu Chun, require the Lin family's forgiveness? Lu Chun, you have lost your mind. Your actions will lead the Lu family into an abyss from which there is no return. Another companion thundered in anger. Lu Chun shook his head, placing his foot upon Lin Kuan's body, and inquired, Lin Kuan, do you truly believe the Lin family can bring the Lu family to ruin? Lin Kuan, pale and frantic, bellowed, Lu Chun, you are as good as dead. Having severed my arm, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Quite audacious. Lu Chun nodded, then coldly declared, in light of your arrogance, I have resolved to remove your remaining arm as well. Before the words had left his lips, Lu Chen's sword struck again, severing Lin Kuan's left arm. With both arms severed, Lin Kuan emitted a pained groan. Curling into a ball, his expression contorted with agony. After a moment, having caught his breath, Lin Kuan screamed, Lu Chun, you are a madman. If you have the ability, then kill me. Lin Kuan, it is my first encounter with someone making such a request. It seems I must fulfill your wish today. Lest you accuse me of lacking compassion, Lu Chun replied with a smile, raising his bloodied sword for the final strike. And no, please do not kill me. Witnessing Lu Chen's unwavering resolve, he swung his sword towards Lin Kuan's neck, instilling a paralyzing fear within him. Terrified, Lin Kuan cried out, pleading for Lu Chun to desist. However, Lu Chun had no intention of ending Lin Kuan's life so easily, deeming it too merciful and insufficient to avenge the previous grievances against the Lin family. Consequently, he halted the blade a mere inch from Lin Kuan's throat. Observing the dampness of Lin Kuan's trousers, Lu Chun grinned and declared, kneel and beg for my mercy, and I shall spare you today. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. With that, he sheathed his sword and rose to his feet. Though Lin Kuan's heart brimmed with indignation, he recognized the power dynamics at play and found himself compelled to submit to Lu Chen's overwhelming presence. Struggling to rise from the ground, he knelt in the pool of blood, bowing his head before Lu Chun. Yet that was not enough. Lu Chun demanded that he not only bow, but also loudly proclaim, I, Lin Kuan, have offended young master Lu Chun, begging for his mercy to spare my wretched life. Lin Kuan, filled with rage, retorted, Lu Chun, I have already bowed to you. Do not push your luck. Will you comply or not? Lu Chen's expression darkened as he swiftly pointed his sword at Lin Kuan's chest. Faced with this threat, Lin Kuan, trembling with fury, once again yielded to Lu Chen's tyranny, bowing his head and shouting the mandated phrases. On the 9th floor of the Wanbao building, a young woman stood by the window, observing the unfolding scene below, dressed in a flowing green garment and veiled. With a piece of purple jade adorning her waist, she appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Chun, possessing a martial arts prowess at the 2nd level of martial master. Her name was Zhao Xian, the highest authority of the Wanbao building in Tianyuan City. Beside her stood an elderly man, clad in the attire of a servant, his martial arts level at the 3rd stage of Martial King. After a moment, Zhao Xian returned to the interior of the loft, gracefully taking a seat. Li Fu remarked, Miss, I too have noticed a change in him. His killing intent has intensified, and he seems to have become more arrogant and reckless. Zhao Xian inquired, Uncle Fu, what do you think prompts such a drastic transformation in a person? Adversity, Li Fu replied. Before his injuries, he exhibited youthful vigor, yet his intellect was sound. He acted with restraint for the sake of his family. However, that is no longer the case. Zhao Xian pondered, delicately pinching her pristine chin. After the incident, the Lu family turned a cold shoulder, and the Lin family falsely accused him, igniting a flame of hatred within him. Li Fu nodded, Atred breeds a personesse killing intent. While a diminished sense of familial obligation liberates one from constraints, allowing for a more carefree existence. Zhao Xian queried, Uncle Fu, do you consider this a positive or negative development? There are both merits and drawbacks, Li Fu responded. Zhao Xuan's mille gently, do elaborate, Li Fu explained. On the positive side, with hatred in his heart, Lu Chen's martial prowess will likely accelerate beyond previous limits. On the negative side, his enemies will multiply, and there is a risk he may meet an untimely demise. Zhao Xian nodded thoughtfully. After a brief pause, She looked at Li Fu with her large, expressive eyes. Uncle Fu, shall we make an investment? Investing in Lu Chun? Li Fu queried. Indeed, I perceive great potential within him. Worthy of investment, Zhao Xian remarked. Li Fu, with a furrowed brow, replied, Miss, while Lu Chun may be a commendable investment candidate, our Wanbao Tower adheres to strict principles. We engage solely in commerce and refrain from entangling ourselves in power struggles. Should those in higher echelons discover that we have breached this code, you may find yourself facing severe repercussions. Zhao Xian responded with a wry smile. Uncle Fu, having come to this desolate place, what punishment could my father possibly impose upon me? Upon hearing this, Li Fu sighed deeply and fell into silence. Indeed, this was the most dismal of circumstances. Zhao Xian had reached a point beyond the reach of reprimand. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Xian stated, Uncle Fu, once Lu Chun arrives, please bring him to see me. Understood. Li Fu replied, turning to depart. Chapter 35. The host invites outside the Wanbao building. Lin Kuan's arms were continuously bleeding. He bowed repeatedly, loudly pleading for mercy as per Lu Chen's demand. In no time, his body began to sway perilously from excessive blood loss. Observing this, Lu Chun coldly remarked, Lin Kuan, given your sincerity today, I shall spare you. Now leave. Pale-faced, Lin Kuan remained silent, struggling to rise with the assistance of 2 lackeys before departing. You little brat, deal with him. The Lin family will come after you, sneered the Master Mouse in the Chaos Pearl realm. Let them come. I could topple the entire Lin clan single-handedly. Lu Chun retorted dismissively. You're quite audacious, kid. You possess a bit of the spirit I had in my youth, the Master Mouse chuckled. Bah! Lu Chun shot a disdainful glance at the Master Mouse before striding into the Wanbao building. Upon entering, Lu Chun immediately noticed that while the Wanbao building in Tianyuan City was but a fraction of the main establishment size, it was nonetheless well-equipped and strikingly similar in structure. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, an unbidden thought of a rather peculiar individual crossed his mind, and he found himself unexpectedly missing him. Beast, just wait within a decade. I shall seek you out. After a brief moment of melancholy, Lu Chun refocused his mind and approached the counter. Just as he was about to inquire about the materials for crafting the Great Restoration Pill, the Continuation Pill, Li Fu approached him with an air of calmness. Warrior King. Upon seeing Li Fu, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. In Tianyuan City, the title of Warrior King represented a pinnacle of strength. And with Li Fu's threefold Warrior King realm and composed aura, he was undoubtedly the city's foremost powerhouse. Young Master Lu, my lady requests your presence. Li Fu said respectfully as he reached him. Your lady? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Through the memories of his predecessor, he knew that the true leader of the Wanbao building in recent years was a mysterious woman, whose true appearance had never been witnessed. It was rumored that she was extraordinarily beautiful and of enigmatic origin, a direct descendant of the significant figures within the Wanbao building. He was curious as to why she suddenly wished to meet him, considering that while the Lu family held some status in Tianyuan City, they were insignificant before the Wanbao building. Indeed, it is my lady. She has invited you to the upper floor for a discussion. Li Fu smiled. Kid, a chance at romance has arrived. This is a providential opportunity. Hurry up. The Master Mouse in the Chaos Pearl realm urged Lu Chun excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt an inkling of being schemed against by the Master Mouse, a creature with a devious mind, whose intentions were as obscure as ever. You old fool. Lu Chun scolded. What do you mean by old fool? I am merely assisting you in fulfilling your physiological needs, the Master Mouse retorted. Get lost. Lu Chun glared fiercely at the Master Mouse before turning to Li Fu. If that is the case, lead the way. As Lu Chun spoke, Li Fu cast a meaningful glance at him. With his current prowess, anyone in Tianyuan City would treat him with utmost respect, addressing him as senior and daring not to show the slightest hint of negligence. Yet here was Lu Chun, a mere boy of the 5th-rank martial artist realm, who could face him with calm composure, his words devoid of any reverence. In that moment, it felt as though Lu Chun were the martial king, and he, merely a fledgling warrior, was subjected to a sense of condescension. Lu Chen's demeanor reminded him of certain individuals from his past, who, in their youth, exuded an air of disdain for the world, regarding no one with regard. Reflecting on these figures, Li Fu regarded Lu Chun with a newfound appreciation, silently acquiescing to Miss Zhao Xian's decision. With a faint smile, Li Fu led the way, guiding Lu Chun to the 9-story pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, a gentle fragrance wafted towards them, and soon after, a pink screen obstructed Lu Chun's path. Through the screen, he caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette, prompting him to unleash his soul force in an attempt to discern the lady's appearance. However, as Lu Chun's soul force neared Zhao Xian, it was inexplicably severed, preventing him from perceiving her features. To his astonishment, even in this small establishment of the Wanbao building, the members possessed soul-warding jade. Withdrawn from his soul force, Lu Chun felt somewhat surprised. As a once-esteemed guest to the highest caliber at the Wanbao building, he was aware that many individuals within its ranks donned accessories known as soul-warding jade, designed to obstruct the soul perception of soul masters and alchemists, effectively serving as a means of privacy. Yet he had not anticipated that the overseer of the Wanbao building in Tianyuan City, which lacked even an auction house, would possess such a valuable item. Miss, young Master Lu Chun has arrived. As Lu Chun paused, Li Fu circumnavigated the screen and approached Zhao Xian, speaking with deference. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, addressing Lu Chun. Young Master Lu Chun, please take a seat. Lu Chun settled down, his curiosity piqued. May I inquire why you have summoned me? Zhao Xian replied. Have you encountered any troubles, young Master Lu Chun? None. Lu Chun retorted. Is the Lin family not a trouble? Zhao Xian questioned. If the Lin family can be considered trouble, then even the act of squatting to relieve oneself would be troublesome. Lu Chun scoffed. Hearing Lu Chun's crude expression, Zhao Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, but she continued. You severed Lin Kuan's arms. Are you not worried that the Lin family will seek retribution? Lu Chun responded. The Lin family is but a trifling matter. If they refrain from provoking me, all is well. Should they foolishly seek trouble, I would not hesitate to eradicate them. Such confidence, young Master Lu Chun? Zhao Xian's brows knitted in concern, as she understood it. The current strength of the Lu family was nowhere near that of the Lin family. With Lu Chun having severed Lin Kuan's arms, it was certain that the Lin family would retaliate against the Lu family. If a confrontation ensued, it would likely result in severe consequences for the Lu family, if not their annihilation. She could not fathom how a mere warrior could possess the confidence to annihilate the Lin family. Was it solely reliant on himself? Or was Lu Chun merely boasting? Lu Chun replied, confidence is the pinnacle. Without it, why pursue martial arts? One might as well marry, bear children, and cultivate the next generation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian and Li Fu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in disapproval. Lu Chun had become excessively ostentatious, rendering him devoid of investment value. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xian inquired, what brings you to Wanbao Tower? I seek some spiritual herbs, Lu Chun responded. What kind of herbs? Tianling grass, Baitsong flower, Yingteng, and the core of the Minghu beast. Lu Chun enumerated 75 types of spiritual herbs in one breath, all of which were materials essential for concocting the continuation pill and the great restoration pill, albeit merely a fraction of what he required. As Lu Chun listed these materials, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes from behind the screen, her gaze fixated on Lu Chun's figure. At that moment, myriad thoughts coursed through her mind. Can you procure these herbs? Lu Chun, noticing Zhao Xian's silence, pressed further. Gathering her composure, Zhao Xian replied, of the herbs you mentioned, our tower possesses only 7. The remainder will need to be sourced from other branches, which will require some time. Lu Chun inquired, how long might that take? Approximately 3 months, Zhao Xian stated. Then please assist me in acquiring these materials, Lu Chun requested. Zhao Xian replied, our tower can locate the materials for you, yet each one you seek is exceedingly costly. Are you certain you can afford them? Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, you need not concern yourself with the finances. Simply ensure that I receive the items. With that, Lu Chun rose, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the staircase and descended, leaving Zhao Xian momentarily stunned in her place. Chapter 36. Zhao Xian's speculations after Lu Chun's departure. Li Fu, with a somber expression, inquired, Miss, This Lu Chun is exceedingly audacious. Should I teach him a lesson? Zhao Xian shook her head, her gaze distant as she murmured, "No." Li Fu, perplexed, responded, "Miss, while Lu Chun possesses some talent in cultivation, he is merely a tall figure from Tianyuan City. In a larger arena, he amounts to nothing. Why do you tolerate him so? Why do I tolerate him?" Zhao Xian whispered, her mind abuzz with myriad conjectures. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xian questioned, "Uncle Fu, do you know what those spiritual herbs Lu Chun asked us to find are intended for?" Li Fu replied, "Miss, as a martial artist, my knowledge of spiritual herbs is rather limited, and I am unaware of their uses." Zhao Xian elucidated, "Those herbs are meant for refining the 5th grade continuity pill and the 6th grade great restoration pill." "Such a purpose?" Li Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Having served the former master for many years, he had watched Zhao Xian grow, knowing her better than her own father. Today, had anyone else claimed that the herbs Lu Chun sought were materials for the 5th grade continuity pill and the 6th grade great restoration pill, he would have dismissed it as far-fetched. It is well known that these pills rank among the most challenging to concoct in their respective grades, not only in Tianyuan City, but even in larger locales. Few alchemists possess the skill to refine them. Yet, when these words flowed from Zhao Xian's lips, he could not help but believe, not for any other reason, but due to Zhao Xian's formidable background. At Wanbao Tower, people recognized Zhao Xian merely as a martial artist of mediocre talent. Yet he was aware that she was also a 3rd-grade alchemist. For years prior, Zhao Xian had saved a gravely injured woman out of kindness and had tended to her with great care during her recovery. At that time, Zhao Xian was unaware that the woman she saved was none other than Du Shiling, renowned throughout Tianwu continent for her unparalleled alchemical talent for a century. It is said that Du Shiling possessed the 3 divine meridians of water, fire, and wood, and at the age of 6 was recognized by Ling Yuan, who was traveling through Tianwu continent and taken as his disciple. Speaking of Ling Yuan, alchemists hold him in reverence, for he is a formidable figure in the realm of martial arts, currently residing in the sacred domain of alchemists, the alchemy domain. Moreover, Ling Yuan has a master named Ren Xiaoyao, a fearsome entity who ranked 2nd among the top 10 titled martial emperors a century ago. Under Ling Yuan's tutelage, Du Shiling's alchemical prowess flourished at an astonishing rate, and to this day, she is acknowledged as the foremost alchemist in Tianwu continent. While others may misjudge her due to their limited understanding, Zhao Xian, who is a disciple of the Ren Xiaoyao lineage, could never be mistaken. Just as Li Fu was marveling at this revelation, Zhao Xian continued, "Uncle Fu, perhaps he fears we might discern his intentions, which is why he did not request all the materials, only a portion." Li Fu, startled anew, thought of the long-disgraced Lu Yi and remarked, "Miss, does he intend to concoct pills to restore Lu Yi to the martial path?" Zhao Xian affirmed, "Indeed, he wishes to refine pills to reinstate Lu Yi's journey in martial arts. But it is not Lu Chun who will do the refining. Rather, it is the alchemist behind him." "The alchemist behind him?" Li Fu questioned, his skepticism palpable. Zhao Xian remarked, "There must be a formidable alchemist behind him. The disturbances in Tianyuan City recently were orchestrated by that alchemist." She continued, "Ah, miss, now that you mention it, everything that has transpired in Tianyuan City becomes clear." Upon hearing this, Li Fu experienced a moment of enlightenment, as his previous perplexities regarding who possessed the capability to infiltrate the Lord's mansion were finally resolved. Zhao Xian added, "It is precisely because he has support that Lu Chun acts with such impunity, disregarding the Lin family, who are also one of the 4 prominent clans." Li Fu sighed. If the person behind him truly has the ability to concoct the continuation pill and the great restoration pill, then that individual must be at least a martial sovereign, if not a martial emperor, and thus they need not fear a mere Lin family. Zhao Xian speculated, "Moreover, I suspect that Lu Chun was indeed incapacitated by the Lord's mansion before. The reason he has recovered is likely due to the assistance of that individual using the great restoration pill and the continuation pill." Li Fu contemplated this and said, "Indeed, while the great restoration pill and the continuation pill can reconstruct the dantian and meridians, they do result in a significant drop in cultivation level, much like Lu Chen's current performance. Zhao Xian advised, Uncle Fu, now that we understand Lu Chen's background, we should strive to maintain a good relationship with him. We must not offend him. Li Fu replied earnestly, certainly, a sixth-grade alchemist is not someone we can take lightly. Even a master would treat such a person with the utmost reverence, as their influence is immense. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement and instructed Uncle Fu, please send word to the other branches to assist in gathering materials. Li Fu inquired, Miss, should we only seek the materials he requested, or should we gather everything needed for the continuation pill and the great restoration pill? Let us gather everything, Zhao Xian decided after a moment's thought. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Li Fu responded, then withdrew. Shortly after, several swift-winged sparrows departed from the secret passage of Wanbao Tower. After Li Fu's departure, Zhao Xian rose and moved to the window. She gazed in the direction of the Lu family and murmured, Lu Chun, how many secrets do you still harbor? For some reason, when Lu Chun severed Lin Kuan's arm with his sword, she felt an unsettling familiarity with his stance, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Having been in Tianyuan City for half a year, she had seen through the Lord's mansion, yet Lu Chun remained an enigma, even at such close quarters. A quarter of an hour passed before Li Fu returned, standing respectfully behind Zhao Xian. Miss, the matter has been taken care of, he reported. Cao Xuan asked, Uncle Fu, have the people from the Lord's mansion been watching us for quite some time? Li Fu replied coldly, yes, they have been at it for a while. Zhao Xian responded coolly, arrange a time to visit the Lord's mansion. If they continue their provocations, we shall clear out these onlookers. Understood, Li Fu nodded, feeling a mix of affection and newfound respect for Zhao Xian. As individuals from Wanbao Tower, they preferred to avoid trouble but were not afraid of it. Having the Lord's mansion block their way was undoubtedly a provocation. In the past, Zhao Xian would have likely tolerated such behavior, but her ability to voice this sentiment now indicated her growth. Zhao Zuanqinjing, having gradually matured, must now exercise greater discretion in her words and actions. For despite the close ties she shares, she remains merely a servant of the Zhao family. After a brief pause, Li Fu inquired, Miss, if the Lin family truly takes action against the Lu family, should we at Wanbao Tower intervene? No, we shall merely observe from the sidelines. I am also curious about the individual behind Lu Chun. It is worth noting that I have yet to encounter a sixth-tier alchemist from the eastern continent, though I have certainly heard of them, Zhao Zuanqinjing replied. Upon hearing this, Li Fu smiled and nodded, fully in agreement with Zhao Zuanqinjing's perspective. Chapter 37. A single finger to break your blade emerging from the treasure pavilion. Lu Chun embarked on his journey home. The ever-reverent Shai whispered teasingly in his ear, You foolish boy, given the opportunity, yet you remain ineffectual. Could you not speak to her with a touch more gentleness? Why should I be gentle? Lu Chun queried, perplexed. A little tenderness might just win her over. Once you become the son-in-law of the treasure pavilion, you needn't fret over the cost of spirit herbs, Shai replied. Is that truly a way to save money? Lu Chun responded, incredulous. There are many ways to economize, but this is the finest. You save coin, and you also delight in the process. A perfect harmony, Shai chuckled mischievously. Observing Shai's lewd demeanor, Lu Chun asked with a strange look, Shai, you wouldn't have employed such tactics before, would you? Never. Shai is heartless and devoted solely to the pursuit of the Tao. How could I stoop so low? Shai hastily denied, though his tone betrayed a hint of insincerity. Lu Chun, naturally skeptical of Shai's fabrications, chose not to press further, as it was Shai's private matter, and he was not in the mood for gossip. Currently, the materials for concocting the continuity pill and the great restoration pill were being sought by the treasure pavilion. He merely wished to return to the Lu family swiftly and enhance his abilities. However, as Lu Chun traversed the western district, a formidable group strode down the main street, causing ordinary martial artists to scatter in alarm. This assembly comprised 14 individuals, 13 of whom were at the warrior level, led by a middle-aged man whose strength was the most formidable, being a first-level martial master. Isn't that Hu Yong from the Lin family? Why is he in such a furious state today? It seems he is looking for a fight, one person speculated. My brother, you are unaware. I recently witnessed Lin Kuan's arms severed by someone. Hu Yong must be here to seek vengeance for that incident. Lin Kuan is the son of the Lin family head. His incapacitation justifies Hu Yong's involvement as a first-level martial master. I wonder which brave soul dared to do such a thing, another chimed in. Why speculate? Let us follow and discover the truth, someone urged. Amidst the murmurings, a throng of martial artists trailed behind, and soon enough, Hu Yong and his entourage of Lin family warriors encountered Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you are doomed for having severed young Master Lin Kuan's arms. Hu Yong bellowed, brandishing a large blade in fury. Lu Chun retorted with a cold smile. Hu Yong, I advise you to leave at once, or, while I may not know my fate, yours is surely sealed today. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Hu Yong erupted into laughter, joined by the Lin family warriors who mocked him as though they had heard the most absurd joke. Lu Chen's voice turned icy as he inquired, what are you laughing at? Hu Yong scoffed, you think you can kill me? Lu Chun, do you still believe yourself to be the most monstrous genius in Tianyuan City? The notion that you could slay me is but a delusion. Indeed, how could a mere warrior like you hope to contend with Senior Hu? A Lin family warrior echoed. Beyond the Lin family members, the gathered onlookers also deemed Lu Chun foolish for attempting to confront Hu Yong, despite his diminished standing. As the Lin family members looked on, the onlookers surmised that today Lu Chun would meet a dire fate. Having rendered Lin Kuan armless, Hu Yong would surely not spare him. Thus, I shall demonstrate whether my assertions are mere fantasies. In Lu Chen's eyes, Hu Yong was but an insignificant insect. Before Hu Yong could finish his words, Lu Chun twisted his wrist. Without drawing his sword, the blade within its sheath pulsed with a formidable energy. Initially, Hu Yong dismissed Lu Chun, believing him to have fallen from the warrior realm and rendered ineffective, thinking it would be effortless to deal with him. However, upon glimpsing the 3-foot azure blade in Lu Chen's grasp, brimming with terrifying power and poised to strike, his expression shifted dramatically. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unusual sensation. At that moment, Lu Chun, sword in hand, seemed transformed from his former self. His gaze was cold and aloof, filled with contempt and disdain for Hu Yong, who appeared to him as nothing more than a mere insect. When their eyes locked, the sensation intensified, and Hu Yong was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear deep within. Confounded by his own trepidation, he shook his head violently, trying to dispel the inexplicable dread. Lu Chun, you shall die, he bellowed, launching an attack toward Lu Chun. As a martial artist of the warrior realm, Hu Yong accumulated his energy into a single strike, unleashing a crimson spirit blade toward Lu Chun. It was over. Lu Chun was certainly doomed. Alas, he was still young. Had he bided his time for a few more years, with his innate talent for martial arts, Hu Yong would undoubtedly have been no match for him. What a pity. Feeling the weight of Hu Yong's formidable strike, the spectators murmured among themselves. Some were pleased, but many lamented that Lu Chen's life was cut short. Unbeknownst to them, while Hu Yong's attack appeared powerful to their eyes, to Lu Chun, it was utterly inconsequential. With a mere glance, Lu Chun discerned Hu Yong's poor control over his spiritual power. Although he managed to harness it for an attack, it was riddled with flaws. To counter Hu Yong's strike, Lu Chun need not even draw his sword. Old fool, to thwart your blow, I need only a single finger, Lu Chun declared coldly, extending a finger with spiritual energy coalescing at its tip, aiming for the weakest point of the blade's energy. Madness. Lu Chun had lost his senses. He did not even draw his sword. Or perhaps he was simply paralyzed by fear. If that blow were to land, Lu Chun would indeed be finished. Witnessing Lu Chen's actions, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, Lu Chun was merely awaiting his demise, with the outcome seemingly inevitable. Yet, just as all believed Lu Chun was doomed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A golden thread of spiritual energy shot forth from Lu Chen's fingertip, striking Hu Yong's blade energy, which astonishingly shattered into fragments. Chapter 38. Breaking away from the Lu family in this moment, all present were rendered speechless. Utterly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events, the sudden dissolution of Hu Yong's formidable blade aura. Had it truly been pierced through? It appeared so. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. It was utterly absurd. Hu Yong's powerful strike had been effortlessly dismantled by Lu Chun. As the one who had unleashed the attack, Hu Yong felt the weight of his defeat most acutely. His lethal blow had indeed been casually dispelled by a mere gesture from Lu Chun. Confusion clouded his mind, yet the reality of his loss became painfully clear. In that instant, his gaze towards Lu Chun was filled with dread. Lu Chun was an enigma. With a chilling indifference, Lu Chun declared, "Hu Yong, I offered you a chance. Since you refused to retreat, prepare to meet your demise." With a swift motion, Lu Chun drew his sword once more, unleashing a golden blade aura that, stretching over 10 meters, surged toward Hu Yong with terrifying speed. This sword energy far surpassed Hu Yong's knife aura. As it sliced through the air, the surrounding swords resonated with a harmonious clang, as if eager to be drawn from their sheaths. The crowd gasped in astonishment, hastily restraining their own weapons. Hu Yong, caught beneath the oppressive blade aura, was paralyzed with fear. Instinctively, he raised his large knife in defense, unwilling to accept his fate as he bellowed no. In the next heartbeat, Hu Yong's voice was swallowed by the blade energy, his form cleaved in two, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray. He was dead. Hu Yong, a first-tier martial artist, had perished at Lu Chen's hands. The incredulity of the moment weighed heavily upon the onlookers. It is truly unimaginable. Lu Chen, with his diminished martial prowess, has become even more formidable, one whispered. His words quickly echoed by those around him. Although Lu Chen had once been recognized as the greatest prodigy of Tianyuan City, he had never taken a life before. His battles had merely resulted in broken limbs and lessons imparted. Now, however, he was transformed, a heart laden with murderous intent. He exhibited a tyrannical and arrogant demeanor, willing to kill at the slightest provocation, showing no regard for anyone. When power and ruthlessness converge within a single individual, that person becomes a source of profound fear. As they beheld Lu Chun, the crowd was gripped by trepidation. When Lu Chen's gaze swept across the assembly, none dared to meet his eyes. Some even hastily retreated, eager to distance themselves from this perilous situation. Hu Yong is dead. How do you wish to meet your end? Lu Chun turned his icy stare upon the remaining 13 members of the Lin family. Young Master Lu, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, show mercy and grant us a path to survival, they implored, trembling in terror at the sight of Hu Yong's swift demise. Hand over all your spirit crystals. Lu Chun commanded coldly. Yes, we will comply immediately. Those spirit crystals were of great importance. Their lives held far greater value. The 13, quaking with fear, hastily produced every last crystal they possessed. Lu Chun had no desire for these insignificant figures. After collecting over 100 spirit crystals from them, he coldly dismissed them. Be gone. Should there be a next time, your fate will mirror that of Hu Yong. We shall never dare again. Thank you immensely, young Master Lu Chun. The 13 individuals nodded and quickly fled the scene. Once they departed, Lu Chun casually picked up Hu Yong's storage ring and, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, left the bloody site. Soon after, the tale of Lu Chun swiftly dispatching Hu Yong from the Lin family spread throughout Tianyuan City, reaching the ears of the 4 great families and the city lord's manor. Unbeknownst to Lu Chun, upon returning to his room, he entered the world of the Chaos Pearl and began to cultivate with an Earth attribute spirit crystal. That little rascal, the Lin family seeks vengeance. After some time, Master Mouse emerged from the pile of spirit crystals and approached Lu Chun. Lu Chun rose and returned to his room. In a short while, Lin Kong, seething with rage, stormed into the Lu family's great hall, accompanied by 21 martial artists from the Lin family. Among them was Lin Kuan, who had just had his arms severed by Lu Chun. Although his wounds were bandaged, his face remained pale. Lu Chun, come out and face your death. As soon as Lin Kuan entered Lu Chen's courtyard, he shouted with palpable resentment. His cries immediately drew the attention of Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, who rushed over with the sound of wind. At that moment, Lu Chun stepped out of his room and joined Lu Kuang and Lu Yi. Having spent the day cultivating in his room without any supporters or news of the events in Tianyuan City, Lu Kuang was unaware of the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Lin Kong intrude into the Lu family, his expression turned cold as he barked, Lin Kong, what brings you to the Lu family? Furiously pointing at Lu Chun, Lin Kong retorted, what brings me here? Ask that little beast beside you what he has done. Hearing this, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi turned their puzzled gazes toward Lu Chun. Lu Yi inquired, "Chun'er, have you offended them?" Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, "Father, fourth uncle. I severed Lin Kuan's useless hands and also took care of Hu Yong, who sought revenge." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yi and Lu Kuang's eyes. Killing Hu Yong indicated that Lu Chen's strength had rapidly returned, now exhibiting the prowess of a martial master. Both men felt a sense of joy regarding Lu Chun's recovery, but the gravity of the current situation reminded them that this was not a time for celebration. Lu Kuang addressed Lin Kong coldly. "I believe Chun'er would not kill without cause. Their deaths were certainly warranted." Furious, Lin Kong retorted, "Lu Kuang, you dare to say my Lin family members deserve to die? You are truly deserving of death." Lu Kuang provocatively responded, "Deserving of death? Why don't you come and kill me? Send me on my way? You." Lin Kong trembled with rage. Although he wished to kill Lu Kuang, his strength did not permit it. Lu Kuang's words were clearly mocking his inadequacy. Shifting his gaze, Lin Kong turned to the incapacitated Lu Yi, demanding, "Lu Yi, Lu Chen has crippled my Kuan and killed Hu Yong for my family. How do you intend to deal with this?" Lu Yi replied coldly, "What my fourth brother means is my stance as well." Lin Kong threatened, "Lu Yi, Lu Chun has crippled my Kuan and slain my family as strong warrior. If you protect him, are you preparing for war against my Lin family?" Lu Yi coldly stated, "I do not wish to ignite a conflict, but should the Lin family desire it, the Lu family stands ready to respond at any moment." "Very well, Lu Yi. Just wait and see. Within 3 days, my Lin family will ensure that your Lu family vanishes from Tianyuan City," Lin Kong retorted angrily. Lu Qian and Lu Meng, who had been discreetly observing from a distance, were displeased upon hearing Lin Kang's threat to annihilate the Lu family and rushed forward. Entering the courtyard, Lu Qian commanded Lu Kuang and Lu Si, third and fourth, "This little wretch has caused trouble outside. Why have you not delivered him to the Lin family for resolution, to quell this animosity?" Lu Kuang scoffed, "Elder brother, we will not hand over Chun'er to the Lin family. If you are afraid of them, you may surrender your own son to appease their wrath." Furiously, Lu Qian declared, "It is Lu Chun who has brought about this calamity. Why should I be compelled to relinquish my son?" Lu Kuang countered, "Since you are aware that Chun'er is not your son, what right do you have to demand that others deliver their children to be dealt with? I am the head of the Lu family. I must consider the family's interests, and I will not permit any harm to come to them," Lu Qian proclaimed with righteous fervor. Lu Kuang replied coldly, "Elder brother, you show no regard for the Lu family. You have never considered their welfare. Your concern is solely for your own interests." Lu Meng threatened, "Third and fourth, you must either surrender this little wretch Lu Chun or leave the Lu family. We do not require those who bring calamity upon our clan." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang shook his head in resignation. It was utterly ridiculous that Lu Qian and Lu Meng would seek to expel them for their own self-preservation. After decades of life, they still failed to grasp the principle of mutual interdependence. If the third and fourth branches were eliminated, would the first and second branches be spared by the Lin family? Exchanging glances, the brothers resolved, if that is the case, from this day forth, the third and fourth branches shall have no further ties with the Lu family. Chapter 39. Lu Kuang's rampage. Lu Qian never contemplated expelling Lu Kuang, for he and Lu Meng alone were insufficient to safeguard the Lu family. They required the formidable presence of Lu Kuang to fortify their ranks. However, having reached this point in their discourse, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Lu Meng's sentiments and addressed both individuals, stating, "Since you have been cast out, take your leave. The Lu family does not welcome you." Lu Yi interjected, "Elder brother, the place we currently inhabit is private property, unrelated to you. We shall remain here as we wish, and you have no authority to expel us." Lu Qian chose not to respond. Observing the unfolding situation, Lu Meng turned to Lin Kong and remarked, "Lin Kong, as you can see, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi have been cast out. From this day forth, their grievances with the Lin family are no longer connected to the Lu family." Lin Kong was taken aback by Lu Qian's decision to expel Lu Kuang, thus severing a vital limb of the Lu family and alleviating considerable pressure on the Lin family. Amused by the spectacle of the Lu family's internal discord, he asserted. Rest assured, as long as you do not interfere in the matters between the Lin family and Lu Kuang, we shall remain friends with the Lu family. You need not worry, we will not meddle. Excellent, Lin Kong replied with a smile. Then, with a sardonic grin, he addressed Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, saying, "Prepare to bear the wrath of the Lin family." With that, Lin Kong and his entourage began to depart. However, at that moment, Lu Chun stepped forward, asserting, "Lin Kong, do you take this place for a mere playground, coming and going as you please?" Lin Kong turned back, mocking, "Young Master Lu Chun, I beg your pardon. Pray tell, how do you intend to deal with me now? I shall render you incapacitated," Lu Chun declared emphatically. "Incapacitateme." Lin Kong was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing his ears. He pointed to himself, asking for confirmation. "Lu Chun, are you truly declaring that you will incapacitate me?" "Indeed, I intend to incapacitate you, to teach you a lesson, and to inform your kin that they ought not to wander here aimlessly," Lu Chun retorted. "Ha ha ha." Lin Kong erupted in a furious laugh. "Lu Chun, you must be deranged. Even Lu Kuang would not dare to threaten me. Yet you have the audacity to proclaim such nonsense." Hearing this, Lu Chun turned to Lu Kuang and inquired with a grin, "Fourth uncle, do you dare to incapacitate him?" In times past, Lu Kuang would have refrained from such an act, aware that it could provoke severe repercussions, possibly igniting a conflict between their families. However, the situation had changed. Aware of the formidable influence backing Lu Chun, he no longer feared the Lin family and fixed his gaze upon Lin Kong, stating, "Chiner, if you wish to incapacitate him, then I shall do so." Lu Chun proposed, "Since we are already at odds with the Lin family, a confrontation is inevitable. It would be prudent to incapacitate Lin Kong first, thereby crippling the Lin family's strength." "That makes sense," Lu Kuang slightly nodded, a murderous intent stirring within him towards Lin Kong. Feeling the malice emanating from Lu Kuang, Lin Kong felt a twinge of fear and harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Chun, vowing to torment him at the first opportunity that arose. Steeling himself, Lin Kong warned, "Lu Kuang, you cannot proceed with this. Otherwise, your entire kin shall find themselves without a burial place. To still threaten me at this juncture, you truly are a fool." Lu Kuang spoke coldly, then summoned his spiritual power, launching a punch towards Lin Kong. Having been beaten by Lu Kuang since childhood, Lin Kong knew that even if he were 2 martial realms lower, he would still be no match for the brute Lu Kuang. As Lu Kuang's fist came crashing down, Lin Kang's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly employed his agility techniques to flee, lacking even the courage to confront Lu Kuang. However, once Lu Kuang had made his move, there was no chance for Lin Kong to escape. A fierce gust swept through as Lu Kuang blocked Lin Kang's path. With a mocking smile, Lu Kuang taunted Lin Kong. "Weren't you quite arrogant when you threatened me last time? Come at me. Why are you running?" Lin Kong roared back, "Lu Kuang, you had better let me go. Otherwise, with Xiner and young Master Zhang Yang's connections, the City Lord's mansion will not spare you. Lin Kong, the one thing I fear least is threats. Today, I shall end your life, and I am eager to see how the City Lord's mansion will protect you." Before his words had fully settled, Lu Kuang charged at Lin Kong once more. "You lunatic! You and your nephew are both mad," Lin Kong bellowed. With no escape left, he was forced to draw his weapon and fight to the death. Yet, after merely 3 exchanges, Lin Kong was subdued by a single punch from Lu Kuang, his body hurtling like a yellow streak into a nearby flower bed. With a splutter, Lin Kong rose, blood spilling from his mouth, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Observing Lu Kuang, who had grievously wounded Lin Kong and was now advancing with murderous intent, all the warriors of the Lin family turned ashen with fear. They had initially believed this encounter would unfold similarly to the last, where they could easily dominate the Lu family, so they had come relaxed, ready to watch the spectacle. However, everything changed with a single remark from Lu Chun. Lu Kuang had gone berserk, disregarding everything to severely injure Lin Kong. Now, seeing that even Lin Kong, the pivotal figure of the Lin family, was not spared, the vassals began to worry for their own safety. Lin Kuan trembled uncontrollably, having intended for Lu Chun to pay a price for the injury of his arms, but he never expected to face another beating himself. "Lu Kuang, you can't cripple me." As Lin Kuan pondered his predicament, Lin Kong, terrified, retreated repeatedly, unwilling to face Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang sneered, "Lin Kong, I won't cripple you, but I shall slay you. The enmity between the Lu and Lin families will begin with your and Lin Kuan's demise." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong was filled with dread. Spotting Lu Qian and Lu Meng in the distance, he seized what he thought was his last hope, urgently imploring, "Master Lu, please assist me in eliminating Lu Kuang. If you help me kill him, the Lin family will grant you 10 shops." The prospect of 10 shops momentarily piqued Lu Qian and Lu Meng's interest. But when they felt Lu Kuang's cold gaze upon them, their greed was quelled. For an instant, they contemplated trading Lu Kuang for the shops. But recalling Lu Kuang's formidable strength, they quickly despaired. Their abilities were on par with Lin Kang's. If a conflict erupted, adding themselves to the fray would not save them from a similar fate at Lu Kuang's hands. Realizing this, Lu Qian replied coolly, "I have stated before that I will not interfere in the grievances between your Lin family and Lu Kuang, nor Lu Yi. You must resolve this yourselves." With that, the two brothers turned and departed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Kong descended into utter despair. Subsequently, Lu Kuang made his move once more. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qian and Lu Meng heard the anguished wails of Lin Kong. When they turned around, Lin Kong was already lifeless. Witnessing Lu Kuang's act of murder filled Lu Qian and Lu Meng with terror, compelling them to hastily depart from that perilous locale. What shall we do with Chun'er, Lin Kuan, and the remaining members of the Lin family? Lu Kuang inquired as he stowed away Lin Kang's storage ring. Eliminate them. Lu Chun coldly uttered a single word. Very well. Lu Kuang paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Young Master Lu Chun, I was wrong. I beseech you to grant me a chance to live. Hearing Lu Chen's intent to kill him, Lin Kuan was paralyzed by fear, hastily kneeling to plead for mercy. Lu Chun coldly replied, Lin Kuan, this is how your life shall be. In your next life, open your eyes and refrain from provoking someone named Lu Chun. No, it cannot end this way. I do not wish to die, Lin Kuan shouted in desperation. Lu Chun paid him no further heed, and Lu Kuang, witnessing this scene, immediately took action, unleashing a massacre upon the fleeing members of the Lin family. Minutes passed, and the courtyard regained its eerie calm, permeated by the acrid scent of blood. After completing the slaughter, Lu Kuang approached with a smile, inquiring, Chun'er, now that Lin Kong is dead, what shall we do next? Lu Chen replied, Fourth uncle, you and the others should proceed with your tasks. As long as the Lin family dares to approach, Lin Kang's fate shall be theirs. Both Lu Kuang and Lu Yi presumed that Lu Chen's words were influenced by the formidable presence behind him. Thus they did not inquire further. Before long, the two departed. After their exit, Lu Chun returned to his chamber to continue his cultivation within the realm of the Chaos Pearl. Chapter 40. The storm approaches. The Lin family remained oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the Lu family, unaware of the events surrounding Lu Kuang's massacre until dusk descended. As the hour for dinner approached, Lin Xian concluded her training and stepped out of her chamber, only to encounter Du Yu, an 8th-tier warrior, whose countenance bore a grave expression. Du Yu had joined the Lin family 4 years prior, tasked with ensuring Lin Xian's safety. However, with her recent breakthrough to the 7th tier, his services were no longer required. Is there something amiss? In times past, Lin Xian would have addressed Du Yu as Uncle Du, but now, her inquiry was curt and devoid of warmth. Du Yu, having long since reconciled with his status within the Lin family, responded with respect, Miss, the 4th master has gone to the Lu family with a group and has yet to return. Lin Xian replied, What are you implying with that statement? Du Yu continued, I wonder if something has transpired at the Lu family. Otherwise, they would not be delayed at this hour. Lin Xian retorted coolly, You are overthinking it. Given the current circumstances at the Lu family, even with their audacity, they would not dare to act against my uncle. Do you caution, miss? It's not the absence of danger that we should fear, but rather the unforeseen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian regarded Du Yu intently, her brow furrowing. For some inexplicable reason, the image of Lu Chan flashed through her mind. Presently, the Lu family, with Lu Qian and Lu Meng's selfishness, were nothing more than timid figures, unwilling to provoke the rising Lin family. To them, Lu Kuang was the sole figure of concern, possessing both strength and audacity, yet restrained by various considerations. After deliberation, Lin Xian concluded that Lu Chun was the only unpredictable element within the Lu family. This individual, gifted and daring, might undertake actions that others would not dare. Recalling how Lu Chun had incapacitated Lin Kuan and slain the first-tier warrior Hu Yong earlier that day, she commanded, "You should take some men to the Lu family and ascertain the situation." Du hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, he departed the Lin family with 4 warriors in tow. Upon their arrival at the Lu family estate, they found the gates wide open. Entering, they were met with an eerie silence enveloping the darkened premises. "Du brother, why is the Lu family so quiet today?" inquired a second-tier warrior, scanning the surroundings with unease. "I too am perplexed by this unusual stillness," Du replied. "Let us proceed to the main hall for further investigation." The 5 of them made their way to the grand hall. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find the hall utterly deserted, devoid of any life. All valuables had seemingly vanished. One among them remarked, "Du brother, has the Lu family been raided like the city lord's manor? How could all their treasures simply disappear?" Du scrutinized the surroundings, his expression grave as he responded, "This does not appear to be a mere robbery. Let's investigate further." Thus, the 5 continued their search throughout the Lu estate, soon discovering that both the main and secondary residences had been stripped bare, with not a single valuable item left behind. As the 5 individuals arrived at the territory of the 3 houses, a pungent scent of blood wafted towards them. Under the moonlight, they soon beheld the lifeless bodies of Lin Kong and his companions. "Retreat," Du exclaimed in astonishment, urging the others to withdraw immediately. However, just as they prepared to flee, Lu Chen's voice resonated through the night air, and with a gust of wind, he barred their escape. "Do you?" His eyes filled with terror, questioned, "Lu Chun, did your family slay 4th Master? Is there a problem with that?" Lu Chun replied coldly. Furious, Du retorted, "Lu Chun, by killing 4th Master, you have declared war against the entire Lin family. They will not let you off easily." "The Lin family will not spare me?" Lu Chun scoffed. "I have no intentions of sparing the Lin family either. You are a madman," Du shouted, horrified by Lu Chen's insanity. Since his drastic decline in strength, Lu Chen's temperament had changed remarkably. "I am indeed a madman, and this madman is about to take lives." With a chilling laugh, Lu Chun struck, causing the 5 to scatter in panic. In his eyes, their strength was laughably feeble. Amidst their screams, the 5 fell to Lu Chun, their bodies turning cold and lifeless. After dispatching the 5, Lu Chun returned to his chamber, resuming his cultivation within the Chaos Pearl realm. The night was serene, the moonlight bathing the earth in its silvery glow. While Lu Chun was absorbed in enhancing his power, a group emerged in the woods outside the city, comprising none other than Lu Qian and Lu Meng. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's ruthless slaying of Lin Kong, the brothers were gripped by terror. After deliberating, they resolved to flee Tianyuan City under the cover of darkness, taking all their riches with them. "Father, we cannot return to Tianyuan City for some time. Where shall we go next?" wheezed the frail Lu Ming. Lu Qian replied, "Ming'er, we shall head to the falling Maple Mountains. With our strength, your uncle and I will surely carve out a domain there." Lu Xiu bitterly remarked, "Father, if the opportunity arises, you must eliminate Lu Chun. If it weren't for him, we would not be fleeing like stray dogs to the falling Maple Mountains." "Rest assured, Xiu'er," Lu Qian reassured him. "If the chance presents itself, I will avenge you, making that little beast Lu Chun kneel before you in repentance." Lu Ming interjected with a cold smile, "Elder brother, now that 4th Master has killed Lin Kong, I fear such an opportunity may elude you. They are bound to perish at the hands of the Lin family." "That would indeed be unfortunate," Lu Qian lamented. As the evening breeze swept by, Lu Ming urged, "Elder brother, to prevent the Lin family from pursuing us, we should hasten our journey and leave this place at once." At these words, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Qian's eyes, and soon, the brothers, accompanied by their remaining followers, fled towards the falling Maple Mountains under the cover of night. Within the Lin family, Lin Xian waited for 2 full hours without the return of Du Yu, her agitation mounting as anxiety enveloped her. Eventually, she sought out her father, Lin Yao. Lin Yao, gaunt and clad in a brocade robe, held the rank of a 9th-level martial master, making him the second strongest within the Lin family, second only to second master Lin Feng. Since her childhood, Lin Yao had showered Lin Xian with affection, and upon her discovery of her martial pulse, he had devoted himself to grooming her as the next head of the Lin family. Upon witnessing Lin Xian arriving so late, Lin Yao inquired with a furrowed brow, "Xianer, why have you come to see your father at such an hour instead of resting?" Lin Xian, with her delicate brows knitted tightly, replied, "Father, fourth uncle has yet to return from the Liu family, and I sent to you to check on him, but he has not come back either." Lin Yao's expression darkened as he asked, "Do you suspect that they have encountered trouble?" Lin Xian nodded in affirmation. Lin Yao's face grew stern as he declared, "Let us head to the Liu family immediately. If they dare to lay a finger on your fourth uncle, I shall ensure that the Liu family pays dearly." Lin Xian cautioned, "Father, I believe it would be prudent to summon second uncle and third uncle as well. It is unwise to venture into danger alone." Lin Yao nodded slightly. Despite the Liu family's current decline, they remained one of the 4 great families, boasting 3 martial masters. It would be wise to exercise caution. An hour later, Lin Yao led the way, followed by 5 formidable martial artists from the Lin family, as they moved in a grand procession through the night towards the Liu family estate. Chapter 41. The Sword Intent of Spring, Awakening of Insects, that little rascal. The Lin family has come again. In the deep of night, as Liu Chan was immersed in his training, the figure of Master Mouse appeared beside him. "Have they all arrived?" Liu Chan inquired. "There are 5 martial masters, and the rest are martial warriors," Master Mouse replied. "The 4 sons of the Lin family are all martial masters, and they also have 2 subservient martial masters, Hu Yong and Zhou Li. It's quite peculiar that even after the deaths of Hu Yong and Lin Kong, they still have 5 left." Liu Chan pondered. "Are you afraid, little rascal?" Master Mouse teased with a grin. "Afraid?" Liu Chan scoffed. "They are merely a troop of clowns. How could I possibly fear them?" Master Mouse countered. "If you're not afraid, then why tally the heads?" Liu Chan fell silent, replying, "Master Mouse, counting heads is an act of fear. Your reasoning is truly novel." During their exchange, Liu Chan returned to the outside world. Since the demise of Lin Kong, Liu Kuang and Liu Yi had been lurking outside Liu Chen's courtyard. As the Lin family rushed into Liu Chen's domain, Liu Kuang made his appearance. Liu Yi wished to assist Liu Chen, but upon realizing his own impotence, he chose to hide with Liu Zhan instead, fearing to drag Liu Chen and Liu Kuang down. "You little beast, come out!" Lin Yao bellowed angrily at Liu Chen's chamber, surveying the courtyard strewn with corpses. With a cold smile, Liu Chen stepped outside, saying, "Lin Yao, why are you here making a ruckus at this late hour, instead of staying in the Lin family?" Pointing at the bodies of Lin Kong and others, Lin Yao demanded, "Did you kill my 4th brother and Kuinar?" Liu Kuang interjected coldly, "Lin Yao, are you out of your mind? Chen Er's martial prowess has plummeted. How could he possibly have slain your wretched son and brother?" Lin Yao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Liu Kuang. "So, you're the one who killed them?" "Naturally," Liu Kuang affirmed. "You're seeking death." Lin Yao roared. Liu Kuang smirked, replying, "I do indeed seek death. But I wonder if you possess the capability to extinguish a man eager for demise." Standing beside Lin Yao was a robust middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial mastery, his imposing figure and round eyes evident as he stood tall. He was none other than the Lin family's mightiest warrior, Lin Feng. Upon hearing Liu Kuang's provocation, Lin Feng stepped forward, stating, "Liu Kuang, it has been years since we last met. Your strength has not improved, yet your tongue has grown sharp." Liu Kuang retorted with derision, "Lin Feng, a defeated foe. What face do you have to claim my strength has waned? Are you relying on sheer numbers?" Lin Feng's expression darkened at the remark. Beside him, Lin Xian admonished, "Second uncle, do not waste words with Liu Kuang. You and my father should strike him down together, using his blood to cleanse your disgrace." "That sounds splendid." Lin Feng agreed, and without hesitation, both charged towards Liu Kuang. Faced with the encirclement of Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Liu Kuang remained undaunted. With a light shout, he brandished his 3-foot green blade, charging at the two like a fierce tiger. In Tianyuan City, Liu Kuang's individual combat prowess ranked among the finest, below the martial king. Only the Wu family's foremost warrior, Wu Mian, could match him. At this moment, although Lin Yao and Lin Feng united their strengths, they remained no match for Lu Kuang, who subdued them single-handedly with his sword. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xian, with a grim expression, addressed his uncle Lin Min, who was at the 8th level of the martial master realm, saying, "Third uncle, you should assist father in dealing with Lu Kuang." Very well, Lin Min agreed and joined the fray. With Lin Min's support, the 3 members of the Lin family fiercely battled Lu Kuang, who gradually began to feel the pressure, revealing a defensive stance as his offensive moves diminished. Observing the distant conflict, Lin Xian arrogantly taunted Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, now that Lu Kuang is struggling to protect himself, what do you plan to do in your half-broken state?" To which Lu Chun coldly replied, "Do you truly believe victory is assured for you? Isn't it?" Lin Xian scoffed. "Beware of the perils of overconfidence," Lu Chun remarked indifferently. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lu Chun executed the Ling Shao step, and with a flicker of starlight beneath his feet, he silently appeared behind the 4th-level martial master, Zhou Li. "You dare to strike at me, Lu Chun? How foolish!" Zhou Li, realizing Lu Chun's intent, erupted in fury and swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a crimson blade of energy towards Lu Chun. "It is you who is foolish," Lu Chun retorted, his hand trembling slightly as a cold light erupted forth, causing Zhou Li to abruptly freeze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Chun. "Lu Chunyu, how cruel!" Zhou Li struggled to lift his left hand, trembling as he pointed at Lu Chun, his face a mask of unwillingness. Then, while Lin Xian and the others were oblivious to the reason for Zhou Li's sudden halt, a crimson line appeared across Zhou Li's neck, and blood gushed forth. With a thud, Zhou Li collapsed into a pool of blood. In an instant, Lu Chun had dispatched Zhou Li with remarkable speed. This outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. They had presumed Zhou Li's attack would ensure Lu Chun's demise, yet it was Zhou Li who fell. Until Zhou Li's collapse, the Lin family remained unaware of how he had perished. Had Lu Chun drawn his sword, they had not witnessed it. But if he had not drawn it, how had Zhou Li been so swiftly silenced? It was indeed perplexing. Lin Xian, too, failed to discern Lu Chun's actions. She merely caught a fleeting glimmer of cold light before Zhou Li became motionless, as if Lu Chun's sword had never left its sheath. Gazing at the fallen Zhou Li, an icy dread enveloped Lin Xian, and she dared not meet Lu Chun's eyes. His sword was astoundingly swift, capable of killing without a trace. Damn it! How could this guy, who was supposed to be significantly weakened, possess such terrifying strength, even more formidable than before? Lin Xian's heart roared in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her. In Lu Chun's eyes, Lin Xian was but an insignificant insect, and he paid her no heed. After swiftly eliminating Zhou Li, he turned his gaze to a middle-aged man, who was filled with trepidation, and inquired, "Chun Kuan, how do you wish to meet your end?" Chun Kuan, a 3rd-level martial master and once a vassal of the Lu family, had recently defected to the Lin family. Faced with the overwhelming might of Lu Chun, Chun Kuan felt no inclination to fight. He hurriedly knelt before Lu Chun, pleading for his life. "Young Master Chun, I beg you, do not kill me. If you spare me, I will repay you with my utmost loyalty." Once disloyal, forever untrustworthy, Lu Chun replied coldly, "If that is the case, do not blame me." Upon hearing this, Chun Kuan suddenly erupted, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he lunged forward, attempting to stab Lu Chun in the throat with his sword. "You think you can ambush me? Not in this lifetime." Lu Chun had long seen through Chun Kuan's ruse and swiftly struck him with the sword. "No, Tien Kung Roarith." But in the next instant, his head flew off, blood gushing forth. Another sword strike. Chun Kuan was slain, causing the hearts of the Lin family members to tremble violently. Lu Chun was utterly terrifying. In that moment, Lu Chun appeared even more formidable than Lu Kuang in their eyes. From a distance, witnessing Lu Chun dispatch 2 martial masters with his blades, Lu Kuang laughed heartily. "Chun'er, you are truly remarkable. You are the pride of your 4th uncle." Lu Chun replied with a smile, "4th uncle, do take care. Do not let those 3 rascals harm you." Feigning anger, Lu Kuang said, Chinner, with your strength. Will you not lend your fourth uncle a hand? Lu Chen chuckled, ha. Fourth uncle, bear with it for a moment. Once I have dealt with the rest of these people, I shall come to help you eliminate the 3 old dogs of the Lin family. Good. Before Lu Kuang's words faded, Lu Chen charged into the throng of the Lin family, and soon the air was filled with cries of anguish, until only Lin Xian remained. With a resounding thud, Lin Xian, attempting to flee, was kicked back by Lu Chen, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Chapter 42. The death of Lin Xian. After dealing with Lin Xian, Lu Chen stepped forward, wielding his sword as he plunged into the fray surrounding Lu Kuang, his gaze fixed upon the weakest among them, Lin Min. As an 8th-level martial master, Lin Min's eyes glinted with a trace of malice upon seeing Lu Chen. In an instant, he redirected his attack from Lu Kuang to strike at Lu Chen. Simultaneously, Lin Feng charged towards Lu Kuang with his most formidable move, while Lin Yao, who had previously turned his back to Lu Chen, suddenly lunged at him. In a heartbeat, the once unified assault on Lu Kuang transformed into Lin Feng desperately restraining Lu Kuang, while Lin Yao and Lin Min conspired to eliminate Lu Chen. Cursed be it! Realizing the intentions of Lin Yao and Lin Min, Lu Kuang was engulfed in fury. Swinging his sword towards Lin Feng in an attempt to break through his obstruction and protect Lu Chen, Lin Feng grinned wickedly, saying, Lu Kuang, do not be so agitated, nor should you flee. Wait until that little beast is dead, and then we 3 brothers shall entertain you properly. Lu Kuang's complexion shifted dramatically, his heart filled with unease. In the face of Lin Yao and Lin Min's sudden onslaught, Lu Chen remained remarkably composed. Before absolute power, all schemes are but illusions. Scheme against me? Go to hell, he coldly uttered. Awakening thunder. As the 2 advanced towards him, Lu Chen pronounced those 2 chilling words. Awakening thunder was one of the 3,000 sword intents he had comprehended in his previous life, derived from the essence of spring, also known as the sword intent of spring. With its release, countless raindrops emanated from Lu Chen's sword, rapidly shooting towards Lin Yao and Lin Min, accompanied by the resounding thunder that rippled through the falling droplets. Sword intent. Lin Yao and Lin Min were struck dumb with terror in their panic. They abandoned their assault and frantically evaded the barrage of raindrops. At that moment, although Lu Chen's martial prowess was lowly, his sword intent was not something Lin Yao and Lin Min could withstand. In the blink of an eye, the myriad raindrops, embodying sword intent, streaked through the air like meteors, transforming Lin Yao and Lin Min into mere pincushions, their lives extinguished. In the distance, amidst their fierce battle, Lin Feng and Lu Kuang stood dumbfounded at the sight. Lu Chen had comprehended a sword intent never before grasped by anyone in Tianyuan City. Despair enveloped Lin Feng and Lin Xian. Confronted with a Lu Chen who had attained sword intent, they realized that not only they, but even the lord of the city might not be his match. At that moment, both regretted their actions, regretted provoking Lu Chen, the most remarkable genius in 3 centuries of Tianyuan City. How could Lu Chen be so easily trampled upon? Chen er, splendidly dona, Lu Kuang exclaimed, snapping back to reality with a hearty laugh. Fourth uncle, I shall assist you in dispatching that old dog Lin Feng, Lu Chen declared. And no need. Lu Kuang began to protest, but before he could finish, awakening thunder struck, piercing through Lin Feng's body with 10-fold sword intent. Boom! Lin Feng collapsed in the courtyard, struggling to rise again, but with the slightest movement, blood gushed forth from his wounds. Lu Chen, you will not have a good end, Lin Feng cursed, pointing painfully at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered, Lin Feng, we shall not perish. As for you, this time next year will mark your day of sacrifice. Yet, I suspect no one from the Lin family will be left to mourn you. You, Lin Feng, consumed by rage, succumbed to the darkness, breathing his last. Lin Feng was murdered, leaving only Lin Xian alive in the Lin family. Lu Chen approached Lin Xian step by step, causing her to retreat in fear until her back pressed against the wall, with no escape left. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and the arrogance she displayed during her first visit to the Lu family had vanished, resembling a stray dog lost on the streets. Lu Chen, please don't kill me. Lin Xian pleaded, cornered with nowhere to run. At that moment, Lu Yi emerged from the battle, accompanied by Lu Zhan, standing alongside Lu Kuang at a distance. Observing the so-called proud daughter of the Lin family, Lu Chen inquired, Lin Xian, are you certain that I violated you? His tone was identical to that in the grand hall of the Lu family on that fateful day. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian realized that Lu Chen bore a grudge against her for falsely accusing him, and she sneered, Lu Chen, does what you say now hold any significance? Lu Chen replied coldly, on that day, you summoned me to Tianxiang Pavilion, and as soon as I entered, you forced an excessive amount of alcohol upon me, then tore your clothes, shouting that I had violated you. Subsequently, some foolish men in Tianyuan City, driven by lust, rushed to rescue you, and I was subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, nearly losing my life. He paused for a moment before fixing his gaze on Lin Xian. In the grand hall that day, when you and your allies from the City Lord's mansion were bullying my father and my uncle, I declared that fortunes ebb and flow, and one day, I would reclaim what is rightfully mine. You surely did not expect that day to arrive so swiftly? Lin Xian remained silent, yet deep within, she felt immense regret. Had she known this day would come, she would have eliminated Lu Chen back at Tianxiang Pavilion. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Now, she had no time for it. Her thoughts shifted to survival, for only by living could she seek vengeance. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Lin Xian implored, Lu Chen, I was wrong. If you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask. As she spoke, she pretended to smooth her disheveled hair, pulling aside her garment to reveal her fair shoulder. As a former titled martial emperor, Lu Chen had encountered countless beauties. To him, Lin Xian was merely a piece of foul meat. With a cold smile, he responded, I require nothing from you. I only wish for your death, so that you may repent for your past sins in the cold earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed abruptly, and she exclaimed furiously, Lu Chen, I'm the fiancé of young Master Zhang from the City Lord's mansion. Do you dare to kill me? Lu Chen retorted, 6 years ago, Zhang Yin had my father crippled, and over a month ago, he crippled me. Do not threaten me with the City Lord's mansion, for it is already among my targets. Are you truly planning to take on the City Lord's mansion? Lin Xian gazed at Lu Chen in disbelief. The City Lord's mansion was guarded by a martial king and had the backing of a royal prince. Lu Chen's audacity to confront them was nothing short of reckless. Naturally, I will ensure that my father's and my own blood debts are repaid by the entire City Lord's mansion, Lu Chen stated with indifference. Seeing the resentment burning in Lu Chen's eyes, Lin Xian smiled and suddenly drew her sword, lunging at him with lethal intent. Lu Chen recognized her desire for death. He had no intention of allowing her to live. Thus he granted her wish by piercing her heart with a single stroke. Lu Chen, I shall wait for you below. Lin Xian, blood spilling from her lips, gazed at Lu Chen closely, speaking with a smile. Lu Chen drew his longsword, his expression cold as he regarded the lifeless Lin Xian, declaring, Since you wish to wait, then wait you shall. Let us see if you are afforded the chance to do so. With that, Lu Chen sheathed his sword as the jovial Lu Kuang and his companions approached. Chapter 43. The fall of the Lin family. Casting a curious glance at Lu Chen, Lu Kuang inquired, Chen'er, are you not a dual attribute warrior of gold and earth? How is it possible for you to comprehend the sword intent of water and thunder attributes? Scratching his head, Lu Chen replied with a sheepish grin, Fourth uncle, there is actually something I have yet to disclose to you. What is it? Lu Kuang asked. On that fateful night, while my dantian and meridians were being restored, my martial veins underwent a transformation as well, evolving into the 9 attribute martial veins. According to that elder, I possess 7 hidden veins of wood, water, fire, wind, thunder, ice, and mist. Long aware that his display of the awakening would raise suspicions from Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, Lu Chen had already devised an explanation and began to weave his tale. Is that so? Upon hearing about hidden veins, both Lu Yi and Lu Kuang exhibited expressions of disbelief. Lu Zhan, confused, asked, Father, what are hidden veins? Lu Kuang explained, Zania. Hidden veins are a rather unique type of martial vein. Lu Yi continued, as is well known, among the myriad of human meridians, Only a select few can connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. These meridians are referred to as martial veins by warriors, serving as the foundation for mortals to embark upon the path of martial arts and become warriors. However, during the protracted journey of cultivation, some alchemists discovered that a scant few individuals possess meridians that, while difficult to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, still harbor the potential to do so. These are what your elder brother refers to as hidden veins, meaning concealed meridians. Lu Kuang added, typically, hidden veins are regarded as waste veins. But once a powerful individual clears them with immense strength, they could transform into normal martial veins. Contemplating this, Lu Zhan remarked, so Chunge had 7 hidden veins before, and then a strong practitioner cleared them, resulting in him possessing 9 attributes of martial veins now. When Lu Zhan expressed this thought, both Lu Kuang and Lu Yi refrained from answering. Instead, they turned their gazes toward Lu Chun in unison. Under their intense scrutiny, Lu Chun continued to embellish his story. Father, fourth uncle, I actually have a master in both swordsmanship and alchemy. Lu Yi queried, Chen'er, are you saying that the transformation of your dantian and meridians, which you previously mentioned occurred in a dream, was actually accomplished while you were awake? Lu Chen nodded. I did not wish to deceive you, father and fourth uncle. But my master insisted that his identity is special and should not be disclosed, which is why I had to keep it concealed. Gently patting Lu Chen's head, Lu Yi playfully scolded, silly boy, neither your father nor your fourth uncle is angry. Moreover, your master is correct in advising you to maintain discretion. What needed to be revealed has been disclosed tonight. Observing Lu Yi's frail state, Lu Chen declared, Father, I am now an alchemist. It won't be long before I can concoct the revitalizing pill and the great restoration pill for you, assisting you in re-entering the path of martial arts. Initially taken aback, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi soon found no cause for astonishment. Lu Chun, being a practitioner of 9 attribute martial veins, naturally indicated his capability to become an alchemist. The prospect of the Lu family having an alchemist excited Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, causing them to rub their hands together in anticipation. For being an alchemist is a profession coveted by countless warriors. Lu Chun has now become an alchemist. Given time, the Lu family will undoubtedly ascend to great heights, rendering the small lord's mansion insignificant in their eyes. Brother Chun, this is wonderful. Uncle Sam will no longer be ridiculed, exclaimed Lu Zhan joyfully. Lu Yi cautioned, Chun, matters concerning your father cannot be rushed. You must not act impulsively. Lu Chun smiled, replying, Father, my master has proclaimed that my talent for alchemy is unparalleled. With diligent practice, it won't be long before I can refine the continuation pill and the great restoration pill. Lu Kuang interjected, Chen'er, is it possible for your master to make an appearance? He has reshaped your dantian and meridians, taken you as his disciple, and taught you the ways of alchemy and swordsmanship. He is a benefactor of the Lu family, and both your father and I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude. Naturally, Lu Chun could not acquiesce to such a request, for he had no master at all. Feeling somewhat awkward under their expectant gazes, Lu Chun said, Father, uncle, my master has already departed. He mentioned that remaining here would hinder my growth. Well, if that is the case, let be, Lu Yi responded, both of them feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, they understood Lu Chen's master-s intentions. Having such a powerful figure by his side would inevitably lead to dependence, thereby diminishing Lu Chen's sense of urgency in his cultivation. Secretly admiring his master-s thoughtful intentions, Lu Kuang solemnly reminded, Chen'er, with your master absent, it would be prudent to keep your status as an alchemist and your understanding of sword intent discreet. I understand, Father, Lu Chen assured him. Turning to Lu Zhan, Lu Kuang warned, Zhaner, you must not speak of this outside. Father, I assure you I will remain silent and will not cause trouble for Brother Chun, Lu Zhan promised. At that moment, Lu Chun looked at Lu Zhan and inquired, Zhan, have you broken through to the 5th level of the martial disciple realm? Lu Zhan grinned. This is all thanks to Brother Chen's elixirs. Otherwise, with my martial talent, I could not have achieved this breakthrough in such a short time. Indeed, well done. Lu Chen nodded, then pointed at Lu Zhan's head imparting the creation battle art given to him by Master Shu. The creation battle art, Lu Zhan exclaimed, astonished by the newfound technique in his mind. Lu Chan said, Zhan, this is a technique from my master, and today I bestow it upon you. Cultivate diligently, and no one will be able to bully you in the future. Thank you, Brother Chen, Lu Zhan replied, unaware of the true level of the creation battle art. Yet he could sense its formidable power, his eyes glistening with gratitude. What a big fool you are. Why thank me? It is only right that I treat you well. Lu Chun lightly patted Lu Zhan on the head, playfully scolding him. Yes, I will definitely cultivate diligently, Lu Zhan said, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang watched the deep bond between Lu Zhan and Lu Chun with great satisfaction. But thoughts of Lu Qian and Lu Meng caused them to shake their heads in dismay. Why is there such a disparity among brothers? They exchanged glances, reflecting on each other's youthful eyes. Lu Yi embraced Lu Kuang's shoulders, his voice choked with emotion. It is truly wonderful. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over Lu Kuang, his eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, the bond between the two brothers had remained unaltered, and the younger generation embraced each other with a warmth akin to that of siblings, which was truly heartening. After a while, a gentle evening breeze swept through, carrying with it the acrid scent of blood that drew Lu Kuang's attention to the multitude of corpses strewn about. Lu Kuang inquired, Chin'er, it seems the Lin family has been utterly vanquished tonight. What are your plans moving forward? Lu Chan replied coolly, Father, I am currently invincible beneath the martial king level. I wish to first augment my strength and, after some time, seek retribution against the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing Lu Chen's intention to confront the city lord's mansion, Lu Yi cautioned, Chin'er, given your prodigious talent, revenge is merely a matter of time. Do not rush into it. I understand, Father, Lu Chun assured him. Then, with a smile, Lu Chun turned to Lu Kuang and said, Fourth uncle, the Lin family's formidable members have all been eliminated. Yet not all of the Lin family has perished. Tonight, I fear I must trouble you to handle the remaining direct descendants of the Lin family. At these words, Lu Kuang's expression turned grave. Rest assured, Cher, fourth uncle shall attend to this matter immediately. With that, Lu Kuang activated his martial prowess and departed. Half an hour later, he stormed into the Lin family estate, unleashing a massacre upon the Lin family's direct line, leaving no core member of the Lin family unscathed. Chapter 44. The intervention of the city lord's mansion the following day, as dawn broke. The guards of the city lord's mansion passed by the Lin residence and were suddenly met with a pungent scent of blood. Upon entering the Lin household, they were astounded to discover that it had been annihilated. Alarmed, they promptly reported the incident to the city lord's mansion, which swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate the truth behind the massacre. It was noted that Lu Kuang had only slain the core members of the Lin family, sparing the entirety of the clan. Thus, within the span of an hour, news of the Lin family's demise at the hands of the Lu family spread throughout Tianyuan City. The four prominent families had coexisted in Tianyuan City for nearly a century, and despite their ongoing strife and mutual casualties, no one had anticipated that the second strongest, the Lin family, would fall to the currently weakest Lu family. Upon the revelation, skepticism arose among many. However, the sight of Lu Kuang charging into the Lin residence with a single sword was witnessed by the vassals of the Lin family, compelling belief. At Wanbao Building, as the sun began to rise, a dark figure entered the 9th floor, followed by Li Fu, who calmly approached Zhao Xian. Cao Xuan inquired, Oncle Fu, have you uncovered the details? Li Fu replied, Miss, I have ascertained everything. Zhao Xian smiled, please do share. Li Fu continued, the complete sequence of events is as follows. Lu Chun incapacitated Lin Kuan outside Wanbao Building. Subsequently, Lin Kuan returned home, prompting the Lin family to dispatch Hu Yong to avenge him. However, Hu Yong was slain by Lu Chun with a single sword in the Western District. Afterward, Lin Kong led a group of Lin family warriors to seek retribution at the Lu residence, but as night fell, none returned. It was reported that Lu Qian and Lu Meng, under the cover of darkness, left the city with a group. Zhao Xian furrowed her brow. Did they flee out of fear of being implicated? Li Fu responded, Lu Qian and Lu Meng are self-serving and lack ambition. They likely fled upon witnessing Lin Kang's death. Fearing their own involvement, Zhao Xian queried, Uncle Fu, do you believe Lin Kang was killed by Lu Kuang or by the formidable alchemist behind Lu Qin? It was most likely Lu Kuang, Li Fu asserted. Why do you think so? Zhao Xian asked. Li Fu explained, from my understanding of Lu Qian and Lu Ming, their thresholds are exceedingly low. Had Lin Kang been slain by the alchemist behind Lu Chun, and they witnessed it, even with their resentment towards Lu Chun for incapacitating Lu Ming and Lu Xiao, and their jealousy of Lu Chun's martial talent, they would have approached him, rather than fleeing the city overnight with their entire family. That makes sense. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Li Fu's reasoning. Li Fu continued, according to the vassals of the Lin family, after Lin Kang was killed, Lin Xian seemingly sent a few lackeys to the Lu residence, but they did not return. The Lin family must have finally realized the severity of the situation after several of their members failed to return from the Lu household. Zhao Xian smiled and inquired, so they have come to that realization? Indeed, Li Fu confirmed. At the hour of the dog, the Lin family's warriors all ventured to the Lu residence. And by the hour of the pig, Lu Kuang, alone and armed with his sword, entered the Lin household, eradicating the direct lineage of the Lin family. After hearing the entire account of the Lin family's destruction, Zhao Xian asked, Uncle Fu, what is your perspective on the downfall of the Lin family? Miss, I believe that the formidable alchemist behind Lu Chun must have intervened. Otherwise, it would be improbable for Lu Kuang alone to have vanquished 5 martial artists of the Lin family. Li Fu expressed his thoughts aloud. Cao Xuan replied, Uncle Fu, have you not inquired with the Lu family? Are you merely speculating? Li Fu chuckled awkwardly. Miss, knowing that such a formidable presence resides within the Lu family, this old servant dares not approach them, fearing to offend that individual. You are wise not to venture there, Uncle Fu, Zhao Xian remarked. After a moment's reflection, she added, however, you must realize that the city lord's mansion lacks such discernment when it comes to avoiding offense against the one behind Lu Chun. Li Fu responded with a smile. Indeed, miss, you have hit the nail on the head. Upon learning that Lu Kuang has annihilated the Lin family, the city lord mansion could no longer remain idle and dispatch someone to the Lu family. Who to the Lu family? Zhao Xian inquired curiously. Zhang Jia, Li Fu replied. The second son of the Zhang family, Zhao Xian murmured. Zhang Jia is the brother of city lord Zhang Yin, a 9th-rank martial master. Apart from the martial king, his prowess in Tianyuan City is only surpassed by Lu Kuang and Wu Mian of the Wu family. With the Lin family destroyed, Zhang Yin sent Zhang Jia to probe the Lu family situation, which is consistent with his usual approach and aligns with Zhao Xian's expectations. After briefly assessing the various factions, Zhao Xian asked, Uncle Fu, with the Lin family obliterated, have the Wu and Li families taken any action? It appears that the Wu and Li families prefer not to wade into this murky water. Upon discovering the Lin family's demise at the hands of the Lu family, both families have closed their doors, permitting no one to venture out, Li Fu explained. This is the prudent course of action. Across all of Tianyuan City, only the city lord's mansion appears foolish, Zhao Xian commented. Li Fu scoffed. Miss, the city lord's mansion is not foolish. They are overbearing, unwilling to allow the Lu family to undermine their position in Tianyuan City, seeking to eliminate them. In the past, such thoughts would have brought misfortune to the Lu family. Now, however, if they entertain such notions, disaster may soon befall them, and the city lord mansion might swiftly vanish from Tianyuan City. Zhao Xian replied, indeed. Li Fu did not refute this, and, contemplating the current situation, inquired, Miss, should we take any action against the city lord's mansion's conflict with the Lu family? Take action. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment before instructing, Uncle Fu, keep a watchful eye. If Lu Kuang and Lu Yi are in peril, rescue them, compelling Lu Chun to owe us a favor. If not, simply act as though you have seen nothing. This old servant understands, Li Fu replied respectfully, then swiftly departed from Wanbao building. After Li Fu's departure, Zhao Xian approached the window, her gaze directed toward the Lu family's direction, her delicate face betraying a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, after a period of diligent training, Lu Chun had successfully ascended to the 6th-rank martial artist realm with his yin-yang dual elixirs by morning. and the reserves of spiritual liquid within his dantian had multiplied several times over. As the sun rose, he sensed footsteps approaching, and upon stepping outside, he encountered a group gathered in the courtyard. There were 35 individuals, among whom 30 were from the City Lord Mansion's 2 teams of guards, 28 of whom were martial artists, with the 2 leaders being lower-tier martial masters. The remaining 5 were dressed in distinctive attire, 1 at the 5th rank martial master level, 2 at the 6th rank, 1 at the 7th rank, and the strongest among them at the 9th rank martial master level. Zhang Ye. Upon seeing the 9th rank martial master, a flash of murderous intent crossed Lu Chen's eyes. For Zhang Jie was one of the 4 individuals he had previously incapacitated in the Luofeng mountain range. That night, although Zhang Jie concealed his face, the chilling and venomous gaze of his eyes remained etched in his memory, particularly the moment he shattered his opponent's dantian. Zhang Jie cast a fleeting glance across the courtyard, his peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Chun, where a flicker of murderous intent briefly illuminated his shadowy eyes before it was swiftly concealed once more. Beside Zhang Ye, a haughty man of the 7th-tier martial master realm, inquired, "Lu Kuang, you claim this is a battlefield, yet where are the bodies of the Lin family?" With a casual demeanor, Lu Kuang replied, "Given the heat of the season, I was concerned about the stench of their remains. Thus I disposed of them last night in the back mountains to feed the dogs." As he spoke, Lu Kuang silently admired Lu Yi's astuteness. Lu Yi had anticipated that the City Lord's mansion would come probing for the truth and had proactively dealt with the bodies. Now that the remains were removed, regardless of whether others believed it or not, he would be regarded as the one who annihilated the Lin family, and no one would cast suspicion upon Lu Chun. Chapter 45. Lu Chun imparts the essence of the sword upon hearing Lu Kuang's bold assertions. Zhang Jie's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Lu Kuang, do you truly believe you can annihilate the entire Lin family?" Lu Kuang's countenance grew serious as he replied, "As long as you do not provoke me, all is well. However, should you incite my wrath, any establishment in Tianyuan City, apart from the City Lord's mansion, will suffer under my blade." Silence enveloped the scene, as Lu Kuang's words momentarily stunned everyone into quietude, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. This man was exceedingly arrogant, and although he deliberately omitted the City Lord's mansion, it undeniably felt like a veiled threat directed at Zhang Jie and the City Lord's authority. In times past, even Lu Yi, who had transcended to the martial king realm, would not dare utter such words. Yet here was Lu Kuang, merely a martial master, boldly challenging the status quo. Should he ever ascend to the martial king realm, he might brazenly confront the City Lord's mansion itself. Zhang Jie could not tolerate any affront to the majesty of the City Lord's mansion, and he retorted fiercely, with such grandiloquence, "I shall engage you today. I wish to ascertain how much you have progressed over the years, or if you remain as ineffectual as in the past." Lu Kuang stood his ground, retorting defiantly, "You seek death." With a roar of fury, Zhang Jie charged at Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang snorted coldly and met him with a sword drawn. In an instant, the 2 swordsmen, consumed by their murderous intent, clashed fiercely within the courtyard. The overwhelming force of their battle sent the warriors of the City Lord's mansion scurrying to safety. Having engaged in combat numerous times in Tianyuan City, the 2 were well acquainted. Aside from their initial 2 encounters in which Lu Kuang was defeated, Lu Kuang had triumphed in all subsequent bouts. Despite Zhang Jie's prestigious upbringing in the City Lord's mansion, where his martial skills and resources were superior to those of the Lu family, he repeatedly succumbed to Lu Kuang's prowess. As news of these encounters circulated, whispers arose that Zhang Jie was inferior to Lu Kuang, leading to quiet ridicule of Zhang Jie, whose defeats became a lasting source of humiliation. Thus, over the years, Zhang Yin regarded Lu Yi as his sworn enemy, while he viewed Lu Kuang as his lifelong rival, with the aim of slaying Lu Kuang to prove his worth. Yet, the stark reality was that Zhang Yin's talent paled in comparison to Lu Kuang's, and Zhang Yin himself was outshone by Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi had suffered the devastation of his dantian and meridians, his understanding of martial arts remained intact. Under Lu Yi's tutelage, Lu Kuang had attained a mastery of the sword and spiritual energy that was unparalleled in Tianyuan City, rendering Zhang Jie utterly incapable of matching him. After a few exchanges, Zhang Jie found himself on the defensive against Lu Kuang's fierce techniques. Soon, Lu Kuang unleashed a decisive blow, sending Zhang Jie's sword flying from his grasp. With his weapon lost, Zhang Jie's face contorted with rage, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated summoning others to assist him in vanquishing Lu Kuang. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that if he himself fell within 7 moves, others would likely be defeated in a single strike. Lu Kuang, a notorious brawler since childhood, instilled fear in Zhang Jie. He worried that Lu Kuang might, in a similar fashion to his annihilation of the Lin family, eliminate them all as well. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jie retrieved his dislodged sword and spat resentfully. Lu Kuang, mark my words, this matter is far from over. I shall await your reckoning. Whenever you wish. Lu Kuang replied coldly. Let us depart. Zhang Jie, aware that remaining would yield no benefit, waved his sleeve and led his entourage away. After Zhang Jie departed, Lu Yi and Lu Zhan approached, with Lu Yi reproaching gently, Fourth brother, your actions today were somewhat impulsive. Lu Kuang lamented, Third brother, I have continually urged myself to endure, yet the thought of what they have done to you and Chun Er drives me to uncontrollable rage. Lu Yi sighed deeply. Fourth brother, persevere a little longer. Once you and Chun Er ascend to the martial king realm, we shall repay the city lord's house in kind. We cannot allow a moment of anger to lead us astray just before dawn. Third brother, I understand. I will strive to restrain myself, Lu Kuang replied, aware of the rationale, but also cognizant of the emotional turbulence that often eludes control. Noticing Lu Kuang's discontent, Lu Chun smiled and said, Uncle, do not be disheartened. Allow me to perform a sword dance to lift your spirits. Chun Er, Uncle's heart is troubled. A sword dance will not suffice, Lu Kuang remarked. Indeed it will. Lu Chun responded with a slight smile, moving to a vacant space. Lu Kuang wished to say more, but when Lu Chun drew his sword at an excruciatingly slow pace, both he and Lu Yi found their gazes utterly transfixed. Lu Chun's movements were languid, appearing almost playful, yet the sword seemed burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds, making its extraction from the sheath a formidable endeavor. Upon closer observation, both men sensed an unusual aura emanating from Lu Chun, harmonizing with the cadence of the wind, resonating with the sword. In that moment, the wind became the sword, and the sword transformed into the wind, as Lu Chun's sword gradually emerged from its sheath, the aura intensifying with each passing second. Despite having attained the 9th level of the martial master realm, Lu Kuang felt an instinctive trepidation as this aura spilled forth from the sword sheath. This was the essence of sword intent, the lifelong pursuit of a swordsman. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Kuang endeavored with Lu Yi to perceive Lu Chun's sword. As the sword fully exited the sheath, their vision blurred. Subsequently, Lu Zhan observed Lu Yi and Lu Kuang standing as if rooted to the spot, while, unbeknownst to him, the wind surrounding them began to exhibit a subtle pattern. Chun, brother, Lu Zhan called out in confusion, only to be silenced by Lu Chun's gesture. Lu Chun then led Lu Zhan into a room, saying, Zhan, father and fourth uncle have entered a state of comprehension. You should go practice and refrain from disturbing them. Oh, Lu Zhan replied, puzzled. To him, it seemed that Lu Chun had merely drawn his sword slowly, yet somehow his third uncle and father had lost their focus. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he unconditionally trusted Lu Chun. He quietly exited Lu Chun's room to return to his own training. After bidding Lu Zhan farewell, Lu Chun entered the Chaos Pearl to continue his cultivation. Master Mouse, who had been observing everything unfold outside, approached with a grin. You clever little rascal. Your understanding of the sword is quite remarkable. Had it not been, I would not have taken the path of the sword in my past life, becoming the Sword Emperor. Lu Chun shot a sidelong glance at Master Mouse, feeling somewhat underestimated. Master Mouse chuckled. With your comprehension of the sword and spiritual energy, that old fogey from the treasure house is no match for you. In this small town, you have already become invincible. Lu Chun stated, what I pursue is not invincibility in Tianyuan City, but but supremacy in the divine martial realm. I aspire to become the foremost swordsman in the divine martial realm. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the Mouse Elder, who then spoke as if in contemplation, yet also as if addressing Lu Chun indeed. And the arrival of that day shall not be far off. Lu Chun, puzzled, responded, Mouse Elder, from your words, it seems you understand me even better than I understand myself. The Mouse Elder scoffed. I, the Mouse Elder, only wish to consume spiritual crystals. I have no time to ponder your affairs. You are overthinking. With that, the Mouse Elder swiftly burrowed into the pile of spiritual crystals, continuing to indulge in Lu Chen's resources. Am I truly overthinking? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation gracing his face, though the Mouse Elder denied it. He was certain there was something the Elder was concealing from him. After a moment, Lu Chen glanced in the direction of the Mouse Elder, choosing not to dwell on it further. He believed that, even if the Mouse Elder harbored secrets, there would come a day when the Elder would divulge them. For now, he was merely a weakling in martial arts, easily crushed by even the smallest of insects. His primary focus must be on cultivation. All else was of little consequence. Understanding this, Lu Chen settled down and resumed his practice of the Yin-Yang Classic to enhance his strength. Chapter 46. Zhang Yin in distress in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. Upon his return from the Lu family, Zhang Jie immediately noticed that all the direct descendants of the Zhang family were gathered there. Currently, the Zhang family consisted of one son and one daughter, Zhang Ju, the son, and Zhang Min, the daughter. His elder brother, Zhang Yin, had 3 sons and 2 daughters, Zhang Meng, the eldest son, Zhang Xen, the eldest daughter, Zhang Jie, the third son, Zhang Yao, the fourth daughter, and the youngest son, Zhang Yang. At that moment, 7 individuals occupied the hall, all present except for Zhang Meng, and their expressions were notably somber. As he entered the hall, Zhang Jie slowed his pace, gazing at Zhang Yin with a perplexed look. Elder brother, why is everyone here today? Zhang Xian replied. Second uncle, we are all waiting for you. Waiting for me? Zhang Jie questioned, bewildered. What could warrant such a significant gathering? Indeed, we are waiting for you. At this juncture, Zhang Yin, seated at the head, inquired, Second brother, did you ascertain the situation at the Lu family? Upon mentioning the Lu family, Zhang Jie's countenance darkened. Elder brother, I went to the Lu family, but it seems they have mostly fled, leaving only Lu Kuang and his son, Lu Yi. Everyone else has run away. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed in confusion. Exactly, they have all escaped, Zhang Jie confirmed. Zhang Yan's gaze flickered, his mind racing. After a brief pause, he asked, was it truly Lu Kuang who killed the Lin family members? Elder brother, I did not see the bodies of the Lin family, so I cannot say for certain that they were slain by Lu Kuang, but his strength is indeed formidable. Zhang Ye Eplinet. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xin in dezet suden li. Zhang Jie replied coldly. Lu Kuang was disrespectful. I intended to teach him a lesson, but after merely 7 exchanges, I was defeated. Is that so? Zhang Xian's expression shifted, deep in thought. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yan's eyes as he declared, it seems the Lu family is truly a scourge. Not a single one should be spared. One is incapacitated, and another emerges. Zhang Jie spoke with resentment. Elder brother, in my opinion, Lu Kuang's strength is nearing that of a martial king. If we are to contend with him, we must act swiftly. Zhang Yin did not refute this, but instead asked, Second brother, you mentioned not seeing the bodies of the Lin family? Zhang Jie responded, I brought people to the battlefield, but apart from bloodstains, there was nothing left. Lu Kuang claimed he disposed of the Lin family members' bodies to feed wild dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Xian beside him. Xian, that is the general situation. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Xian did not respond immediately, but instead looked at Zhang Jie and asked, Second uncle, when you encountered Lu Kuang, what was his condition? Was he injured? Not all. Zhang Jie shook his head. Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully and turned to Zhang Yin. Father, the annihilation of the Lin family could not have been the act of Lu Kuang alone. There must have been other powerful individuals involved. Zhang Yin concurred with Zhang Xian's assessment. For even if Lu Kuang's strength was exceedingly close to that of a martial king, It was implausible for him to single-handedly slay 5 martial masters and emerge unscathed, though he was unaware of the events that transpired at the Liu family residence the previous night. He understood that the annihilation of the Lin family was far from the simplistic narrative circulating outside. There are hidden complexities involved. Zhang Yang remarked coolly, "Father, even if others are involved, with your and grandfather's prowess, we could easily deal with Lu Kuang and eliminate this unstable element." Zhang Yin cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Yang before turning to Zhang Xian. "What do you think, Xianer?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Xian shook her head vehemently. "Until we ascertain who assisted the Liu family in obliterating the Lin family, we must refrain from hasty actions. Isn't it merely a matter of extinguishing the Liu family? What is there to deliberate?" At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from outside the hall. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman, elegantly attired and possessing an alluring figure, strode in with great confidence, her movements so pronounced that they nearly drew attention to her bosom. Upon seeing her, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Yan's eyes. Yet he rose with a genial smile, approaching her from his seat of authority. "My lady, what brings you here?" Zhang Yan inquired with a smile. Indeed, this woman was none other than his wife, Lin Qin, hailing from a distinguished lineage in Lin County. Although not a direct descendant of the princely line, she was notably favored by the Core family and had been Zhang Yan's greatest support in his ascension to the city lordship. While Zhang Yan exhibited an assertive demeanor before outsiders, he adopted a submissive stance in Lin Qin's presence, treating her with utmost respect, wary of inciting her ire. Lin Qin exclaimed, "The Liu family has audaciously struck at your face, and you expect me to remain idle?" Zhang Yan, his countenance darkened, dared not retort. Observing her mother's displeasure, Zhang Xian approached Lin Qin, offering support. "Mother, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. The Liu family would not dare to openly insult father. They merely bullied the Lin family." Lin Qin shot Zhang Xian a sharp glare, rebuking, "I am conversing with your father. You may remain silent." Having never garnered Lin Qin's affection, Zhang Xian's status as the favored child of Zhang Yin had led to her underestimation of others, and now the reprimand stung. Zhang Yin and Zhang Jie furrowed their brows, suppressing their frustration, while Zhang Min and Zhang Yang quietly reveled in the unfolding drama. Zhang Xian opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, stepping aside. After chastising her daughter, Lin Qin turned her gaze back to Zhang Yin, demanding, "Zhang Yin, I ask you but one thing. Will you go and obliterate the Liu family?" Zhang Yin, striving to temper his emotions, replied, "My lady, the city lord's mansion is responsible for governing Tianyuan City. If we wish to eradicate the Liu family, we must at least present a plausible justification. Is disrupting the order of Tianyuan City not sufficient?" Lin Qin retorted coldly. Zhang Yin responded, "The feud between the Lin and Liu families is a private grudge. It does not amount to a disturbance of order." At that juncture, Zhang Yang interjected, "Father, Lin Xian is my betrothed. The Lin family is our kin. Now that the Liu family has annihilated the Lin family and slain Lin Xian, they are openly challenging us. We can use this as justification to eliminate the Liu family." As these words left Zhang Yang's lips, Zhang Yin and Zhang Xian silently cursed him for his foolishness. Yet with Lin Qin present, the father and daughter found it unwise to outwardly display their disdain. Lin Qin coldly inquired, "Zhang Yin, I find Yanger's reasoning quite sound. It could serve as a valid pretext against the Liu family." Zhang Yin hesitated. "My lady, I fear the Liu family may possess an unknown backing, and any action we take could bring calamity upon the Zhang family." Zhang Yin, you are truly a coward, incapable of dealing with even the small Liu family. I must have been blind to have married you all those years ago. Lin Qin berated him publicly. Zhang Yin remained silent, clenching and relaxing his fists within his sleeves repeatedly. After several moments, the muscles in his face twitched, yet he ultimately chose to endure. Noticing Zhang Yan's silence, Lin Qin continued to shout, "I will state this plainly. If you do not eradicate the Liu family, I shall return to my parental home and have my cousin bring people to annihilate them. I have no faith in your ineptitude." The mention of her cousin made Zhang Yin curse Lin Qin 1,000 times in his heart, wishing he could eliminate her. However, reason prevailed. He knew that to actually harm Lin Qin would spell doom for the Zhang family, with everyone demanding her retribution. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yin conceded, "Madam, I shall indeed destroy the Lu family, but please grant me a little time to devise a thorough plan." Lin Qin coldly retorted, "It is merely the Lu family you need to eliminate. What is there to plan?" Zhang Yin forced a smile, "Madam, do not concern yourself with the details of my planning. Simply await my return. I shall surely vanquish the Lu family and avenge your grievances. I will give you a mere 3 days. If the Lu family remains unscathed after that, I will return to my parental home," Lin Qin declared. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at the grand hall before swaying her hips as she departed. As he watched Lin Qin leave, Zhang Yan's expression darkened considerably, and he struggled to restrain his emotions, fighting to suppress the imminent outburst. Chapter 47. Lu Kuang discovers the essence of the swift sword after a while. As Zhang Yan's anger gradually subsided, Zhang Jie inquired, "Elder brother, what shall we do next?" With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Zhang Yan replied, "You must visit the Wu and Li families and summon Wu Yong and Li Tianxi." Zhang Jie, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Elder brother, what do you need them for? Did you not ascertain how the Lin family was annihilated during the day? I wish for them to assist us in probing the depths of the Lu family tonight." Zhang Yin responded coldly. A spark of understanding ignited in Zhang Jie's mind. Realizing that Zhang Yan's strategy of sending the Wu and Li families as vanguards against the unpredictable Lu family was indeed prudent. However, recalling the earlier reluctance of the Wu and Li families, he hesitated. "Elder brother, your idea is commendable, but they seem disinclined to engage in conflict and have shut themselves away." Zhang Yin replied sternly, "They may wish to observe, but within Tianyuan City, their desires hold no sway. You are to summon them. Whether they come is their choice." "Understood. I shall take action immediately." Zhang Ye, swayed by his elder brother's commanding presence, bowed and departed from the Lord's Hall. An hour later, Wu Yong, head of the Wu family, and Li Tianxi, head of the Li family, arrived at the Lord's estate, remaining for half an hour before departing. As dusk fell, the crimson sun cast its glow upon the land, painting Tianyuan City in hues of red. The chirping of cicadas along the streets agitated the hearts of passers-by. At the Lu residence, Lu Yi and Lu Kuang remained in Lu Chen's courtyard. Lu Yi appeared largely unchanged, save for a subtle shift in his demeanor, which now exuded a sharpness. In contrast, Lu Kuang emanated waves of spiritual energy that resonated with the wind, effortlessly slicing through a drifting leaf into dozens of fragments. The essence of the sword. Lu Kuang had gleaned the essence of swordsmanship from Lu Chen's sword-drawing technique, his aura significantly more formidable than before, akin to an unsheathed blade. As the sun descended to the mid-slope of the mountain, Lu Yi's gaze grew clearer, and a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he regained his focus. Looking down at his hands with a smile, he felt exhilarated upon witnessing Lu Kuang, who was still in deep contemplation. Not only had he derived insights from Lu Chen's sword, but so too had Lu Kuang. Moreover, due to the affliction of his dantian and meridians, Lu Kuang's gains appeared to surpass his own. After a quarter of an hour, under Lu Yi's watchful gaze, Lu Kuang reached the pinnacle of his sword intent. With a single blink, he unleashed a strike. But a cold light flickered, and within a fleeting moment, a strand of sword intent manifested 100 meters away, culminating in a resounding crack as a massive tree was cleaved in two. Crash! The tree toppled, its severed edge smooth as a mirror. Such was the might of a single strike. At the instant of the swing, Lu Kuang's internal spiritual energy surged, and the earth's elemental energy fervently rushed towards him. Lu Yi exclaimed with joy, "Fourth brother, your comprehension of the sword has shattered the final barrier to your ascension to Martial King. You are on the verge of a breakthrough." Lu Kuang understood this well, and in his excitement, he promptly seated himself, drawing forth all his spirit crystals and fervently channeling his energy to absorb the essence contained within them. Noticing that Lu Kuang had a limited supply of spirit crystals, Lu Yi quickly offered his own earth attribute spirit crystals to assist Lu Kuang in breaking through to the Martial King realm. The martial master stage involves storing spiritual liquid in the Dantian, while the martial king stage requires the accumulation of spiritual liquid in the Dantian Sea. The distinction, albeit subtle, bears significant ramifications. The spiritual liquid stored in the Dantian is quite limited, which renders martial masters susceptible to fatigue during prolonged combat. However, upon breaking through to the martial king realm and establishing one's own Dantian Sea, even the weakest martial king will find their Dantian's spiritual liquid reserves increased by 3 to 4-fold. Thus, the transition from martial master to martial king is not merely a leap in rank, but a profound metamorphosis in a warrior's life. The martial king is an entity revered by countless martial artists. In the Chaos Pearl world, sensing Lu Kuang's transformation, Lu Chun concluded his training and returned to the external room, stepping outside. Chun, your fourth uncle has grasped the opportunity to break through to the martial king. Lu Yi exclaimed, filled with excitement. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the martial king realm, fourth uncle. Lu Chun smiled, expressing his joy. Was there to congratulate, Chun? I never anticipated this day would arrive so soon, and I am ill-prepared with spirit crystals. Should I succeed, my combat strength may be limited. Lu Kuang lamented, observing the rapidly depleting spirit crystals in his hands. Without the income from the shop, the Lu family currently lacked the means to nurture him as a martial king. Lu Chan chuckled, fourth uncle, focus solely on establishing your martial king Dantian Sea. As for the spirit crystals, I have an abundance. With that, Lu Chun casually retrieved over 1,000 spirit crystals from the Chaos Pearl, instantly enveloping Lu Kuang in a bounty of earth attribute spirit crystals. Lu Kuang, astonished, exclaimed, Chun'er, how could you possess so many spirit crystals? My master left me several million attribute spirit crystals when he departed. I am not lacking in resources for cultivation. Lu Chun replied, referencing his enigmatic master. Lu Kuang rejoiced, saying in that case, I shall shamelessly indulge in your generosity and utilize your spirit crystals to break through to the martial king realm. Feel free to use them. If they are insufficient, I have more, Lu Chun assured him. Enough, these will suffice, Lu Kuang hastily interjected. Without the burden of spirit crystals weighing on him, Lu Kuang devoted himself to breaking through to the martial king, repeatedly channeling the spiritual liquid into his Dantian, forging his Dantian Sea. Lu Chun and Lu Yi stood vigilantly by, carefully guarding Lu Kuang to prevent any untimely interruptions that might thwart his breakthrough. As time passed, when the sun had fully set and dusk enveloped the sky, Lu Kuang let out a mighty roar. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun and Lu Yi observed that Lu Kuang's rate of absorbing spiritual energy had surged several-fold, his martial presence ascending to the first level of the martial king realm. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lu Yi and Lu Chun, Lu Kuang's Dantian was gradually expanding in his lower abdomen, transitioning into a Dantian Sea. This moment marked the pinnacle of Lu Kuang's breakthrough to the martial king, as the size of the Dantian Sea he established would directly influence his combat prowess in the martial king realm and the heights he could attain in his martial journey. If at that moment someone had interrupted Lu Kuang, his Dan Sea would have been exceedingly limited, with the capacity to store only a few times the spiritual liquid of a martial artist. Essentially, Lu Kuang, despite having ascended to the rank of martial king, would have been rendered ineffective. Although he had surpassed the martial king realm and could cultivate formidable martial techniques, the reserves of spiritual liquid within his Dan Sea could not sustain the use of high-consumption martial skills. He would be confined to employing techniques suitable for martial artists. Thus, the distinction between having broken through and not would be negligible. Understanding this, Lu Yi's expression grew increasingly grave as he scanned his surroundings, instinctively glancing towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun, with a reassuring smile, comforted, Father, fret not. Should anyone dare to impede my uncle's ascension to martial king today, I shall ensure they regret ever entering this world. Indeed, Lu Yi nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Lu Chun unleashed all of his soul energy, while Lu Kuang persistently consumed spiritual crystals to expand his Dan Sea. After an hour, aided by over 200 spiritual crystals, Lu Kuang's Dan Sea took shape. allowing him to store more than 60 times the spiritual liquid of a 9th-level martial artist. At this juncture, Lu Kuang realized that further consumption of spiritual crystals would yield minimal expansion of the Dan-Si, as its capacity had reached its zenith. Chapter 48. The second expansion of the Dan-Si. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu let out a sigh of relief and joyfully exclaimed, "At last, it is over." At that moment, Lu Kuang felt it was time to conclude the development of the Dan-Si. However, Lu Chen interjected, "Uncle, it is not finished yet. Your Dan-Si still has room for further expansion. This is not your limit." Startled by Lu Chen's sudden admonition, Lu Kuang, who had been ready to conclude, quickly resumed his cultivation and replied, "Chener, the Dan-Si space has reached its maximum expansion." Lu Chen insisted, "Uncle, do not concern yourself with whether it expands or not. Continue to absorb the spiritual energy and compress the spiritual liquid within the Dan-Si." Very well. Lu Kuang had never heard of such a method for expanding the Dan-Si, but he trusted that Lu Chen would not lead him astray, and thus he complied with Lu Chen's instructions. Shortly thereafter, as the spiritual liquid continued to be compressed, Lu Kuang felt an intense pressure in his abdomen, akin to having overeaten, leaving him distinctly uncomfortable. Observing Lu Kuang's flushed face, Lu expressed his concern. "Chener, is this truly effective?" Lu Chen responded, "Father, though the process is painful, it is an indispensable step toward becoming a true martial king." As their conversation unfolded without regard for Lu Kuang's discomfort, he steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth as he persistently operated his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy and compress the liquid within the Dan-Si. An hour passed, and Lu Kuang had absorbed over 60 spiritual crystals. At this point, blood began to trickle from his nose, veins protruded on his forehead, and his skin turned an ominous shade of black, as if his blood vessels were obstructed. Beside him, Louis gripped Lu Chen's arm tightly, his anxiety prompting him to repeatedly contemplate intervening to stop Lu Kuang, though he ultimately restrained himself. Suddenly, Lu Kuang clenched his fists and let out a roar. Immediately thereafter, the Dan-Si, which had shown no sign of change, erupted open, expanding once more, and to Lu Chen and Lu Yi's astonishment, Lu Kuang's rate of absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth increased significantly. "It truly works," Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief, his pallid face reflecting incredulity as he beheld Lu Kuang's second expansion of the Dan-Si. Lu Kuang, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly articulate his thoughts, focusing intently on maintaining his composure as he diligently consumed the spiritual crystals to further expand the Dan-Si. In the silent night, time flew by, and before long, Lu Kuang had cultivated for over an hour. Through his efforts, the capacity of the spiritual liquid in Lu Kuang's Dan-Si reached approximately 120 times that of a martial master, once again hitting a bottleneck. "Chenya, it has ceased to expand. Can we continue?" Lu Kuang inquired, inadvertently placing his trust in Lu Chen. "Almost there," Lu Chen replied. Lu Kuang's martial talent was modest, and breaking through to 100 times capacity was already his limit. With the current scale of his Dan-Si, he need not worry about the sufficiency of spiritual liquid even when facing two opponents. "Wonderful! I have finally broken through to the martial king realm." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Kuang promptly concluded his cultivation, rising with a smile. However, upon seeing the more than 300 depleted spiritual crystals strewn across the ground, he could not help but exclaim, "The consumption of spiritual crystals at the martial king level is truly immense." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Fourth uncle, it is undoubtedly a good thing to enhance one's martial arts. If you find yourself short on spiritual crystals, do not hesitate to seek me out. I possess an abundance." Lu Kuang shook his head and replied, "Sure, it is customary for the fourth uncle to provide resources for you. It is already embarrassing for me to utilize your spiritual crystals to achieve the rank of martial king. Henceforth, I cannot accept your crystals." Lu Chen, displeased, retorted, "Fourth uncle, you are my uncle. What is mine is yours. Should you continue to speak in such a detached manner, I shall become quite vexed." With that, Lu Chen produced an additional 2,000 spiritual crystals, combining them with the remaining ones that Lu Kuang had used, and placed them into Lin Yao's storage ring before handing it to Lu Kuang. "Chinner, the fourth uncle cannot accept this. Keep these for your own use. With your meager talent, I have already consumed hundreds of spiritual crystals to break through to Martial King, and you will certainly require many more in the future," Lu Kuang said, touched but refusing to take the crystals offered by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he addressed Lu Yi, "Father, if fourth uncle regards us as outsiders, then even if he were to be struck down, do not accept his protection." "Indeed, that makes sense." Lu Yi nodded in agreement. "Third brother, Chinner, how can you speak in such a manner?" Lu Kuang responded, at a loss for words. "Fourth uncle, if you maintain such a clear distinction between us, is it not merely because you have become a martial king? Do you look down upon me and my father, wishing to sever ties?" Lu Chen scoffed. "You rascal." Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang playfully smacked Lu Chen on the head, incredulous at the boy's outrageous claims. At that moment, Lu Yi interjected, "Fourth brother, it is only natural for Chunner to treat you well as his elder. You should graciously accept the spiritual crystals. It is no wonder he grows impatient with your formality. Third brother, without a source of income, the spiritual crystals needed for Chunner cultivation are quite substantial. It is truly inconvenient for me to accept them," Lu Kuang explained. Lu Chen insisted, "Fourth uncle, you must learn to be adaptable. Spiritual crystals are inanimate, while we are living beings. As long as our strength increases, will we ever lack for crystals? While that may be true." "What do you mean, while that may be true? It is indeed the reality." Lu Chen interrupted Lu Kuang's retort and continued, "Moreover, who says we lack a source of spiritual crystals? If we run out, I can always refine elixirs to earn money. Alas, you have matured. Fourth uncle cannot refute you and must shamelessly accept this boon," Lu Kuang conceded, finally taking the spiritual crystals from Lu Chen's hand. "Now, that is more like it," Lu Chen smiled, then wrapped an arm around Lu Kuang's shoulder. "Curiously, Lu Kuang inquired, Chen'er, how did you come to know that compressing the Dan Sea can lead to its secondary expansion? I have never heard of such a method. This was imparted by my esteemed master, who emphasized it before his departure," Lu Chen replied with a smirk. In truth, it was a discovery he had stumbled upon during his previous life while breaking through to the Martial King realm. A secret he had never shared with anyone aside from his 7 disciples and close friends. Indeed, your master's insights are truly unparalleled. Having such a formidable mentor provides immense assistance along the path of cultivation, Lu Kuang remarked with admiration. Lu Chen chuckled, "Fourth uncle, with your breakthrough to Martial King and your newfound comprehension of the swift sword intent, you shall find yourself nearly invincible within Tianyuan City. Senya, the achievements of your fourth uncle today are largely due to your support. Without your assistance, I would have been rendered useless," Lu Kuang declared. Lu Chen smiled in response. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern, as the Rat Elder of the Chaotic Pearl alerted him to the presence of 6 martial artists who had infiltrated the Lu family estate. Noticing Lu Chen's unease, Lu Kuang inquired, "Chen'er, what troubles you?" "Those who seek their own demise have arrived," Lu Chen replied coldly. Lu Yi's complexion changed. "Is it the city lord's mansion?" "No, it is the Wu and Li families," Lu Chen retorted icily. "Very well. While we were not seeking them, they have chosen to seek us. Let us see how I shall deal with them today." Lu Kuang's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Having recently transcended to the Martial King realm and comprehended the swift sword intent, he feared no one. Chapter 49. One Sword, One Strike among the 4 prominent families. The Wu family boasts the most formidable overall strength. In the ongoing conflict between the Lu and Lin families, both the Wu and Li families had intended to remain mere spectators. However, fate took an unexpected turn. The cunning Zhang Yin would not allow them this luxury. Through a series of coercive tactics and enticing offers, both families found themselves compelled to join the fray, paving the way for the city lord's mansion. At this juncture, each family dispatched 3 representatives. From the Wu family came Wu Mian, the towering pillar of the clan, the 3rd strongest, Wu Qing, and the loyal follower, Lu Yi. The Li family sent forth Li Tianfang, Li Tianxiang, and Zhu Shi. All 6 individuals were formidable warriors, with Zhu Shi being the weakest at the 6th level of martial mastery, while the strongest was Wu Mian, who stood on the precipice of the martial king realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the cloak of night, the sound of rushing wind heralded the arrival of the six as they approached the Liu family South Third Estate. Their intention was to launch a surprise assault, choosing the early hours of dawn for their attack. To their astonishment, they encountered Lu Kuang, who had just broken through to the martial king realm, leading to an unexpected confrontation. Upon sighting the three individuals in the courtyard, the expressions of the six shifted. Nevertheless, they approached. Wu Mian, Li Tianfeng. If memory serves me right, my Lu family bears no mortal enmity towards either of your clans. Does it? Lu Li inquired, fixing his gaze upon the two most powerful figures of the opposing families. The two exchanged furtive glances. While there was no blood feud, as members of the four prominent families of Tianyuan City, they were both reluctant to allow the Liu family to dominate unchecked. Thus, as long as there was competition and vested interests at play, even in the absence of animosity, they could still turn against the Liu family. Yet, despite their thoughts, Wu Mian sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Lu Kuang. Cautiously, he replied, "Naturally, there is no blood feud." Lu Yi pressed on, "If there is no enmity, then why have your two families united to come to the Liu family? What is your intent?" Li Tianfeng, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial mastery, coldly retorted, "Lu Yi, you were once the head of the family. Surely you understand why we have come to the Liu family?" "Ah, I see," Lu Yi responded. "You intend to annihilate the Liu family." Wu Mian interjected, "Lu Yi, Lu Kuang, in this Tianyuan city, you two are the only adversaries I regard as worthy. I had no desire to kill you, but whether constrained by the city lord's mansion or driven by familial interests, you must perish today." Louis scoffed. "Then my brother, and I must thank you for holding us in such high regard." Wu Mian continued, "Rest assured, after your demise, I shall return your bodies to the Wu family for burial, so that you may be honored during the Qingming festival next year." Beside them, Li Tianxiang, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Wu Mian, if you intend to strike, then do so. Why must you indulge in so much idle chatter and sentimental camaraderie?" A glint of cold light flashed in Wu Mian's eyes as he directly fixed his gaze upon Li Tianxiang. "Li Tianxiang, do you believe I would strike you down before dealing with them?" Having grown up in Tianyuan City, they were all well acquainted with one another. Faced with Wu Mian's threat, Li Tianxiang faltered, unable to meet Wu Mian's gaze. Li Tianfeng stepped forward, stating, "Wu Mian, though Tianxiang's words may be unpalatable, they hold truth. The hour grows late. We should act swiftly." As he spoke, Li Tianfeng's gaze fell upon Lu Yi and his companions, for he believed that with the combined might of the Wu and Li families, the three of them were doomed to perish this night. Under the watchful gaze of 6 individuals, Lu Kuang exhibited no fear as he directed a question towards Lu Yi. "Third brother, they have come to our doorstep. Shall we let our brothers deal with them?" "Indeed," Lu Yi replied coldly with a subtle nod. He then took a few steps back, pulling Lu Chun with him. He preferred not to reveal Lu Chun as a trump card until absolutely necessary. Lu Kuang instantly grasped Lu Yi's intent. Before this night, with Wu Mian from the Wu family present, he stood no chance against the 6 formidable members of the 2 great families. To survive, he required Lu Chen's assistance. However, the situation had changed. Lu Kuang had comprehended the essence of the swift sword and had successfully broken through to the martial king realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The 6 adversaries no longer appeared as threats in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Lu Kuang and Lu Yi, the 6 believed that Lu Yi was retreating to protect Lu Chun from potential harm during their skirmish. Li Tianxiang sneered, "Lu Yi, since death is inevitable, there is no need to withdraw. Once we have dispatched Lu Kuang, it will be your turn." No sooner had he spoken than Li Tianxiang, a 7th-tier martial master, launched the first attack. With a twist of his wrist, a blossoming sword flower emerged, followed by a fiery sword Qi aimed at Lu Kuang. Observing this, Zhu Shi from the Li family did not remain idle. He executed his martial arts to launch a side assault, delivering a powerful punch towards Lu Kuang. On the Wu family side, witnessing the Li family's offensive, Wu Mian signaled Wu Qing and Lu Yi with a glance. prompting the two to join forces with the Leaf family in their assault on Lu Kuang. If victory could be attained merely through numbers, there would be no revered strongmen in this world. Today, I shall test my blade against you. As Lu Kuang faced the encroaching four, a sense of boundless ambition surged within him. Swish! The sword light flickered as Lu Kuang unsheathed his blade. In an instant, a sliver of sword intent expanded rapidly in Li Tianxiang's eyes, culminating in a lethal strike. No! Li Tianxiang Bayuba. In the next moment, his voice was abruptly silenced as the shard of sword intent pierced through his body, cleaving him in two. Bang! The fatal blow was struck, and the sword intent dissipated, leaving Li Tianxiang's dismembered remains to fall into the courtyard, staining the ground with crimson. The sound of the body hitting the ground resonated loudly, akin to a heavy hammer crashing into the chests of the remaining five, rendering their breaths labored. The sword intent, they exclaimed, eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Lu Kuang. The speed of Lu Kuang's strike was astonishing, so swift that they had no time to react. From the moment he drew his sword to the moment of execution, scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed. In such a fleeting span, not even martial kings would likely escape unscathed, let alone mere martial masters, leaving no room for counteraction. Having dispatched Li Tianxiang with a single stroke, Lu Kuang swiftly retaliated with another strike, severing Zhu Shi, who had intended to change his tactics from a flank. Meanwhile, in that brief interval, Wu Qing and Lu Yi, their faces ashen, swiftly retreated, employing their martial techniques to distance themselves. Yet, Lu Kuang's might had evolved beyond the past. With a mere cold glance, his sword fell once more, delivering 2 more vicious blows towards the duo. Faced with such formidable prowess, although Wu Mian, the foremost martial master under the martial king in Tianyuan City, wished to intervene, he found himself powerless to assist. In an instant, Wu Qing and Lu Yi were slain. Within less than half a minute, the 6 powerful martial masters from the Wu and Li families were reduced to just Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng, who had yet to engage in the fray. The evening breeze wafted from the opposite woods, carrying with it a pungent scent of blood that brushed against the nostrils of the 2 individuals, leaving them momentarily chilled to the bone. They were aware that death had claimed 4 lives, and soon it would be their turn. Wu Mian finally understood why today's Lu Kuang seemed somewhat different. The man had actually transcended to the martial king realm and comprehended the essence of sword intent. The sword intent. This was the ultimate aspiration of all who devoted their lives to the art of swordsmanship. Wu Mian had always prided himself on his superior talent compared to Lu Kuang. So how could Lu Kuang be the one to grasp sword intent first and ascend to the martial king realm? At that moment, a wave of envy surged within him towards Lu Kuang. Yet, what did envy matter when the harsh reality lay before them? Chapter 50. The strongest of the wasteful families with great excitement coursing through his veins, Lu Kuang marveled at the sheer power of the sword intent, recognizing its might as unparalleled. The distinction between comprehending sword intent and not was a profound one. At present, he had yet to unleash his full potential. With a mere flick of his sword, a martial artist would meet their demise, a scenario he had never dared to envision before. Yet, he had only grasped a fleeting glimpse of sword intent, his understanding still in its nascent stage. The magnitude of power a fully realized sword intent would wield was beyond his imagination. No longer would he cower before the city lordess mansion. Holding his sword, Lu Kuang felt a surge of triumph and exhaled deeply. Having witnessed the fates of Lu Yi and Lu Chun, he adopted a demeanor of utmost caution. Fearing Zhang Yin might perceive him as a threat to be eliminated. After enduring for so long, he finally felt a sense of relief. Casting a cold glance at Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng, Lu Kuang's voice turned icy. They're dead. Now, how do you 2 wish to meet your end? Li Tianfeng seethed with rage. Lu Kuang, you have concealed your true capabilities all along, breaking through to the martial king realm and comprehending sword intent, deceiving everyone in Tianyuan City. And what of it? Lu Kuang replied, unrepentant. Li Tianfeng gritted his teeth. You are ruthless. If I had not hidden my strength, would you have allowed me to attain the martial king realm? Would the city lordess mansion have permitted me to survive this long? Lu Kuang remained indifferent. Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian did not contest his words. Instinctively, both turned their gaze toward the frail, pallid figure of Lu Yi not far away. Renowned for his unparalleled martial talent in Tianyuan City, Lu Yi had surpassed his contemporaries, including Zhang Yan, 6 years prior. While Zhang Yan was still a 9th-level martial master, Lu Yi had ascended to the martial king realm. Had Lu Yi not been incapacitated 6 years ago, with his prodigious talent, none in Tianyuan City would stand a chance against him, not even Zhang Yan. Although the incident was attributed to the actions of a shadowy figure, it was evident to all that the individuals responsible for Lu Yi's downfall were none other than those behind the city lord's mansion. Lu Kuang was undoubtedly aware of this, which was why he had remained hidden. Had he not, the city lord's mansion would never have allowed him to break through to the martial king realm. Now, having not only achieved the martial king realm, but also comprehended sword intent, Lu Kuang's combat prowess surpassed that of Lu Yi in his prime, rendering him untouchable by the city lord's mansion. The two men admired Lu Kuang's restraint, but were also engulfed by despair, realizing they were fully aware of his formidable strength and that he would not spare them. Recalling the recent events in Tianyuan City, Wu Mian spoke. Lu Kuang, it was you who looted the shops of the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion, wasn't it? Indeed, it was I. Lu Kuang answered decisively. Now that he had attained the martial king realm, he felt invincible, at least no longer fearing the city lord's mansion or the remaining 2 families. Fully equipped with the ability to protect himself, Lu Chan had merely drawn his sword once, yet it had resonated within him, allowing him to grasp the swift sword intent and breakthrough to the martial king realm. Although Lu Chan was currently only at the 6th level martial artist stage, Lu Kuang surmised that his strength likely surpassed his own. Even should Lu Chan be exposed, it would not pose a significant issue. Nonetheless, he chose to maintain this knowledge discreetly, fully aware that Lu Chan was the greatest trump card of the Lu family, something to be kept hidden as much as possible. In the distance, both Lu Yi and Lu Chun comprehended Lu Kuang's intentions. Lu Chun found Lu Kuang's actions somewhat superfluous, while Lu Yi was moved by them. Upon witnessing Lu Kuang's acknowledgement, Wu Mian remarked, I had my suspicions. With grievances and the ability to stealthily infiltrate the lord's mansion, only you could accomplish such a feat. Lu Kuang retorted coldly, the theft of the elixirs from the lord's mansion is merely the beginning. They have harmed my 3rd brother and Chenner. One day, I shall ensure the entire lord's mansion pays the price. You intend to confront the lord's mansion? Li Tianfeng furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lu Kuang's audacity. Having grasped the sword intent and transcended to the martial king realm, no one could deny his prowess. Yet the lord's mansion was far from straightforward. If the lord's mansion were merely home to 2 martial kings, Lu Kuang's current strength might indeed allow him to challenge them and avenge Lu Yi and Lu Chun. However, that was not the case. Zhang Yan had the backing of a prince, and his wife, Lin Qin, hailed from the collateral line of the Lin princely family. Should Lu Kuang take action against the lord's mansion, the Lin prince would undoubtedly seek retribution against Lu Kuang and the Lu family. At that point, Lu Kuang would surely meet his demise, and the Lu family would be utterly eradicated from Tianyuan City. Lu Kuang questioned, what? Do you doubt my capabilities? Contemplating the relationship between the Lu and Li families, Li Tian chuckled coldly. Lu Kuang, your strength is considerable, but I do not believe you can rival Zhang Yan. Whether or not I am a match will be revealed in time, but you 2 shall likely never witness the day I bring down the lord's mansion, Lu Kuang asserted. Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian represented the pinnacle of combat prowess for the Li and Wu families. From the moment Lu Kuang casually dispatched 4 adversaries, Wu Mian had no intention of leaving alive. Thus, upon hearing Lu Kuang's intent to kill him, Wu Mian displayed little emotion, stating, Lu Kuang, I seek to eliminate you for the benefit of my family and in response to the threat posed by the lord's mansion. If you wish to kill me, I harbor no grievances. This is my own doing. However, I have one request. What is it? Lu Kuang inquired, somewhat taken aback, as he had always perceived Wu Mian as arrogant. This was the first time he had witnessed Wu Mian beg for anything. I implore you to spare my children. Wu Mian pleaded. Lu Kuang responded with a cold smirk. Wu Mian, Wu Qi, and Wu Shi possess remarkable talent. They will surely achieve greatness in the future. Do you truly believe I would allow such potential threats to remain? Upon hearing this, Wu Mian's countenance turned ashen. Indeed, had their positions been reversed, he would not have spared such a future peril. Lu Kuang was evidently aware of the consequences of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Otherwise, he would not have annihilated the entire Lin family. Meanwhile, witnessing Lu Kuang's refusal to spare Wu Mian, Li Tianfeng gritted his teeth, saying, Wu Mian, we must fight with all our might. As long as we can escape this place, that is enough. Wu Mian replied bitterly, that is only if we can escape. He too wished to flee with his children from Tianyuan City, but Lu Kuang's strength loomed large. They were not even certain they could exit the courtyard, let alone the Lu family estate. How can we know it is impossible without trying? Li Tianfeng declared, unwilling to await death and loath to perish within the Lu family. He was determined to fight for a chance. Inspired by Li Tianfeng's tenacity, Wu Mian turned to Lu Kuang and said, Lu Kuang, I have never been defeated by you. Even in death, I shall stand my ground. Very well, Lu Kuang replied indifferently. In the next moment, Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian launched their simultaneous assault. Although neither individual had transcended to the realm of the martial king, both had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage martial master. Possessing sufficient mastery and comprehension of spiritual power, they merely awaited a fortuitous opportunity to break through. Faced with the onslaught of adversaries once regarded as equals, Lu Kuang let out a resounding roar, refraining from invoking sword intent, and engaged his opponents with conventional techniques. In a fleeting moment, the trio exchanged dozens of blows, with Lu Kuang suppressing both opponents with a single strike, while the two increasingly accelerated their efforts, utilizing their utmost combat prowess to counter Lu Kuang's relentless assault. Not far off, Lu Chun and Lu Yi observed from the sidelines, noting that amidst the fierce combat, the three warriors were growing ever more proficient in their control over the sword and spiritual power. Lu Chun remarked, Father, if they survive, they shall undoubtedly break through to the martial king realm within 3 months. I share your sentiment. They possess the capability and talent to reach the martial king level. Alas, they are adversaries and must not be spared, Lu Yi sighed in response. Lu Chun then suggested, disable them, but grant them a sliver of life. Are you certain you wish to refrain from killing them? Lu Yi frowned, pondering the implications of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The reason there are adversaries is that we exist on the same plane. Once that balance is disrupted, the distinction between life and death becomes inconsequential, Lu Chun asserted. Despite this reasoning, Lu Yi harbored concerns due to the blood feud between them. It matters not, Lu Chun replied, then whispered a few words into Lu Yi's ear. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Yi's eyes, and he turned to Lu Kuang, saying, Fourth brother, spare their lives, simply cripple their dantians, rendering them incapable of seeking revenge. Agreed. Lu Kuang thundered, and in the next instant, he acted decisively. With a single sword strike, both opponents were sent sprawling, blood spewing forth as they crashed to the ground. Subsequently, within the despairing gazes of the two, Lu Kuang shattered their dantians, thus rendering the mightiest forces of the Li and Wu clans utterly powerless. Chapter 51. Casting a wide net to catch big fish. Although Wu Mian's dantian had been rendered useless, he remained relatively unscathed, his complexion pale, yet his demeanor stable. Conversely, Li Tianfeng struggled to accept the harsh reality of his predicament. Roaring in anger, Lu Kuang, you are truly despicable. You have rendered me powerless. It would have been better had you taken my life instead. Li Tianfeng, do not feign such victimhood, Lu Yi retorted coldly. This night, you sought to annihilate my Lu family. It is only fair that my fourth brother has incapacitated you in return. Though Lu Yi's words were rooted in truth, Li Tianfeng could not suppress his bitterness, for he was indeed the one who had suffered today, left in a state of ruin. Wu Mian, his expression devoid of emotion, inquired, shall we take our leave? Let us go. Our grievances end here tonight, Lu Yi replied. Wu Mian, taken aback, asked, you do not intend to eradicate the Wu and Li families? I have stated that our enmity concludes here, thus we shall not pursue your families for now. However, this is but a temporary reprieve. Should you provoke us again, your existence will no longer be warranted, Lu Yi warned. Thank you. Wu Mian sighed in relief, bowing slightly to the two before unsteadily making his way out of the Lu residence, followed by Li Tianfang. Though Li Tianfang's heart brimmed with resentment, he recognized that this was not the time for impulsive actions. He said nothing and turned to depart. Once the two had left, Lu Kuang approached, perplexed. Chenya, tonight presented the perfect opportunity to strike. Why did you allow them to escape? With a gentle smile, Lu Chen replied, Uncle, they no longer pose a threat to us. There is no need for total annihilation. Our true adversary now lies with the city, Lord's Manor. That may be so, yet I fear their progeny may return to seek vengeance in the future. Lu Kuang expressed his concerns. Lu Chan reassured him, Uncle, while their descendants may grow, so too shall both Zhang Di and I. As long as our growth outpaces theirs, they will not dare to retaliate. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Lu Kuang conceded, finding wisdom in Lu Chen's words. With Lu Chan by his side, he felt emboldened enough to disregard not only the Li and Wu families but even the Lin Duke. After reaching a consensus, Lu Kuang and Lu Yi returned to their respective quarters, while Lu Chen retired to his own room. Not far from the courtyard, amidst the trees, a figure clad in black perched atop a large tree. This individual was none other than Li Fu from the Wanbao building. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, Li Fu's eyes were filled with astonishment. As he observed the trio from the Lu family take no further action, he transformed into a shadow and departed. At the Wanbao building, Zhao Xian had been anxiously awaiting news from Li Fu ever since learning of the Wu and Li family's intention to ally against the Lu family. Despite the late hour, she had not succumbed to sleep. Upon the arrival of Shadow, Li Fu returned to the Wanbao building. After a brief moment, he shed his nocturnal attire and approached the exterior of the 9-story pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Enter. Zhao Xian stood to greet him. Upon receiving her permission, Li Fu straightened his garments, pushed open the door, and stepped before Zhao Xian. Eagerly, she inquired, Uncle Fu, what is the current situation? Li Fu's gaze was complex as he replied, Miss, it seems that somewhere along the line, something has gone awry. The events have unfolded quite differently from our earlier speculations. What has changed? Zhao Xian asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Fu recounted everything he observed tonight at the Lu residence. Lu Kuang's breakthrough to the martial king level and his comprehension of sword intent were indeed unexpected. A flicker of intrigue passed through Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes as she listened to Li Fu's words. Li Fu remarked, Miss, in my humble opinion, given Lu Kuang's current combat prowess, even the two from the City Lord's mansion combined would not be his match. Zhao Xian inquired, to what extent has he grasped sword intent? Li Fu replied, he has merely scratched the surface. Yet even this slight understanding signifies that he has attained the status of a sword king, transcending the mere martial king. Zhao Xian sighed. In the divine martial realm, ordinary martial artists hold little value. It is those who possess unique abilities and carve their own path that are truly esteemed. At present, among all paths, the most revered by martial artists is the path of alchemy. However, due to its stringent requirements, few can pursue it. The paths of weaponry and formations are secondary, and those proficient in these arts are often treasured and nurtured by major sections. Besides alchemy, weaponry, and formations, the arts of sword, saber, spear, and other weaponry are common paths, easily accessible to martial artists. In the realm of swordsmanship, one must comprehend sword intent to truly be considered a sword practitioner, which significantly enhances one's combat capabilities. Typically, martial artists who grasp sword intent can effortlessly dispatch opponents of equal rank and can still contend with those of higher realms. It is precisely this capacity for cross-realm combat that grants sword practitioners a distinguished status in the divine martial realm, making them highly sought after wherever they go. Within Tianyuan City, it was rather surprising that Lu Kuang, who initially lacked the insight of Wu Mian, was the first to comprehend sword intent and ascend to the rank of Sword King. Li Fu remarked, Miss, if Lu Kuang was indeed the one who previously raided the shops of the 4 great families and the City Lord's mansion, does that not imply our previous conjectures were erroneous? Erroneous? Zhao Xian shook her head. No, I trust my judgment. Even if Lu Kuang is responsible for all these events, Lu Chan must certainly be implicated. Zhao Xian's acumen prompted Li Fu to express his confidence in her assessment, and he continued, Miss, now that Lu Kuang has broken through to the martial king and comprehended sword intent, should I keep a watchful eye? Let's observe. I believe that after tonight, as probing by the Wu and Li families, the City Lord's mansion will inevitably take action against the Lu family, Zhao Xian replied. Speaking of the City Lord's mansion, Li Fu scoffed. Zhang Yin has been scheming, and as he calculates, he probably never imagined that Lu Kuang would become a sword king right under his nose. Calculating is ultimately a misguided approach. Given the enmity between the Lu family and the City Lord's mansion, they're destined for conflict. One must vanish from Tianyuan City, Zhao Xian asserted. Thus, the City Lord's mansion will be the one to disappear? Li Fu squinted. Zhao Xian nodded. The balance of power has shifted in favor of the Lu family. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the City Lord's mansion is likely to become a relic of the past. Li Fu shared the same sentiment after witnessing tonight as confrontation. Having reported the developments, he realized it was getting late and promptly exited the 9-story pavilion. On the other side, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Lu Kuang, Wu Mian and Li Tianfang fled in haste from the Lu residence, only to pause simultaneously in the woods beyond. Their dantians shattered. They bore a deep-seated animosity not only towards Lu Kuang, but more so towards the City Lord's mansion. Had it not been for Zhang Yan's coercion to target the Lu family, they would never have set foot there. If they had remained uninvolved, the two prominent families could have observed the conflict from a distance, avoiding such grievous losses. Now, both families had become mere pawns for the City Lord's mansion. Their resentment was palpable as Lu Kuang prepared to confront the City Lord's mansion. The two conspired to conceal the news of Lu Kuang's breakthrough to the martial king level and his newfound comprehension of sword intent. Despite their own incapacitation, they resolved to ensure that the Lu family and the City Lord's mansion would turn against one another. Subsequently, they returned to their own clan, where they approached the clan leader, relaying a mixture of truth and fabrication regarding the events of the night, which the leader would then convey to the City Lord's mansion. Upon learning that the clan's powerful members had either been rendered useless or slain, Wu Yong and Li Tianxi were incensed, and the following day, they communicated this intelligence to the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 52. Schemes and calculations within the Lord's mansion. All eyes, including Zhang Yan's, were fixed on the awaited news from the Wu and Li families. After hearing the accounts from Wu Yong and Li Tianxi, Zhang Yan's expression grew increasingly intricate. Zhang Xian inquired, Patriarch Wu, do you truly believe that the Lu family consists solely of Lu Yi and his father, Lu Kuang? That your 6 members fell victim to Lu Kuang's wrath? Wu Yong replied furiously, my younger brother affirms this. He claims that Lu Kuang is nearing the level of a martial king, with an understanding of the sword that borders on enlightenment. They stood no chance against him. At this moment, Li Tianxi interjected, Lord, 2 of my 3 family members are dead, and 1 is incapacitated. You must avenge us by eliminating Lu Kuang. I shall. Zhang Yin responded indifferently, offering little more than a cursory comfort. You have both endured much. Return and rest. We shall handle the Lu family. Zhang Yin was unconcerned about the casualties from the 2 prominent families, merely dismissing them with a wave. Anger simmered within Li Tianxi and Wu Yong, yet they dared not voice their grievances in the presence of the Lord, especially now. Swallowing their resentment, the 2 departed the Lord's mansion in dejection. Once they had left, Zhang Jie eagerly remarked, Elder brother, I once regarded Lu Kuang as formidable, but now that we grasp the true state of the Lu family's affairs, let us take action. Zhang Yin turned to Zhang Xian below him. Xian, do you believe it is time to strike? Zhang Xian replied, Father, I ponder whether Lu Kuang is indeed the thief of the spirit herbs as claimed by the Wu and Li families. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow. Xian, do you harbor doubts about the Wu and Li families? To some extent, she conceded. At this juncture, I maintain a measure of skepticism towards anyone outside our family. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, for she had been calculating all along. Zhang Yang then interjected, Second sister, today marks the 2nd day since father and mother made their agreement. If we do not act soon, mother may become displeased. Zhang Yin cast a glance at Zhang Yang, then turned back to Zhang Xian. What shall we do next? To appease Mother, we can reproach the Lu family under the pretext that Lin Xian is the fiancé of our fifth brother, compelling them to come to the Lord's mansion to provide us with an explanation, Zhang Xian proposed. Zhang Yin immediately grasped her intent. Xian, are you suggesting we ensnare them? Essentially, yes. The Lord's mansion is safer than the Lu family. We cannot afford to take risks there. Zhang Jia added, second sister, what if the Lu family refuses to come to the Lord's mansion? If they do not show, it implies that the Wu and Li family's claims may hold truth, that the Lu family lacks hidden power and possesses only Lu Kuang. In such a case, we could take the initiative to confront the Lu family, storming in with our forces to eliminate their 4 members. Zhang Xian calmly analyzed the situation, swiftly gaining the approval of the Zhang family members. Truly, Zhang Xian proved herself to be the intellectual jewel of the Zhang clan. Zhang Yin declared, if that is the case, Yang summon Zhou Kai. Have him disseminate the news throughout the city and pay a visit to the Lu family. Father, I shall see to it at once. Zhang Yang replied, a flicker of delight in his eyes as he promptly exited the Grand Hall. Soon after, Zhou Kai set forth with a contingent of guards from the Lord's mansion to carry out their mission. Soon, the news that the City Lord's mansion was planning to deal with the Lu family spread throughout Tianyuan City. Wu Mian, from the Wu family, chuckled coldly upon hearing this news. He instructed his son Wu Qi and daughter Wu Shi to hide while he awaited news from the Lu family and the City Lord's mansion in his chamber. Li Tianfeng mirrored Wu Mian's actions. He feared not for his own life, eager to witness the clash between the Lu family and the City Lord's mansion. Yet he wished to shield his children from harm. Under the pretense of gathering spirit herbs, he sent his 2 sons and daughter away to the Luofeng Mountains, cautioning them not to return within a month. When Zhou Kai and his men entered the Lu residence, Lu Chun utilized a secret technique known as the spirit locking art to conceal Lu Kuang's martial aura, suppressing it to the peak of the 9th level of martial mastery. Upon their meeting, Zhou Kai sensed Lu Kuang's martial presence and sighed in relief, coldly uttering a remark before departing with his entourage. Chenya, you have suppressed 4th uncle's martial aura. Are you preparing to visit the City Lord's mansion? Lu Kuang inquired after Zhou Kai's departure. Let us give the City Lord's mansion a surprise and reclaim everything they owe to the Lu family over the years. Lu Chen replied, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, clearly unwilling to wait any longer. Lu Yi expressed his concern. Chen'er, should we wait until your martial realm breaks through to the master level before we go? No need. With the current strength of 4th uncle and myself, we can adequately handle the City Lord's mansion, Lu Qian asserted confidently. Lu Yi looked at his son, realizing that since his own power had been crippled, he could no longer comprehend his son's thoughts, as many of his actions exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, considering this was not necessarily a bad thing, Lu Yi chose to remain silent and allowed his son to proceed. Just as he was preparing to take Lu Zhan into hiding to ensure that Lu Chun and Lu Kuang could confront the City Lord's mansion without worry, Lu Chen stopped him. Father, is there something else? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. Father, Zhang Yin and his cohorts have crippled your Dantian and meridians. You must witness their despair when they meet the same fate, Lu Chen replied. Son, I fear this might distract you, Lu Yi cautioned. Father, in the face of absolute strength, all outcomes are predetermined. Do not worry. Come with us, Lu Chen insisted. Very well. Lu Yi was persuaded by Lu Chen's words. Thereafter, the 4 departed from the Lu residence. On the streets of Tianyuan City, upon seeing Lu Chun and his companions heading to the City Lord's mansion, many warriors speculated about their foolishness, believing that Lu Kuang and the others were walking to their doom. Had it been them, they would have avoided offending the Lin family, especially at this juncture, rather than voluntarily walking into a trap that would lead to the annihilation of the Lu family. Listening to the discussions around them, Lu Kuang scoffed, while Lu Chun maintained a stoic expression. As the 4 passed by the Wanbao building, Zhao Xian and Li Fu observed from the shadows. Miss, it seems Lu Chun intends to give the City Lord's mansion quite the surprise. Li Fu remarked upon noticing Lu Kuang's concealed martial aura. Let's go and see, Zhao Xian suggested. Indeed, Li Fu nodded, and the 2 left the Wanbao building. Notably, The martial technique Zhao Xian employed was none other than Lu Chen's Lingxiao step. With each stride, starlight danced beneath her feet. The spirit of the mouse elder vigilantly observed its surroundings. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian's ascending heaven step, the mouse elder cast a peculiar glance at Lu Chen, a hint of intrigue flickering in its eyes. In light of Lu Chen's previous actions, it seemed as though the mouse elder had begun to piece together certain revelations. Chapter 53. Lu Chen unleashes a massacre. The western district of Tianyuan City serves as a bustling commercial area, predominantly dominated by the city lord's mansion, which occupies approximately 90% of the territory. It is precisely this control that ensures the mansion is well-resourced. In contrast, the eastern district is entirely under the city lord's authority, devoid of any rival factions. The city lord's mansion has cordoned off a section of the eastern district to establish a military regiment, amassing over 10,000 personnel. At the heart of the eastern district lies the main hall of the city lord's mansion, sprawling across several dozen acres, where all formidable warriors congregate, forming a formidable presence around the mansion. Upon entering the eastern district, Lu Chen quickly observed numerous soldiers of the city lord's mansion concealed along the roadsides, their gaze fixed upon Lu Chen and his companions. As soon as the four had moved a distance away, the gates to the eastern district were shut. Outside the eastern district, witnessing the gates close, the accompanying warriors shook their heads in dismay, convinced that Lu Chen and his companions were doomed. However, unlike the other warriors, Lu Chen found the city lord's actions laughable. With their strength, the gates posed no deterrent. Moreover, the city lord's mansion likely never imagined that the four had no intention of fleeing. Their goal was to annihilate the mansion and avenge their humiliation. Under the vigilant watch of the soldiers, Lu Chen and his companions pressed forward, soon arriving at the main area of the city lord's mansion. The main area was a labyrinth of towering structures, intricately arranged. Kid, it appears the city lord's mansion wields considerable power in Tianyuan City, boasting over 50 martial masters, reminded Master Mouse as they arrived. More martial masters are of no consequence. Those who deserve to die will meet their end regardless, Lu Chen retorted coldly. Master Mouse continued. In addition to the martial masters, the city lord's mansion has two martial kings, one an old codger, and the other presumably the city lord himself. The old codger, Zhang Huan, was the father of Zhang Yin, one of the two martial kings of the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen had encountered them in the falling Maple Mountain range, and he would never forget their twisted expressions as they rendered him powerless. This journey was intended to make the members of the city lord's mansion experience the despair and agony he had endured that day. Just know that, Master Mouse remarked nonchalantly. As their conversation unfolded, the four had already reached the entrance of the city lord's great hall, where they were met by Zhang Jie and Zhou Kai. The sight of their sworn enemy ignited a fierce intensity. Lu Kuang's expression darkened upon seeing the smug visage of Zhang Jie, revealing his murderous intent. Zhang Jie sneered. Lu Kuang, weren't you quite brazen? Show me that bravado once more, and I shall see how tough your bones truly are. Are you certain? Lu Kuang queried. Absolutely. Today, I wish to witness your courage, Zhang Jie provocatively challenged. Fool! Lu Kuang spat coldly, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, aiming a sword thrust directly at Zhang Jie's chest. Lu Kuang, you are doomed. How dare you commit murder here? Zhou Kai bellowed in fury, charging toward Lu Kuang's back in an ATT curse it, you cannot kill me. Zhang Jie yelled in terror, instinctively raising his sword to shield himself, trying to deflect Lu Kuang's strike. However, Lu Kuang was not one to grant him such mercy. With a swift upward thrust, he severed Zhang Jie's head from his shoulders. In an instant, Zhang Jie was slain, yet Lu Kuang did not pause, turning swiftly to pursue Zhou Kai. Witnessing the swift demise of Zhang Jie, Zhou Kai's heart quaked with dread. He dared not hesitate, employing his martial prowess to flee towards the Grand Hall. He understood all too well that he was no match for Lu Kuang. His only hope lay with the city lord, Zhang Yin, and Zhang Yan's father, Zhang Huan. However, Lu Kuang clearly had no intention of granting Zhou Kai an escape. Just as Zhou Kai neared the exit, Lu Kuang unleashed a rapid sword intent, claiming Zhou Kai's life. Blood stained the Grand Hall's entrance. Lu Kuang, you seek death. Within the hall, upon hearing the anguished cries of Zhang Jie and Zhou Kai. Zhang Yin transformed into a streak of light, appearing outside the hall, and then struck at Lu Kuang with his sword. Sword intent. Lu Kuang's expression shifted. He realized that Zhang Yin had also comprehended the sword intent, and it appeared to be more refined than his own. A furious roar echoed from above the hall, followed by a fire dragon lunging at Lu Kuang. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Lu Kuang immediately channeled his martial king's energy to counter with his swift sword intent, slashing at the fire dragon's sword intent. Boom! The two sword intents collided midair, creating a shower of sparks, and in an instant, both sword intents dissipated. In their inaugural clash, it seemed neither side had gained the upper hand. Zhang Yin coldly exclaimed, "Damn it, the Wu and Li families deceived me. You are not merely a martial artist, but a martial king, and you have grasped the sword intent." Lu Kuang smirked. "If they had not deceived you, how could your cunning and suspicious nature have allowed us to be lured into the city lord's residence?" Zhang Yin retorted angrily, "Lu Kuang, do you believe that having attained the martial king level, you can slay me?" "I believe I can," Lu Kuang replied. "And with my presence, do you still think you can seek vengeance?" Before Lu Kuang's words had concluded, a chilling voice resonated from deep within the hall, followed by the appearance of an elder beside Zhang Yin, none other than Zhang Huan. "From your words, it seems you admit to having incapacitated my third brother 6 years ago, and recently having harmed Chiner?" Lu Kuang remarked coldly. Zhang Huan responded, "Today, you are destined to perish here, and I see no need to conceal anything further. This secret will vanish with your deaths. Yet I do not believe that the four of us will meet our end today," Lu Kuang asserted. "Do you think you can face two opponents alone?" Zhang Yin mocked. "Why not?" Lu Kuang countered. Zhang Yin scoffed. "Lu Kuang, you are far too naive." Clap, clap. Before his words could fully escape, Zhang Yin coldly applauded. And in an instant, all the martial artists hidden in the shadows of the city lord's residence sprang forth, surrounding the four men. Zhang Yin commanded, "First, eliminate the 3 useless members of the Lu family." "Understood." The group of martial artists responded, their eyes glinting with malice as they charged at Lu Chun and his companions. In the shadows, witnessing this scene, Zhao Xian furrowed her brows in concern, just as she prepared to instruct Li Fu to intervene and save Lu Chun and the others. Lu Chun struck first, awakening. With a sharp command from Lu Chun, the atmosphere outside the grand hall reverberated with thunderous roars. Under the influence of his formidable sword intent, countless strands of blade energy cascaded like raindrops, descending upon the martial artists of the city lord's mansion, initially dismissing Lu Chun and his companions as mere soft persimmons. The guards had underestimated their prowess. However, upon the emergence of the terrifying sword intent, a wave of dread washed over dozens of them, their faces turning pale as they fled in panic. "It was too late to contemplate escape," Lu Chun coldly remarked. In the next moment, under his precise control, the torrential rain of swords swept down with alarming speed, resulting in the simultaneous demise of all martial artists within the city lord's mansion. In mere seconds, dozens of warriors met their end, their blood staining the ground, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air, assaulting the senses of those present. At that moment, Lu Chun was akin to a butcher, one man, one sword, annihilating all in his path. Chapter 54. The death of Zhang Yin initially believed victory was within his grasp. He intended to have his martial artists eliminate Lu Chun and his companions, demonstrating the dire consequences of opposing him. However, the unfolding situation quickly spiraled beyond his control. Before he could relish the despair on Lu Kuang's face, his own forces were decimated. Lu Chun had unexpectedly comprehended the essence of the sword, and his mastery was unparalleled, instilling a sense of hopelessness in all who witnessed it. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the Zhang family felt an icy chill envelop them, as if suffocated by the aura of death. Fear gripped them, and they deeply regretted their decision to summon Lu Chun and his companions to the Lord's mansion. It was akin to inviting a harbinger of death into their very home. In the shadows, Zhao Xian observed Lu Chun unleash such terrifying sword intent, and a unique emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Lu Chun truly had a knack for astonishing others. Nearby, Li Fu was equally astounded by Lu Chen's display. This sword intent was genuinely terrifying, surpassing any he had encountered before. At merely 16 years of age, Lu Chen had achieved such mastery. In a few years, who would be able to withstand his blade? It was unfathomable. As he gazed at Lu Chen, whose refined features belied the lethal intent of a seasoned warrior, Li Fu envisioned the rise of a formidable swordsman. After dispatching the minions, Lu Chen turned his gaze upon Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, do you still believe you can survive this day? Zhang Yan roared, damn it. How could you comprehend such powerful sword intent? Lu Chen replied with a smile, just because you are incapable does not imply I am as well. My world is beyond the comprehension of a petty villain like you. The situation has shifted in favor of others. Zhang Yin found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Chen's retort. Zhang Huan coldly inquired, Lu Chen, what do you intend to do? Lu Chen coldly stated, naturally, we shall treat you as you treated my father and me. Zhang Yin, trembling with fear, asked, do you intend to cripple us? Why not? Lu Chen smirked. My wife hails from Lin County, a cousin of the prince. Do you dare to harm us? Zhang Yin threatened. Lu Chen laughed derisively. Zhang Yin, your threats may intimidate others, but not me. Anyone who provokes my ire ultimately meets their demise. You are a madman. Zhang Yin bellowed, his composure crumbling. He had not anticipated that Lu Chen would fearlessly disregard even the prince of Lin County. Lu Chen shouted, I may be mad, but it is your actions that have driven me to this brink. We were living peacefully, yet you sought to ruin us, subjecting my family to unbearable suffering. Since you refuse to allow us to coexist, and our families cannot thrive together, I shall eradicate the Zhang family, ensuring my family can live in peace. Zhang Xian, who had been contemplating a countermeasure, stepped forward, controlling her emotions as she spoke. Lu Chen, our two families can coexist. And how do you propose we achieve that? Lu Chen retorted, already aware of Zhang Xian's reputation as the Zhang family strategist. Today, the Zhang family was destined for annihilation, and he was curious to see what schemes this woman might conjure. Zhang Xian declared, from this day forth, the Zhang family and the Lu family shall bury the hatchet. As an apology for past offenses, the Zhang family is willing to bestow upon the Lu family all our enterprises in the Western District. Lu Chen retorted mockingly, Zhang Xian, you are quite generous in your desire to buy time. Zhang Xian replied, no, this is not a mere stalling tactic. It is a testament to our sincerity in seeking forgiveness. At this moment, Zhang Yin interjected, if you still harbor doubts, I can offer my daughter Yao in marriage to you, thereby uniting our families as in-laws. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen seemed intrigued and scrutinized Zhang Yao among the crowd of Zhang family members, asking, your father wishes to betroth you to me. Are you agreeable to this? Zhang Yao had long been captivated by Lu Chen's prowess, and his imposing figure loomed large in her heart, coupled with his striking appearance. He was a suitor she naturally desired. Under Lu Chen's gaze, Zhang Yao blushed and replied, I am willing. Ha ha! Lu Chen burst into laughter at Zhang Yao's bashful demeanor. The others, bewildered, exchanged glances, prompting Zhang Xian to cautiously inquire, Lu Chen, does this imply your acceptance? Acceptance? Lu Chen's expression turned icy. Do you think a mere woman can resolve this enmity? Such a situation does not exist in this world. Zhang Xian frowned and pressed. What other conditions do you have? If Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan kneel and bow to my father 100 times, I will spare the Zhang family and grant you a chance at survival. Lu Chen stated, having toyed with them long enough. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan's expressions shifted dramatically. To kneel before a rebel would tarnish their dignity as city lords. If word of this were to spread, they would become the laughingstock of Tianyuan City, rendering their future prospects bleak. What? You refuse? Lu Chen's gaze bore into them, demanding an answer. Zhang Xian interjected, Lu Chen, could we negotiate different terms? They have already harmed my father and me. Now I merely ask for an apology, yet they are unwilling. Is our lives truly worth less than their pride? Lu Chen scoffed, you say that, yet your family's very lives are at stake. Fear gripped the younger members of the Zhang family as they sensed the ominous aura emanating from Lu Chen, reminiscent of a fearsome sword intent ready to strike. Given Lu Qin's ruthless nature, they feared he might suddenly turn against them, and with their limited strength, any confrontation would spell their doom. However, just as the younger generation hesitated, urging Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan to endure this humiliation and kneel, a haughty voice rang out. Zhang Yin, Zhang Huan, do you think our lives are worth less than your two disdainful faces? Must we bear the consequences of your sins? It was Lin Qin, who had finally stepped forward after observing the situation. In the past, Zhang Xin had viewed Lin Qin as arrogant and disrespectful, yet now she felt grateful for her presence. For without Lin Qin, everyone might have faced dire consequences. Zhang Yin harbored deep resentment towards Lin Qin, but now he found himself in a precarious position. With Lu Chun wielding the power to decide their fate, he was compelled to tolerate Lin Qin and accept Lu Chen's derision. The father and son exchange a glance, both sighing deeply. Subsequently, they lowered their proud heads and, before all present, knelt down, inching towards Lu Chun in submission. Throughout this process, all eyes in the crowd were fixated on the Zhang father and son. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Xian inadvertently tugged at her small hand, overwhelmed with anxiety. As she understood, the Zhangs were not benign individuals. With Lu Qin's derision directed at them, it was likely they would not let the matter rest. A bow of the head could well conceal lethal intent. Lu Kuang, too, was apprehensive that Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan might target Lu Yi, and thus he retreated to Lu Yi's side, sword in hand, poised for action at any moment. Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan, upon witnessing Lu Kuang's movement, revealed no emotion. Once they had crawled to Lu Yi's feet, they began to bow their heads in reverence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before long, the Zhangs had prostrated themselves over 50 times, their actions surprisingly decorous. Yet, while Zhang Yao fantasized about marrying Lu Chun and ultimately surpassing her siblings, Zhang Yin and Zhang Huan abruptly turned their aggression towards Lu Yi. They were acutely aware that, regardless of their show of submission, given the enmity between their families, Lu Chun would surely not spare them. Thus, seizing Lu Yi was their sole chance of survival. In an instant, they sprang into action. Zhang Huan sought to restrain Lu Kuang, while Zhang Yin aimed to capture Lu Yi. However, their feeble ruse could hardly deceive Lu Chun. Having been monitoring them with his sole power, he had already noticed their exchange of glances. The moment Zhang Yin exerted himself, the strike of the thunderclap was upon him. With a swift motion, a single sword stroke severed Zhang Yan's head from his body, bringing an end to the reign of this tyrant who had oppressed Tianyuan City for many years. Chapter 55. The Fall of the Zhang Family. With a single stroke of his sword, Lu Chuan swiftly dispatched Zhang Yan, leaving him no opportunity to react. This act plunged the Zhang family into utter despair, extinguishing their last flicker of hope for survival. Even at this juncture, they still harbored intentions of violence. What a calamity they were. Enraged, Lu Kuang drew his sword and unleashed a rapid strike at Zhang Huan. Startled, Zhang Huan immediately channeled his spiritual energy into his sword. Roaring as a fierce tiger's intent surged forth to confront Lu Kuang's swift blade. Having concealed himself behind Zhang Yin for years, he had surprisingly grasped a form of sword intent. However, he evidently underestimated the formidable power of Lu Kuang's rapid sword energy. This swift energy, an attribute of the sword, could shatter anything when its speed reached an extreme. The two sword energies collided, with the swift energy piercing through the throat of the tiger's intent like an indomitable spear. A thunderous crash echoed as the sword intent shattered, and the tiger was cleaved in two. The residual force of Lu Kuang's rapid sword energy surged towards Zhang Huan at an alarming speed. Zhang Huan's face paled, and in a state of panic, he raised his sword to defend himself. Yet, as soon as he lifted his arm, Lu Kuang's swift energy struck down, severing his entire arm. A scream of agony escaped Zhang Huan as blood gushed from the severed limb. Nevertheless, the will to survive burned within him, clutching his stump. He employed his martial skills to flee towards the adjacent loft. Observing this, Lu Kuang pursued him, delivering a kick that sent Zhang Huan sprawling back outside the Great Hall. The members of the Zhang family watched in horror as their two strongest warriors faced such dire fates, one slain and the other maimed, unable to comprehend the reality of their predicament. Prior to this day, the city lord's estate loomed over Tianyuan City like a deity, wielding the power to dictate life and death, even among the four prominent families. Thus, they had grown arrogant, looking down upon others and basking in the pride of their lineage from the Zhang family. Yet today, they abruptly realized that the Zhang bloodline had become a cursed blade, poised to claim their lives. Having dealt with Zhang Huan, Lu Kuang turned to Lu Chun with a grin. "My child, this fellow has now become a one-armed hero. What shall we do with him next?" The Zhang family delights in crippling others and severing their meridians. Let us adopt their methods. Fourth uncle, render him useless, so he too may experience the plight of being a cripple. Lu Chun replied coldly. Very well. Today marked Lu Kuang's happiest day in nearly 7 years. Previously, he had lived consumed by hatred, training tirelessly day and night for revenge. Now, with Zhang Yin dead and Zhang Huan reduced to a mere pawn, the grudge against the Zhang family for crippling Lu Yi had finally been avenged. Lu Kuang, brimming with joy like a child, prepared his sword intent to guard against any potential counterattack from Zhang Huan, while simultaneously aiming a fierce stomp at Zhang Huan's Dantian. No! Zhang Huan's anguished cries filled the air as Lu Kuang's foot shattered his Dantian, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that erupted from within him. With his Dantian destroyed, a searing pain coursed through his abdomen, and as he felt his strength wane, despair enveloped him, his eyes vacant and his face ashen. Yet in that moment, Lu Kuang had no thought for Zhang Huan's anguish. All he desired was vengeance, to unleash the pent-up hatred of years gone by, and to repay the Zhang family in kind, with interest. Under the terrified gazes of the Zhang family, Lu Kuang unleashed a torrent of fury upon the old man Zhang Huan, shattering all of his meridians with sheer force. When Lu Kuang finally ceased his onslaught, Zhang Huan collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, stripped of the arrogance he once displayed. Old fool, are you enjoying yourself now? Do you understand the excruciating pain of a crippled Dantian and shattered meridians? Lu Kuang remarked with a cold smirk, dusting off his hands. Zhang Huan gasped, Lu Kuang, do not rejoice too soon. Lord Lin will not spare you. Lu Kuang laughed. Let him come then. If they dare approach, we shall ensure he enters Tianyuan City upright and exits horizontally. I await his arrival. Zhang Huan spat blood, glaring at Lu Kuang with deep resentment. With a swift kick, Lu Kuang sent Zhang Huan crashing before the entire Zhang clan and turned to Lu Chun, asking, what shall we do with the remaining ones? Lu Chun glanced at Lu Yi beside him and inquired, Father, how do you wish to handle them? Kill. Lu Yi uttered coldly, concealing the suffering he had endured over the past 6 years. With his son and brother now formidable, he had been granted an opportunity for vengeance, and he would not allow the descendants of his enemies to persist in this world. Fourth uncle, since father has spoken of execution, let us carry it out. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Very well. Lu Kuang rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. No, Lu Chun, do not act so hastily. If you find one Yao insufficient, I can offer you Zhang Xian as well, allowing you the pleasures of multiple partners. As Lu Kuang prepared to strike, Lin Xin could no longer contain herself. Abandoning her previous arrogance in teaching Zhang Yin a lesson, she lowered her tone and pleaded with Lu Chun. As a woman, she understood men, believing they were inherently lustful. If one woman was insufficient, then 2 would suffice, and if 2 were inadequate, 3 could be offered. She thought Lu Chen's reluctance to spare them stemmed from a lack of offerings, convinced that an ample supply of women would sway him. However, she failed to comprehend that a man like Lu Chun, who had encountered countless stunning beauties in his past life, would hardly be swayed by Zhang Yao and Zhang Xian. Moreover, even if Zhang Xian and Zhang Yao were indeed captivating, their elders had incapacitated both him and his father. He would never allow them to live. Lu Chen scoffed. Madam City Lord, your ploy of seduction is well executed, but it holds no sway over me. You might as well save it for serving Zhang Yin below. In the shadows, upon hearing Lu Chen's scornful words, Zhao Xian could not suppress her laughter until she noticed Li Fu's peculiar gaze directed at her, prompting her to cover her mouth and regain her composure. Seeing that softness had failed, Lin Xin immediately shifted to a more aggressive stance, exclaiming, Lu Chun, Do not overstep your bounds. I am the woman of Lin Ming, the son of Lord Lin. Yao and Yang are our children. If you dare harm us, the Lord's residence will not spare you." Upon hearing Lin Qin's declaration, Zhang Yao and Zhang Yang lost their composure, staring at her in disbelief. Zhang Jie appeared bewildered, while Zhang Xin seemed already aware, lying on the ground like a defeated dog, with Zhang Huan's face darkening as he too grasped the implications. Zhang Yang inquired, "Mother, do you mean to say that I am the son of my uncle?" Lin Qin replied, "My dear Yang Yao and your elder brother are all children of your mother and your uncle. That good-for-nothing Zhang Yin is not your true father." Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Yang's composure shattered, and he bellowed, "If we are indeed the children of my uncle, then why did he only take my elder brother to the Duke's residence and leave me and fourth sister in this wretched place?" Lin Qin responded, "Yang, do not blame your father. He wished to bring you all to the Duke's residence, but your martial talents are lacking, and your grandfather disapproved. Thus, he could only leave you in Tianyuan City. Do not blame him." Zhang Yang pointed furiously at the city lord's mansion and exclaimed, "He abandoned me here, and now I face death. How can I not hold him accountable?" Faced with Zhang Yang's agitated emotions, Lin Qin could only offer comfort, saying, "Rest assured, my dear, you will not perish. These ruffians dare not harm us." Chunu? Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang's expression turned icy as he gazed at Lu Chun. "Fourth uncle, if you find this farce entertaining, then continue to watch. If not, send them on their way." Lu Chen jested. "The play may be amusing, but I have lost interest. I find that killing brings a certain exhilaration." Lu Kuang laughed heartily before unleashing his martial prowess upon the Zhang family. Seeing this, the Zhang family members hastily fled, yet they soon met their demise at Lu Kuang's hands. Thus, the era of the Zhang family in Tianyuan City came to a definitive end. Chapter 56. The Supreme Hall having vanquished the Zhang family, Lu Kuang approached the trio with a sense of satisfaction, exhaling deeply as he joyfully remarked, "Today has truly been exhilarating." Lu Yi, reflecting on the day's events, added, "Indeed, we have finally released the pent-up grievances of many years." With a laugh, Lu Kuang turned to his companions. "Third brother, Chiner, now that we have avenged our grievances, we must celebrate this momentous occasion upon our return." "I am in agreement," Lu Yi replied. "I think that is a splendid idea." Lu Chen concurred. "Shall we depart?" Lu Kuang inquired. Lu Chen shook his head, then glanced towards the location of Zhao Xian and Li Fu, saying, "Friends from Wanbao Tower, having observed us for so long, do you not wish to come forth and make our acquaintance?" Caught off guard, Zhao Xian and Li Fu, who had been hiding in the shadows, exchanged a surprised look, astonished that Lu Chen had detected their presence. His vigilance was indeed remarkable. After a brief moment, they composed themselves and stepped forward. Standing before the four, Zhao Xian smiled and said, "Congratulations to the Lu family on your successful retribution." Although she had long been aware that the highest steward of Wanbao Tower was a woman, she was taken aback by her youthfulness, which truly astonished Lu Yi. 16 years old, quite mature, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Xian remarked. "She is of the same age as Chun'er." Lu Kuang mused. It is well known that wherever there are martial artists, Wanbao Tower is sure to follow. The fact that a 16-year-old girl like Zhao Xian could assume the position of the highest steward in Tianyuan City's Wanbao Tower indicated her extraordinary status. At that moment, the elegantly dressed Zhao Xian, her face partially obscured by a pink veil, exuded an air of mystery that left Lu Kuang feeling more anxious than he had ever felt in front of Zhang Yan. Lu Yi too felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly composed himself, asking, "Might I inquire as to the purpose of Wanbao Tower's visit today? If I were to say I came to watch a performance, would the head of the Lu family believe me?" Zhao Xian replied with a smile. Lu Yi shook his head. Given Wanbao Tower's esteemed status, the trivial disputes between the Lu and Zhang families would hardly capture your interest. You must be here for Chun'er, correct? Zhao Xian's eyes brightened. "Head of the Lu family, why do you say so?" Lu Yi explained, "I am but an invalid. My son is still a child. Though my fourth brother has broken through to the martial king realm and comprehended sword intent, such strength is unlikely to warrant your attention. Thus, it stands to reason that you must be here for Chun'er." Zhao Xian praised. You are indeed deserving of the title of the one who once led the Liu family to the pinnacle of the four great families. Your insight is admirable. Lu Kuang furrowed his brow. Might I ask what your intentions are in seeking out Chun'er? Perceiving Lu Kuang's apprehension, Zhao Xian replied with a smile, do not be alarmed. Elder Lu, we of Wanbao Tower harbor no ill intentions towards you. Li Fu, standing nearby, added, Wanbao Tower is a place where martial artists aspire to enter. Anyone who gains entry is destined for a remarkable future. We wish to extend an invitation to young Master Lu Chun to join Wanbao Tower. With a teasing grin, Lu Chun retorted, Old man, I believe my future is already bright without entering Wanbao Tower. I do not see its merits. Unfazed by his response, Zhao Xian inquired, Young Master Lu Chun, have you heard of the Supreme Hall? I have not, Lu Chun replied, shaking his head. While shaking his head, Lu Chun couldn't help but inwardly scoff. As if I don't know, this is something I taught the beast how to manage back in the day. Zhao Xian elaborated. The Supreme Hall is a genius training center of the Wanbao Tower. Once you enter there, you will have access to an inexhaustible array of cultivation resources, including formidable techniques, martial arts, spirit crystals, spiritual herbs, and weaponry. Everything essential for cultivation, which you cannot possess outside. The little girl. If it weren't for my thorough understanding of the Supreme Hall, I might have actually believed her nonsense, Lu Chen mused. Originally, the Supreme Hall referred to an imperial artifact he had acquired in his previous life within the 100 Battles secret realm. Later, during a drinking session, he impulsively gifted it to the beast out of sheer joy. At that time, the beast was quite vexed, as Wanbao Tower spent the entire year recruiting martial artists. But these individuals lacked loyalty and the ability to find the most elite warriors. Wanbao Tower aspired to become the foremost establishment in the divine martial realm, aiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier, formidable factions, and this constant recruitment was evidently not a viable solution. Understanding the beast's frustration, he suggested cultivating talent internally. Though it would require a long time and considerable investment, the loyalty would be absolute. The beast's eyes brightened at this suggestion and immediately inquired about the specific operational methods from his past life. He was candid and thorough with this friend. In his view, talent cultivation at Wanbao Tower should employ a system of hierarchy, elimination, recommendation, and joint accountability, collectively governing the operation of the entire talent cultivation framework. The hierarchical system, simply put, divides into dozens of ranks based on the size of the region, establishing training bases at different levels, with the highest tier located at the Wanbao Tower headquarters. The personnel at the highest level can enter the Imperial Artifact Supreme Hall to study the most exalted martial arts, while the lowest level corresponds to the county level. This hierarchical system offers two significant advantages for Wanbao Tower. First, anyone aspiring to cultivate the martial arts within the Supreme Hall must ascend from the county level, ensuring absolute fairness in talent cultivation. Second, with a well-structured tier system, Wanbao Tower can access talent from any region, effectively preventing talent attrition. The elimination system, as its name implies, favors the superior and weeds out the inferior. Although those entering Wanbao Tower's talent cultivation system are not lacking in resources, they also face substantial pressure, as Wanbao Tower does not nurture the inept. Here, they must undergo at least 3 evaluations annually. Those who pass are directly sent to the next tier's training base to cultivate more powerful martial arts and techniques. Those who fail to pass will remain at the base to continue their training, but if they fail 3 evaluations in a year, they will receive a C grade. If they obtain a C grade for 2 consecutive years, they will be eliminated. A more humane aspect is that those who are eliminated will not be cast aside by Wanbao Tower. They will be assigned roles in various branches of Wanbao Tower. However, due to their insufficient strength, many of them often find themselves serving in branches 1 or 2 tiers lower. Therefore, while Zhao Xian only spoke of the benefits, she neglected to mention the drawbacks. If one's innate talent is inadequate, even entering Wanbao Tower's cultivation system may not guarantee the ability to learn advanced techniques and martial arts, and one could still face elimination. The recommendation system dictates that all individuals entering the talent cultivation framework of Wanbao Tower are exclusively selected and endorsed by internal personnel. It is crucial to avoid involving those who lack understanding of the underlying processes. Moreover, different tiers of the building are allocated varying quotas for recommendations. According to his previous understanding, the Wanbao Tower in a small locale, like Tianyuan City, possessed no such quota. Now, with Zhao Xian intending to recommend him for entry into the Supreme Hall, this situation appears somewhat unusual when considering geographic factors. However, upon reflecting on Zhao Xian's potentially significant identity, the circumstance becomes comprehensible. As for the joint accountability system, it primarily aims to prevent corruption, ensuring that no one can advance without meeting the required standards due to favoritism. Should such misconduct be discovered, the individual at fault would face severe repercussions, leading to the nullification of the cultivation achievements of all personnel within that tier, resulting in their expulsion from Wanbao Tower, with no prospect of reemployment. In his previous life, he had just assisted the beastly faction in establishing a talent cultivation system before meeting his demise in the Nether Mountain Range. It now appears that the faction indeed implemented this system, naming it the Supreme Hall. Chinner, what are your thoughts on entering the Supreme Hall? Lu Yi inquired, hoping that Lu Chun could align himself with the formidable Wanbao Tower. I have no thoughts, nor any interest, Lu Chun replied disdainfully, shaking his head vigorously. While others may covet the resources of Wanbao Tower and rely on its prestige and power, he felt no such need. What Wanbao Tower could offer, he could provide for himself, rendering any association unnecessary. Observing Lu Chen's apparent disdain, Zhao Xian felt a surge of frustration, wishing to reprimand him. The Supreme Hall was a place that countless individuals dreamed of entering, yet here was Lu Chun dismissing it with contempt. However, she quickly reminded herself that she was a fairy and must not succumb to anger. Striving to regain her composure, Zhao Xian forcibly handed Lu Chun a token that bore an exact resemblance to the Supreme Hall's insignia, stating, "Take this for now, should you wish to go someday. Any branch will assist you in arranging it." Very well, considering that keeping it posed no harm, Lu Chun accepted the token and casually tossed it into his storage ring. Chapter 57. Journey to the Maple Mountain Range. Observing Lu Chun so blatantly disregard the Supreme Hall token she had given him, Zhao Xian felt a mixture of helplessness and resignation. After all, Lu Chun's remarkable talent was undeniable. With his exceptional aptitude, Tianyuan City was merely a stepping stone for him, a gateway to a vast and boundless world. Should he choose not to enter the Supreme Hall, it was certain that numerous sects would seek him out upon his departure from Tianyuan City, offering various benefits to entice him into their ranks. As a member of the Wanbao building, she wished not to miss the opportunity to cultivate such a prodigy. Yet she was at a loss as to how to influence Lu Chen's decisions, leaving her with no choice but to devise a plan for the future. With this in mind, Zhao Xian addressed Lu Yi, Patriarch Lu. Now that the conflict between the Lu and Zhang families has concluded, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Lu Yi replied with a respectful bow. Everyone is welcome to visit Wanbao building sometime. Zhao Xian smiled gently before departing with Li Fu. Once they had left, Lu Yi, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Sure, entering Wanbao building for cultivation seems advantageous. Why do you appear so disinterested?" Lu Chun chuckled. "Father, I already have a master. There is no need for me to seek further guidance at Wanbao building." "Ah, I was remiss to forget that," Lu Yi said, somewhat distressed. With such an impressive master, there is little reason for Lu Chun to join Wanbao building. Fortunately, Lu Chun declined the offer, for if his master were to discover this, it could lead to severe consequences, including expulsion from his teachings. At that moment, Lu Kuang, perplexed, inquired, "Chinner, if you do not wish to enter Wanbao building, why did you accept the token she offered you?" Lu Chun toyed with the Supreme Hall token, replying, "Fourth uncle, this item is valuable. It would be foolish to refuse a gift. Who knows, it might serve as a favor in the future." "Haha, your reasoning is impeccable. You truly are quite clever." Lu Kuang laughed, amused by Lu Chen's shrewdness. Lu Yi interjected, "Chinner, since matters have been resolved, shall we return?" "Indeed, we must return, but first, let us collect the belongings from those deceased," Lu Chen stated, as he began to search for storage rings among the fallen. Lu Kuang and the others quickly joined in, and within a short time, all the storage rings from the corpses had been gathered by the four of them. Upon inspection, they discovered a considerable amount of valuables. With satisfaction, the four left the city lord's mansion. Upon entry, they had been met with the watchful gazes of the guards, but as they exited, everyone stood in fear, apprehensive of provoking Lu Chun. Once they had departed the eastern district, the soldiers rushed into the city lord's mansion, frantically searching within. Within an hour, the mansion had been entirely looted. After emptying the city lord's mansion, the soldiers shed their uniforms and exited the eastern district with their ill-gotten gains, seeking a place to hide. Outside the eastern district, Lu Chun and his companions remained unaware of the chaos that had unfolded within the city lord's mansion. Striding confidently past a multitude of onlookers, they returned to the Lu family. When news reached the Wu and Li families that the four from the Lu family had emerged unscathed from the city lord's mansion, both families were left in shock, unable to comprehend how the four, who seemed destined for demise, had managed to survive. Wu Mian and Li Tianfeng were aware of Lu Kuang's background, yet they could not fathom how he emerged unscathed. Could it be that the Lu family and the Zhang family had forged an alliance? Such a thought quickly dissipated, for the enmity between the two families ran deep, and Zhang Yan's narrow-mindedness rendered it impossible for him to tolerate a formidable figure like Lu Kuang. In an instant, their minds were clouded with confusion. Subsequently, many in Tianyuan City sought to learn about the events that transpired within the city lord's mansion, only to encounter soldiers fleeing with their belongings. Upon discovering that the mansion had been annihilated, with all its occupants perishing at the hands of Lu Kuang and Lu Chun, and that Lu Kuang had ascended to the rank of martial king, comprehending the essence of sword intent, while Lu Chun had also grasped sword intent, the entire Tianyuan city was thrown into a state of upheaval. The news spread rapidly, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. As the tidings reached the Li and Wu families, both Li Tianzi and Wu Yong commended Li Tianfeng and Wu Mian for their astute calculations. The only blemish in their triumph was the unforeseen variable of Lu Chun, who had escaped the fate that befell the others in the city lord's mansion. Nevertheless, this outcome was deemed acceptable to both families, for the Lu family was far less loathsome than the city lord's mansion, which had treated them like mere lapdogs. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Chun and his companions celebrated heartily before each retreating to their quarters to attend to their respective affairs. "Young lad, what are your future plans?" Lu Chun entered the Chaos Pearl world, where Master Mouse emerged from a pile of spiritual crystals and approached him. "I shall strive to enhance my soul power and concoct revival and restoration pills for my father," Lu Chun replied. "Have you remained in Tianyuan City all this time before mastering alchemy?" Master Mouse inquired, furrowing his brow. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. "Master Mouse, do you have an idea? You, having once been a martial emperor in your previous life, should understand that experience is the swiftest path to cultivation. I believe you should venture out," Master Mouse suggested. "What if the people from Lin County come seeking trouble?" Lu Chun expressed his concern. "You are truly perplexed. Wanbao Tower would dream of cultivating a closer relationship with you. With them around, a mere county prince would not dare to confront your father or your fourth uncle," Master Mouse replied, exasperated. Indeed, Lu Chun's eyes brightened at this revelation. Thus, he realized he could indeed venture outside to hasten his own cultivation. "Precisely. In my opinion, while Wanbao Tower seeks materials, you should gather resources during your time outside, which can later benefit your father and your fourth uncle, facilitating your travels," Master Mouse advised. Lu Chun pondered. "Master Mouse, you consistently mention my father and my fourth uncle. Have you forgotten about John D?" Master Mouse scoffed. "That lad is honing the transformation battle technique. He must accompany you. Otherwise, he would amount to nothing in this lifetime, unable to achieve any notable feats." "Very well. I shall discuss this with my father tomorrow, and then take Jean D to explore the Luofeng mountain range," Lu Chun declared. "That sounds splendid." At the mention of entering the mountains, Master Mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaving Lu Chun with a sense of being deceived. Thereafter, Lu Chun commenced his practice of the 9 Nether Soul Cannon. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the east, casting its warm rays over the entirety of Tianyuan City. Lu Chun shook his aching head and stepped out of the room. He found Lu Yi and Lu Kuang and shared his thoughts with them. Upon learning that Lu Chun intended to take Lu Zhan along to the falling Maple Mountains, Lu Kuang was deeply moved but voiced his concerns. "Chun'er, Zhan'er's abilities are too weak. I fear he may hinder your progress." Lu Chun responded with a smile. "Uncle, brothers are meant to be each other's support, helping one another along the way. As we journey together, everything will fall into place. There is no burden to speak of. Please allow Zhan to accompany me." "Chun'er." Lu Kuang's voice trembled, for as a father, who would not wish for their child to become strong? Witnessing Lu Chen's willingness to assist Lu Zhan left him at a loss for words. Lu Yi comforted him. "Fourth brother, let them venture together. We shall await their return here." "Indeed." Lu Kuang nodded emphatically. Having reassured Lu Kuang, Lu Yi then solemnly instructed Lu Chun, "Chun'er, you must take good care of Zhan on this journey. If he returns with any injuries, I shall break your legs." "Father, rest assured, I will not allow anyone to bully Zhan," Lu Chun vowed. "Very well, you may depart. I understand that you seek a broader horizon. Go forth and explore the world beyond Tianyuan City," Lu Yi declared. "Understood." Lu Chun embraced his frail father and then Lu Kuang before departing with Lu Zhan, leaving the Lu family under the watchful eyes of Lu Yi and Lu Kuang. Chapter 58. The Butcher of Luofeng Town, the Luofeng Mountain Range. This expansive mountain range is situated at the eastern edge of the Tianwu continent, its vastness comparable to an entire domain, in the realm of divine martial arts. The continent represents the highest plain, followed by numerous smaller land masses, known as subcontinents, which are composed of various realms. Each realm, depending on its size, can encompass a dozen to several dozen domains, each of which is home to numerous dynasties and factions. Take Tianyuan City, for instance. It is part of the eastern Tianwu continent, within the Xiling realm, the Donghua domain, and the Qianyang kingdom, nestled beneath the Lin County as a remote little town. The towering mountains and profound waters breed monsters, due to the sheer expanse of the region and the passage of eons. The Luofeng mountain range has become a sanctuary and a graveyard for martial artists alike. It is deemed a sanctuary because the mountains are teeming with countless demonic beasts, some of which are terrifyingly formidable. Human cultivators are unable to harvest medicinal herbs freely, and over time, a plethora of precious elixirs has been nurtured within. These herbs, aged and diverse, can grant a martial artist wealth and freedom from worries for a lifetime with but a single acquisition. Conversely, it is referred to as a graveyard due to the ferocity of the beasts that inhabit it. Generally, martial artists refrain from venturing too deeply into the mountains, typically confining their activities to the outskirts, which comprise less than 1% of the entire range. Yet, even in these outer areas, numerous beasts lurk, and a moment's carelessness may lead to one's demise. Each year, countless martial artists fall prey to these creatures. Accompanied by Lu Zhan, Lu Chun did not hasten his journey nor take the main roads. Instead, he followed the counsel of Master Mouse, guiding Lu Zhan along the mountain trails. Along the way, Lu Chun intentionally led Lu Zhan towards areas inhabited by fierce beasts, allowing Lu Zhan to confront them alone while he observed from the sidelines. As the sun rose and set, 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, the two brothers emerged from the great mountains and arrived at the foot of the Luofeng mountain range. Compared to their time at the Lu family estate, Lu Zhan now bore numerous alarming claw marks from ferocious beasts, and his physique had grown considerably stronger. Yet, the most significant change lay in his demeanor and strength. His gaze was resolute, and he possessed the power to deliver a single blow capable of slaying a beast. Upon exiting the mountains, the two ascended a high ridge, facing the rising sun, and beheld an ancient town bustling with life below. This town, named Luofeng Town after the mountain range, serves as a waypoint for all those martial artists seeking to enter the Luofeng mountain range in search of herbs. Given that it is populated by martial artists and operates outside the law, Luofeng Town is notoriously chaotic, with incidents of murder and robbery commonplace. Without strength, one would be treated as mere prey. "Brother Chun, is this really the Luofeng mountain range?" Lu Zhan inquired, for he had never ventured beyond Tianyuan City, seldom even leaving the Lu family estate. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the lively Luofeng town, filled with curiosity about both the town and the mountain range. Indeed, this is the Luofeng mountain range. We have arrived. Let us enter Luofeng town, grab a bite to eat, and then proceed into the mountains, Lu Chen replied. All right. Lu Zhan nodded with a smile. As the two entered Luofeng town, they immediately drew the attention of many passers-by, some regarding them with peculiar glances, while others displayed a more unfriendly demeanor. The peculiar gazes of these individuals indicated their familiarity with Lu Chen. They understood that he was not to be trifled with. The last time he had come, he had effortlessly pierced through a street with a sword in hand. They had no intention of confronting Lu Chen. Rather, they were perplexed by the fact that this individual, whom they thought was rendered powerless, now appeared to have reclaimed his status as a martial artist, albeit having fallen from the 7th-level martial master to the 6th-level warrior. The menacing figures among them were newcomers, unaware of Lu Chen's notorious reputation in Luofeng town. Seeing the two brothers dressed, well yet possessing meager strength, they fancied them easy prey. A few of them trailed behind for several hundred meters until a burly man wielding a large sword, a formidable 8th-level warrior, along with his underlings, intercepted the duo. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I was hoping to borrow some money from you," the burly man replied, assuming a posture of dominance, his lackeys unable to suppress their laughter. "I possess wealth. However, I am uncertain whether you will live long enough to spend it." Lu Chen retorted, "Simply present the money you have, and I shall spend it accordingly. Otherwise," at this the burly man smacked the blade. His threats unmistakably clear: either provide the money or forfeit your life first. "Very well, I shall comply," Lu Chen stated nonchalantly. In the next moment, as Lu Zhan pondered why his brother was suddenly so agreeable, a flash of cold light surged forth, and the burly man's head was severed cleanly from his neck, rolling into the ditch by the roadside. "Well, I overestimated him," Lu Zhan thought, exhaling in resignation. It was indeed far more torturous to restrain Lu Chen than to eliminate him. This fellow remained as ruthless as ever. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be incapacitated? How is it that his swordsmanship seems swifter than before? Indeed, previously, one could at least see his strikes. This time, I didn't even catch a glimpse of the blade before that unfortunate soul lost his head. This dog is truly formidable. Even if he had been rendered powerless, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Witnessing Lu Chen's swift execution of the burly man, those acquainted with him could not help but scoff, their hearts filled with trepidation. With a single strike, they discerned that although Lu Chen's martial prowess had diminished, his combat capability had not waned. The sword he wielded had become even more potent than before. "Spare us, young hero." The burly man's underlings, paralyzed with fear, knelt down, tears and snot flowing freely as they pleaded for mercy. How naive they were. They had no idea that this man was the notorious butcher of Lu. If he were to spare them, the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Old acquaintances watching the scene unfold could not help but smirk at the sight of the kneeling supplicants. If Lu Chen were truly so lenient, he would not have previously carved through an entire street single-handedly. May you embark on your journey to the afterlife. 18 years from now, another hero shall rise, Lu Chen stated coldly, before swiftly dispatching the remaining men with a few precise strikes. Having eliminated these fools, Lu Chen turned to Lu Zhan with a smile, saying, "Zhan, let's proceed to dine. I am famished." "I am hungry too," Lu Zhan replied with an earnest grin, and together they entered the first inn in Luofeng town. Settling at a table by the window, those who initially harbored intentions of slaughtering the sheep were quick to halt their thoughts upon witnessing the scene, promptly inquiring further. Upon learning of Lu Chen's notorious exploits, they were overwhelmed with trepidation, beads of cold sweat trickling down their spines. Previously, they lamented their sluggishness which allowed the burly man to seize the opportunity. Now, however, they found solace in their hesitation, for otherwise they would have already met their demise. "Brother, did that fellow just smile?" one of them questioned uncertainly. It seemed directed at that simpleton beside him. "Goodness, he can smile? I thought he only possessed a cadaverous visage. Hey, lower your voice." If those words reach his ears, given his temperament, he would certainly forego his meal and make you a grave right here. Right. I shall remain silent. Upon hearing this, the man hastily covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another word, fearful of incurring Lu Chen's wrath. Chapter 59. Entering the Maple Mountains, the innkeeper was a distinguished-looking, portly, middle-aged man, a martial artist at the third level of the Martial King realm. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he paused his calculations and, under the gaze of the patrons, stepped out from behind the counter to greet Lu Chen with a warm smile. Young hero Lu Chen, what would you like to eat? He inquired amiably. Just a few exquisite vegetarian dishes and a jar of fine wine, Lu Chen replied. Certainly, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, the innkeeper said, turning to summon a waiter to serve Lu Chen. Within the chaos pearl, Master Mouse chuckled, Kid, among the individuals you've encountered thus far, this man's prowess is likely the most formidable. Lu Chen shrugged. To thrive in Maple Town and manage an inn, he must possess some skill. Without a modicum of capability, his establishment would have been dismantled long ago. Indeed, Master Mouse concurred. The people here are seasoned in shedding blood. If you do not demonstrate your strength, they will hardly regard you, let alone allow you to be at ease. Although he was unaware of the innkeeper's past, Lu Chen sensed from their brief encounter that he was a swordsman and not of the pedestrian ilk like Zhang Yan. As a former sword emperor, Lu Chen had a keen perception of his sword, despite the innkeeper's deliberate concealment of his aura and his attempts to present himself in a more common manner. Lu Chen still discerned the essence of the sword within him. Not just here, but everywhere, the weak are always preyed upon. It's simply more overt in this locale. Master Mouse remarked. Indeed, Lu Chen acknowledged Master Mouse's sentiment. In any place where people gather, there exists a hierarchy, and the strong prey upon the weak. Without power, one is bound to be bullied. Before long, Lu Chen's meal was served, with the innkeeper ensuring the finest treatment for him. The brothers relished their meal, especially after 10 days of meat, their appetite for it having waned. This meal was a delightful return to greenery. Young Master Lu Chen, how do you find the food? The innkeeper asked, noticing the brothers had polished off their dishes. Quite satisfactory. How much do I owe you? Lu Chen inquired. No charge. This meal is on the house. As a means of getting to know you, young hero Lu Chen, the innkeeper replied with a respectful bow. Lu Chen did not refute this. Anticipating a diet of meat in the upcoming days, he asked, Innkeeper, do you have any root vegetables that are still alive? Our vegetables are sourced from our own cultivation. While there may not be any in the kitchen, there are plenty in the fields. May I ask why you inquire about this, young hero Lu Chen? The innkeeper asked, a look of curiosity on his face. That is fine. Please bring me all your varieties of green vegetables, soil included. I wish to purchase some, Lu Chen stated. The innkeeper kindly cautioned, young hero Lu Chen, even if the greens have roots, they will wilt within a couple of days. Do not gather too much. Not to worry, just go ahead and arrange it, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Very well then, I shall make the arrangements immediately, the innkeeper said, seeing Lu Chen's determination and no longer attempting to dissuade him. He promptly sent someone to fulfill Lu Chen's request. Half an hour later, as some individuals were pondering just like the innkeeper, several attendants presented Lu Chen with a collection of over a dozen varieties, each comprising 20 to 30 plants. Thank you, innkeeper, Lu Chen exclaimed with delight, promptly storing the vegetables in his spatial ring before rising to depart. Young hero Lu Chen, do take care. The innkeeper cheerfully bid him farewell. Lu Chen offered a slight smile and nonchalantly waved his hand, 3 pieces of spirit crystals appearing neatly on the counter. By the time the innkeeper processed this, Lu Chen had already exited the door. This young man is quite intriguing, mused the innkeeper, gazing at the spirit crystals on the counter, aware that these vegetables hardly warranted such a price. From this incident, he discerned that although Lu Chen possessed a fierce demeanor, he adhered to principles in his dealings. A person of such character could not be wholly wicked, thus worth befriending. Upon leaving the inn, Lu Chen, accompanied by Lu Zhan, entered a clothing store, followed by a venture to acquire various condiments, all of which he placed into his spatial ring. After completing their errands, the 2 brothers made their way towards the entrance of the falling Maple Mountain range. In less than 15 minutes, they entered the mountains together. Numerous individuals entered the range at the same time, and upon spotting Lu Chen, some who recognized him began to entertain ulterior motives. The falling Maple Mountain range was fraught with peril. If they could recruit a powerful individual like Lu Qian into their team, it would certainly enhance their security against potential beast encounters. Holding such thoughts, a 5-member team approached Lu Qian. Their collective strength was rather lacking, comprising 2 at the warrior level and 3 at the martial master level, with the strongest among them being a 4th-tier martial master. Lu Qian, wait a moment, called the 4th-tier martial master, his voice drawing the attention of many nearby. Lu Qian replied coldly, what do you want? Zhao Ziang smiled. We wish to invite you to join us. Not interested. Lu Qian rejected without a second thought. Traveling with such 5 burdens would be less appealing than turning back at once. Lu Qian, you cannot enough. If you utter another word, I swear I will have you digging your own grave here. Lu Qian interrupted, not allowing him the opportunity to continue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziang immediately wilted, awkwardly cupping his hands in salute before hastily retreating with his 4 companions from this embarrassing situation. After their departure, others who had initially intended to recruit Lu Qian also left, unwilling to court humiliation. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Qian turned to Lu Zhan and said, Zhan, let us proceed. Lu Zhan chuckled, teasing, Brother Qian, you are quite fierce. Lu Qian imparted, Zhan, when traversing the world, one must learn to be formidable. If you are not fierce, others will be, and they will take advantage of you. Do you understand? Brother Qian, I understand. Lu Zhan nodded, then followed Lu Qian deeper into the falling Maple Mountain range. As they ventured further, Lu Zhan noticed the number of martial artists dwindling, and by midday, less than half of the original entrants remained. Glancing up through the gaps in the trees of the sky, Lu Qian communicated with Master Mouse of the Chaos Pearl. Master Mouse, is there anything to eat nearby, regardless of quality? Master Mouse inquired. I am famished. Anything to eat will suffice. Lu Qian exclaimed. Walk 10 miles towards the northeast, and there you shall find some meat, Master Mouse advised. Very well, Lu Qian replied, and then he and Lu Zhan dashed through the falling Maple Mountains with fervor. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Although this region was relatively sparse in terms of demon beasts, they certainly existed. Such reckless behavior suggested that the two were utterly unafraid of provoking them. Were they in the same situation, they would never dare to create such a commotion, for they were mere thieves, intent on pilfering the spirit herbs of the demon beasts. Chapter 60. The restoration traits of the transformation battle technique with a whoosh as 2 gusts of wind swept through the forest. Lu Qian and Lu Zhan arrived at the location indicated by Master Mouse and found a sleeping boar nestled among the bushes. This boar was colossal, weighing between 400 to 500 pounds, with tusks extending over 30 centimeters in length, its skin exhibiting a rocky hue. Indeed, it was a pinnacle-level, 1st-tier savage boar. The savage boar possessed immense strength and commendable speed. However, its most formidable attribute lay in its thick skin and robust flesh, not to mention its own tier. Even a 2nd-tier early-stage beast would struggle to vanquish it. Upon witnessing such a creature, Lu Qian resolved to use it as a means of training for Lu Zhan, thus instructing him, Zhan, go and take it down. Brother Qian, this creature is incredibly powerful. I am no match for it, Lu Zhan replied, a tinge of trepidation evident in his voice. The pinnacle 1st-tier beast equated to a 9th-level martial apprentice, and typically, such beasts possess combat capabilities that transcended their tier. Although Lu Zhan had significantly enhanced his strength during this period, his martial realm stood at only the 5th level, leaving him uncertain in confronting such a formidable opponent. Do not fear it, Zhan. Simply strike it with your fists. It is not as daunting as you perceive, Lu Qian reassured him. All right. Lu Zhan nodded and leaped down from the tree. Crack! As his feet left the ground, he snapped some dry branches beneath him, the noise instantly rousing the slumbering savage boar. Roar! Upon noticing the intrusion into its territory, the boar let out a furious roar, rising to its feet and charging at Lu Zhan with its tusks bared. Panic surged through Lu Zhan's heart as he contemplated fleeing, but the thought of Lu Qian observing him held him back. Clenching his fists, he activated the transformation battle technique and charged towards the savage boar. Bang! The vast disparity in power rendered Lu Zhan's punch ineffective against the boar, instead sending him flying backward. as Lu Zhan hit the ground. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, the savage boar surged toward him once more, intent on trampling him. Imagining the weight of over 400 pounds crashing down upon him, Lu Zhan was engulfed in cold sweat. Dismissing the pain, he sprang to his feet with utmost speed, rushing back at the boar. Boom! 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 Over the next few minutes, Lu Zhan and the savage boar collided time and again. Ultimately, this exchange could scarcely be deemed a battle. At this juncture, Lu Zhan was akin to a plaything for the savage boar, tossed into the air, and each time he was on the verge of landing, the boar would send him soaring once again. It had turned the encounter into a game. Yet, Lu Zhan was in dire straits. His internal organs ached fiercely, and nearly all of his ribs had been fractured by the boar's relentless onslaught, with blood seeping from his skin. Sigh, this foolish boy, your brother, is utterly inept. He possesses no combat skills at all. This is not how one endures a beating. Teach him some fighting techniques, will you? To be toyed with by a savage boar is utterly humiliating. Observing Lu Zhan's plight, Master Mouse shook his head repeatedly, his face a mask of disdain. In his estimation, Lu Zhan was even less clever than the boar. Were it not for having a brother like Lu Zhan, Lu Zhan was destined to remain an ordinary individual. Mastering martial arts, which required both talent and intellect, was clearly beyond him. Lu Zhan said nothing. He simply stepped forward and effortlessly rescued the nearly lifeless Lu Zhan from the jaws of the wild boar, gently placing him down on the ground. Zhan, combat requires skill. Observe how Brother Chen deals with this beast. Lu Zhan spoke softly as he rose to his feet. At that moment, Lu Zhan felt tears welling up. After such a long wait, Brother Chen had finally come to save him. If help hadn't arrived soon, he feared he might not survive. The boar, engrossed in its play, had not anticipated the presence of another human, and, in a fit of rage, charged at Lu Zhan as it had done with Lu Zhan. However, Lu Zhan was not easily intimidated. Each time the boar thought it had the upper hand, Lu Zhan deftly evaded its assaults. After numerous failed attempts, the boar gradually lost its patience, its eyes turning a furious red as it recklessly charged at Lu Zhan. In this frenzied state, the boar's speed and strength had significantly increased, and should Lu Zhan be struck by such a creature, his spine would surely be shattered. Yet, Lu Zhan remained unperturbed by the boar's wrath. He continued to showcase his combat prowess, skillfully avoiding heavy strikes while toyingly evading the boar, which, in its frustration, uprooted trees for hundreds of meters around. After a quarter of an hour, realizing it could not prevail against Lu Zhan, the boar let out a furious roar and turned to flee. Where do you think you're running? Lie down and become my lunch. Lu Zhan laughed heartily, drawing his sword with precision. In an instant, the boar's body erupted with blood, splitting cleanly into two parts of pork. Having dealt with the boar, Lu Zhan turned back with a grin, asking Zhan, "Can you now see how to handle these ferocious creatures?" Lu Zhan weakly replied, "Brother Chen, I understand a bit now." Lu Zhan spoke earnestly, "Zhan, you must not only deliver the strongest blows, but also learn to find opportunities and evade the deadliest attacks." Lu Zhan replied, "Brother Chen, I understand. Good. Now focus on circulating your creation battle formula to heal. I will prepare some food," Lu Zhan said with a smile. "Brother Chen, but it hurts so much. My stomach feels like it's on fire," Lu Zhan lamented, wiping his nose and mouth, as his internal injuries caused relentless bleeding, necessitating constant cleansing. Lu Zhan reassured him, "Zhan, since you have cultivated the creation battle formula, the more severe your injuries, the more effective your training will be. This is why I did not rescue you earlier. If you circulate the formula now, I believe it won't be long before your pain subsides." Lu Zhan looked hopeful and asked, "Brother Chen, do you mean I want to die?" "As long as you practice the creation battle formula and are not killed instantly. No matter how grave your injuries, you will survive," Lu Zhan affirmed. "Great," Lu Zhan exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief as he began to circulate the creation battle formula for healing. As he did, the unique power of the formula flowed through his organs, gradually mending the injured parts within him. This discovery invigorated Lu Zhan's spirit, accelerating the operation of the transformation battle art as he repeatedly utilized it to heal his wounds. Not far away, while Lu Zhan was preoccupied with his recovery, Lu Zhan took on the role of a master grill chef. setting up a fire to roast wild boar meat all by himself. An hour passed, and Lu Zhan's internal organs were fully restored. Even the bones that had been fractured were mended under the guidance of the transformation battle art's power. At this moment, apart from his bones not being completely healed, all other injuries had fully recovered. However, what delighted him most was not merely the healing, but the newfound vitality of his internal organs, which seemed more robust than before, as if his skin and inherent strength had also intensified somewhat. Lu Zhan stood up with a smile and approached Lu Chun, saying, "Brother Chun, my injuries are truly healed, and my strength has increased as well. Enough talk, let us eat. Brother Chun has nearly starved waiting for you." Lu Chun replied with a smirk. "Hee, let us eat meat." Lu Zhan chuckled foolishly, and then the two brothers began to devour their meal with great enthusiasm. Chapter 61. The racial talent of Lord Mouse after savoring the roasted meat. Lu Chun carefully preserved the finest morsel from the wild boar, and the two continued their journey deeper into the falling Maple Mountains. Due to Lu Zhan's incomplete recovery from the broken bones inflicted by the wild boar, Lu Chun took special care of him, deliberately slowing their pace as they ventured into the mountains. However, this reduction in speed did not equate to a lack of discoveries. It was remarkable how Lord Mouse could accurately locate the positions of spiritual herbs, since they were still on the periphery of the falling Maple Mountains. The herbs they found were all of the first grade, but Lu Chun was not one to complain and stowed them all into the Chaos Cauldron world. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Chun gathered 7 varieties of first-grade spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, the two advanced nearly 100 miles deeper from their position at noon. As evening approached, they paused beneath a towering cliff, which stood over 100 meters high, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, while the remaining side was nearly vertical, devoid of any vegetation. Most notably, in the middle of the vertical face, there was a small cave extending inward, spacious enough for several individuals to spend the night. In a mountain range teeming with ferocious beasts, this was an excellent spot to rest, and Lu Chun decided to stay here for the night with Lu Zhan. However, they were not the only ones with their eyes on this location. Just as Lu Chun was about to lead Lu Zhan up, a menacing voice called out from behind. "Kid, this place was first claimed by me. Be wise and get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Amused, Lu Chun chuckled, realizing the audacity of the world had shifted. It used to be he who left others in tears. Turning around, he beheld 3 middle-aged men before him, one at the 6th level of the martial artist realm, another at the 8th, and the most threatening one at the 3rd level. Observing the trio, Lu Zhan felt a twinge of sympathy for them. Even a martial king like Zhang Yan had been effortlessly dispatched by Lu Chun, and yet these men dared to encroach upon Lu Chen's territory. He knew that, given his brother Chen's nature, the 3 of them would likely not survive the night. With a scornful smirk, the 3rd-level martial artist, Qian He, sneered, "Just a mere warrior. What is there to be afraid of? Anger me, and I will take your life." "I share your sentiment," Lu Chen replied, grinning at the 3 men. "What do you mean, kid?" One of them barked in response. "Anger me, and I shall end you," Lu Chen declared. "Ha ha ha, brother, isn't it amusing? A mere 5th-level warrior dares to proclaim he will kill us. Truly, doesn't he know how to spell death?" Laughed Qian Li, the 6th-level warrior. Qian He's expression darkened. "Third brother, why don't you teach him how to spell it?" "Of course, brother." Qian Li replied, bowing slightly. Then a proact Qian Li, infuriated by Lu Chun, stepped forward, lunging a sword towards Lu Chen's chest. In response, Lu Chun calmly snapped a branch from a nearby tree, and with a swift motion, sent Qian Li flying backwards, crashing at Qian He's feet. At that moment, Qian Li's right cheek was smeared with blood, evidently from the force of Lu Chen's branch. Touching his face, Qian Li pulled away a handful of flesh. Seething with resentment, "Brother, this damn brat is playing the pig to eat the tiger. How dare you injure my brother? I will slay you." Qian He thundered. "Come on. I await your attempt to end my life." Lu Chun retorted with a cold smirk. Qian He bellowed, charging at Lu Chun with his sword. Lu Chun cast a disdainful glance at Qian He. With such feeble prowess, he dared to threaten him, truly unaware of his own mortality. Not wishing to squander time on the trio, as Qian He approached, Lu Chun sidestepped the attack effortlessly, swinging the branch towards Qian He's neck. At that moment, Lu Chen's intent to kill surged, transforming the branch from mere wood into a blade of lethal precision. With a swift slice, Qian He's head was severed, landing directly into the hands of Qian Yi, who was at the 8th level of warrior realm. Qian Yi gasped, horrified at the bloodied head in his grasp, and he flung it aside, fleeing in terror. Qian Li, equally pale and drenched in cold sweat, wished to escape, but his legs betrayed him, paralyzed with fear. Lu Chun coldly regarded Qian Li, then seized a handful of leaves and hurled them at the fleeing Qian Yi, who soon met a gruesome fate, riddled with wounds. "Please, spare me." Qian Li trembled, seeing his companion slain. "Spare you? What purpose would you serve?" Lu Chun replied coldly, before casting the branch, piercing Qian Li's heart with precision. Having dispatched all three, Lu Chun ascended the rocky cave with Lu Zhan, gathering some dry wood to prepare a feast for the evening. As Lu Chun roasted the meat, Lu Zhan continued to cultivate and heal. Half an hour passed, and the scent of roasted meat, mingled with the blood of Qian He and his cohorts, lured several first-tier beasts. In no time, the remains of the three men became the evening's repast for the beasts, which sought to devour Lu Chun and Lu Zhan. However, being terrestrial creatures, they could not ascend, ultimately retreating into the night in search of other prey. Inside the cave, after satisfying his hunger, Lu Chun retrieved a spirit crystal to elevate his martial prowess. Once Lu Zhan succumbed to slumber, Lu Chun immediately entered the Chaos Cauldron world. He planted the vegetables purchased from the shopkeeper in the morning and the spiritual herbs gathered during the day on the sandy terrain before returning to the Chaos Pearl world. Upon arrival, Lu Chun recalled the events of the day, inquiring curiously, "Master Mouse, how did you accurately locate the spiritual herbs? Was it solely through your formidable spiritual power?" Master Mouse, boasting, replied, "Impudent brat, I am an ancient taboo, a species with a divine talent that allows me to detect anything imbued with spiritual energy. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened with anticipation. "Mouse Master, allow me to take you out. Assist me in searching for the spiritual herbs." "I shall not go," Mouse Master retorted. "Why not?" Lu Chen inquired, puzzled. "Weren't you once disdainful of my perceived uselessness, claiming I only consume without contributing?" "I have no intention of aiding you in your quest for spiritual herbs," Mouse Master declared, exhibiting a touch of pride as he turned away, refusing to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Understanding Mouse Master's temperament, Lu Chen quickly offered an apology. "Mouse Master, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Assist me in locating the spiritual herbs, for I am in dire need." Mouse Master had always possessed a penchant for treasures, his eyes glinting with excitement at the sight of anything valuable. The thought of allowing something precious to slip away was more unbearable than death itself. Having regained his sense of dignity, he waved his tiny paw with a flourish. "Very well then, in light of your earnestness, I shall reluctantly assist you in your search for the spiritual herbs." "Excellent." With Mouse Master secured, Lu Chun immediately immersed himself in the cultivation of the 9 Nether Soul Cannon. Chapter 62. Lu Chen's Benevolence. As dawn broke, the sun ascended from the east. When the golden rays illuminated the Maple Falls Mountains, the nocturnal beasts, having roamed throughout the night, returned to their respective lairs, rendering the entire mountain range a tad safer. Early in the morning, Lu Chun brought Master Mouse out from the Chaos Pearl realm. By the time Lu Zhan awoke, he had already roasted the remaining wild boar meat from the previous night. "Brother Chun, why is there an extra one?" "Zhan, this is Master Mouse. From now on, you shall address him as Master Mouse. Do not be disrespectful." Seeing Lu Zhan about to utter the word mouse, Lu Chun felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly covered Lu Zhan's mouth, issuing a stern warning. Despite the passage of time, he had not forgotten the harrowing experience of being thrashed by Master Mouse. It had been truly dreadful. Master Mouse had truly beaten him to the ground, leaving him searching for his teeth, unable to care for himself. If Lu Zhan were to speak that name, the wounds of the past might very well resurface. Indeed, as soon as Lu Zhan opened his mouth, Master Mouse's expression darkened. Fortunately, Lu Chen acted promptly, averting a grave mistake. Lu Zhan, perplexed yet obedient, nodded earnestly. When Master Mouse glanced over, Lu Zhan respectfully called out, "Master Mouse." Master Mouse retorted coldly, "You little brat, make sure not to miscall me. If you do, don't blame me for disregarding your brother's face and tossing you off this cliff." "I wouldn't dare." Lu Zhan quickly hid behind Lu Chun, who wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating how infuriating Master Mouse could be at times. He speculated that perhaps Master Mouse had been scorned for his mouse lineage, which had left him with psychological scars and a disdain for his bloodline. Otherwise, how could he react so irrationally to the mere mention of the word mouse? Best not to. Master Mouse scoffed, and then disregarding both Lu Chun and Lu Zhan, he commenced feasting on the roasted meat. Leaning closer to Lu Chun, Lu Zhan whispered, "Brother Chun, who is Master Mouse? Why does he look so fierce?" Lu Chun chuckled. "Master Mouse is a friend of mine. As long as you refrain from being disrespectful, he is quite amiable. However, if you do miscall him, he will surely strike you, and it will be worse than the wild boar's wrath." "All right." Despite Lu Chen's assurances, Lu Zhan still felt apprehensive. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat soon eclipsed his fears, and he began to eat heartily. After their repast, Master Mouse leaped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, and the trio descended the cliff, following Master Mouse's guidance deeper into the Maple Falls Mountains. During this journey, Lu Chun observed that the further they ventured, the quieter the surroundings became, with fewer people, and the spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly dense. Upon entering the Maple Falls Mountains, the spiritual energy was approximately tenfold that of the outside world, and it seemed to intensify further in this region. "You little brat, we've reached a point where second-tier beasts are beginning to stir," Master Mouse informed. "I'm aware of this. I ventured into this area last time," Lu Chun replied. "It is well known that although ferocious, the beasts adhere to a certain code. They typically remain within their territories unless circumstances change. Should conflict arise among them, it would indicate a disruption in the balance of power with an intention to consume one another. Moreover, the distribution of demonic beast territories is closely linked to their strength. The more formidable they are, the larger their domain, which in turn renders it more conducive for cultivation. Weaker beings are relegated to scavenging what remains. The current location serves as a boundary, marking the delineation between first and second-tier demonic beast territories. Venturing deeper poses a significant risk, while others may be daunted by such peril. Lu Chun is invigorated, for it signifies the presence of more spirit herbs within. Master Mouse perceives the excitement igniting Lu Chen's gaze and gestures towards the northwest, stating, "In that direction lies a second-tier spirit herb, the heavenly heart blue. Then let us proceed." Lu Chun exclaims eagerly, swiftly leading Lu Zhan as they employ their martial techniques to hasten toward Master Mouse's indicated path. After traversing nearly 20 miles, the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, comes to a halt. At that moment, they find themselves atop a high vantage point, gazing downward into a valley where 6 martial warriors are engaged in the hunt of a lone horn bull. This bull, immense in stature, boasts a bluish skin that emits a faint azure glow under the sunlight, representing a peak mid-stage second-tier azure bull. Though its offensive capabilities are lacking, its speed is commendable, making it a challenging target for martial warriors under typical circumstances. It remains a mystery how it has become the focus of 6 individuals. Currently, the bull is cornered in the valley, having sustained severe injuries under the onslaught of its assailants, desperately fighting for survival. "Moo!" As one warrior thrusts his sword into the bull's thigh from behind, the creature emits a heart-wrenching cry and makes a final, desperate dash toward the valley's exit. However, the 6 are well prepared. In an instant, 3 converge, their swords striking in unison, 2 targeting its legs while 1 aims for its head. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the Azure Bull is compelled to abandon its initial escape, seeking opportunities to evade from different angles. In this tumultuous moment, the bull's gaze meets Lu Chun and Lu Zhan atop the valley, beseeching Lu Chun with a look of desperation, yearning for salvation. Initially reluctant to intervene, Lu Chen's heart softens upon witnessing the blood and tears in the bull's eyes, alongside its grotesquely swollen belly. The realization dawns upon him. The Azure Bull is pregnant. The 6 hunters have exploited its vulnerability, forcing it into the valley, Otherwise, they would never have succeeded in capturing it. Alas, since fate has brought us together, I shall grant you this reprieve, if only for your condition as a mother. Lu Chun sighs, moved by compassion. Moments later, as one warrior gleefully prepares to plunge his sword into the bull's abdomen, Lu Chun intervenes, delivering a powerful kick that sends him sprawling. Lu Chun, the six, poised to unleash their wrath, are abruptly silenced upon recognizing their adversary. Their confidence dwindles, expressions shifting to grimace as they realize their imminent victory is threatened by the arrival of this formidable foe. "It is I," declares Lu Chun. "This is our quarry. Your sudden interference is rather inappropriate," asserts Sun Li, an 8th-tier martial warrior, his tone grave. Lu Chun plucks a blood spirit herb from the ground littered with them in the chaotic cauldron world, proposing, "I shall perform a good deed today. If you relinquish it to me, I will offer you a 3rd-tier blood spirit herb in return." "Lu Chun, do you speak in earnest?" Sun Li questions, skepticism lacing his voice. Although the Azure Bull is indeed a treasure in its own right, the 3rd-grade blood spirit mushroom is an even finer commodity, capable of fetching no less than 300 to 400 spiritual crystals when sold, far surpassing the value of the Azure Bull. Should Lu Chun, the god of slaughter, genuinely wish to exchange the 3rd-grade blood spirit mushroom for the Azure Bull, they would wholeheartedly agree, for the mushroom is easily transportable, while the bull risks being ambushed along the way. Their greatest fear is that Lu Chun might deceive them, that the exchange is a ruse, and that he would slay them, thereby claiming the Azure Bull for himself. Yet it is indeed true, Lu Chun declared, as he casually tossed the blood spirit mushroom to Sun Li. Overjoyed at receiving the mushroom, Sun Li clasped his fists in gratitude towards Lu Chun, saying, "Thank you. The Azure Bull now belongs to you. May we meet again by fate in the future." With that, Sun Li and his 6 companions swiftly departed the valley, anxious that Lu Chun might suddenly change his mind or harbor ill intentions towards them. Chapter 63. The Demon Core Feast. After Sun Li and the others departed, Lu Chun turned to the Azure Bull and said, "Let us be on our way. We must not be caught again, or our lives may be forfeit." The Azure Bull affectionately nudged Lu Chun with its head, then pivoted and ambled ahead, proceeding leisurely towards the valley's exit. Observing the rat elder perched on his shoulder, Lu Chun inquired, "Is it beckoning us to follow?" "Indeed," affirmed the rat elder. "Very well, let us pursue and discern its intentions," Lu Chun replied, and thus he trailed behind. Before long, the trio followed the Azure Bull to a massive boulder, halting as the Azure Bull came to a standstill. Within the crevices of the stone, a rare herb adorned with 4 leaves and crowned with a heart-shaped blue blossom thrived. Tianqin Blue. This herb was the 2nd-tier spiritual medicine the Rat Elder had previously mentioned, possessing modest rank, yet serving as a crucial ingredient in the crafting of various elixirs. The Azure Bull nudged Lu Chun, encouraging him to approach. Understanding that the Tianqin Blue belonged to the Azure Bull, Lu Chun pointed at the herb and asked, "Are you offering this to me?" With a soft moo, the Azure Bull affirmed Lu Chun's assumption. "Since you wish to gift it to me, and I am currently in the midst of gathering spiritual herbs, I shall accept it," Lu Chun declared, promptly harvesting the Tianqin Blue and stowing it within his storage ring. Upon witnessing Lu Chun claim the Tianqin Blue, the Azure Bull sighed with relief. However, the exertion took its toll, and it collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Moments later, a small Azure Bull emerged from its mother, struggling to rise. The mother Azure Bull then knelt before Lu Chun, bowing sincerely several times. Moved by the mother Azure Bull's earnestness, Lu Chun harvested 2 blood spirit mushrooms from the chaotic cauldron world, offering one to the mother and the other to the newborn Azure Bull. "You have exhausted your vitality in giving birth to this little one, and now you have suffered for being hunted by those 6, leaving you severely drained. Consume the blood spirit mushroom to replenish your strength," Lu Chun advised. The mother Azure Bull, deeply touched, tearfully consumed one of the mushrooms, while the young Azure Bull mimicked its mother. After partaking of the blood spirit mushroom, the mother's condition showed marked improvement, and the young Azure Bull was no longer as frail, excitedly circling Lu Chun. Noticing the rejuvenated state of the mother and child, Lu Chun declared, "Enough. Now that you both have recovered considerably, We must take our leave. Head in that direction. The rat elder indicated a path, and the trio resumed their quest for spiritual herbs, leaving the azure bull mother and child behind to bid them farewell. Subsequently, under the rat elder's guidance, Lu Chen visited various demon beasts, allowing Lu Zhan to engage them first while he observed from the sidelines. Having gained experience from encounters with the wild boar, Lu Zhan grew remarkably bold, entirely unafraid of the prospect of being defeated, battling fiercely with various demon beasts like a madman. However, due to his insufficient strength, he often emerged battered and bloodied after each encounter, necessitating Lu Chen's intervention for rescue. A week swiftly passed, during which the trio transitioned from the domain of second-tier demon beasts to that of third-tier demon beasts, significantly heightening the surrounding risks. Over the past week, Lu Chen had harvested 42 second-tier spiritual herbs, while Lu Zhan's prowess had notably increased through his trials by blood. At this moment, he was still at the 5th level of martial disciple, yet his physical strength had already ascended to the rank of a low-tier warrior, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. Boom! On this day, a resounding noise echoed through the forest, followed by the thud of a colossal creature collapsing onto the mudflats, less than 2 meters from the lake. It was a mid-tier, 3rd-level black rock crocodile, renowned for its formidable defenses, yet had been brutally struck down, its skull shattered, eyes bloodshot and lifeless. As the black rock crocodile fell, Lu Zhan emerged triumphantly, examining the corpse with a smile, exclaiming, "Chenggu, your strength is truly astounding. You killed it with a single punch." Indeed, it was Lu Chen who had delivered the fatal blow. Lu Chen replied with a grin, "Zhan, have you grasped the essence of the 100 Battles Fist?" "Not quite." Lu Zhan sheepishly scratched his head. The intricacy of Lu Chen's punch had eluded him entirely. Lu Chen elucidated. "The essence of the 100 Battles Fist lies in the fusion of speed and power. Your strength has improved significantly, but you still lack speed. Once you can unleash 3 punches in a second, you need not fear anyone." "Understood, Chenggu," Lu Zhan replied earnestly. Lu Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, the elder mouse on his shoulder spoke, "You little rascal, collect its blood. Though the blood of beasts can be used for alchemy, it cannot be stored for long. What purpose does collecting it serve?" Lu Chen inquired, perplexed. "Do not concern yourself with its utility. Just collect it," the elder mouse insisted. "Oh," Lu Chen, unsure of the elder mouse's motives but trusting in its wisdom, used his sword to carve out a stone bucket to collect the blood of the black rock crocodile. Once the blood was collected, Lu Chen severed the creature's head with another strike, extracting a thumb-sized blue crystal from within. "Chenggu, this creature actually possesses a demon core," Lu Zhan exclaimed, exhilarated. The demon core, a manifestation of a beast's lifelong cultivation, contained immense power. A mid-tier 3rd-level demon core could easily fetch several hundred spirit crystals. However, despite its value, not all demon beasts possessed a demon core, as only those at the 3rd tier and above had the potential to manifest one, achieving a transformation of power. "I did not expect this creature to have cultivated a demon core," Lu Chen admitted, somewhat surprised. It was indeed an unexpected delight. The elder mouse addressed Lu Zhan. "You little rascal, you must consume it." "Consume it?" At this pronouncement, both Lu Zhan and Lu Chen were taken aback. While the demon core was valuable, it was typically reserved for crafting and alchemy, and ingesting it directly seemed perilous. The elder mouse replied, "You heard correctly. You must eat it." Lu Chen, with a peculiar expression, questioned, "Elder mouse, are you aware of the dangers of consuming a demon core? One might explode from the overload." The elder mouse dismissed the concern nonchalantly. "If you know that consuming a demon core could lead to such a fate, why would you suggest that a martial disciple like Zhan eat a mid-tier 3rd-level demon core?" Lu Chen retorted, at a loss for words. "Do not worry. If anyone were to explode, it certainly would not be this lad," the elder mouse asserted confidently. Taking heed of these words, Lu Chen handed the demon core to Lu Zhan, saying, "Zhan, the elder mouse believes you can consume it. Thus, it is yours. Whether to eat it or not is entirely your decision." As Lu Zhan took the demon core from Lu Chen, he felt the violent spiritual energy pulsating within it. stirring a mixture of hesitation and fear in his heart, for he too was afraid of death. Yet, as memories flooded his mind of the times he had been bullied by Lu Ming and others, his gaze suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. With a defiant tilt of his head, he consumed the demon core whole. He could no longer endure the torment of being oppressed. He aspired to become powerful and to protect everything he cherished. For this ambition, he was prepared to charge forth, even at the cost of his own life. Witnessing Lu Zhan's resolute demeanor, both Lu Chun and Master Mouse's expressions shifted. Lu Chun felt a pang of sympathy, while Master Mouse's formerly disdainful gaze softened considerably. Lacking innate talent, he had resolved to strive with all his might. At last, Lu Zhan was beginning to embody what it truly meant to be formidable. Chapter 64. The first encounter with the disciple of Sword Pavilion in the blink of an eye, Lu Zhan, having consumed the core of the black rock crocodile, collapsed in agony as a horrifying force surged within him, violently clashing against his insides. With each breath, blood and spiritual energy oozed from his pores, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. "Brother Chun, I feel as though I am perishing," Lu Zhan groaned, clutching his abdomen and writhing in pain. "Zhan, focus solely on your task. Swiftly channel the transformation battle technique to refine the core of the black rock crocodile. This technique is your greatest asset," Lu Chun commanded sternly. Lu Zhan, undeterred by his suffering, diligently repeated the movements of the transformation battle technique, hoping to harness the power within the core. For over an hour, he teetered on the brink of life and death, his body perpetually on the verge of exploding. Blood gushed forth repeatedly, leaving him pale and rolling in a pool of his own blood. However, fortune favored Lu Zhan. With the assistance of the transformation battle technique, he narrowly managed to suppress the chaotic energy of the core within him time and again. The risks and rewards were intertwined, not succumbing to the core's explosive force. Lu Zhan's strength continually grew, and his physical resilience improved as he repeatedly transcended his limits. After observing for more than an hour, Lu Chun finally exhaled in relief. Although Lu Zhan appeared wretched, he had successfully navigated the peril of death. Lu Chun then moved aside, preparing to roast the black rock crocodile. "Hey, brat, there's no need to roast meat," exclaimed Master Rat as he approached. "If we're not roasting meat, then what shall we have for lunch?" Lu Chun retorted, pouting. "Follow the lake, and you shall discover what we will eat for lunch today," Master Rat chuckled. "Is that true?" Lu Chun asked skeptically. "Why not go and see for yourself?" Master Rat teased. "Very well, I shall take a look. You stay here and watch over Zhan. Ensure that no nearby beasts pose a threat to him," Lu Chun instructed before setting off along the lake. A quarter of an hour passed, and Lu Chun arrived at the inlet of the lake. Here, a spring bubbled forth beside a damp cave adorned with creeping vines. Judging by the marks at the cave's entrance, it seemed to be the lair of the black rock crocodile. Peering inside, Lu Chun noted the cave's depth and pervasive darkness. Recalling Master Rat's earlier words, he released his spiritual energy and waded through the water, making his way leisurely toward the cave's innermost recesses. After a while, a glimmer caught his eye, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon halting, he reached the end of the cave, which opened into a stone chamber of several dozen cubic feet. The interior was dry, and, through his spiritual perception, Lu Chun spotted 15 green eggs, each the size of a grinding stone. Moreover, not far away, a beam of light beckoned him. At the end of the sunlight, a spiritual herb emanating a faint aura was growing majestically. "Blood ginseng," he exclaimed, recognizing it as a third-tier blood ginseng, a treasure of the black rock crocodile. Now that he had come this far, it was rightfully his. Lu Chun approached and carefully harvested the blood ginseng, planting it within the chaotic cauldron world. He then returned to the cave, his gaze fixed upon the green eggs before him. The presence of these green eggs undoubtedly indicated that they were the offspring of the black rock crocodile. As a third-tier demon beast, the black rock crocodile's eggs are imbued with a wealth of life essence. Consuming these eggs would undoubtedly confer considerable benefits. Licking his lips, Lu Chun gathered all the eggs into his storage ring. However, upon a moment's reflection, he retrieved one egg. the one pulsating with the most vibrant life energy, and returned it to the nest. He believed in moderation. Preserving one for future cultivation was his usual practice. After securing the eggs, Lu Chun swiftly exited the cave, soon locating Master Mouse and Lu Zhan. At that moment, Lu Zhan was still in the process of refining the energy from the Black Rock Crocodile's demon core. Yet it was evident that the energy within him was dwindling. "Did you obtain the items?" Master Mouse inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "Indeed," Lu Chun replied, producing 2 eggs, one for Master Mouse and one for himself. The man and the mouse embraced the egg, each the size of a grinding stone, and began to consume it. While ordinary eggs often have a slightly fishy taste, the Black Rock Crocodile's egg was refreshingly sweet. Lu Chun and Master Mouse swiftly drank down the entire egg. Burp. Discarding the shell, Lu Chun let out a satisfied belch and seated himself on the ground, promptly channeling the life energy from the egg liquid through his yin-yang scriptures. After an hour of diligent refining, Lu Chun successfully absorbed the life essence from the Black Rock Crocodile's egg, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of martial artist realm. Meanwhile, as Lu Chun refined the egg liquid, Lu Zhan had also completely assimilated the energy from the Black Rock Crocodile's demon core, advancing to the 6th level of martial apprentice realm. Seeing Lu Zhan rise to his feet, Lu Chun smiled and asked, "How does it feel to refine the demon core?" Lu Zhan, still somewhat shaken, replied, "Brother Chun, the process was excruciating, yet the rewards are immense. I feel as though I possess boundless strength now." Master Mouse scrutinized Lu Zhan and remarked his physical power should now be comparable to that of a 4th-level martial artist, and his combat prowess likely rivals that of a 6th or 7th-level martial artist. Lu Chun marveled. The creation battle formula is indeed formidable. It allows one to consume demon cores and refine their essence within a human form. Master Mouse scoffed, "This is merely the beginning. Even more extraordinary feats await." "Excellent," Lu Chun declared. He then turned to Lu Zhan, saying, "Change your clothes, freshen up, and have an egg to fill your stomach. We've already eaten." Lu Zhan chuckled. "Brother Chun, I think I'll pass on lunch. Though I've refined the demon core's energy, I'm still quite full. In that case, let us tidy up and set off once more," Lu Chun suggested, brandishing his sword to sever the Black Rock Crocodile's tail and storing it in the ring. Shortly thereafter, the trio of man and beast resumed their journey. In the afternoon, Lu Chun set his sights on a 3rd-tier early-stage Gale Demon Wolf and a 3rd-tier mid-stage Black-Striped Leopard. Just as he was preparing to collect the blood and demon core from the Black-Striped Leopard, a few individuals approached from behind. There were 3 of them, all youthful, likely under 20, dressed in matching white attire. Their martial arts levels included 2 at the 7th level and 1 at the 6th level. They appear to be a cohesive group. "Hey kid, we've laid claim to these first. Hand over the items," commanded a young man of 7th level martial artist rank. Adopting an arrogant posture, Lu Chun turned around and inquired while gazing at the sword-shaped insignias upon the chests of the 3 individuals, "Are you disciples of the Sword Pavilion?" He recognized their emblem, having previously seen it on Li Wu from the Sword Pavilion. The trio was momentarily taken aback, before one of them proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, we are disciples of the Sword Pavilion. If you are wise, you will immediately surrender the Black-Striped Leopard. Not only must the Black-Striped Leopard be relinquished, but the storage ring must also be handed over," a young man of the 6th level of martial mastery added, seemingly confident in his intimidation of Lu Chun. Lu Chun scoffed, "Who granted you the audacity to speak such words?" Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions darkened, and one of them bellowed, "Kid, are you implying that you refuse to hand over the Black-Striped Leopard and the storage ring? Why should I relinquish my belongings to you?" Lu Chun retorted with disdain. Seeking death, the young man seethed in fury. With a swift motion, the sword in his hand was unsheathed, and he executed an exquisite flourish before launching a fierce assault aimed at Lu Chun's back. "Trash," Lu Chun disdainfully uttered as he observed the young man's swordplay, then nonchalantly swung his sword in response, disregarding the furious glares of the 3. As his sword struck, the young man was filled with terror. In an instant, his body was severed in 2, blood spilling onto the ground. He's dead." His companions were left in shock. With just a single strike, Lu Chun had effortlessly bisected Li Yun, a 7th-level martial master. In that moment, fear permeated their gazes as they regarded Lu Chun, whose prowess seemed to surpass even that of the 9 sons of the Sword Pavilion, rivaled only by the elders of the pavilion themselves. Indeed, he has perished. Now it is your turn, Lu Chun stated coldly. Hero, we have offended you without realizing it. Please, spare our lives, pleaded Ming Yi, a 7th-level martial master. I am averse to trouble and even less inclined to leave future complications. Since I have already engaged, there is no reason to spare you, Lu Chun replied. With that, he granted neither of them a moment's reprieve. His sword fell, ending their lives in an instant. Chapter 65. Refining the martial body with the blood of beasts after dispatching 3 scheming disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Lu Chun continued to bleed the black-striped leopard and extracted the beast core from its head. Once finished, he stored the blood in a spatial ring and handed the beast core to Lu Zhan, then proceeded to a large tree not far away. This tree bore a purple vine, approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with diamond-shaped purple leaves and 3 plum-sized purple fruits. Brother Chen, what is this? It looks quite remarkable, Lu Zhan remarked, curiously examining the purple fruits while holding the beast core. This is the purple cloud vine, a high-tier spiritual herb of the 3rd rank. It is a treasure for both would attribute martial artists and beasts. Consuming this purple cloud fruit will significantly enhance their affinity for wood attributes over the next 3 years. Lu Chen elucidated. Lu Zhan inquired, Brother Chun, is this valuable item useful for those of us who do not possess wood attributes? Without responding, Lu Chun turned to the elder mouse perched on his shoulder. The elder mouse replied, You little rascal, ever since you began cultivating the creation battle art, your body has become a vessel for myriad substances. As long as it exists, anything you consume will be beneficial to you. Is that so? Lu Zhan exclaimed in amazement. The elder mouse urged, Hurry up and dig it out. I am increasingly eager to explore the deeper regions of the falling Maple Mountains. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated with the elder mouse's enthusiasm for spiritual herbs, akin to a dog fixated on a bone. After excavating the purple cloud vine, the elder mouse continued to guide Lu Chun, while the two searched for high-quality spiritual herbs, also collecting some lower-tier ones along the way. By the following evening, Lu Chun had slain 13 third-tier beasts, acquired 13 varieties of 3rd-rank spiritual herbs, and unearthed 7 beast cores. As the sun descended, casting its golden rays across the falling Maple Mountains, Lu Chun, following the elder mouse's suggestion, bled a peak 3rd-tier blue-striped snake. You little rascal, there's a cave up ahead. You can rest there for the night. Upon witnessing Lu Chun extract the blue-striped snake's beast core, the elder mouse pointed towards the northwest. Through their time together, Lu Chen's trust in the elder mouse had nearly reached 100%. He followed the elder mouse's guidance without question. After running for a quarter of an hour in the direction indicated, they discovered a small stream, which led them to a cave. Now that we have a place to stay, go gather some firewood, the elder mouse instructed as he jumped down from Lu Chen's shoulder and stood atop a large rock. Lu Chen replied, Elder mouse, I still have some eggs. We don't need to roast meat today, so there's no need to start fire. The elder mouse rolled his eyes at Lu Chun, who said gathering firewood is solely for roasting meat. Collecting firewood today is far more meaningful than roasting. All right, we shall gather firewood. I am curious to see what scheme you are concocting this time, Lu Chen retorted, and the two brothers set to work. Shortly thereafter, they returned with a sizable bundle of firewood. Take out your cauldron, make it as large as a water tank, and then use your sword to carve out a fire pit in that boulder, the elder mouse instructed further. Lu Chun frowned. Elder mouse, what exactly are you planning to stew? Master mouse jested. I shall stew you too. What does that mean? Lu Chun was perplexed. Was Master Mouse truly contemplating tossing him and Lu Zhan into the cauldron? Quite literally, you two ought to hasten your actions and cease this lingering, Master Mouse urged. Lu Zhan, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Brother Chun, we have not angered Master Mouse. What has come over him today that he wishes to boil us? No time to ponder. We must act swiftly, Lu Chen responded. Lu Zhan, tugging at Lu Chen's sleeve, grew frantic. Brother Chun, Master Mouse intends to stew us, and you're preparing the stove? Is that not akin to cooking ourselves? Lu Chun chuckled. Zhan, Master Mouse is formidable. If he truly intended to stew you, there would be no escape. Let's not overthink, but proceed with our tasks. Nearby, Master Mouse teased, "You obedient little rascal, are you not afraid I might indeed boil you both for a feast?" Luchan replied, "Master Mouse, our bond is strong. You would never consume me. I trust your intentions are well thought out." "How dull." Master Mouse waved his paw, evidently displeased with Lu Chen's response. Before long, Lu Chen had excavated the stove, placed the cauldron atop it, and ignited a roaring fire beneath. As instructed by Master Mouse, pour all the blood of the 5 types of demon beasts you have collected over the past few days into the cauldron. Accompanied by 10 blood spirit herbs, Master Mouse directed. Lu Chen, though well-versed in various matters, found Master Mouse's current undertaking beyond his comprehension. Despite his confusion, he complied. As the blood from the 5 attributes of 3rd-tier demon beasts and the 10 blood spirit herbs were added to the cauldron, it quickly filled to the brim. And with the rising flames, red mist wafted from within. "You rascals may now shed your garments and leap in," Master Mouse instructed as the liquid began to bubble. Lu Chen half-jokingly remarked, "Master Mouse, are you truly preparing to stew my brother and me for a lavish tonic? Get lost. I am refining your bodies," Master Mouse retorted with a chuckle. "Is there such a method of body refinement? At this rate, we shall be left as mere skeletal remains," Lu Chen muttered in disbelief. Master Mouse replied, "You ungrateful brat, you do not comprehend. In the eyes of an alchemist, all things can be refined, yet the pinnacle of alchemy lies in refining people, achieving the strongest warriors in a single step." Though it sounded plausible, Lu Chen could not shake the feeling that Master Mouse was pulling his leg. Yet, despite his words, Lu Chen swiftly removed his clothing. Lu Zhan, gazing at the boiling blood, turned pale with fear. He was reluctant to undress, but seeing Lu Chen had already done so, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. Master Mouse laughed. "Do not hesitate. Jump in and relish the experience. I assure you, after one session, you shall crave a second. I'll trust you this once." As he entered, Lu Chen was scalded by the boiling blood, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to channel the Yin-Yang Classic. As the Classic operated, the forces of Yin and Yang coursed through his meridians, rendering the once unbearable heat of the blood significantly more tolerable. Simultaneously, the vital essence from the blood of 5 different beasts, spurred by the blood spirit herb, infiltrated Lu Chen's body through the minuscule pores of his skin. To his astonishment, it truly worked. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Observing Lu Chen, whose pores were exuding a dense aura of blood, Master Mouse's small eyes revealed profound astonishment. The technique of refining was something it had encountered in a fragmented scroll, which spoke of using the blood of myriad beasts, supplemented by blood conduits, to ultimately forge the unparalleled demon body of the ages. Because of Lu Chen's unique constitution, it whimsically encouraged him to gather fresh blood for experimentation, not expecting that Lu Chen, being remarkably gifted, would indeed succeed. Chapter 66. The battle of the 2 great demon kings. Lu Chen, with his remarkable talents, drew the attention of the timid Lu Zhan, who stood frozen nearby. The elder mouse mocked, "Youngster, Lu Chen's martial arts aptitude far surpasses yours by countless times. Given his relentless efforts, what right do you have to be complacent?" "Understood." Mouse elder, Lu Zhan gritted his teeth and leapt into the cauldron. However, he soon realized that he was ill-suited for this trial. The boiling blood rendered his cultivation technique ineffective, and in the blink of an eye, his skin began to blister. The elder mouse recognized that this method of refining was only appropriate for Lu Chen. If Lu Zhan persisted, he would truly be cooked, prompting the elder to call out, "You foolish boy, come out. This form of body refinement does not suit you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan, gritting his teeth, attempted to exit, but found himself unable to do so, as much of his flesh had begun to cook. The elder mouse chuckled at the sight, and with a flick of his tiny paw, he sent the half-cooked Lu Zhan flying from the cauldron, where he landed on the ground, convulsing. "Stop thrashing about, you rascal. Quickly cultivate your technique to heal, or your flesh will truly perish," the elder warned. Lu Zhan shivered at the thought and hastily began to channel his cultivation technique for recovery. Meanwhile, as Lu Zhan focused on healing, the elder mouse turned his gaze toward Lu Chun within the cauldron. The flames below raged fiercely, and the blood within bubbled fervently. Yet Lu Chun sat serenely, as if in a deep meditation, seemingly oblivious to the pain. His pores opened wide, absorbing the essence of the 5 types of beast blood, which coalesced into a mist that nourished his human form. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by, and the once vibrant blood had transformed into a soulless, foul black liquid. Realizing that the essence had been depleted, Lu Chen opened his eyes, leapt effortlessly from the cauldron, and landed gracefully on the ground. While Lu Zhan had barely endured a few minutes before nearly succumbing, Lu Chun emerged unscathed after 2 hours. The elder mouse regarded Lu Chun with admiration, noting that not only was he unharmed, but his skin had taken on a newfound luster. Furthermore, after absorbing the quintessence of the 5 types of beast blood, Lu Chen's vitality surged, subtly transcending the limitations of a human body. Looking at Lu Chun, now clothed, the elder mouse chuckled, "You cheeky rascal, I wasn't misleading you. This method of cultivation is truly remarkable, isn't it?" Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Mouse Elder, you are indeed a genius. To conceive such a marvelous method of forging the human body with beast blood. Do you feel your strength has increased? Not only has my strength grown, but my other attributes have also enhanced. I believe that if I continue to cultivate and refine enough powerful beast blood, my physique will amalgamate the essence of myriad demons, transforming into something extraordinary," Lu Chen declared. Upon hearing this, the elder mouse grew uneasy. What had he unleashed? Lu Chen's constitution was already formidable. If he further developed his physique, would there be anyone left in this realm capable of matching him? No. Would there even be anyone able to withstand a single blow from him? For reasons unknown, he felt that if Lu Chun continued to grow in such a manner, there would truly be no one in the world capable of matching him in a single strike. Not even he himself might be able to withstand it. Regaining his composure, Master Mouse declared, "If that is the case, you should collect the blood of all the demon beasts henceforth and brew it whenever you have the opportunity. With such significant benefits, I shall naturally partake in the brewing of blood as well." Lu Chen responded, directly disposing of the waste and putting away the alchemical cauldron. Once he had secured the cauldron, Lu Chen then noticed Lu Zhan meditating not far away and inquired, "Master Mouse, what has happened to my brother Zhan?" Master Mouse chuckled. "What else could it be? He merely entered for a short while, and he was nearly cooked. Had I not pulled him out, you might have been savoring your brother's broth. Isn't his creation battle technique quite formidable? How could this happen?" Lu Chen questioned. "Not at all." Master Mouse shook his head. "This method is far too defiant of the heavens. Only you can utilize it. For others, it would merely result in boiled meat." "Very well." Lu Chen laughed. Subsequently, feeling the pangs of hunger, he took out a black rock crocodile egg, and the 2 of them, along with the mouse, joyously feasted, filling their bellies before resuming their cultivation. The following day, the sun cast its rays upon Lu Chun, imbuing him with an indescribable aura, suggesting that he had undergone a transformation. Lu Zhan, roused by the chirping of birds in the mountains, rubbed his eyes and approached Lu Chun, saying, "Brother Chun, dawn has arrived. It is time for us to set off." Lu Chen opened his eyes and retrieved the last black rock crocodile egg from his storage ring. He divided the egg's liquid into 3 portions, and after consuming them, the trio continued their journey, scouring the area of the falling Maple Mountain range where the 3rd-tier demon beasts roamed. In the subsequent 3 days, Lu Chun hunted down 17 3rd-tier demon beasts and utilized their blood for body refinement 3 times. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan did not remain idle. He consumed 3 demon cores, elevating his physical strength to the 9th level of the warrior realm and breaking through to the 7th level of the martial disciple realm. On one particular day, as the trio entered the territory of the 4th-tier demon beasts, Lu Chen heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from deep within the mountains. From the intensity of the sounds, it was evident that one of the combatants was avian, while the other was a terrestrial beast. The commotion was so great that even from a distance, they could feel the tremors beneath their feet. Lu Chen, ever the spectator at heart, wasted no time and led Lu Zhan directly toward the source of the noise. Half an hour later, Lu Chun and Lu Zhan arrived at the scene. To gain a clearer view of the unfolding events, they climbed a towering tree that stood 100 meters tall. Parting the leaves, Lu Chun beheld a fierce confrontation occurring in the distant valley. On one side was a massive blackbird, and on the other, a black python. The blackbird, colossal in size, spread its wings wide, boasting a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters, with sharp talons and a beak measuring several decimeters. Its most formidable weapons. Its opponent, the black python, was no less impressive, stretching over 10 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel. Under the sunlight, its palm-sized black scales gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Both were mid-tier, fourth-level demon beasts. A blackbird circled above the valley, its cries echoing as it awaited the opportune moment to strike. With each dive, it unleashed a fierce assault upon the black python. The serpent, with its head held high and eyes fixed upon its avian adversary, emitted a sound that pierced the very soul. Whenever the blackbird launched its attack, the python retaliated with formidable strength. Perhaps the prolonged battle had taken its toll, for both magnificent beasts bore significant wounds, and many scales had shed from the python's body. Brother Chun, what are these two creatures? They appear colossal and quite ferocious, Lu Zhan exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed upon the imposing figures. The creature above is the fourth-tier demonic beast, the ghost-eyed golden eagle, while the black python on the ground is the black-bellied king snake. Both are formidable entities among fourth-tier beasts, Lu Chun elucidated. They are the sovereigns of the skies and the earth, respectively. Logically, they should coexist separately. So why have they come to blows today? Lu Zhan inquired. That, I cannot say, Lu Chun shrugged, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 67. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Approximately a quarter of an hour passed when the golden eagle with ghostly eyes emitted a resounding cry, simultaneously swooping down at an alarming speed towards the black-bellied king snake. It appeared to have lost its patience and decided to launch a full-scale assault. The black-bellied king snake, acutely aware of this impending threat, let out a furious roar, and with a swift motion, its serpentine head transformed into a shadow, lunging towards the golden eagle. Exploiting its racial advantages, the golden eagle deftly evaded the attack, then quickly pecked at the vulnerable spot of the black-bellied king snake. With a pained howl, the serpent writhed in agony, its massive tail thrashing violently against the ground, obliterating the surrounding trees in an instant. The golden eagle, relentless in its pursuit, maintained its grip on the snake's vital point, while simultaneously raising its talons, attempting to extract the demon core from the black-bellied king snake. Realizing the sinister intentions of the golden eagle, the black-bellied king snake, in a desperate bid to thwart its adversary, coiled its colossal form around the eagle. The golden eagle was taken aback, fervently flapping its claws in an effort to tear through the snake's flesh and escape the constriction. However, the black-bellied king snake was no pushover. It tightened its grip, and soon the golden eagle ceased its struggle. Seeing the golden eagle relent, the black-bellied king snake emitted an exultant hiss, raising its head to deliver a fatal bite to the eagle's skull. At that very moment, 5 figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding valley, charging toward the black-bellied king snake. These 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, appear to be quite young, in their 20s, exuding an extraordinary aura and dressed in attire that suggested they were no ordinary folk. Moreover, each possessed formidable strength, with the lowest martial realm being the 2nd tier of the martial king, while the highest had already attained the 4th tier. Upon perceiving the sudden onslaught of these 5 martial kings, the black-bellied king snake let out an enraged bellow, spewing venom at the man leading the charge. Concurrently, it released its massive tail, which swept across with astonishing speed, aimed at the other 4 martial kings. Feeling the terrifying force behind the snake's tail, the 5 martial kings exchanged grave expressions, taken aback by the creature's vigor even after its battle with the golden eagle. Nevertheless, they remained composed. For despite the black-bellied king snake being a formidable demon of the falling Maple Mountain range, they were not to be trifled with either. With a sheer glance, the 5 launched an offensive against the black-bellied king snake, with 2 individuals engaging in a frontal distraction while the other 3 maneuvered to strike from the flanks. In the underbrush, Liu Chun observed the unfolding hunt within the valley with great enthusiasm. Although he had not traversed other regions of the eastern Hua domain, he had visited the falling Maple Mountain Range once before and gained some insights into the area from the martial artists he encountered. At present, the Eastern Hua domain is home to 13 dynasties that occupy vast territories, frequently embroiled in warfare amongst themselves. However, the most formidable powers in the Eastern Hua domain are not the 13 dynasties, but rather the Sword Pavilion, Bloodblade Sect, Hundred Poison Sect, Lingyun Sect, and Heavenly Blade Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion and Lingyun Sect focus on the path of the sword, while the Bloodblade Sect and Heavenly Blade Pavilion specialize in the art of the blade. The Hundred Poisons Sect masters the way of toxins. They each command spiritual mountains and govern territories that span 13 dynasties and beyond, establishing themselves as the true sovereigns of the Eastern Hua domain. Throughout the years, the 5 major sects have annually recruited disciples, leading to a vast number of practitioners within their ranks. In contemporary Eastern Hua, not only do ordinary martial artists flock to the 5 sects, but many nobles from the 13 dynasties have also sought admission, aspiring to cultivate the formidable martial arts and techniques they offer. With a mere glance, Liu Chun discerned that although the 5 individuals in the valley appeared together, they hailed from different sects within the 5 great sects of Eastern Hua. The youth from the Sword Pavilion, embodying the 4th realm of martial kings, wielded a sword with overwhelming prowess and had grasped a ferocious sword intent, ranking first in combat strength among the 5. In addition to the Sword Pavilion youth, another young man, tasked with ambush, also wielded a sword. However, his technique was more ethereal, balancing softness with strength. Embroidered on his right chest was a slender sword, accompanied by 2 clouds, leading Liu Chun to speculate that he was from the Lingyun sect. The martial king of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion was a spirited young woman with twin ponytails, who had comprehended the essence of the blade. Her movements were bold and expansive, paralleling the Sword Pavilion youth in her role of direct confrontation. The martial king of the Hundred Poison Sect was also a young woman, yet she differed from the fiery lass of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Her alluring features and graceful form were captivating. As a man, it could be assumed that most would choose the woman from the Hundred Poison Sect, for she truly possessed an enchanting allure. The martial king of the Bloodblade Sect wielded a crimson blade, yet it appeared that his understanding of martial arts and intent was slightly inferior to that of the others. Nevertheless, aside from the woman of the Hundred Poison Sect, it was the martial king of the Bloodblade Sect who captured Liu Chun's attention most, for he had remained passive, not revealing a single strike despite his prolonged assistance. In Liu Chun's view, the reason for this martial king's restraint could stem from 2 possibilities. Either he was calculating the other 4, conserving his strength, or he was biding his time for a decisive opportunity, intending that when he did strike, it would be lethal. Regardless of the reason, this martial king from the Bloodblade Sect exhibited a level of cunning that surpassed the others, and should he survive, his future accomplishments would likely eclipse those of his peers. Brother Chun, the black-bellied king snake, is about to go berserk, Liu Zhan remarked, observing the battlefield. It matters not. In a one-on-one scenario, none can match it. Now that the 5 are united, it is destined to perish here today, Liu Chun replied. Upon hearing this, the mouse perched on Liu Chun's shoulder remained silent, preoccupied with admiring its own tiny paws, a knowing smile gracing its lips. On the battlefield, as if to affirm Liu Chun's assertion, the martial king of the Bloodblade Sect finally made his move from a blind spot after a prolonged period of inaction. He seized the opportunity to strike at the black-bellied king snake while it was engaged with the martial king of the Sword Pavilion, simultaneously fending off an attack from the martial king of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion with a swift slash that landed upon the serpent. The scales of the black-bellied king snake were exceptionally tough, impervious to ordinary weaponry. However, the Bloodblade Sect's martial king executed his attack with remarkable precision, targeting an area previously stripped of scales during its confrontation with the ghost-eyed golden eagle. With a swift stroke, the immense body of the black-bellied king snake convulsed violently, and a torrent of fresh blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering the Bloodblade Sect's martial king. The Bloodblade Sect's king swallowed a mouthful of warm blood, And in the moment the black-bellied king snake roared, he plunged the entire blade of his blood knife into the serpent's body. In the next instant, he withdrew the knife, retreating from the serpent's range of attack, positioning himself between the fiery little pepper of the heavenly blade pavilion and the women of the 100 Poisons sect. The black-bellied king snake glared at the blood-blade sect's king with palpable hatred, charging at him in a frenzied manner, only to be intercepted by the women from the 100 Poisons sect and the fiery little pepper of the heavenly blade pavilion. The little pepper scoffed, "Wounded as you are, you still dare to attack? At your peak, would you not devour us all?" The woman from the 100 Poisons sect teased, "Feng Qing Wei, it wouldn't consume you. It would capture you and take you back to its lair to bear a brood of little snakes." Li Jinyun retorted, "If it were to catch someone to bear young, it would certainly be you, with your ample figure perfectly suited for breeding." He. "Feng Qing Wei, are you envious of my superior figure?" Li Jinyun of the 100 Poisons sect chuckled, inadvertently drawing the attention of the black-bellied king snake. The black-bellied king snake roared in fury, lunging at Li Jinyun. Her expression shifted slightly as she dodged, simultaneously striking out with her palm and tossing a black pill into the serpent's open mouth. The black-bellied king snake, caught off guard, swallowed the poison without evasion. After consuming Li Jinyun's venom, the serpent let out a pained wail, its massive form thrashing wildly against the ground. A quarter of an hour later, the black-bellied king snake emitted a reluctant roar, followed by the thud of its head collapsing to the ground, its body utterly devoid of strength. Chapter 68. This woman is quite ruthless finally. It has met its demise. Li Jinyun let out a long sigh of relief, her chest gently heaving. Li Jinyun, you truly deserve the title of the foremost toxic master among the younger generation of the 100 Poisons sect. Even the formidable black-bellied king snake has succumbed to your poison, Feng Qingwei remarked with a hint of mockery. Li Jinyun chuckled softly. Feng Qingwei, you are not to be underestimated either. At such a young age, you have become the pride of the heavenly sword pavilion, grasping a third of the essence of sword intent. Feng Qingwei did not refute her. As members of the 5 major sects, they had each embedded spies within one another, making it natural to possess some knowledge of each other's circumstances. Outside the valley, upon witnessing the demise of both the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake, the disciples from the other 5 major sects began to enter the valley, totaling 27 in number. These individuals were not lacking in strength, all possessing high-tier martial master realms, with some even on the cusp of reaching the martial king threshold. As they emerged, the atmosphere within the valley shifted. Although they had previously united against the black-bellied king snake, they ultimately hailed from rival factions. The 5 major sects, being in a state of enmity due to their shared existence in the Eastern Hua domain, were often compared by the martial artists of the region. Thus, despite the superficial harmony observed among the 5 sects over the years, both the higher-ups and the disciples have been engaged in covert battles. As leading figures of the 5 major sects, Li Jinyun and her companions had always regarded each other as sworn enemies, and if the opportunity arose to eliminate one another, they would do so without hesitation. Now that both the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake lay dead, it was time to deliberate the distribution of their spoils, for they had all come for this purpose. Casting a glance around, Zhao Kuangyi, the martial king of Lingyun's sect, spoke, "Esteemed colleagues, now that the significant task is accomplished, how shall we allocate these 2 beasts? I desire the ghost-eyed golden eagle's demon core, its claws, and its beak. The rest may be yours by Xinghe." The martial king of Sword Pavilion declared in an authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Jinyun and her 3 companions darkened. Through their cultivation to this point, they all understood that the most valuable possessions of the ghost-eyed golden eagle were indeed the demon core, claws, and the remarkably sharp beak. The ghost-eyed golden eagle was a dual-attribute beast of gold and wind, and its demon core was an exceptional material for forging. If infused into a sword, it could very well yield a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon transcends the realm of ordinary weapons. Should Bai Xinghe acquire one, his combat prowess would more than double from its current state. And this was merely the potential of the demon core. The claws and beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, having evolved alongside it, were no ordinary items either. whether sold or forged, they held immense value. Now, with Bai Xinghe audaciously claiming the three most valuable items from the ghost-eyed golden eagle, the situation appeared quite unpalatable. It seemed he intended to pacify the four of them with mere scraps. Li Jingyun narrowed her eyes, fixating on the black-bellied king snake. I slayed the black-bellied king snake. I shall take its demon core and fangs, while the rest may belong to you. Chun Luo, the martial king of Blood Knife sect, scoffed. One seeks the valuable possessions of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, and another desires the precious items of the black-bellied king snake. Are we to be left with nothing but the labor of our efforts? The other items from the ghost-eyed golden eagle were also rare treasures. Bai Xinghe spoke coldly. Yet even he found his own words hard to believe. Chun Luo extended his hand to wipe the blood from his blade, declaring, Bai Xinghe, spare me the trivialities. I shall claim the claws and beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. There is no room for negotiation. Bai Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, the long sword on his back emanating a palpable intent to kill at that moment. Today, he was resolute in acquiring the beak and claws of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, and no one would dare to contest him. There is no room for discussion. Chun Luo replied, icily. Talented individuals? Who isn't one? Bai Xinghe, merely a year older and possessing a slightly higher martial prowess, was not someone to be trifled with. While others might fear Bai Xinghe, Chun Luo did not. Should he provoke Bai Xinghe, he would not hesitate to let his blood knife taste the blood of his adversary, even at the cost of grievous injury. Very well. Bai Xinghe scoffed. Turning to the other three, he inquired, What are your plans? Li Jingyun responda. I have stated my intention to claim the demon core and venomous fangs of the black-bellied king snake. I have no desire for anything else from the ghost-eyed golden eagle or the black-bellied king snake. Feng Qingwei retorted mockingly, Bai Xinghe, you have taken all the valuable spoils. Aside from the flesh, do I have any claim to the rest? Faced with Feng Qingyue's inquiry, Bai Xinghe remained silent. Zhao Kuangyi's gaze flickered, and he said, I shall not contend with you. Once you have chosen, I will take the body of the black-bellied king snake. Therefore, does that mean my share consists solely of the flesh of the ghost-eyed golden eagle? Feng Qingyue added. At this, the four fell into silence. If they were to adhere to the current distribution, Feng Qingyue would suffer the most. For the flesh of the ghost-eyed golden eagle was worth only 500 or 600 spirit crystals, despite Feng Qingyue's formidable combat prowess. Second only to Bai Xinghe among the five, her share would be the least. While everyone could understand her anger, relinquishing it was another matter entirely. Noticing the silence among the four, Feng Qingyue sneered coldly. If this is how it is to be divided, I might as well refuse my share. But remember this, you four, one day I, Feng Qingyue, will settle this score with you. Before she finished speaking, Feng Qingyue turned to the four disciples of the Tiandao Pavilion and said, Let us depart. There is nothing more for us here. The disciples of the Tiandao Pavilion were unwilling to concede, eager to argue with the four. But upon assessing their strength, they fell silent. It would be all too simple for the four to vanquish them. With lingering glances at the corpses of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake, the four followed Feng Qingyue, leaving the gunpowder-laden valley behind. Bai Xinghe harbored intentions to slay Chun Luo, yet with Li Jingyun and Zhao Kuangyi watching closely, he dared not take the risk, fearing they might seize the opportunity. After driving Feng Qingyue away, Bai Xinghe pondered deeply before turning to Chun Luo with an expression of cold indifference, stating, This time, I shall let you be. I hope you live to make use of it. Whether I live to make use of it is of no concern to you. Chun Luo replied with a cold laugh. Humph. Bai Xinghe scoffed, appearing beside the ghost-eyed golden eagle, gripping his sword and plunging it towards the location of the demon core within the creature. However, at the very moment the sword pierced the body of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, Master Mouse suddenly lifted his head, gazing with amusement at the self-satisfied Bai Xinghe. The unusual reaction of the Rat Lord caused Lu Chun to be on guard. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Bai Xinghe, but in the next instant, an unexpected event transpired. The long-deceased ghost-eyed golden eagle suddenly raised its head and launched an attack on Bai Xinghe. In a heartbeat, its sharp beak was upon him. No, Bai Xinghe roared, hastily raising his sword to defend himself. However, it was too late, as the beak of the ghost-eyed golden eagle descended. Bai Xinghe let out a harrowing scream, his entire right arm pecked off. The severing of his arm brought forth a surge of excruciating pain that jolted Bai Xinghe into clarity. He dared not hesitate for a moment, gritting his teeth and retreating 100 meters away. In the valley, upon witnessing Bai Xinghe's dire predicament, Li Jinyun instinctively glanced at the black-bellied king snake, only to find it opening its serpent eyes. She was in close proximity to the snake, and in the fleeting thought that crossed her mind, she hurled a disciple of the 100-poisoned sect toward the ravenous black-bellied king snake. With a swift motion, the disciple was consumed before he could react. And Li Jinyun seized the opportunity to distance herself from the creature. How ruthless! Observing Li Jinyun using the disciple as a scapegoat, the others from the 4 major sects regarded her with trepidation. This woman was incredibly merciless. In response to their reactions, Li Jinyun remained indifferent, asserting that if one does not act for oneself, one may face divine retribution. If someone must perish, she naturally preferred it to be another. Thus, while using a human shield may be deemed inhumane, everyone was striving for survival, and she felt no remorse for her actions. Chapter 69. Lu Qian is discovered at the mouth of the valley. As Feng Qinghua led her group forward, a piercing scream from Bai Xinghe echoed behind them. Turning back, she witnessed the horrifying sight of Bai Xinghe's arm being pecked off by the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Observing the 2 great beast kings rising once more, a shiver coursed through her. These cunning creatures had feigned death together. Fortunately, she had taken the initiative to move first. Had she been the first to approach, she would have become their primary target of attack. Bai Xinghe truly deserved this fate. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not been killed outright. A young man at the 9th level of martial arts lamented this unfortunate turn of events. Feng Qinghua gazed at Bai Xinghe, though he had narrowly escaped with his life. His sword arm was severed, rendering him essentially useless even if he managed to return to the sword pavilion. A once promising talent, rumored to be groomed by the pavilion master as his successor, had now met his downfall at the hands of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. One could not help but feel a twinge of pity for him. Senior sister, with Bai Xinghe incapacitated, what shall we do? Li Qiuhua, at the 9th level of martial arts, fixed his gaze on the valley, his eyes glinting with intensity. Feng Qinghua countered, Li Shidi, what do you propose we do? Li Qiuhua replied, Senior sister, I believe we should retreat. With Bai Xinghe rendered useless, your strength surpasses all, and all valuable treasures belong to our Tiandao pavilion. Feng Qinghua cast a sidelong glance at Li Qiuhua, remaining silent. At this moment, Feng Zhu, who had been following behind, expressed his concerns. Senior sister, I think it would be wise for us to leave. We should not tempt fate with the black-bellied king snake and the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Feng Qinghua inquired, Feng Shidi, are you no longer interested in the treasures possessed by the 2 beast kings? You must understand that their spoils are immensely valuable. Feng Zhu responded, the treasures may be enticing, but one must have their life to claim them. The 2 beast kings are exceptionally powerful, and with Bai Xinghe incapacitated, we lack the strength to contend with them. Li Qiuhua interjected sharply, Feng Shidi, are you implying that you doubt senior sister's capabilities? I am not. Feng Zhu retorted. Yet I perceive otherwise. Li Qiuhua declared, his tone dark and menacing. The remaining 2 members lowered their heads, choosing silence. They were aware of the ongoing discord between Feng Zhu and Li Qiuhua and preferred not to involve themselves in their quarrel. In response, Feng Zhu hastily apologized to Feng Qinghua. Sister Feng, I only considered our safety and did not mean to question your strength. Feng Qinghua nodded slightly, then fixed a cold gaze upon Li Qiuhua. Li Shidi, it would be prudent for you to keep your thoughts to yourself. Should this happen again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Senior sister, spare me. Li Qiuhua exclaimed in alarm, pleading for mercy. Feng Qinghua snorted disdainfully and addressed the group. Let us not descend any further. We shall observe the unfolding spectacle from here. I am quite curious to see how they will contend with the 2 beast kings. Indeed, the 4 nodded in agreement, their attention now focused on the valley. Throughout this exchange, Li Qiuhua kept his head down, occasionally glancing at Feng Zhu, his eyes brimming with resentment. On the other side, having witnessed this dramatic turn of events, Lu Chun looked at Master Mouse in astonishment. Master Mouse, Judging by your reaction, you seem to have anticipated this outcome all along. The elder mouse, with a tone of irritation, remarked, I had long advised you to enhance your soul power. Look at you now, with such feeble soul energy that it's as if you are blind, unable to perceive anything. I have been diligently cultivating my soul power, Lu Chun retorted defiantly. The elder mouse continued his admonishment, You insolent boy, the perception granted by soul power is far more potent than mere eyesight. It serves as a warrior's second pair of eyes, enabling one to perceive many things that the eyes alone cannot see. Your soul power is currently woefully inadequate, with a perception range barely exceeding 200 meters, rendering it almost useless. To truly command the situation, you must attain a perception range of at least 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Lu Chun was at a loss for words. The elder mouse's audacity was astonishing. In the current realm of divine martial arts, a perception range of 2,000 meters necessitated soul power of approximately the 5th rank, a feat beyond his reach. At merely 16 years of age and having inhabited this body for less than 3 months, possessing 2nd rank soul power was already a remarkable achievement. 4th rank soul power was an unreasonable expectation. Nonetheless, Lu Chun understood the importance of soul power and had resolved to focus his cultivation on the 9 nether soul classics following their expedition to the falling Maple Mountains. As their conversation unfolded, the black-bellied king snake and the ghost-eyed golden eagle initiated their retaliation against all members of the 4 major sects, including Legenian. Against a single demon king, a few might unite to confront it. However, faced with the assault of 2 demon kings, the crowd could only flee in panic, too fearful to engage directly. In mere moments, several disciples from the 4 sects fell victim to the jaws of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake, while others struggled in despair. The 4 martial kings, including Chun Luo, faced less direct assault but were burdened with heavy hearts, fully aware that the 2 demon kings would not spare them. Initially, their intent had been to outsmart the 2 demon kings and seize an opportunity, but now they regretted awakening such formidable foes. At this juncture, it was no longer about seizing opportunities. With the strength of these 2 demon kings, their very survival in this valley was in jeopardy. As 2 more disciples fell to the demon kings, Chun Luo's expression hardened. He shouted towards the direction where Feng Qingwei had retreated. Feng Qingwei, stop hesitating. Let us unite, or none shall leave here alive. Upon hearing Chun Luo's rallying cry, the ghost-eyed golden eagle let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Feng Qingwei, its metallic claws gleaming ominously as they reached for her. Retreat to the valley, Feng Qingwei commanded, slicing at the ghost-eyed golden eagle with her blade. Her expression grim as she urged the 4 disciples from the Heavenly Blade sect behind her. She understood that at this critical juncture, only by uniting could the 5 major sects hope to survive. If they fled now, the Heavenly Blade sect would undoubtedly be the first to face annihilation. With a piercing cry, the ghost-eyed golden eagle opted to evade Feng Qingwei's formidable strike. And this singular evasion granted the Heavenly Blade sect disciples a fleeting moment to breathe. As they cursed Chun Luo, they hastily retreated into the valley, seeking the safety of their remaining comrades. After being forced back by Feng Qingwei's blade, the ghost-eyed golden eagle noticed Lu Chun and Lu Zhan, and with a fierce cry, it directed its attack towards Lu Chun. It has set its sights on me. Lu Chun's gaze took on an odd expression. This fellow truly possessed remarkable audacity to target him. Master Mouse chuckled. So what shall we do now? Lu Chun smirked. I initially hoped to seize an opportunity, but since these few are so inept, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, the ghost-eyed golden eagle swooped down. Lu Chun glanced at the formidable creature nonchalantly, and in the next instant, he vanished. Whoosh! At that very moment, the massive form of the ghost-eyed golden eagle soared past the treetop where Lu Chun stood, stirring up a tempestuous wind. By the time the eagle adjusted its course, Lu Chun had already positioned himself 100 meters away. One hand cradled Lu Zhan, while the ground beneath him shimmered with starlight, and in an instant, he had traversed into the valley, emerging onto the battlefield. What an ethereal martial technique. Observing Lu Chun's graceful ascending sky step, Feng Qingwei and the others were utterly astonished. This technique surpassed the martial skills they had mastered by leaps and bounds. The 5 of them hailed from the most prestigious sects of the Eastern Hua domain, having trained in the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet Lu Chen's abilities eclipsed their own. At that moment, they were all left wondering about this individual. Despite possessing merely the 6th rank of martial artist, had mastered such exquisite agility. Chapter 70. Slaying the 2 great demon kings for many years. The ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake have dominated this region, with all beasts within a 100-mile radius serving as their vassals. While the martial king could evade its attacks, the ghost-eyed golden eagle could not accept being toyed with by a mere warrior like Lu Chun. The wind howled fiercely as the ghost-eyed golden eagle swooped down from the valley, ready to strike Lu Chun once more. Do you think I am easy prey? Lu Chun furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. If you seek death so eagerly, then come down and face me. His words left everyone astonished. How could a mere warrior dare to speak so boldly to the ghost-eyed golden eagle? Was it confidence or sheer folly? Just then, the ghost-eyed golden eagle lunged forward. Lu Chun had never regarded the creature as a threat. As the eagle descended to deliver a fatal blow, Lu Chen's sword moved. In the blink of an eye, a cold light erupted from its sheath, and in that fleeting moment, the sword's intent magnified infinitely within the eagle's eyes. With a piercing cry, the ferocious ghost-eyed golden eagle emitted a mournful screech as its right wing was severed by Lu Chen's sword, its massive body plummeting into the valley below. The ground shook with a thunderous crash as the bloodied eagle crashed into the desolate forest. The ghost-eyed golden eagle had been dispatched in an instant, leaving all onlookers fixated on Lu Chun. His prowess was overwhelming, instilling a profound sense of dread. His strikes were swifter than anyone they had ever witnessed as he drew, struck, and sheathed his sword in what felt like a singular, fluid motion. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Lu Chun unsheathing his sword, and in that terrifying instant, the eagle's wing had been severed. By the time they processed the event, Lu Chun's sword was already back in its sheath, as if it had never been drawn at all. In that moment, curiosity was overshadowed by trepidation. Lu Chen's combat abilities exuded a lethal threat that surpassed even the danger posed by the ghost-eyed golden eagle and the black-bellied king snake. As blood stained the ground, a pang of regret washed over Lu Chun at the sight of the spilled blood. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he retrieved a stone jar from his storage ring, carrying it with one hand as he approached the fallen ghost-eyed golden eagle. Who is this person? Feng Qingyue muttered quietly, while others looked on in intrigue, uncertain of Lu Chen's intentions. In the distance, the black-bellied king snake, witnessing Lu Chen's swift defeat of its century-old rival, halted its rampage, its serpentine body writhing with thoughts of escape. The ghost-eyed golden eagle, now paralyzed with fear, stared intently at Lu Chun, unable to comprehend how this human could possess such strength. As the ruler of the skies for miles around, the eagle had been confident in its ability to easily dispatch the insignificant human, only to find itself felled by a single strike from Lu Chun. This battle left it questioning its very existence and the validity of its own strength. As Lu Chun approached step by step, the ghost-eyed golden eagle grew fearful. It roared at him while clumsily rising to its feet. As it stood, the blood flowed more profusely from its wounds. Do not move. The more you struggle, the more blood you waste. Witnessing this, Lu Chun felt a pang of sorrow. After all, this was the blood of a demon king, a fine material for body refinement, and such a waste was intolerable. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Chun swung his sword, severing the eagle's 2 legs to prevent it from thrashing about and wasting more blood. Then, under the stunned gaze of the 5 major sects, he produced 2 stone jars, positioning them to collect the blood flowing from the 3 wounds of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. With its body suspended and bleeding, the eagle let out an enraged roar, struggling to lunge at Lu Chun in an attempt to kill him. Unperturbed, Lu Chun retaliated with a powerful punch to its head, forcing its proud visage downwards. Seizing the moment while the eagle was dazed, Lu Chun mounted its back, pinning its head beneath its own left wing. Is this even possible? With its head trapped, the ghost-eyed golden eagle emitted a pained wail, leaving all present in disbelief. This creature, once the ruler of the skies, had become so feeble, easily subdued. Liu Chan's mercilessness was evident. He handled the eagle as one would a mere chick, rendering it utterly immobile. With a resounding slap, Liu Chan struck the eagle's head and barked, "Cease your cries. From the moment you sought to dispose of me, your fate was sealed. Accept it now." The ghost-eyed golden eagle extended its neck once more to attack Liu Chan. Accept it? As a demon king, how could it endure such a dismal fate? The noise was unbearable. In response, Liu Chan swiftly drew his sword, decapitating the eagle and placing its severed head into one of the stone jars. It was dead. The head of the ghost-eyed golden eagle fell to the ground, leaving the members of the 5 sects in a state of shock. A creature as formidable as the eagle had perished at the hands of a mere warrior. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that anyone could slay a ghost-eyed golden eagle with the prowess of a warrior. Standing up, Liu Chan glanced towards the black-bellied king snake, which had stealthily retreated several hundred meters. With a grin, he declared, "The ghost-eyed golden eagle is dead. Now it's your turn to bleed." Hissing in fear, the black-bellied king snake flicked its tongue threateningly. Simultaneously, it coiled its body and dashed out of the valley like a shadow. "I have my sights set on your blood. You cannot escape," Liu Chan laughed. Then, employing the celestial step, he intercepted the black-bellied king snake, sword in hand. Though the snake was filled with dread, it refused to surrender easily. With a furious roar, it unleashed its full strength in an attack against Liu Chan. Yet, Liu Chan was no ordinary opponent. As the sword emperor who mastered 3,000 sword techniques, he swiftly dispatched the black-bellied king snake at the entrance of the valley. After slaying the black-bellied king snake, Liu Chan extracted its blood into 2 large stone jars. Once he had finished, he grasped the tail end of the snake and dragged its lifeless body back to the valley. The sight of Liu Chan returning with the black-bellied king snake sent a shudder through the hearts of those present. Both formidable demon kings had fallen at his hands. "Brother Chun, the blood of the ghost-eyed golden eagle is nearly drained," Liu Zhan remarked, glancing at the carcass of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Upon seeing Liu Chan return, he approached with quickened steps. "Zhan, go ahead and retrieve the demon core," Liu Chan instructed casually. "Absolutely," Liu Zhan replied cheerfully as he made his way toward the body of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, his heart aflame with anticipation. After all, this was the core of a 4th-tier demon king, and now it was his for the taking. However, just as Liu Zhan began to disembowel the ghost-eyed golden eagle to extract the demon core, a young man from the sword pavilion, a half-step martial king, stepped forward and admonished Liu Zhan. "The demon core of the ghost-eyed golden eagle belongs to Senior Brother Bai." This declaration sparked intrigue among the members of the 4 major sects, as the sword pavilion's audacity was quite remarkable. Bai Xinghe furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. For he indeed coveted the demon core of the ghost-eyed golden eagle. Its significance to him was immense. Chapter 71. The Transformation of Bai Xinghe, Liu Zhan retorted. "The ghost-eyed golden eagle was slain by my brother Chun. Its demon core rightfully belongs to us. What gives you the right to claim it?" Zhu Jun coldly replied. "You merely stumbled upon a fortune. Without the collaboration of our 5 major sects, could you have slain 2 demon kings?" From a moment Zhu Jun uttered his first sentence, Liu Chen's anger ignited. At that moment, he could only think of how absurd it was for someone to make such a statement. Had it not been for him, the 5 major sects would have undoubtedly faced annihilation today. Now, this scoundrel had the audacity to dismiss his efforts for the sake of the demon core. It was truly shameless. The 4 major sects, including Feng Qingwei, were closely observing Liu Chen's reaction. Seeing his furrowed brow, they felt a surge of excitement. Liu Chen's combat prowess was formidable. He had effortlessly dispatched 2 demon kings, and his temper was likely volatile. If they could take down the sword pavilion as a result, it would be splendid. Liu Chan turned, suppressing his fury, and said, "What did you say?" "The wind is loud. I did not catch your words. Please repeat yourself." Zhu Jun, wary of Liu Chen's strength, dared not meet his gaze and muttered, "I said the 2 demon kings were slain by all of us together, so we should divide the spoils equally." "Zhu Jun, the 2 demon kings were vanquished by this young hero alone. They have nothing to do with my heavenly blade pavilion. Nor did we ever intend to claim a share. Zhu Jun's words were swiftly countered by Feng Qingyue, who sought to extricate the heavenly blade pavilion from matter. It has nothing to do with my Ling Yun sect either, added Zhao Kuangyi in agreement. Had it not been for this young hero, my life would have been forfeit. I am grateful for his life-saving grace and would not dare to covet the treasures of the demon beasts. Li Jinyun was even more forthright, distancing herself from the issue while lauding Lu Chun and subtly exacerbating the rift between him and the Sword Pavilion. Chen Luo also interjected, Zhu Jun, your Sword Pavilion's insistence on claiming what does not belong to you is your own affair. Do not involve our Bloodblade sect. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun inwardly cursed the four major sects for their cunning. He understood that they too coveted the two demon kings, but were wary of Lu Chen's might, which is why they responded in such a manner. His intention had been to unite the four sects against Lu Chen, allowing the Sword Pavilion to reap the benefits. But unexpectedly, the four sects not only refused to confront Lu Chen, but also turned the tables on him, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xinghe realized that the prospect of claiming the demon core was futile. He stepped forward to mediate, saying, Young hero, Zhu Jun was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. No, this is no jest, Lu Chen interjected, raising his hand to silence Bai Xinghe. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Had it not been for me today, all present would surely have met their demise. Bai Xinghe's pale visage tightened, and he refrained from responding, feeling a profound dissatisfaction. As the foremost prodigy of the Sword Pavilion, he had always been a figure of respect. Before today, he could never have imagined enduring such humiliation from Lu Chen. Yet, the circumstances dictated otherwise. Having lost an arm, and with the four major sects eagerly watching, he had no choice but to endure in the face of Lu Chen, who had mastered the formidable sword intent. The four major sects remained silent, casting glances at the remaining members of their sect, fully aware that Lu Chen spoke the truth. Without Lu Chen, their fates would undoubtedly be dire today. At this moment, they had no desire to offend Lu Chen, nor did they wish to save the Sword Pavilion. They merely wished to spectate, reveling in the spectacle of Bai Xinghe's humiliation. Noticing Bai Xinghe's silence, Lu Chen continued, I have slain two formidable demon kings and saved your lives. If you do not express gratitude, that is one matter, but to conspire with the four major sects against me is another. Now that the four sects choose to remain as mere spectators, you claim it is all just a jest. Truly, you say whatever suits your whims. Bai Xinghe had brought 7 trusted followers, yet now only 3 remained. As the Sword Pavilion was berated, Li He, a 9th-level martial master, could no longer contain his displeasure. He stepped forward, bellowing, You insolent brat. Our senior brother Bai has already lowered himself to provide you an opportunity to retreat. What more do you desire? I am not one to endure humiliation. And if you provoke me, I shall ensure your demise. Lu Chen responded coldly, How domineering. The members of the 4 major sects were taken aback. To suffer indignation and wish death upon others, Lu Chen truly was audacious. Did he not fear the Sword Pavilion at all? It appeared that Lu Chen was confronting mere disciples of the Sword Pavilion, but in reality, he was challenging the entire sect. Should he truly slay the disciples? The Sword Pavilion would not let him off easily. At this moment, their curiosity regarding Lu Chen's background intensified. They could not believe he would dare to act against the disciples of the foremost sect in Donghua domain without substantial backing. Li He smirked, confident that Lu Chen would not dare to harm him, and taunted, You wish to kill me? I stand here today. Let us see if you have the audacity to do so. Zhu Jun echoed the threat. Indeed, should you kill us, you shall be making an enemy of the entire Sword Pavilion. No matter where you flee, the sect will not spare you. Fools! Lu Chen was least afraid of threats. He simply uttered the word fools with a hint of disdain, then swung his sword toward the 4 disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Not good. Witnessing Lu Chen's attack, Bai Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically as he fled first. The remaining 3 disciples of the Sword Pavilion also attempted to escape, but their limited strength left them unable to act in time, and they were cleaved in 2 by Lu Chen's overwhelming sword intent. With a single stroke, Lu Chen had slain 4 individuals. Emotionless, he raised his sword and pointed it at Bai Xinghe, who had narrowly escaped yet remained rattled. They are dead. Now, it is your turn. Lu Chen's words fell like a sentence of judgment, plunging Bai Xinghe into an abyss of despair. Prior to this moment, Bai Xinghe had never imagined that Lu Chen would truly dare to kill them, for they were disciples of the Sword Pavilion, hailing from a dominant force in Donghua domain. With 3 of his junior brothers slain, Bai Xinghe lost the arrogance of a Sword Pavilion disciple. Fear gripped him, terror that Lu Chen, emerging from the shadows, would turn his blade upon him. The members of the 4 major sects, initially entertained by the unfolding drama, found themselves increasingly uneasy as Lu Chen took action. In that instant, they pondered a troubling question. After eliminating the Sword Pavilion members, would Lu Chen turn his wrath upon them as well? If he entertained such intentions, given the combat prowess he had displayed, their fates would be grim. None would leave unscathed today. Bai Xinghe met Lu Chen's frigid gaze, forcing himself to maintain composure as he declared, "Young hero, I am the direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion's master. If we can shake hands and reach an understanding at this moment, I shall consider today's incident as if it never occurred, and I shall offer compensation." Bai Xinghe had yielded. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Qingyue and the other's eyes. Confronted by the formidable Lu Chen, Bai Xinghe ultimately recognized the harshness of reality. Lu Chen replied coldly, "I do not slay the innocent, yet I shall not spare a single foe. Your malicious intent towards what belongs to me cannot go unpunished." As he spoke, Lu Chen took a decisive step forward, advancing upon Bai Xinghe. Panic-stricken, Bai Xinghe's first instinct was to flee. If he could escape, he could seek various means to avenge today's humiliation. However, just as he intended to employ his martial skills, Lu Chen, like a wraith, intercepted his path, the tip of his sword directly aimed at Bai Xinghe's throat. Bai Xinghe roared, "You refuse to let me live? Then I shall take you down with me." In a swift motion, he consumed a crimson elixir. After ingesting the potion, Bai Xinghe's body trembled violently. He bowed his head, his sole arm clenched tightly, as if he were enduring some excruciating torment. In that moment, onlookers observed Bai Xinghe's aura steadily intensifying, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the 6th level of the Martial King realm. Moreover, in addition to the shift in his strength, Bai Xinghe's facial muscles contorted grotesquely, veins coursing with crimson across his face, rendering him a rather fearsome sight. Chapter 72. The Sword Intent of Summer. Sunlit day moments later, Bai Xinghe lifted his head, and at that instant his eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue. What had befallen him? Why this transformation? Feng Qingyue furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous aura emanating from Bai Xinghe. Li Jinyun pondered aloud. It must be related to the elixir he ingested. That potion has exhausted his body, resulting in a surge of power. Chen Luo and Zhao Kuangyi remained silent, yet their eyes betrayed a profound apprehension. The current Bai Xinghe felt far more perilous than the 2 great demon kings combined. Hee, how exhilarating it is to possess such strength. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Bai Xinghe chuckled with glee, marveling at his own solitary arm, intoxicated by an unprecedented surge of power. The frenzied demon elixir. Quite intriguing. Observing Bai Xinghe's transformation, Lu Chen smiled knowingly. As a former alchemist emperor, he had encountered many common elixirs in the divine martial realm, and though he had not seen all the rare ones, he had certainly heard of them. The frenzied demon elixir, originally known as the Blood Fury Pill, belonged to the 4th tier. Upon consumption, it granted the user a temporary combat prowess that far exceeded their natural capabilities. This particular elixir had once been coveted by countless mercenaries, as it often afforded them a lifeline, enabling their return from perilous missions. However, the drawbacks of the Blood Fury Pill soon became apparent. It was discovered that while it could bestow immense strength in a fleeting moment, it demanded the sacrifice of one's life, force, and martial potential. Moreover, the Blood Fury Pill could impair the mind, leading many to descend into madness, committing acts of violence indiscriminately. Hence, it garnered the moniker Frenzied Demon Elixir. When the detrimental effects of the Frenzied Demon Elixir reached the alchemist domain, the elder practitioners swiftly ordered the destruction of its formula and prohibited all alchemists from crafting it. From that point onward, it became a forbidden elixir. To Lu Chen's astonishment, this long-banned concoction had resurfaced in this very place. Upon hearing Lu Chen utter the name of the frenzied demon elixir, by Xinghe sneered, "Kid, since you are aware of the frenzied demon elixir, you should be prepared for death." "Death?" Lu Chen scoffed. "It is merely a frenzied demon elixir. Look at how boastful you are. Do you truly believe that a single elixir can bridge the chasm between us? Whether the frenzied demon elixir could compensate for such disparity could only be revealed through combat." Bai Xinghe replied fiercely. "Then I shall grant you this opportunity. You may perish." With a furious roar, driven by madness and hatred, Bai Xinghe charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stepped forward, engaging Bai Xinghe in a fierce battle within the valley. During this confrontation, Lu Chen sought to genuinely experience the changes in Bai Xinghe brought about by the frenzied demon elixir, refraining from employing his sword intent against him. He leveraged the advantages of the Ling Shao steps, deftly evading Bai Xinghe's onslaught while simultaneously recalling the sword techniques he had mastered in his previous life. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Through this exchange, Lu Chen discerned that Bai Xinghe, after consuming the frenzied demon elixir, had not only enhanced his martial prowess, but had also significantly improved his reflexes and agility. Moreover, the ferocious sword intent of Bai Xinghe grew even more formidable. At this moment, he transformed into a pure aggressor, entirely forsaking defense. "Impressive," Feng Qingwei remarked, observing the intense clash between the two. "Who are you referring to? Li Jinyun Theasa. Are you unaware of whom I speak?" Feng Qingwei retorted coldly. "Zhao," Kuangyi commented, "that young man's strength is unfathomable. Even when faced with the six-fold martial king Bai Xinghe, he remains unperturbed. His power is primarily manifested in two aspects, one being his sword intent, and the other his martial agility. Currently, he is utilizing his agility alone to elude Bai Xinghe's grasp." Chen Luo added. Li Jinyun's chest heaved slightly, and as she gazed at Lu Chen, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, though he is still unnamed now. It won't be long before he gains renown throughout the Eastern Hua domain. The three of them did not refute. All five of them were capable of becoming the pinnacle of genius in the Eastern Hua domain, and with Lu Chen's strength and talent, his fame was inevitable. Furthermore, although they remained unaware of Lu Chen's true capabilities, they believed that his talent would rank highly even in the Western Ling realm. In the valley, during the course of the Four's conversation, Lu Chen and Bai Xinghe engaged in dozens of exchanges, each strike becoming swifter than the last. Observers vaguely noted that, as time progressed, Bai Xinghe grew increasingly irritable, and his combat prowess continued to escalate. At this juncture, Lu Chen, who had previously maintained an effortless demeanor, seemed to encounter mounting pressure, his evasions from Bai Xinghe's attacks no longer as composed as before. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Bai Xinghe swung his sword down, instantly reducing a swath of trees in the distant valley to ruins. Subsequently, Lu Chen emerged from the debris. Bai Xinghe halted, his blood surging, and fixed a furious gaze upon Lu Chen, bellowing, "You coward! You dare not face me head-on, and yet you call yourself a hero." Lu Chen replied with a cold smirk, "It is not that I fear a direct confrontation with you. Rather, I wish to see the limits of your abilities after consuming the frenzied demon pill. Bai Xinghe, to others, you may be a genius, but in my eyes, you are nothing. If I were to truly exert myself, I fear one strike would suffice to erase you. How dare you speak such bravado when death looms so close?" Bai Xinghe roared, and once more charged at Lu Chen with his sword. Lu Chen merely scoffed, employing the celestial step to evade Bai Xinghe's assault. Enraged, Bai Xinghe, in that moment, spotted Lu Zhan hiding not far away. A cold smile crept across Bai Xinghe's lips as he abandoned Lu Chen, transforming into a streak of light and racing toward the defenseless Lu Zhan. Witnessing Bai Xinghe's actions, Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. He understood all too well that although Lu Zhan had significantly bolstered his strength recently, he remained a mere weakling before the frenzied Bai Xinghe. Lu Zhan possessed no capacity for resistance against Bai Xinghe's strike. It was merely a matter of Bai Xinghe's aim. Once he landed a blow, Lu Zhan would undoubtedly perish. "Bai Xinghe, you dare?" Lu Chan shouted, using the celestial step to pursue Bai Xinghe. Bai Xinghe sneered, "Boy, he must be important to you, huh? Today, I shall slay him, ensuring you live a lifetime of torment. You seek death, the sword intent of summer." Yang Zhou. Lu Chun, consumed by fury, traced his fingers across the blade, and with a swift motion, unleashed the sword intent of summer, known as Yang Zhou, from the realm of the four seasons. As Yang Zhou manifested, a crimson flame of sword intent surged forth, its velocity so astonishing that it swiftly caught up with the White Star River, who was intent on slaying Lu Zhan. Sensing the impending Yang Zhou behind him, Bai Xinghe retaliated with a frenzied slash of sword intent aimed at the oncoming flame. Boom! In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two sword intents collided, and in an instant, Bai Xinghe's chaotic sword intent was obliterated, allowing Yang Zhou to advance unimpeded. No, the destruction of his violent sword intent plunged Bai Xinghe into despair, and with a roar of indignation, he was consumed by the flames of Yang Zhou. Reduced to ashes before all. Chapter 73, First Encounter Gone. It's gone. The disciples of the four great sects stared blankly at the spot where Bai Xinghe had vanished. With a single sword strike, Bai Xinghe had evaporated into thin air. The essence of that sword intent was truly terrifying. Lu Chun single-handedly slaughtered two formidable demon kings, and his sword intent was already formidable enough. Who could have anticipated that he had mastered an even more powerful sword intent? Lu Chun appeared significantly younger than them. Had he been training since infancy? How else could he possess such mastery over such potent sword intent? At this moment, as they beheld the furious Lu Chun, an inexplicable pressure enveloped them. With Bai Xinghe dead, how would they navigate their own fates? Would Lu Chun eliminate them to silence them? If so, how could they respond? As the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Chun, having disposed of Bai Xinghe, approached the corpse of the ghost Eye Golden Eagle and retrieved its demon core. The demon core of the ghost Eye Golden Eagle was as large as a pigeon's egg, emanating a radiant glow of gold and purple. The moment it was extracted, it released a stream of elemental energy. In the past, the members of the four great sects would have been enraptured at the sight of such a demon core, but now they dared not show even a hint of desire. They understood that the demon cores of the two demon kings were now life and death talismans. Whoever dared to covet them would meet their end, as the sword pavilion had learned through blood. Fight! Lu Chun commanded after a cursory examination of the demon core. Brother Chun, Lu Zhan responded, still shaken, as he hurried to Lu Chen's side. Collect it, and also retrieve the demon core of the black-bellied king snake, Lu Chun instructed, handing the demon core to Lu Zhan. All right, Lu Zhan replied, his nerves gradually calming as he cheerfully approached the corpse of the black-bellied king snake to extract its demon core. Witnessing Lu Chun casually bestow the demon cores of two demon kings upon Lu Zhan, the members of the four great sects were filled with envy, speculating on the nature of their relationship. After all, these were the demon cores of two great demon kings, which held immense significance for cultivation. Lu Chun's generosity was truly remarkable. After giving instructions to Lu Zhan, Lu Chun proceeded to sever the ghost Eye Golden Eagle's talons and beak, carefully collecting its blood into a storage ring. By the time Lu Chun completed these tasks, Lu Zhan had also extracted the demon core of the black-bellied king snake and approached Lu Chun, holding the two demon cores. Brother Chun, we have secured the demon cores and blood. Where shall we go next? Lu Zhan inquired with a smile. Let us just wander for a bit, Lu Chun suggested. Sound good. Lu Zhan was indifferent to their destination. As long as he could accompany Lu Chun, he stored the two demon cores in his storage ring, and together, the two of them, along with their beast, departed. Once Lu Chun and Lu Zhan had distanced themselves, the members of the four great sects retracted their gazes, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, grateful to have salvaged their lives. He actually spared us. After a moment, Chun Luo squinted and remarked. Zhao Kuangyi added, he likely never regarded us as opponents. He is confident in his own strength and does not fear retaliation from the Sword Pavilion. I truly wonder who he is. This journey to the falling Maple Mountains has certainly broadened my horizons, Feng Qingyue expressed with deep sentiment. Previously, they had prided themselves on being prodigies. having trampled all their contemporaries in the Eastern Hua domain, earning the respect of the region. However, today Lu Chun wielded a sword to reveal to them what it truly means to be a prodigy. Before Lu Chun, they were nothing. Upon hearing Feng Qingyue's reflections, Li Jinyun and her companions shared a similar sentiment, and amidst their musings, they laid eyes upon the corpses of the two great demon kings. Li Jinyun was the first to speak. Esteemed friends, I still wish to acquire the venomous fangs of the black-bellied king snake. As an adept in the art of poison, the fangs held significant value for her, though they were of little use to the others, and thus they did not contest her claim. Chun Luo remarked, "Since you desire the fangs, I shall take possession of the body of the ghost-eyed golden eagle." Zhao Kuangyi turned to Feng Qingyue and proposed, "Shall we divide the remains of the black-bellied king snake?" Certainly. Having witnessed Lu Chen's prowess, Feng Qingyue felt a tinge of disappointment. The once appealing demon beast corpses had lost their allure. Without a second thought, she consented and instructed her 4 junior disciples from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion to step forward and dissect the remains of the Demon King. Meanwhile, emerging from the valley, Lu Chun and Lu Zhan demonstrated their martial skills as they swiftly made their way westward, their purpose unambiguous. As Lu Zhan pursued Lu Chun, curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Brother Chun, have you set your sights on yet another treasure?" Lu Chun smiled and glanced at Master Mouse. Master Mouse replied, "You little rascal. It is the spiritual herb guarded by the black-bellied king snake." "Wonderful. This time we shall strike it rich," Lu Zhan exclaimed. For a 4th-tier demon king indicated they could obtain a 4th-tier spiritual herb. At that moment, Lu Chun recalled the spiritual herb protected by the ghost-eyed golden eagle and asked, "Master Mouse, will they not seek the herb guarded by the ghost-eyed golden eagle as well?" "The nest of the ghost-eyed golden eagle lies beyond my current perception. I believe they will not be able to harvest its spiritual herb for the time being," Master Mouse responded. "That is reassuring." Lu Chun felt a sense of relief, and the two quickened their pace. Shortly thereafter, the trio of Lu Chun, Lu Zhan, and Master Mouse traversed 2 mountain peaks and entered a damp valley, where they discovered the spiritual herb guarded by the black-bellied king snake within a cave reeking of serpent odor. It was a vine-like plant, its growth sprawling across half the rock face, adorned with clusters of round, greenish fruits. "It is indeed the snake saliva fruit," Lu Chun exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The snake saliva fruit, a 4th-tier spiritual herb, ripens once every century. When consumed alone, it can neutralize snake venom and significantly enhance a martial artist's strength. In alchemy, the snake saliva fruit is a crucial ingredient for crafting numerous elixirs, with each fruit capable of fetching 800 to 900 spirit crystals. Upon seeing the snake saliva fruit, Master Mouse also felt a surge of desire. Had the fruit been ripe, he would have eagerly clawed a few to sample its taste. Lu Zhan approached the rock face and gingerly touched the snake saliva fruit, inquiring, "Brother Chun, is this fruit truly remarkable?" Lu Chun replied, "It is indeed a commendable spiritual herb." Lu Zhan nodded in agreement. "Hurry, you little brat, stop gawking and hasten to uproot it," Master Mouse urged. Lu Chun rolled his eyes at Master Mouse's insistence on uprooting. Subsequently, Lu Chun located the root of the snake's saliva fruit, then released his soul power, carefully extracting the fruit and storing it within his storage ring. After their task was completed, the trio of 2 individuals and 1 beast departed from the cave. However, just as Lu Chun was preparing to return to the valley in search of the lair of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant mountains. Observing from afar, he witnessed 4 streaks of light swiftly cutting through the peaks. 3 individuals were in pursuit of a young girl, all exhibiting formidable strength. This was Lord Mouse's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the fleeing girl. An expression of disbelief etched across his face. This was the most pronounced reaction he had displayed since his rebirth. Lu Chun was equally captivated by the prowess of the 4. He had not anticipated encountering 3 martial sovereigns within the falling Maple Mountain range, especially as they were engaged in the pursuit of a young girl. The girl, clad in emerald attire and wielding a delicate sword, possessed an exquisite beauty that suggested she was of similar age to him, with her martial cultivation already reaching the 7th level of martial kings. Before Lu Chun could ponder further, the pursuers arrived at the mountain where he stood. At that moment, the girl caught sight of Lu Chun, casting him a cold glance before swiftly soaring above him, fleeing deeper into the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the girl departed, the three martial sovereigns in pursuit swiftly swept past the treetops, utterly oblivious to Lu Chun and Lord Mouse below. Chapter 74. Dismissing Lu Zhan, retracting his gaze. Lord Mouse cast a fleeting glance at Lu Chun before addressing Lu Zhan. Young warrior, it appears that you may not be able to accompany your brother any longer. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, questioning, Lord Mouse, why can't Zhan come with me? Instead of providing an answer, Lord Mouse inquired, do you wish to follow and observe what transpired with those four individuals? Absolutely, Lu Chun replied eagerly, unwilling to miss such an intriguing spectacle. Lord Mouse spread his claws. Precisely. Those individuals are either martial masters themselves or possess the strength of one, far beyond the likes of Bai Xinghe. While your prowess is commendable, there remains a significant gap between you and them. If you were to take Zhan along and an unforeseen incident arose, do you really believe you could protect him? At this, Lu Chen's expression grew somber as he recognized that his limits were confined to the mid-tier martial king realm. Facing a martial master would likely result in his need to flee. Considering the agility displayed by the four earlier, while he might escape alone, bringing Lu Zhan would inevitably lead to their pursuit, and that would spell disaster. Noticing Lu Chen's distress, Lu Zhan asked, Lord Mouse, could you find me a safe place where I can wait for you and Brother Chen to return? Lord Mouse replied, this area is rife with demonic beasts. Leaving you nearby would be perilous. Perhaps you could venture out with the four major sections. Absolutely not. Zhan cannot go with them. I do not trust them. Lu Chen resolutely objected. He would rather not involve Lu Zhan with them at all. Lord Mouse remarked, young lad, among that group, there are indeed some unsavory characters. Yet not all are ill-intentioned. I believe that girl with the twin ponytails is trustworthy. Are you referring to Feng Qingyue? Lu Chun asked, his brow knitting in skepticism. Indeed, she chose to sacrifice herself in danger, allowing her companions to escape first. Such a person is undeniably good-hearted. Reflecting on the earlier events outside the valley, Lu Chun fell silent, conceding that Lord Mouse's words held merit. Relative to others, Feng Qingyue indeed seemed more reliable. Lord Mouse continued to persuade him, trust my judgment. Young man, Zhan will be far safer with her than with you. I do not wish to go, Lu Chun asserted. Lord Mouse's gaze flickered slightly. Even if you choose not to engage in this commotion, you must still see Zhan safely out. It is merely a matter of time. Do not speak such nonsense. Lu Chun retorted skeptically. Lord Mouse insisted, at this juncture, the demonic beasts here are of fourth-tier strength. Should you venture deeper, you will not be able to protect Zhan. But you are still here, are you not? Lu Chun scoffed. I can procure spiritual herbs for you. But when it comes to combat, I shall be the first to flee if danger arises, Lord Mouse declared. His sole focus was to extricate Lu Zhan from this peril. Only then could he initiate his next plan, offering Lu Chun no glimmer of hope. Listening to their exchange, Lu Zhan took the initiative and spoke to Lu Chun. Brother Chun, you should heed Lord Mouse's advice and let me accompany that girl. Lu Chun frowned. Zhan, are you not afraid she might bully you? Lu Zhan chuckled. Brother Chun, you've slain both formidable demon kings. As your younger brother, she would be more inclined to curry favor with me than to bully me. Indeed, Master Shu echoed. Very well, you shall accompany her outside and await my return in Luofeng town. Lu Chun contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to Master Shu's suggestion. At this juncture, Master Shu turned to Lu Zhan, saying, young warrior, when you are with that young lady, refrain from consuming demon cores in her presence. Lu Zhan nodded emphatically. Master Shu, I understand. I will not allow her to discover that I can enhance my strength through consuming demon cores. Additionally, if your brother and I have not emerged after 2 months, you should return to Tianyuan City without lingering in Luofeng town any longer, Master Shu added. Lu Zhan expressed his concern. Master Shu, is it truly that perilous for you? It is indeed dangerous. Otherwise, I would not risk offending your brother by sending you out first, Master Shu replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan turned to Lu Chun, saying, Brother Chun, take care of yourself and Master Shu. If matters become dire, you should flee. You can gather herbs once you have grown stronger. Lu Chun ruffled Lu Zhan's hair and smiled. Zhan, your brother is not one to seek death. Do not worry about me. Just ensure your own safety. Understood, Brother Chun. I shall await your return outside, Lu Zhan affirmed. As the situation seemed ripe, Master Shu urged, hurry along, young lad. Do not let that young lady depart before you send her off. Understood, Lu Chun replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone, and together, the trio made their way back along the path they had come. Shortly thereafter, under Master Shu's guidance, Lu Chun caught up with Feng Qingyue and her companions as they exited the Luofeng mountain range, having already parted ways with the other 3 major sections. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Feng Qingyue felt a flutter of trepidation, while Li Qiuhua and the others instinctively shifted behind her, wary of Lu Chun. Feng Qingyue tentatively inquired, young hero, do you require anything further? Lu Chun replied, Miss Feng, I have some matters to attend to, and it is somewhat inconvenient to bring my brother along. I would be grateful if you could escort him outside. In return, I shall bestow upon you all the treasures from the ghost-eyed golden eagle. With that, Lu Chun presented the eagle's talons, beak, and the demon core he had procured from Lu Zhan. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as he wasn't pursuing them with ill intent, all would be well. Regaining her composure, she declined to accept Lu Chun's offerings, smiling, young hero. I can escort your brother without requiring any reward. Lu Chun did not insist, clasping his hands in gratitude. In that case, I shall take advantage of your kindness, Mississippi. Young Master Lu, you exaggerate. It is but a trifling matter, Feng Qingyue replied graciously. Subsequently, Lu Chun entrusted Lu Zhan to Feng Qingyue and watched as they, along with her companions, vanished from his sight. Once Lu Zhan had distanced himself, Master Shu urged, hurry, young lad, catch up and observe. Otherwise, you will miss the spectacle. Lu Chun scrutinized Master Shu, inquiring, Master Shu, is watching the spectacle truly your only intention, or do you harbor some ulterior motive? Master Shu scoffed, you think too much. I am merely one who enjoys a lively scene. There is no ulterior motive at play. I do not believe you, Lu Chun retorted. Lu Chun shot a disdainful glance at the Mouse Elder, then swiftly employed the Ling Shao step to pursue the direction in which the 4 had departed. Alas, you are far too slow. Allow the Mouse Elder to assist you, he thought. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, the Mouse Elder, without uttering a word, enveloped Lu Chun with his spiritual energy. In an instant, the Mouse Elder's own energy surged, transforming into a flesh-toned stream of light that surged deeper into the distance, far surpassing the speed of the 4. As the mountains whizzed by, Lu Chun could no longer believe the Mouse Elder's tall tales. At this pace, he was more than capable of safeguarding both himself and Lu Zhan. Yet, the truth remained that the Mouse Elder had deceived Lu Zhan and led him astray. In this moment, observing the cunning glint in the Mouse Elder's eyes, Lu Chun became increasingly convinced that he was being manipulated. Chapter 75. Nangong Ling. After what felt like a mere quarter of an hour, Lu Chun followed Master Mouse as they charged deeper into the wilderness, covering over 400 miles. The surroundings had undergone a noticeable transformation. Here, the strength of the demon beasts had significantly increased, with even the weakest exuding a mid-4th tier aura, while some had reached the formidable 5th tier. 5th tier demon beasts corresponded to human martial sovereigns, many of whom had awakened their racial talents, elevating their combat prowess to a level far beyond that of the 4th tier. Sensing the auras of the demon beasts around him, Lu Chun felt a twinge of pressure. From this moment on, he needed to exercise caution, lest he find himself in peril. Noticing that Master Mouse showed no signs of slowing down, Lu Chun remarked, Master Mouse, if it weren't for the traces of battle and blood below, I would suspect you had lost your way. Master Mouse teased, you scared little brat? How could I, the Grand Sword Emperor, be afraid? Lu Chun retorted with a chuckle, striving to mask the flicker of concern within. Master Mouse responded, since you're not afraid, let us continue. I trust the Haven Tea escaped far. No sooner had he spoken than Master Mouse accelerated once more. Indeed, he was correct. The 4 pursuers had not fled far. Within minutes, Lu Chun heard the sounds of an intense battle. Ha, we've arrived, Master Mouse exclaimed with a grin, glancing at the distant towering mountains. He concealed his aura and led Lu Chun into the highest peak. From this vantage point, the surroundings unfolded before them. A sweeping glance revealed the four individuals they had seen rushing overhead earlier. Now, they were engaged in a fierce battle above the expansive forest, where the three pursuers were jointly assaulting a young girl, forcing her to retreat with each blow. The girl, though remarkably strong with a cultivation of the 7th level martial king, possessed the combat strength of a martial sovereign. It was indeed rare for someone of her age to wield such power. However, despite her prowess, she was destined to lose today, as her three assailants were all martial sovereigns, resolutely intent on her demise, striking with lethal precision. Compared to before, the girl bore dozens of new injuries, each wound deep enough to expose bone, and she was now desperately struggling for survival. "How do you feel, little brat?" Master Mouse suddenly inquired. The three pursuers are quite inept. The girl possesses exceptional talent. She is a physical constitution owner, and her physique appears to be quite extraordinary, Lu Chun replied thoughtfully. It is well known that martial artist physiques can be broadly categorized into 7 types: mortal body, spirit body, king body, emperor body, sovereign body, celestial body, and divine body. Among these, the mortal body refers to those with martial veins. Such individuals, while able to sense and cultivate spiritual energy, have limited potential. The spirit body, also known as the pure martial body, represents those whose physicality aligns perfectly with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, typically referring to those with divine veins. Those endowed with a spirit body are often seen as favored by the heavens, having secured their ticket to becoming powerful, provided they survive. As for the king body, emperor body, sovereign body, celestial body, and divine body, each constitutes a rare and special physique sought after by major sections. Upon first encountering the girl, Lu Chun sensed that her spiritual energy was unique. It radiated a pure white hue, embodying an extreme yin force. This formidable power not only possesses immense lethality, but also seems to exert a certain suppressive influence over the opponent's spiritual energy. It is precisely for this reason that she has managed to endure thus far. In Lu Chen's view, the young girl, endowed with such extraordinary spiritual energy, must undoubtedly possess an extraordinary physique, very likely transcending the royal body to that of an imperial body. Mouse Elder's eyes flickered slightly as he struck Lu Chun on the head, exclaiming, "Who asked you about that?" "My question pertains to your opinion on her appearance." "Quite well. Indeed," Lu Chun replied casually, for such words as beautiful could not escape his lips, lest he be perceived as lecherous. "Since you find her appealing, why not hasten to her rescue?" Mouse Elder retorted impatiently. "Mouse Elder, are you certain you want me to save her?" Lu Chun asked, pointing to himself and then to the girl who was on the verge of being slain, doubting his own hearing. Relying on his previous life's insights and his swordsmanship, he could manage to deal with some mid-level and low-level martial kings, but to confront the three before him seemed beyond his capabilities. Should he step out now, those three would undoubtedly eliminate him to silence him, leaving no chance for survival. Mouse Elder, exasperated, remarked, "You foolish lad, saving a life can lead to a lifelong partner. If not you, are you suggesting I should go save her?" "Certainly. If I attempt to save her, I would perish as well. If anyone is to rescue her, it must be you, as only you can handle those three," Lu Chun asserted. "I will assist you in your endeavor," Mouse Elder declared. Lu Chun scrutinized Mouse Elder, saying, "Mouse Elder, you are quite peculiar today. Typically, you are one to rise only for profit. What has prompted your eagerness to save someone today? Enough chatter. Hasten to her aid. Delay any longer, and she shall meet her demise right where she stands," Mouse Elder urged, observing the unfolding battle. Boom! Before Mouse Elder could finish speaking, an elderly man seized the opportunity, piercing the girl's abdomen with a sword, her body plummeting swiftly into the forest below. The three rejoiced, swiftly pursuing into the woods. Seeing this, Lu Chun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mouse Elder, if you intend to save her, I trust you have devised a plan. Rather than suggesting I simply charge forth, follow me. For your lifelong affair, I.A. the slender figure of Li Bingchuan fixated intently on Nangong Ling. his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the past, Wanjian Mountain had been the preeminent sect of the Shieling realm, its disciples monopolizing the top 10 positions on the renowned Dragon Tiger hero list. In Shieling, the mere mention of Wanjian Mountain would evoke aspirations among martial artists, and all would take pride in the prospect of becoming a disciple of this illustrious sect. However, that is no longer the case. Since 3 years ago, the coveted first position on the Dragon Tiger hero list has been usurped by Nangong Ling of Baiwa sect, and despite the fluctuations in the rankings over the years, her supremacy has remained unchallenged. Although Wanjian Mountain still retains its status as the foremost sect in the Shieling realm, the overall strength of Baiwa sect poses no real threat. Yet, Nangong Ling's rapid ascent has unsettled all within the realm. Thus, to preserve Wanjian Mountain's standing, they must eliminate Nangong Ling, erasing any variable that might jeopardize their dominance. Amidst the predatory gaze of the three, Nangong Ling felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had initially ventured to the Luofeng mountain range in search of a rare medicinal herb, but fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leading to her being pursued by Guiziming and his companions, leaving her gravely injured. Now, in her current predicament, surrounded only by ferocious beasts, she found herself in a desolate state, her cries unanswered by heaven or earth, and death appeared to be her inevitable fate. Chapter 76. Nangong Ling's poisoning, however. Just as Nangong Ling surrendered, a more despairing situation unfolded. Guiziming's gaze traversed the pallid yet exquisite visage of Nangong Ling, gradually descending until it lingered upon her alluring bosom. Enchanted by her captivating form, Guiziming could not help but caress his chin, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Such beauty is a sight to behold. To slay her with a single stroke would indeed be a lamentable loss. What do you intend to do?" Fear etched itself upon Nangong Ling's delicate features. She feared death, did not wish to perish, yet was equally terrified of being defiled by this lecherous elder. As she perceived the malevolent glint in Guiziming's eyes, her body trembled involuntarily, compelling her to retreat. Inching ever closer to Li Bingchuan. As a fellow cultivator of their sect, Li Bingchuan, along with Li Jun, had known Guiziming since their youth and were well aware of his lascivious tendencies. Guiziming had always been infatuated with carnal pleasures, pursuing his cultivation solely for the sake of indulgence. Over the years, he had sullied countless female disciples in secret, taking only female apprentices, ultimately transforming them into his playthings. Despite his remarkable talent and unwavering loyalty to the sect, the mountain master had turned a blind eye to Guiziming's debauchery. In moments of passion, even the most ordinary female disciples could fall victim to Guiziming's whims. Thus, it was no surprise that he harbored intentions towards someone as breathtaking as Nangong Ling. Had she been an ordinary woman, they might have aided Guiziming, granting him a favor, but Nangong Ling was far from ordinary. Li Bingchuan furrowed his brow and declared, "Brother Gua, this individual must be eliminated. She cannot be spared." Li Jun echoed, "Brother Gua, I share the same sentiment as Li Shidi. There are countless women in the world. There is no need for you to linger on her. We should act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications." Guiziming countered, "Though there are many women in the world, few possess the qualities of Nangong Ling. I suspect she is still a maiden untouched by men." Li Jun and Li Bingchuan refrained from responding, for Guiziming had spoken the truth. A beauty like Nangong Ling was indeed rare, stirring even their own desires. Seeing their silence, Guiziming proposed, "Brothers, this place is enveloped in silence. No trouble will arise in the short term. I beseech you, grant me just a quarter of an hour to attend to my desires." Li Bingchuan replied, "Brother Gua, it is not that we are unwilling to grant you this favor. It is merely that Nangong Ling poses too great a danger to be allowed to linger." Li Jun added, "Brother Gua, we can only express our apologies." With that, Li Jun summoned his inner energy, his sword brimming with intent. With but a single strike, Nangong Ling would be rendered lifeless. Guiziming, feeling the urgency, gritted his teeth and implored, "Brothers, I beseech you, if you hand her over to me, I shall reward you with the golden spirit fruit and heavenly saliva essence." At the mention of the golden spirit fruit and heavenly saliva essence, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun's eyes glimmered with intrigue. These were indeed valuable treasures, and they were astonished that Guo Ziming was willing to part with them. The golden spirit fruit, a 5th-grade spiritual herb, could quintuple one's cultivation speed for 3 months, making it a coveted item among metal-attributed warriors. Tiangxiangxiang, a 5th-grade spiritual herb, primarily serves to purify the heart and greatly aids those who cultivate sword intent and martial skills. At this moment, both individuals felt a surge of excitement. They exchanged glances and surveyed their surroundings. Li Bingchuan stated, "Brother Guo, if that is the case, you should hurry." "Brother Guo, both Li Shixiang and I will keep watch for you, just in case," Li Jun added. Upon hearing this, Guo Ziming clenched his teeth in frustration. He had invested considerable effort to win over the enchanting Nangong Ling, and it pained him deeply. Nevertheless, despite his anguish, Guo Ziming managed to smile, saying, "Thank you, my 2 junior brothers, for your kind assistance. I shall gratefully accept your goodwill." Subsequently, Guo Ziming produced the golden spirit fruit and the Tiangxiangxiang. Li Bingchuan took the golden spirit fruit, while Li Jun claimed the Tiangxiangxiang. Having obtained their desired items, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun turned to leave, positioning themselves at a distance to keep an eye on Guo Ziming, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred. Once the two departed, Guo Ziming turned to Nangong Ling with a sinister grin, declaring, "Nangong Ling, after all this effort, you are finally mine." Nangong Ling retorted fiercely, "Guo Ziming, even in death, I shall not grant you your wish." With that, she raised her sword to stab her own heart. "Do you think death comes so easily?" Guo Ziming's expression darkened, and in an instant, he seized Nangong Ling's sword and restrained her hands. "Release me," she shouted in fury. Guo Ziming gazed down at her exquisite features, smiling as he replied, "Nangong Ling, it is impossible to let you go. Let us take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves." Before his words faded, Guo Ziming scooped up Nangong Ling and dashed into a nearby cave. "Guo Ziming, I beg you to kill me. Do not treat me this way." Nangong Ling pleaded in despair, repulsed by the sight of his grotesque and aged visage. Guo Ziming callously tossed a pink pill in her mouth, grinning as he said, "Nangong Ling, do not fear. Soon you shall be begging for my favor." Upon hearing this, a sense of dread welled up within Nangong Ling as she furiously demanded, "What did you make me swallow? Huan pill?" Guo Ziming laughed heartily, then sealed her meridians and placed her upon a large stone within the cave. At the mention of the Huan pill, Nangong Ling's body trembled. It was a dreadful elixir capable of transforming the heart of one who had sealed it. Guo Ziming had the audacity to give her such a potion. "Guo Ziming, you beast!" she roared. Guo Ziming retorted, "Whether human or beast, it matters not. You shall not escape today." As he spoke, he began to undress while tossing a pill into his mouth. Soon, Nangong Ling noticed his reaction. At that moment, she felt her body grow increasingly heated, a rosy hue creeping onto her previously pale face, rendering her feverish. Realizing the effects of the Huan pill were taking hold, she dared not look at Guo Ziming, instead struggling to crawl towards the cave entrance, desperate to flee this place. "Help! Someone please save me!" she cried out in despair. Casually tossed Nangong Ling back, sneering, "Nangong Ling, there isn't a single shadow here. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. You might as well obediently accept your fate as my woman." He then stepped forward, violently tearing at Nangong Ling's clothing, filled with a perverse excitement. Despite her desperate struggles, they proved futile, rendering unable to look away. "Come now, Nangong Ling, enjoy yourself," he said, his gaze fixated on her form. Yet, just as he prepared to revel in her beauty, a tall figure emerged in Nangong Ling's line of sight. It was Lu Chun. He had arrived. In that moment, Lu Chun became Nangong Ling's savior. She looked at him with pleading eyes and weakly waved her delicate hand. Chapter 77. The Thunder Tiger with an impassive expression. Lu Chun cast a glance at Nangong Ling, then channeled all his spiritual energy to execute the Jingzhe attack, savoring the moment meant for Guo Ziming. Who? Despite Guo Ziming's rising lust, his instincts as a formidable warrior remained intact. The instant Lu Chun drew his sword, he sensed a looming danger. With a furious shout, he seized Nangong Ling and hurled her towards Lu Chun, while he himself swiftly retreated to evade Lu Chen's Jingzhe sword intent. As she plummeted rapidly, Nangong Ling gasped in alarm. Lu Chen caught her with one hand. As the Jingzhe sword intent descended, he immediately employed the Ling Xiao step to flee outside the cave, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "You brat, ruining my plans, I will tear you apart." Guo Ziming bellowed in rage as Lu Chen disappeared, brandishing his sword and charging out. However, as he exited the cave, an even more intense sense of peril engulfed him. In a desperate bid, he swung his sword towards the source of the impending threat. Roar! The resounding battle cry of a monstrous beast reverberated through the vast forest, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Guo Ziming's sword intent shattered, and he was hurled by a bolt of purple lightning, his body plummeting like a broken kite amidst the trees. Puff! Stripped of his defenses, Guo Ziming felt his internal organs churn violently. Just as he clumsily rose from the ground, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. It was then that he laid eyes upon the creature that had inflicted such grievous harm upon him. Before him stood a tiger, its size exceeding that of an ordinary tiger by more than double, adorned with needle-like purple fur that crackled with arcs of purple lightning. Its aura was extraordinarily formidable. Having reached the mid-stage of the 5th level, the strike Guo Ziming had desperately attempted to withstand was merely a swipe of its furious paw. The Thunder Tiger. Upon recognizing the fearsome creature, Guo Ziming gasped in trepidation. Years of exploration had granted the Sword Mountain some understanding of the great demons within the falling Maple Mountain range. And this beast was one of the notorious terrors of the region, the Thunder Tiger. In his haste, he had not anticipated that their pursuit of Nangong Ling would lead them into the territory of the Thunder Tiger, a being they could not afford to provoke. Guo Ziming's complexion paled as he staggered backward, and at that moment, his companions, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun, who were on lookout duty, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Brother Guo, what has happened?" Li Bingchuan asked anxiously as he burst into the woods. "Thunder! Thunder Tiger!" Li Yun exclaimed, his eyes widening with fear as he spotted the beast. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Bingchuan glanced at his paralyzed brother Guo Ziming and, like Li Jun, fixed his wary gaze upon the Thunder Tiger. As the enormous paw of the Thunder Tiger, imbued with the power of thunder, descended upon them, the expressions of the three men changed dramatically. They simultaneously unleashed their strongest sword intents to counter the beast. Rumbling under the might of the tiger's paw, all their sword intents proved futile, shattering under a single strike, sending the three of them flying. Yet this was merely the beginning. Undeterred, the Thunder Tiger launched a frenzied assault against them, forcing the trio into a frantic scramble to evade its onslaught. With one sword parrying an attack, Li Bingchuan, struggling to suppress the turmoil within, asked, "Brother Guo, weren't you preoccupied with Nangong Ling? How did you provoke it?" Guo Ziming seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Nangong Ling has been rescued by some brat, and Lei Hu is the one who lured him here." Upon hearing this, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun were filled with regret. They should not have acquiesced to Guo Ziming's demands for the sake of the golden spirit fruit and heavenly saliva. Nangong Ling, possessing extraordinary talent, if not recovered, would become unparalleled within a decade. Today, they intended to hunt her down, and Guo Ziming even contemplated defiling her. Such actions would undoubtedly incite her wrath. The thought of meeting their end at her hands sent shivers down their spines, envisioning rivers of blood at Jian Mountain. However, the damage was already done, and regret bore no fruit. Li Jun spoke solemnly, "Brother Guo, we cannot contend with Lei Hu. We must flee and retrieve Nangong Ling later." Guo Ziming recognized the gravity of their miscalculation and agreed. "Let us heed your counsel, brother. We shall escape first and then pursue those two wretches." Thus, the trio evaded Lei Hu's onslaught while desperately fleeing through the forest, intent on shaking off the formidable beast. Lei Hu, furious over the theft of its prized Qing Lei wood, mistook Guo Ziming for the thief upon first sight. The Qing Lei wood was crucial to its cultivation, and this time it sought not only to reclaim it, but also to eliminate the three intruders, lest its fury remain unsated. As it roared, it relentlessly pursued them, launching attacks that sent tremors through the smaller beasts, who cowered on the ground in terror. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Guiziming and his companions, Lu Chun, guided by the directions of the Rat Elder, sped through the thickets with Nangong Ling at an astonishing pace. The effects of the Hahuan poison coursed through her, rendering her body feverish, and her once indifferent gaze grew increasingly dazed. Though she internally resisted Lu Chun, yearning to escape alone, her body instinctively drew closer to him, her previously suspended hand now clutching him tightly. As time passed, the flames of desire within her intensified, transforming her gaze from confusion to yearning. Suddenly, while Lu Chun raced ahead, Nangong Ling entwined her arm around his, leaning in to kiss his handsome visage. Lu Chun communicated with the Rat Elder through soul energy, exasperated. "Elder Rat, where exactly is the place you mentioned? If we don't arrive soon, she may spiral out of control." The Rat Elder chuckled mischievously. "Oh, young lad, why not find a thicket and take advantage of her heightened desires to claim this Ice Queen? Enough of that. I am not one to exploit someone's vulnerability." Lu Chun retorted, exasperated. "If you refuse to assist, I am left with no choice but to endure. We shall arrive shortly." The Rat Elder shrugged, showing no intention to aid Lu Chun, with Lei Hu and Guiziming trailing behind, stopping would spell doom. Though Lu Chun found the Rat Elder unreliable, he had no choice but to heed his advice, evading Nangong Ling's sudden advances while sprinting through the forest. However, it wasn't long before he regretted following the Rat Elder's counsel. "This is bad. I must make my escape." As he traversed a damp valley, Master Mouse chuckled softly, transforming into a stream of flesh-colored light that vanished, leaving Lu Chun in a state of bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, a colossal creature resembling a leech, its body covered in viscous slime, suddenly burst forth from the valley, unleashing a spray of yellow saliva towards the two. In a hurry to continue his journey, Lu Chun was ill-prepared. The creature, a fifth-tier demon beast, struck with astonishing swiftness, and before he could evade, he was ensnared. Soon he found himself, much like Nangong Ling, drenched in a repulsive slime. Frowning deeply, Lu Chun employed the celestial step to slip away from the beast's grasp, but upon glimpsing the creature's form, his expression darkened. The creature was an indecent serpent, a monstrous entity that would strike fear into the hearts of female cultivators. Chapter 78. The Scheming of the Rat in the Realm of Divine Martial Arts. Countless beast races exist, yet none are more infamous or detested than the lecherous serpent. While its combat prowess is lacking, its unique racial talent sets it apart. Prior to transformation, its venom is an exceedingly rare and potent aphrodisiac. A mere drop can ignite insatiable desires in any being, human or beast alike. This overwhelming lust can only be quelled through the most extreme acts of intimacy, and even the most esteemed alchemists in the divine martial realm are unable to concoct an antidote. Without such indulgence, the afflicted suffer catastrophic organ failure, followed by a violent expulsion of life force, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise. Upon transformation, the lecherous serpent undergoes a metamorphosis of its innate abilities, enabling it to create illusions that retain the properties of its aphrodisiac venom, albeit with even greater toxicity. Typically, when a lecherous serpent appears in an area, all female beasts within its vicinity become targets for its insatiable lust. Throughout the ages, warriors have discovered that among all races, the lecherous serpent exhibits a particular predilection for human women. After its transformation, the lecherous serpent infiltrates human cities, capturing women to use as instruments of indulgence, while simultaneously enhancing its own cultivation. In a previous life, Lu Chun had heard tales of a transformed lecherous serpent that monopolized an entire city, using its female inhabitants for both gratification and training, only to be vanquished by a human champion. At this moment, as he faced the oncoming lecherous serpent, Lu Chun felt a chilling sense of dread. He dared not linger, opting instead to flee desperately before the serpent's venom could take effect. Observing Lu Chun's escape, the serpent emitted a piercing shriek and leisurely pursued him in the direction he had fled. Confident in the potency of its venom, it knew that Lu Chun and Nangong Ling would not be able to run far, for it could track them by the scent of its own toxin. Meanwhile, As the lecherous serpent trailed behind at a leisurely pace, Lu Chen's frantic flight accelerated his blood flow, hastening the onset of the serpent's venomous effects. In less than 10 minutes, he found himself in a state akin to Nangong Ling, consumed by fiery desires, his male instincts causing him to break into a cold sweat. The most distressing aspect for Lu Chen was the simultaneous affliction of both toxins. Nangong Ling had completely lost herself, forgetting everything except her yearning for Lu Chen's comfort. At this juncture, the unscrupulous rat returned, effortlessly weaving through the dense foliage while maintaining pace with Lu Chen. Observing the latter's struggle, the rat chuckled, "You foolish boy. Cease your resistance. If you persist any longer, you shall be utterly ruined." Lu Chen cursed vehemently, "Rat, you scoundrel! You have schemed against me." It dawned on him that he had been ensnared by the detestable rat. Had it not been for the rat's intervention, it was inconceivable that it would only discover the presence of the lecherous serpent at the last moment, leading to his inadvertent poisoning. The rat scoffed, "You foolish boy. I have not plotted against you. It is your own carelessness that has led you astray. You cannot hold me accountable for this." Lu Chen retorted, "You claim not to have schemed against me? From the moment you laid eyes on this woman, you have been plotting against me, all for her sake." "I have not." The rat continued to deny, still refusing to admit it. Lu Chen's voice turned icy. "I do not concede." With a resigned gesture, Master Mouse acknowledged that admitting defeat was an impossibility. Lu Chen threatened, "If you refuse to confess, do you believe I will cast her aside, rendering your schemes futile?" Master Mouse, well aware of the potency of the lust serpent's venom, knew that Lu Chen, as a master alchemist, understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, he remained unfazed by Lu Chen's threats, smiling as he replied, "Feel free to throw her away. But ponder this before you act. There is but one antidote to the lust serpent's poison, and that is to deliver the antidote. Should you cast her off, you will face two choices. Either wait for death in desolation, or capture a female beast to unleash the serpent's venom." The very thought of having to capture a female beast to relieve himself sent a shiver down Lu Chen's spine. It was a fate worse than death. At that moment, he was tempted to crush Master Mouse, yet he had no choice but to concede for now. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen inquired, "Master Mouse, having achieved your objective, might you now divulge a safe haven?" 10 miles southwest, there lies a cave that would suit you well," Master Mouse replied, a smirk of triumph crossing his face upon seeing Lu Chen's capitulation. "I shall settle the score with you later." Lu Chen felt a surge of anger, glaring furiously at Master Mouse before darting in the direction indicated. "Fear not, young lad. Take your time. Should any troubles arise, Master Mouse will shield you," he called out, laughing heartily at Lu Chen's retreating figure. "You insolent creature, await your reckoning. One day, you shall taste the bitterness of your own medicine." Moments later, Lu Chen's frustrated curses echoed from afar. Master Mouse reveled in his victory before turning to observe the approaching lust serpent. Before long, the lust serpent arrived at Master Mouse's location, raising its head to fix a piercing glare upon him. "Foolish creature, do you wish to obstruct my path?" It hissed in the language of beasts. Master Mouse retorted with a cold smile, "In all my long years, you are the first of your kind to speak to me so boldly. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Old rat, cease your theatrics. I have no desire to squander time with you. It would be wiser for you to become my next meal," the lust serpent declared, lunging at Master Mouse. He scoffed. "To consume me? You ought to fear being overwhelmed by your own ambition." As he spoke, Master Mouse's expression hardened. He extended his plump left paw, and in an instant, the natural energies of the world coalesced within it, forming an insurmountable force of terror. In the presence of this power, the lust serpent appeared insignificant, its previous bravado evaporating. It cowered, curling up like a defeated insect, trembling in fear. Though unaware of Master Mouse's true nature, the sheer force emanating from his paw made it abundantly clear that today it had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Lord, this little beast failed to recognize your might. I beg you to spare my life," the lust serpent pleaded, its voice quaking. Master Mouse, however, remained impassive. "You have outlived your usefulness to me. You may perish." Upon hearing these words, the serpent of lust comprehended the entirety of the situation, It was a love potion bestowed by Lord Rat upon Lu Chun and Nan Gongling, rather than a deliberate provocation from a lord. The serpent raised its head and, with a sorrowful smile, "Inquire, my lord. Many little demons in the falling Maple Mountains possess some knowledge of the prominent figures here. May I ask which esteemed being you are?" With an air of superiority, Lord Rat replied, "Which esteemed being? I am the progenitor of all demons. You think you can consume me? Perhaps in your next life." Before the words had left his lips, Lord Rat struck with a claw, and in the next moment, the serpent emitted a piercing scream as its massive form disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. Having dealt with the serpent, Lord Rat dusted off his claws and stealthily followed Lu Chun and Nan Gongling. As he observed Lu Chun eagerly embracing the already half-devoured Nan Gongling as they entered a cave, he could not help but chuckle. "You rascal, relish your fortune well. Though you may lament me now, in the future, you shall express gratitude for all I have done today," he mused, considering Nan Gongling's unique constitution. However, Lord Rat's expression soon turned grave. An ancient adage states that in times of chaos, heroes emerge. As the ancient physiques began to manifest one after another, it foretold that this era would be anything but ordinary. Gazing into the distance, he pondered many undisclosed matters, gradually feeling a weight of concern. For Lu Chen's current strength was alarmingly insufficient. With his thoughts in motion, Lord Rat began to strategize anew. Chapter 79. A trial of wind and rain deep within the cave. Lu Chun cradled Nan Gongling and hurriedly sought a clean spot to lay her down. Yet, in that moment, Nan Gongling was utterly lost, her hands tightly clutching Lu Chun, oblivious to her former pride and aloofness, only demanding from him. Sighing, Lu Chun felt the fire of desire surging within him. He had always navigated through the chaos of desire unscathed, but now, ensnared by the machinations of the cunning mouse lord, he found himself compromised. However, the thought of Nan Gongling's exquisite beauty, surpassing even the most stunning he had encountered in his previous life, offered him a modicum of solace. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the flames of desire erupted uncontrollably, and Lu Chen's vision turned crimson. He forcefully pried Nan Gongling's hands away and discarded his garments. Moments later, the two, their eyes aflame with passion, succumbed to the tempest that ensued. Half an hour later, Nan Gongling curled up in a corner, her delicate hands clutching her thighs. She gazed vacantly ahead, as if her soul had departed. Lu Chun stood nearby, the effects of the venom now fully alleviated. Yet the protracted battle had left him utterly fatigued, his body aching as if it might break. He leaned against the rocky wall and dressed. When Lu Chun turned back, he noticed two streams of tears cascading from the corners of Nan Gongling's exquisite eyes, and then she buried her head in her hands, weeping bitterly. Lu Chun sighed. Crying would not change anything. It was not entirely his fault. He had indeed been the one to poison her. The blame rested solely on Guiziming. His gaze shifted to the glaring wounds adorning Nan Gongling's body, and with a sense of helplessness, he retrieved a set of azure clothing from his storage ring and offered it to her. "Here, your clothes are ruined. Were mine," Lu Chun said. At the sound of his voice, Nan Gongling abruptly ceased her sobbing and, summoning all her strength, struck at him with a palm. Had she been in her prime, Lu Chun would have stood no chance against her, but now, weakened and injured, she could hardly walk, let alone kill. Lu Chun easily deflected her attack, but the exertion caused her injury to flare, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion grew even paler as she glared at Lu Chun with resentment. "You vile brat, you have tarnished my purity. I will kill you." "Hey, can we be reasonable? You were the one who begged me to save you. If it weren't for me, that old wretch would have had his way with you long ago," Lu Chun retorted, vexed. "I asked you to save me, but I did not ask you to." Nan Gongling faltered, burying her face in her hands once more, lamenting her lost virtue at the hands of this insufferable boy. Lu Chun, irritated by her tears, found his anger dissipating as he softened his tone. "I only intended to rescue you. I never meant for it to come to this. But then I was entangled with the venomous serpent. You must have heard of it. If we did not resolve the poison, we would both perish. At that moment, you were so eager, and I simply went with the flow to help you dispel the toxin. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's opportunistic behavior, Nan Gongling's ire intensified. She exclaimed in anger, "I did not act first. It is you who has brought this upon me. If given the chance, I shall certainly end your life." However, due to her severe injuries, Lu Chen, wishing to avoid further conflict with her, replied, "If you truly wish to kill me, at least put on some clothing first." Nan Gongling glared at Lu Chen in fury. She had no desire for his garments, yet her own were either torn by Guiziming or by Lu Chen himself. Realizing that remaining unclothed would only benefit Lu Chen, she begrudgingly accepted the clothing from his hands and struggled to don it. Yet, her grievous injuries and the rough treatment she had endured at Lu Chen's hands left her in excruciating pain and utterly powerless to dress herself. Observing her stubbornness, Lu Chen sighed, "Allow me to assist you. I do not require your help. You may leave," Nan Gongling retorted angrily. "If you tell me to leave, I shall indeed stay. Today, I will help you get dressed," Lu Chen asserted, his temper flaring. He then seized the struggling Nan Gongling, first wiping away the marks on her body before dressing her. After finally helping her into her clothes, Lu Chen produced a vial of blood spirit pills and handed it to her, saying, "In your current state, you are hardly capable of standing, let alone killing me. Take this blood spirit pill. Perhaps it will hasten your recovery and allow you to exact your revenge sooner." Nan Gongling cast a cold glance at Lu Chen, then took the pill from his hand and consumed one, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. Seeing this, Lu Chen rubbed his waist and stepped out of the cave. Just as he exited, Shu Wei approached him with a mischievous grin, saying, "You lucky rascal, did you enjoy yourself? Get away from me. She is out for my blood." Lu Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Shu Wei remarked, "Ah, young man, women behave like that. Until they are won over, they appear cold and distant, but once captured, they become utterly devoted." Lu Chen shook his head. She is not the type to become infatuated simply because of physical relations. Shu Wei did not dispute this and inquired, "Why are you not with her? She is gravely injured, and a mere blood spirit pill will not suffice. I intend to seek out some spiritual herbs to aid her recovery." Lu Chen contemplated Nan Gongling's grievous wounds as he spoke. "Let Shu Wei handle this. Consider it a small recompense from him to you," Shu Wei chuckled. Aware of Shu Wei's skills, Lu Chen did not refuse, merely casting him a sidelong glance. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Shu Wei grinned and departed, while Lu Chen unleashed his soul power to serve as a guardian for Nan Gongling. Meanwhile, during the fierce storm of conflict in the cave between Lu Chen and Nan Gongling, Guiziming and his companions had endured an hour of life and death flight, finally escaping the relentless pursuit of Lei Hu. Amidst the rustling sounds, the trio stumbled to the edge of a small stream, where they crouched down and drank deeply from the cool water. After a moment, feeling somewhat refreshed, they surveyed their wounds and tattered clothing. Li Bingchuan and Li Jun turned their gazes toward Guiziming. Had it not been for Guiziming's inappropriate interest in Nan Gongling, they would have eliminated her long ago and completed their mission assigned by the Mountain Lord, thereby avoiding the wrath of Lei Hu entirely. At this moment, not only did Nan Gongling escape death, but she also found herself entangled with Lei Hu, nearly losing her life at his hands and facing the prospect of being buried in the falling Maple Mountains. Both men harbored a lingering resentment towards Guiziming. Stripped of his garments, even lacking a pair of underpants, Guiziming, who had initially sought to revel in the moment, appeared both pitiable and sordid, his bravado diminished. Sensing the discontent emanating from Li Bingchuan and Li Jun, Guiziming hastily donned a fresh set of clothes and, with a forced smile, addressed his junior brothers, esteemed disciples. "I must apologize for my transgressions." As they all belonged to the same sect, Li Bingchuan and Li Jun were reluctant to exacerbate the situation. Upon witnessing Guiziming's overt contrition, their expressions softened somewhat. Li Bingchuan remarked, "Brother Gua, given the circumstances, debating who is right or wrong is futile. We must instead contemplate how to remedy this predicament." Li Jun astutely assessed, "Nan Gongling is gravely injured and cannot have fled far. If we search diligently, we should be able to retrieve her." Guiziming eagerly concurred. "Indeed, my junior brother speaks wisely. The wretched creature who aided her possesses only a meager martial prowess. at the 6th rank of martial artists, and is likely still within that vicinity. Li Bingchuan asserted, if that is the case, we should take a brief respite before returning. It is imperative that we eliminate Nangong Ling. She must not leave the falling Maple Mountains alive. Li Jun, with concern, cautioned, while that may be so, we have now drawn the ire of Lei Hu, and that region may prove exceedingly perilous, with the threat of his presence looming. Li Bingchuan, frowning in determination, insisted, Nangong Ling must be dealt with. Danger notwithstanding, we must proceed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Jun did not contest this. Guo Ziming, acutely aware that this predicament stemmed from his actions, dared not voice a single dissenting opinion, for Li Bingchuan and Li Jun were now laboring to clean up his mess. Before long, the three set off to retrace their steps, stealthily seeking the whereabouts of Nangong Ling and Lu Chun.